on this edition of The Fifth Estate.
A violent criminal network responsible for home invasions and robberies.
Brazen attacks, often in broad daylight. Many of the suspects are just kids.
We got very young persons committing very violent crimes.
Smash and grabs, they're on the rise, and videos like these have gone viral.
But who or what's behind it?
He was approached by somebody who told him that he wanted to see young teens make money and flourish.
They are walking, bags in their hands, and they know we're here.
We get extraordinary access inside a police takedown.
This is another potential break in the case.
He pointed the gun directly at her.
This trauma will stay with them forever.
But what's happening to these offenders once they're caught?
They can keep doing it and get away with it. What's to stop them?
We're strengthening the criminal code to get tough on bail.
We need to be invested in our youth's future.
Do you think the answer is to lock kids up?
For those that are committing absolute violent crime, they have to be held to account.
I'm Yoanda Rumaliotis. This is The Fifth Estate.
It's taken weeks to get to this moment. Officers with the York Regional Police Hold-Up Unit from north of Toronto are ready and moving in.
So we're going to load up into our vehicles, head to our location. Let's go.
So we're heading down to the east end of Toronto to execute a search warrant.
Detective Sergeant Ryan Boulay and his team are on their way to what they believe is a flophouse connected to a series of violent robberies. They don't know what they'll find.
We're here.
This access is rare. We usually report on police operations after they happen. This time, we're about to see one unfold.
The team just went into the building. They're likely at the door now, I would assume, and they're about to execute the warrant.
They're hoping this is a break in the case that will finally ease weeks of torment for victims.
The GoPro we don't need now, right?
Once on site, things move fast.
So the occupant in the residence is now under arrest. They've located jewelry within the unit. So.
Wow. You think jewelry connected to any of the robberies that you're investigating?
It potentially is. They would have.
We spent a week in July with the team. It's one of the police units at the epicenter of a shocking wave of smash and grabs in Ontario. On this day, officers found more than jewelry.
So we found one of our outstanding suspects. It was actually in the apartment. That was unanticipated, but obviously good for us. I found a balaclava, which these guys normally wear to cover their face and their head.
A mound of potential evidence that could unravel a dangerous criminal network.
Hammers that they obviously run into the store with, slash the displays with. This one's a replica, but obviously looks very real. Jewelry item here from People's Jewelry. Shattered glass, obviously, from display cases as well.
Thieves hit not one but two stores at a mall in Mississauga last night.
It's happening across the country, but the Greater Toronto area has been pummeled the hardest by a surge of these violent robberies.
Good evening. The police pursuit spilled out onto the streets in Markham.
Stunned shoppers watching as the dramatic scene unfolded.
Groups of young people brazenly smashing through glass, taking what they can grab as fast as they can, causing serious damage in only seconds, leaving jewelers on edge and preparing for the worst.
I was just working on my bench on a ring, and suddenly I noticed three guys just walked in, and as soon as I saw their face was mask and hoodie.
A year ago, three males stormed Jerry Serrani's Markham store with hammers and bags.
I just grabbed the broomstick I had here, grabbed it, just right away tried to chase them out. So turned around from here. The two guys in the back, as soon as they saw me going for them, they just run away. And one guy stayed in the back here. That's when I hit him. He turned around, I hit him, I got him in the face. And with that, he shook him up a little bit.
Serrani posted this viral video 3 months later after seeing this bold attack in the same mall.
The beginning was not my intention at all to release it. The only reason I did it because it was happening way too many times. and nobody was paying any attention.
The video and his broomstick got the attention he and his colleague Joe Kassap wanted.
I think it brought a lot of people to realize, oh, it's not just only one or two locations, it's happening almost everywhere.
It's been like, almost 3 years that it keeps going on like this. It's like, it's not stopping.
The overall crime rate across the country has been fairly stable for the last decade, but rates of violent crime have been inching up. Crime rate statistics for 2025 are not out yet, but we compiled data from police and news reports and found there have been at least 60 jewelry store robberies in Ontario just this year. In York Region alone, the number of jewelry store robberies doubled last year and is set to surpass that amount by the end of 2025.
Now we're expecting it, right? So we mentally prepared for it.
Prepared because suspects didn't target them once. A month later, it happened again.
Looked like same gang almost. Young kids with masks, with hoodies and knapsacks and hammers. They just walked in again and we just replaced the glass and they tried to break it in again. I just said, okay, no, that's not gonna happen. Just interfered and chased them away.
He chased them away that time, but not for long.
And then it happened again after that, in June? Or there was another?
Yes, and then recently. That's when that made us to actually lock the door.
And then they still tried to come in?
Yes, unfortunately, a few months ago, 5 guys rushed in. Again, he was here at the time. And they shook the door and they could not go through. They just left, ran away.
It was the third attempt in a year. Beyond Surani and Kassap, few jewelers would agree to talk to us for this story, for fear of making themselves a target and spooking customers. In fact, the chains and malls with wide open storefronts are often a target, but they never got back to us.
You see the crime is getting bigger and bigger, getting more violent. So something has to happen, something has to change.
The smash and grab was like really starting to spike here in October, November, and December of 2024 and into January, February of 2025. I think it's starting to spread.
Scott Hayes is a former RCMP investigator. He works as a security advisor for Jewelers Vigilance Canada. The organization works to prevent crime in the industry.
So jewelry store robberies aren't new, but what I think is new in the last couple years is how violent and brazen it's becoming, the amount of people involved, and as the public reports are from the police, the amount of young offenders that are being corralled into committing this sort of crime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hayes says he's also seen the number of suspects working together going up.
I found that you'd start with 2 or 3 people going into a store, then 5, 6, 7, 8, then really swarms of people, for lack of a better term, swarming the place and then being out in maybe less than a minute, 90 seconds, very quick. And speed is your friend when you're a criminal.
What happens to the stolen goods?
I mean, there's a lot of people who collect gold, melt it down and sell it. That's not uncommon. The jewelry itself, though, it's going to get resold. It'll end up back in another ring, end up in a necklace, gets put into other jewelry, and then resold. So most of this jewelry ends up back on the legitimate market.
More and more cases, we're seeing that a lot of the offenders are young offenders, so they're...
We first met with Detective Sergeant Boulay 4 days before the takedown we showed you earlier. At this point, their only lead is a stolen Honda Accord.
We're trying to identify persons of interest, addresses of interest, unique pieces of clothing, anything that's going to help progress our investigation to solve any of the crimes that have happened up to today that we know of relating to that vehicle or that crew of suspects.
Police say the Honda they're watching has a stolen license plate that could be connected to a series of robberies.
And they're operating as a team out there to run physical surveillance on suspects and or a suspect vehicle.
Negative.
Is that your team?
Yep.
How long have they been watching?
This car was located this morning, and they've been out there ever since. We believe that the crew associated to this vehicle has been involved in at least 10 jewelry store robberies. as well as a couple of home invasions and multiple theft of license plate occurrences.
Are we almost there?
Yeah. We're just going to pull up to a parking lot here, and we're just going to meet one of the investigators that's been on the surveillance detail today. Hold on.
This is Detective Kevin Smith.
Oh, yeah.
He's in charge of the surveillance team.
So we have the vehicle, the primary vehicle that we located this morning. So that vehicle was stolen out of another jurisdiction and then used in a series of crimes.
It's almost like a big spider web, and that's where our crime analyst comes and plays such an integral part of the investigation. They're in the background trying to piece together, you know, this car was related to this incident and this car was related to this incident.
Police say the robberies come in waves, and they're in the middle of one.
How often do these smash and grabs happen, on average?
I'd say recently, anywhere from 2 to 4 per week. That's just in York Region, and these crews are likely active outside of York Region.
It's a lot. It's certainly a lot more than I think we've seen over the last number of years.
The work can be tedious and time-consuming.
Someone else having their
good to cut, or we put more time on this today? Good to go.
It's time to head back to the station to figure out the next move.
Guys, this is the CBC team that's doing a documentary.
Hello. Hi.
So these are the investigators that were out set up on the road today doing the surveillance. So
To get to this point, we had to undergo background checks and agree to not disclose some investigative techniques police use to track suspects.
So I think the big success from today was locating that vehicle.
And how critical is a car like that to the investigation?
I mean, right now it's basically the only lead that we have to go off of because we don't have any leads on the offenders at this point. So we're hoping that the car leads us to the offenders.
Coming up.
And then my little one said, they put a gun on our head. As a mom, I felt like my jaw fell to the floor.
We're back at York Police Headquarters in Aurora, 50 kilometers north of downtown Toronto. The Honda police have been watching hasn't budged.
Were you expecting anything to happen, or is that typical?
You know what? Last night was kind of a crapshoot. We didn't know if anything was going to go on, so the team were ready, and it was uneventful, so it was good. Everyone got some rest.
I guess that's the upside.
Yeah. You never really know what's going to happen, and it's just the teams are just ready to go. They're waiting by the phone, and we're just going to step into here.
Yep.
So the two teams are in here now.
The morning team is handing over to the afternoon team, and the investigation is getting wider. It turns out there are now 2 cars under surveillance.
So this is in relation to the Accord and Lexus and the retail series, including some home invasions that we'll get into as well. Biggest takeaway from yesterday was we did some video canvassing.
Yeah, and I think the video today would have linked the Toronto home invasion to ours once we took a look at the clothing.
Police say the Lexus was stolen during a home invasion linked to the jewelry store robberies.
This crew was last active on the 2nd of July when they're out in Halton region. They did a Michael Hill jewelry store, and they utilized the Lexus that's involved in this series.
Listening closely, crime analyst Jill Elliott.
So if you see the purple, those are all jewelry store robberies. All these purple ones have the black Honda Accord and all of it.
Elliott started looking at license plates involved in the series of crimes and made a breakthrough discovery.
What I've been noticing is that recently the plates have been, that they're attaching on, the bad guys are attaching onto it, are being stolen out of Toronto. And the plates that they're originally attached to are gray or black Honda Civics, because they've been changing up these plates every time a robbery has happened.
So they're putting a plate from a similar vehicle on the stolen vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elliott's work helped police map out 11 jewelry store robberies in this series, spanning from the west in Stratford, north to Collingwood, and east to Oshawa, both in malls and street front shops.
How do you suspect that the same vehicle is being used in all these different crimes if the plates don't necessarily match?
The suspect car is parked right out front of the entrance of the jewelry store. So the car is left running with a driver, and there's great cameras in malls. So they get that plate. We run the plate it's not supposed to be attached to this black Honda Accord. Actually, we see a report that the homeowner said that they got their plate stolen 2 days prior to this incident. So my guess was, you know what? I bet they're gonna dump that plate and they're gonna steal another plate. And so then it kind of just exploded out of there. These guys kept using hammers to break into jewelry stores, and then it started linking, and I started seeing this clothing on home invasions.
Before long, police were able to link 3 home invasions to the series of robberies, 2 in Toronto, 1 in Markham.
It's becoming what Detective Sergeant Boulay said, it's a spider web. It's getting linked everywhere.
Taking down suspects of home invasions is a big part of the hold-up unit's work. And the crimes can be the most traumatic for victims.
911, hello? Ambulance fire. There's people robbing our house right now. 3 people in the house. They have guns and they took the car keys. Please. Okay. Who else?
We were sleeping in bed here. My sister first heard the noise, and then she woke me up.
It's been a year since a family's worst nightmare came true. In Richmond Hill, north of Toronto, masked intruders tried to get in through the front door. When that didn't work, they used a rock to smash through the back.
At first I thought it was my parents. They had come home from their night out, but I wasn't sure.
It felt like such a blur to me.
This family agreed to share their story, but asked us not to show their daughters' faces for their safety. The oldest is now 25. She called her parents. Her father, Chris, knew something was very wrong.
Around 1:30 in the night, we got a call from our older daughter, and the call came and then it got disconnected. And then we started calling them pretty frantically, trying to reach them. And then they were not picking up.
I didn't have enough time to get my glasses, so I couldn't see very well. And when we came here to look down, that's when they stormed up the stairs, and when they saw that I had the phone, they snatched it out of my hands. And then they started yelling at us and pointing guns at us, and then they hurted us both through here.
The intruders demanded the keys to the family's Lamborghini parked in the driveway.
They kept saying, where's the car? Where are the car keys? Give us the car keys. And I tapped one of them and I said, please, we don't have the car keys.
The youngest daughter is now just 14.
One of the guys, he ran into my parents' room and he started rummaging through our dresser and all the drawers, and then he found the key. I started screaming and crying, and then the third guy, he got really angry, so he took out his gun and he pointed it at me and was like, be quiet, shut up. And then they all started running down the steps.
They took the car. They took the car. Okay. And how many people came in?
The way my sister was crying and screaming, that's something I can never forget. I don't think I can describe it in any way, how scared I felt, how terrified I was.
A police officer called their parents, who were already racing home. The whole ordeal lasted 15 minutes. Their mom, Lopa, says it still feels like a lifetime.
She was crying because that our car is gone. I said, that's okay. We can get another car. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah. That's when she mentioned they had a gun on our head. I just didn't know how to react. I don't know how these 2 kids, they handled the whole thing.
It was probably one of the worst 15 minutes so far in my life and our life.
My family has completely changed within those 15 minutes. We are still struggling. This trauma will stay with them forever, and us as well.
So this is just a series of photos that our forensic officers captured when they were on the scene.
While their case is not connected to the jewelry store robberies we've been following, it does fall under York Police's holdup unit. Detective Smith responded to the call that night.
So you can see there's still a portion of the glass that's intact at the top.
The suspects thought they had gotten away, but what they didn't know is the family had hidden an AirTag in the SUV.
We were fortunately able to track the vehicle down. It was with a secondary vehicle that was involved in a home invasion in a different jurisdiction from a few days earlier.
Yeah, that's the arrest. They were handcuffing them.
Krish followed police to the scene.
That must have been something for you to see, eh, Krish? What was going through your mind when you saw that?
Well, at least I see that they were able to catch them. They were able to find them and arrest them.
A 19-year-old man and a 16-year-old later pleaded guilty to armed robbery. The adult also pleaded guilty to use of an imitation firearm, but a third suspect got away.
Was the vehicle damaged?
It was, yeah.
Because the police kind of surrounded them during the arrest?
Correct in that. There was an attempt to flee. Sure, they had a high-end vehicle, but they obtained that high-end vehicle by legitimate means through hard work. They should be able to enjoy that property without fear of people entering their house in the middle of the night and holding their family at gunpoint to obtain it.
Since then, the family has taken extreme precautions, installing panic buttons, a motion detecting system, and these.
These are aluminum shutters. This stays down. Nobody can break into my house anymore. Can you imagine, as a family, we keep all the doors and the windows shut all the time with the rollers. No lights. That's not how you're supposed to live. That's not how the kids are supposed to be brought up.
Like that makes me feel bad more than anything else, right? I mean, that's not what we came here for. That's not what we thought this country would be.
And it's a constant reminder to me that this happened.
Ahead.
You know, we've never seen the prevalence of young persons committing crimes at these levels, ever.
I think that my son heard the treasure that awaited him and kind of got baited with that.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Project Night Train is another takedown of a violent criminal network responsible for home invasions and robberies.
Over in neighboring Peel region, the alarming jump in jewelry store robberies and home invasions prompted police to create a task force called Project Night Train. Police announced the results of the crackdown this past July.
We have identified 13 individuals responsible for these crimes.
We met with Inspector Sean Brennan and the team behind Project Night Train in Mississauga. They gave us a behind-the-scenes breakdown of the investigation. Many of the suspects, they say, are just kids.
You know, we've never seen the prevalence of young persons committing crimes at these levels, ever. It's disturbing when, you know, we're talking a 3-year average here in central robbery for the region of Peel, and 40% of our offenders are young persons.
Escalation of violence is the worst we've seen in this office by far, and over property and stuff too. And you are scarring these people for life.
So 6 of the 13 arrested being young people. That's not just a problem that we're having case specific for us. It's kind of a trend region-wide, GTA-wide. Something we're trying to obviously get ahead of, figuring out the recruitment process.
What's emerging, police say, is minors being approached by adults.
Is there a master who's kind of controlling the show, or how is this happening?
It seems like there's a network on social media. It's usually young people at risk are met by somebody who's we would call the organizer. They get exchange phone numbers, they create these group chats, and when they're ready to go identify a target, they'll put it out on the group chat to who's up to doing them. They call it mission. They'll organize a spot to meet. So in essence, these people, the offenders getting together, may have never met each other before.
9?
I think there's 9 of them.
Breaking the glass in the middle of the day.
Yep.
Detective Justin Schonecker shows us one of the most dramatic robberies Project Night Train investigated. He says the lack of connection between suspects makes identifying them even more of a challenge, especially because they move so fast.
Now they're coming outside. As you can see, they're all holding bags, reusable shopping bags full of the stolen jewelry.
What do you think when you see them start smashing away at the display cases?
It's so disappointing. Like, it really is.
This woman says her 16-year-old son is accused of taking part in multiple smash and grabs.
I just don't think that he sees the severity of his charges.
She's speaking exclusively to the Fifth Estate. As a minor in custody, the law does not allow her son to be named, and we cannot show you who she is in order to protect his identity.
Do you have an idea of who was behind it?
The police told me that there was a group of adults that were recruiting them. I don't know where they're meeting them. I don't know, I don't know if they're, hanging out at spots teenagers do. Is it at the mall? I have no idea.
What were these adults telling him and his friends?
He said that he was approached by somebody who told him that he wanted to see young teens make money and flourish, and he was like, this guy just wants he wants to see us do better because there's not a lot of options for us. I told him that it sounded very predatory. He was told that they have insurance, right? So it's a victimless crime.
She says her son was promised money, at least $2,000, and told as a minor he would get off easy.
The messaging, I guess, that he was told was that if he's under 18, he's a young offender. And if you're a young offender, then it just goes away once you become an adult, so none of it matters.
Over in York Region, police are about to catch a break.
All right, you take care. Okay, bye-bye.
It's been a busy night here after news that Toronto police arrested 3 minors.
I believe they were arrested for a shoplifting incident in Toronto, and through that arrest, our investigators became engaged. There was information that led us to believe that those offenders were likely related to our robbery series that we've been investigating this week. Since then, one of the investigators typed through the evening and was able to get a search warrant granted through a justice of the peace. So that search warrant allows us to go to a residence. That residence is in Toronto, and we're going to execute the search warrant.
3 suspects come up with hammers.
Wow. To help make the case for that search warrant, Detective Constable Matt Milroy says he pored over security camera footage, tying the suspects to one of the stolen vehicles police had been watching. They parked it near an apartment building in Toronto.
From that video, we observed our suspects getting into a taxi. We were able to identify the taxi company, and then through the taxi company, found the trip records of where those suspects were driven to, which was an address in Toronto. So then we go to get video from that apartment building. So the video here is the taxi arriving with our suspects.
That's them exiting?
That's them exiting, and then they're going to enter the building.
What do you expect to find or hope to find?
So we're hoping to find evidence of the offense. So we're looking for clothing, any types of weapons, tools that may have used in the robberies, items that may have been taken during the robberies.
Moments after officers arrived on the scene, another unexpected lead. We were told to hang back until they got inside.
So this is the unit here that the investigators are in. The door's just cracked open. It sounds like they're explaining a few things to the occupant that's inside. I've been told that there's one male adult inside and he's currently under arrest.
Okay.
So the officers are going to be removing the individual from the residence. He's under arrest right now for possession of property obtained by crime over $5,000. They've seized a significant amount of jewelry within the residence. Have they come out yet? Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, he's in that car there. So, yeah.
How big of a deal is it that you not only found stolen merchandise, but yet another suspect?
I mean, in this case, I think it's a great lead for our case. Not in every case do you recover amounts of stolen property. In this case, it certainly seems to be telling us that the property was destined for this location. Where it was going to go from here, I don't know, but it's certainly giving us that in-between point that we're always looking for.
In that cruiser, a 19-year-old who now faces several charges related to a home invasion, possession of stolen vehicles, and a jewelry store robbery.
And in this case, because he's it seems right now to be the only adult, do you think he might be playing a more senior role in any of these crimes?
He certainly could be, and those are all angles that we'll be looking for as the investigation again unfolds. By no means is the investigation completed here today. Is there other people out there that we don't know of?
So potentially your spider web might only get bigger.
It certainly can, yes.
There's a lot of emotion.
This mother says she never expected her teenager would be facing robbery charges.
I think that my son heard, the treasure that awaited him and kind of got baited with that.
What was the appeal, you think?
Money, freedom. They're going to be able to impress people and they're going to be able to wear certain clothes.
People will say, where are their parents?
They're watching horrifically from the sidelines. I think most parents want the best for their children, and I don't think the best involves any of this. As a parent, you're worried about them being bullied at school, and you're maybe worried about them doing drugs. You're typically not preparing yourself for them to be accused of a string of smash and grabs, right?
We have a series of display boxes from a jewelry store, and we also have broken glass in the bottom of the bag. So that's a pretty telling piece of evidence for us.
Back at York Police Headquarters, today's operation led to a surprise arrest and a trove of potential evidence that seems to tie back to those stolen cars police had been watching.
So here you can see glove marks.
And while this investigation moves forward, a bigger, disturbing pattern is also emerging. Young suspects out on bail, reoffending.
We're seeing the same players again and again and again, and you're seeing people re-victimized or new victims, and that part's hard to watch. And we're doing everything we can to lock them up, but they're right back out again.
In Peel alone, 42% of the youths charged by the Central Robbery Bureau were breaching prior release conditions.
If you look at the numbers don't lie. We're not, the deterrent isn't there. So the messaging isn't there, and these repeat offenders and this cycle of violence that's occurring, it has to stop.
There's a lot of people who are talking tough on bail reform, but do you think the answer is to lock kids up?
Excellent question. In a tough answer. When you look at the crime and the severity of the crime and the impact to the community, and there should be a deterrent for violent crime. So we need to absolutely look at how do we get ahead of that with those community supports. But for those that are committing absolute violent crime, they have to be held to account.
Coming up.
When you're directly investing in youth, you are preventing crime.
Back at Jewelry Forever, after 3 attempted smash and grabs, Jerry Serrani and Joe Kassap are always on high alert.
You're always looking over your shoulder, per se, to do the business that you used to be doing it comfortably. Now it's not comfortable anymore.
We have all loyal customers, which always coming back. Yeah. But definitely it affects the foot traffic. Yeah. Definitely it took that away. If somebody comes in with the hoodie, sunglasses, you're not coming in. At least you have that little power because you have the doors locked. If I have, let's say, 6, 7 young kids, guys want to come in at the same time,
not at
unfortunately,
the same time. No,
you're not going to come in.
That's probably one of the biggest things you can do to prevent these from happening in the first place, is being able to control entry. Look at your exterior, understand how they can get in, and either mitigate for your windows and your doors. I think having something to protect your front glass windows is a great idea, whether you're using film, laminate glass, or polycarbonate. And then inside, you want to look at some sort of security glass on your display cases, if possible, or limit the amount of jewelry that you actually leave out. So if you are victimized, there's less that they're able to take.
We were wondering if we could get a battery replacement.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Surani and Kasab say they have been at this location for 17 years. They've never had to be this careful, and they're not sure how much longer they can stay in business.
Okay, pleasure to meet you again.
The insurance just keeps going to go up and up. And for me to pay $5,000 a month, now because if you have incidents, it's going to be $10,000 a month. Third incident happens, fourth incident happens, insurance companies say, sorry, I cannot even insure you anymore. So, when that happened, how am I going to run my business?
In fact, remember that third robbery attempt on their store? It's part of that sprawling series of violent crimes we tracked with York Police.
And how do you feel that the June attack was connected to a string of other incidents?
There is no consequences, right? When there's no punishment.
The laws has to change for this to kind of come to a stop.
What we need to do is scrap liberal bail.
There's something broken when there is a revolving door in our justice system, particularly around bail.
If people that are committing crimes are seeing a justice system that's not holding them accountable, that creates opportunity for more crime.
Rising calls led the federal government to announce a sweeping bail reform bill this fall. It would toughen sentencing and make bail harder to get, especially for violent and repeat offenders. And now they would have to prove to the court why they should be granted bail, instead of the onus being on the Crown to prove why they shouldn't.
We're making bail stricter to keep you safer.
You're focusing on the wrong thing. We need to be investing in our youth and investing in our youth's future.
Carla Bailey is the executive director of My Neighborhood Services, which runs out of this community hub in Mississauga. It has given thousands of young people a place to go and always something to eat.
We ensure that food is in every single one of our youth programs.
And are you hearing that people might be making those decisions because they need money for food? What are you hearing?
There's a lot of different things. There's the food, the social media, what's going on. There is the wanting to fit in. There's the friends. There's the siblings. You can't just put one thing and say, this is what's causing it, right?
What's the most common crime committed by youth in Canada? Okay.
Yeah, so it's theft under 5,000. That's the most common crime.
Again, there's no judgment in this room, but we also have to respect everyone.
Prevention is the goal behind many of their programs here, and they start early, as young as middle school.
We have mental health programs that will say, okay, what is it that we can help you with that supports this need? How can we help you to do better?
Still, there are gaps, and she's trying to close them. Bailey's organization also helps young offenders get back on track.
When we look at our Youth Justice Reintegration Program, that program, it is supposed to serve 60 youth. Last year, it served 220 youth.
What does that tell you?
We all know prevention is so much better than cure, but we get to reintegrate them into society, give them the tools to succeed, to not reoffend.
Have you guys been as busy since we left?
It has been, yes. Yeah. It hasn't really slowed at all.
A few months after we first met with York Police, we went back to speak to the head of its holdup unit, Detective Sergeant Ryan Boulay.
We've had an uptick in home invasions this year.
Okay.
We're also trending up in our jewelry store robberies.
He told us the unit has added 4 new officers to investigate yet another spike in violent robberies.
I'll tell you that in 2023 to 2024, we've seen our jewelry store robberies increase roughly 133%. And in 2025, we're trending upwards of that number that we seen last year is kind of our 5-year high.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it's disturbing that it seems every time we make an arrest or an occurrence happens, another one seems to follow it. And that's not just, strictly to York Region. We're seeing that across the Greater Toronto Area.
And getting to the people calling the shots is still a challenge.
In a lot of cases, they're not willing to provide, if you want to call it statements as to who had sent them there, who orchestrated it. And I'd imagine a lot of time that's fear of retaliation, right? You speak to the police, you're known as a rat, and you're going to essentially, you may not be in that good of a place when you get released from custody.
How worried are you if there is no intervention?
Certainly, if there's no intervention, I would be willing to bet that there's really no positive outlook that's going to come for adulthood with those offenders. At the end of the day, we as the police, we get it. We need help as well to combat these types of crimes, especially when we're seeing such young offenders.
The home invasion case we told you about ended with convictions, including one for a young offender. But that night still haunts the family.
It just felt very violating because it happened in our own house. Like at night when I go to sleep, I can't close my eyes. I feel like if I close them, and then I feel like they're standing right there at the doorway because that's when they stormed up, and that's when we first saw them.
You didn't get a chance to talk to them, but if you did, what would you say to them?
So I wanted to ask why you did this, what motivated you, and then see what you have done. Do you think you're proud of what you have done? How far can they go doing this? This cannot take you far.
Constantly wonder if it's the right decision for him, if it's the right decision for the rest of my family.
This mother is afraid for her son's safety and his future, and it forced her to make a tough choice.
Where is your son right now?
He's in the detention center.
And why is he still in the detention center?
Because I am not bailing him out. I don't think that bailing him out is what is going to support him. He would learn outside with the same group of people that he got arrested with. I think overall, unfortunately, he is safer there.
Is that your hope, that it will deter, that bail reform will deter?
I do hope bail reform helps, because until there's somebody able to kind of push back, I think, at the people telling them, like, you'll get money, but go and do this for me, because if I do it, I get 15 years. If you do it, you get to go home to your mom. I don't think the adults are going to stop using kids, you know? It's also like really pathetic to use a child for financial gain. It's pretty sickening.
I'm Stephen D'Souza, next week on The Fifth Estate. We're on St. Mary's Bay in Nova Scotia, the richest part of Canada's billion-dollar lobster industry, where there's a war on the water.
Go home. You go home, lady.
Intimidation and frequent threats of violence.
Places burning down, windows getting smashed in, houses being shot up, people getting shot at.
You hear stories that's a little lawless sometimes around rural Nova Scotia.
The fight over who gets to fish here has left communities bitter and divided.
We're not pirates. We're not the villains.
Does racism play a role here, do you think?
No.
A dispute with roots older than Canada itself.
Love's not going anywhere. It's been around for a very long time.
We look at who's cashing in on the chaos.
I'm sick of it. There's nothing to do with conservation. It's total greed.
Wait, go anywhere, see you there.
That's next week on The Fifth Estate. Want more Fifth Estate? Sign up for our weekly newsletter. Be among the first to know about our upcoming investigations and get behind-the-scenes details you can't find anywhere else. Head to our website, cbc.ca/fifth to subscribe.
they take seconds to steal.
As we've been showing you for decades.
From the ways they take your car.
Can't get in.
And then, get in.
To the places they take them to.
When did this one came to Nigeria? It came in December 4th.
Some things never change.
I'm gonna basically tell the car to accept this as a new key.
And there I am.
It's like under 10 seconds you were in.
There you go, gone in 60 seconds.
Now we're teaming up to ask why.
I don't think we will arrest our way out of this.
Police are trying to do their part.
So we're following a stolen car right now.
Why aren't the car makers?
If the technology exists, why isn't it just in cars to begin with?
Why is the same model harder to steal overseas?
Is it fair? No.
And why isn't the government doing more?
When are you going to update those anti-theft standards, and what's taking so long?
This is your marketplace.
We're inside police surveillance operations in Ontario, on the trail of stolen vehicles.
Easy targets taken in a matter of moments.
It's an epidemic, really. You know, how easy the cars are to steal right now.
Canadians forced to watch and wait for car makers to do more to make their rides tougher to steal. I'm with York Regional Police just outside Toronto.
There's it.
See that black Toyota Tundra? Detective Scott Crespin says it's stolen.
They stole 3 Tundras over 2 days.
Tundra is making the U-Bolt as well.
The thieves are bringing it here to try and get it out of the country.
So they dropped this, and the plan is, you think, to put that black Tundra on it?
Yep.
While Charles C. is out with York Regional Police, I'm outside of Toronto with Peel Police. It has one of the highest car theft rates in the country. And Detective Sergeant Greg O'Connor and his undercover team are trailing another stolen car.
That's our vehicle right there, the blue Toyota Highlander.
Police believe the driver is part of a growing operation selling stolen cars, a problem that's become almost too big to handle.
Can we arrest our way out of this problem?
No, I don't think we will arrest our way out of this. I think everybody's got a part to do in this, and I think it depends on the willingness to participate, come to the table, and push forward. I'll be honest with you, it's almost like a volcano right now where everything's coming to a head and it's just boiling over.
The 2020 Honda CR-V is one of the most stolen vehicles in Canada, about 5,600 in 1 year alone. Sharon Brickman had one just like it until it got stolen this summer.
The car disappeared.
Who do you think should be doing something to fight this problem?
Definitely the manufacturer has to take it upon themselves.
Meanwhile, back with York Regional Police, thieves in a stolen Jeep are about to take another vehicle.
We're going to let them complete the theft if they do it. We're going to conduct surveillance on them, to take a safe next step on what we're going to do. Definitely don't want a citizen or police officer to get injured or killed trying to interdict them in this exact moment.
Hotel parking lots are the target for the people we're watching tonight.
He's taken a long enough time that they're going to be they're going to be actively getting a car right now.
And that stolen Jeep isn't alone for long.
Okay, I have the Jeep here. This is going to be our car.
It's alongside another stolen vehicle.
I'm around, boys. He's in tandem with a Sequoia. Let's see if they're together. There's a gray Sequoia up here.
You think they took the Sequoia?
Oh yeah, 100%. It's got a broken rear window.
So we're following a stolen car right now.
Yeah.
And where do you think they're going with it?
We're going to take this to one of those cooling spots that we know.
Oh, there it is. Look.
And here's the Sequoia. What will happen, what happens with these groups is they'll have taken photos of this Sequoia and they will be shopping it on all these different levels of people who traffic cars over
Struck me, really? Am I the next one? Because I've been hearing about all these car thefts going around, and sure enough, the car was stolen. The reason I moved to this country 22 years ago is because it's SAFE. We were scared that night that we couldn't sleep. You know, like if it's happened once, what if they come back, you know, so.
For Anuj, security was top of mind when he bought a replacement vehicle.
My biggest consideration was not the money, was it should not be in the top 10 stolen cars list in Canada.
So you actually bought this car
Yeah.
because it's not on that list?
100%.
While Charles C. hears from victims in Canada, I'm in Orlando at an international conference where investigators and innovators in the fight against auto theft have one clear message.
This problem started with the automakers. They are selling vehicles that are insecure.
Brian Gast echoes that. He leads investigations for Canada's insurance industry.
And yet people are still watching their vehicles stolen in 20 seconds. What's it going to take to stop auto theft?
The vehicle still has to be harder to steal in the first place. Make sure it's more fortified, it's more protected.
Incredibly, there is already a proposal to make cars in Canada harder to steal. Vehicle security expert Reg Phillips helped write it.
We've got it ready for today's car to be adopted by the government so they can enforce that. So how to properly secure a vehicle and make it safe and effective.
What can we as consumers do to pressure whoever it is, government, manufacturers, to get to that next step?
Make your voice heard. You are the most powerful thing if you're a consumer. You talk to your insurance company, you talk to your local MPP, you talk to the government and say, hey, this is a problem. You got to speak up. You got to make yourself known.
While we wait for Canada to adopt new standards, back in the UK, Steve's team is getting ready to grade a new security feature starting later this year.
Personalisation feature is something we're just proposing now. It's a significant layer that we consider as an enhancement to the existing security. So this one has a nice feature. Essentially, it's a pin to drive, so you need to enter a set of digits.
Just like going to the bank machine.
Yep, absolutely. So just another layer of authentication before it allows you to drive away. We're just starting to suggest that manufacturers should at least allow a function like this to exist, to allow the user of the vehicle to decide and determine whether or not they need to activate that.
And this personalized security could take other forms too.
As well as a pin to drive function, you could have designated switches in the car that you need to switch before you can engage drive.
Some car makers offer this type of security already, but Steve wants them all to offer it standard. Until that happens, some drivers are turning to aftermarket shops. But that extra protection can cost drivers extra money. With systems like the one Harman Singh is installing in Toronto.
We are looking at a really expensive car, one of the most stolen in the country.
Yes.
You've actually got a way to stop thieves from getting it.
Yes, we do.
All right, let's take a look.
So here's the keys.
Foot on the brake, finger on the start button, electric start.
No engine start.
Even though I have the keys to this car, it won't start.
What that does is it basically allows the driver to create a password.
But it's not a password like my ATM. It's not 4 or 6 digits or something like that. Not numbers, it's actual buttons.
Buttons, yeah.
Okay, show me how it works.
So we have a default password set in this one, which we're gonna change later.
Okay.
So what you're gonna do is now press the set button 4 times.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. You're gonna wait for the confirmation. And now when you put your foot on the brake and start the vehicle, it's gonna start.
There we go.
Good to go. Until you don't do that, it's not gonna start. So in this particular vehicle, we have the buttons on the steering wheel, the shifters, the window buttons, and the mirror buttons.
On this system, those buttons can be set in any order, anywhere from 3 to 20 steps.
It's like an individual password that would be basically impossible to guess.
Exactly.
If the technology exists, why isn't it just in cars to begin with?
It's a good question. I wish I had the answer, but auto manufacturers don't want to implement it yet. I don't know what they're waiting for, but it needs to be there.
So we asked Jeep, Land Rover, Honda, and Lexus if they're considering adding a personalization option in their vehicles, but no answer on that.
CAA's Elliot Silverstein says the response is simple. Manufacturers need to step up.
Some manufacturers do things more or do things better than others. And I think that the comfort for a consumer is that they should feel comfortable that no matter what car they drive, there's a certain level of security in there going forward that's reflective of today's society.
And he says the government should step in.
What would you like that requirement to say?
It needs to be modernized, it needs to be updated to reflect current standards and looking ahead to where it's going. Because the more that we can be prepared for today and planning ahead for tomorrow, the better off we'll be, because we don't want to have a situation like we have today continuing year after year.
Is the government taking action fast enough?
So the government has taken some action federally. They need to do more, and they need to do it faster, because really every day that goes on here where cars are being stolen, it's a day lost.
After the break, we take those concerns to the minister in charge.
Why are we not putting the same pressure on manufacturers in this country to make those changes now?
Get more Marketplace. Sign up for our weekly newsletter at cbc.ca/marketplace.
This is your marketplace. If cars in Canada are so easy to steal, what is the government going to do about it? Time for us to ask Transport Minister Anita Anand.
We have held consultations to update the Canadian Motor Vehicle Safety Standards to help prevent cars from being stolen in the first place.
She's holding a press conference about combating auto theft in Oakville, Ontario, so we share our findings with her.
I'm Charles Ciagro with CBC's program Marketplace. Our team has learned there are actually a number of security features that are available on UK models of some of the most stolen cars in Canada. But those same security features are not available on the Canadian models. So why are we not putting the same pressure on manufacturers in this country to make those changes now?
We speak to manufacturers regularly, and we are on top of how we can make our regulatory regime and our legislative regime as secure as possible for vehicle owners.
And what about bringing in new security standards for all new cars?
When are you going to update those anti-theft standards, and what's taking so long?
We know that amending legislation does take time, but yes, we are on top of it. Those consultations have concluded. Officials are going through them and will be suggesting amendments to the regulations.
Do you want to commit to a timeline for that today on when Canadians can expect to see that happen?
So we're coming to the end of 2024, and we will put something on the table in 2025.
Okay.
And I am working on an as soon as possible basis.
Until then, police are acting one car at a time, including Peel's enforcement team about to take down that suspected trafficker of stolen cars.
Yeah, he's on the move again. What lane's he in, pal?
Could be boxed in here a little bit. Wall drops, push off.
After documenting their suspects' every move for hours, it's time cops move in.
Yeah, Raj, he's up to it, around.
One more stolen car recovered. But unless the cars themselves are made stronger, thieves will continue their lucrative game.
Sometimes these times don't make a lot of sense.
A lot of social conflict in the world at the moment.
When you can only wonder, what next?
It's tough times.
We've got the goods.
Well, it never had cholesterol and never will have cholesterol.
And we'll point out the bad. Are you a fugitive?
Whatever you're buying.
And wherever you're buying it. They're on sale 98% of the time.
Well, that's a nice marketing trick.
I'm not happy with this at all.
For you, but not without you.
So what is next? What should we be investigating?
How much we're going to be impacted from a financial perspective.
We want to know because
this is my marketplace.
on this edition of The Fifth Estate. We're in Dubai, in the city of gold, on the search for answers in the case of the Pearson Airport gold heist.
Canada's biggest airport was the scene of a multi-million-dollar heist of gold and other valuables.
So the loot was actually inside a cargo container, and it vanished shortly after it was unloaded from a plane. This is something out of a movie.
In the spring of 2023, police say a group of suspects pulled off a brazen robbery, taking more than $20 million of gold from the Air Canada cargo facility, putting it into a truck, driving away, and then vanishing.
This story is a sensational one, and one which probably belongs in a Netflix series.
So what happened to all of that gold? Authorities say some of it may have ended up here in Dubai. We go inside Dubai's gold industry to find out how easy or hard it is to turn stolen gold into cash.
If you need to move illicit gold, Dubai is going to be on your menu of choices, and it's going to be high up on your menu of choices.
We look at 4 key suspects in the heist, a journey that takes us to rural Pennsylvania.
It's a very sought-after gun among the criminal element,
where police say gold became guns. Whoa. We go to the suburbs of Toronto. I just want to ask you about the gold heist.
Get away from me.
And finally, to a gated community here in Dubai. So we're going to try to talk our way in, past security, in a place where people go to disappear. When was the last time you saw him?
I'd rather not answer that.
Okay. The untold story of the men accused of the biggest gold theft in Canadian history. I'm Stephen D'Souza. This is The Fifth Estate. A short drive through the glittering streets of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates takes us to a nearby industrial park, to a nondescript building. Through this door, gold is processed, melted, poured, cast, carefully weighed, and then packaged for delivery. Part of a regulated legal industry that sees billions of dollars of the precious metal move in and out of the city. But behind the glittering towers, there's a darker side, which Canadian police have said, and we will show, could play a key role in the gold heist investigation.
There's a reason why we picked today for this announcement.
April 2024, exactly 1 year to the day. Police in Peel Region, west of Toronto, invited the media to boast about their success in this headline-grabbing case.
This one is a carefully planned and well-organized group of criminals from both inside and outside of airport facilities that orchestrated this theft.
Police were proud to show off the evidence, from photos to the truck used in the heist.
Our investigation involves a stolen quantity of gold and foreign currency that were ordered from a refinery in Zurich, Switzerland.
The Fifth Estate has pieced together how, with no violence, no guns, police accuse this group of driving away with a fortune. April 17, 2023, 3:56 p.m. The Air Canada flight carrying that gold and cash lands on the tarmac in Toronto. The cash is destined for the Vancouver Bullion and Currency Exchange, while the gold has been ordered by TD Bank.
Shortly after, the gold and currency were offloaded from the aircraft and brought into Air Canada cargo facility.
5:50 p.m. The container is in the warehouse. Security camera video shows what happened next. 6:23 p.m. A white 5-ton cargo truck pulls up to the facility. The driver backs up to the loading dock and gets out.
The suspect was carrying a fraudulent airway bill as he approached the warehouse. The image you see is the actual airway bill that the suspect produced.
That airway bill was actually for a shipment of seafood that was picked up the day before. According to police, someone with access to a printer inside the Air Canada warehouse printed the old waybill and altered it. 7:04 p.m., the driver is in the warehouse and heads to open the cargo door. 7:27 p.m., a forklift arrives with that precious cargo. Like they do hundreds of times a day, they load the truck. 7:30 p.m., the truck drives away. From the moment the plane landed, the operation took just 3.5 hours. At 9:30 p.m. that evening, a Brinks truck arrives to pick up the gold, but it's already long gone. At 2:43 a.m. the following morning, Air Canada calls the police and reports the theft.
The gold was valued at approximately $20 million Canadian based on current market value.
When you first heard about the gold heist, what was your reaction?
Initially it was shock, and then after that it's sort of understanding that this sort of thing is due to happen and potential to happen just due to flaws in the system.
Clayton Castellino is president of a customs clearance business in Toronto. He's familiar with the Air Canada cargo warehouse and its procedures.
There's definitely some holes in their security protocols.
In his experience, he says you only need 2 items to pick up a shipment at the warehouse. The first is a letter.
That could just be a handwritten letter on the receiver's letterhead stating, I authorize Air Canada to release so-and-so shipment to the carrier for pickup.
And in the past, when you've done that, how scrutinized is that? How closely do they look at that?
It is not very scrutinized.
The second is the airway bill with the correct airway bill number. The gold heist thieves needed both.
That tells you that they had an understanding of the processes.
It's almost like a key to open the vault, that number.
Essentially, yeah. The information is, I guess you could say, worth its weight in gold, right? Yeah.
Once the gold was loaded, checking security camera footage from 225 different residences and businesses, the police tracked the truck's movements. It leaves the cargo facility. A camera at a truck leasing company catches it heading toward the highway.
Westbound on Highway 401. We continued to follow the truck and checked each exit that Highway 401 intersects with. This continues into Halton Region as the truck passes James Snow Parkway, and we observe the truck exit at Bronte Road and go northbound on Bronte Road.
A camera from a local church is the last image we have of the getaway.
Eventually, as the truck travels north of Milton, it becomes more rural, and we lose sight of the truck.
The truck might have disappeared, but not all was lost. The driver made a crucial mistake. Look closely at the video. He takes off his glove. At some point, he left a fingerprint behind.
I spoke about the fraudulent airway bill when we were alleging the driver produced. Through forensic examination and through other police techniques, we identified King McLean as the driver early on in the investigation.
Police had identified the alleged driver, Durante King McLean. But it would take several months and a twist of fate hundreds of kilometers away before police would track him down. That would eventually help lead them to 8 other suspects. At the time, police issued Canada-wide warrants for 3 of the men.
Good morning, this is Nitin Chopra from Prime Asia TV. Chief rightly said that this is a movie scene and it must go to the Netflix, and we suggest that Peel Police should keep the copyrights before sending to the Netflix. I tell you, in 1 week, 10 jewelry stores got robbed.
Yeah. Nitin Chopra is a prominent community journalist based in Brampton, west of Toronto. It's home to a large South Asian community and some of the suspects. We teamed up with him to investigate the heist.
You raised an excellent point.
Chopra gets big interviews, chiefs of police, and active politicians. Even the man seeking to be the next Prime Minister of Canada.
Mr. Foley, another important issue of the mortgage payments.
His main beat, exposing crime. His social media feed is full of it, from jewelry heists to murders caught on camera.
What was the discussion in the community when they saw the pictures of the suspects?
There was a shocking, these people, these bad apples, destroyed the image of our community. All the faces are from South Asian community. That is frustrating, Stephen. That is frustrating.
Chopra has been covering this case since the beginning. paying close attention to the evidence unveiled by police.
These lists were found at 2 separate locations. We believe these lists actually show where the money was distributed when the gold was sold by the suspects. Investigators seized 6 cruelly made gold bracelets that resemble bangles. The total value of these 6 gold bracelets is over $89,000. Smelting pots, casts, and molds. These are commonly used in the industry to change the composition of gold.
One man is connected to those tools.
There are a lot of jewelry stores and across the
With
city
Chopra's
also
help,
there are many,
we
but
track
this is one
down
of the
Ali Raza, the man police call a jewelry store owner. His lawyer advised him not to do an interview with us, but he did give us exclusive access to the basement of his shop.
So any jeweler you go to, the basement, they have the same thing?
Yeah,
Same thing.
He says his equipment can fix and repair jewelry and melt only small amounts. To prove it, he had one of his employees demonstrate.
The gold bars that were stolen, that's not something you could work on here.
No.
These kind of gold melts, we cannot do it. We can just do one small ring, we can melt it, but not this gold bars.
Police say Ali Raza was brought in by this man, Amit Jalota, to melt the stolen gold.
His only connection to any of the suspects is this one text message with Amit Jalota's name in it?
Yes, so Ali Raza was saying that many customers come to his shop, and this Jalota guy, police found a phone number that Ali Raza sent a text message, Jalota customer want this design of rings.
Raza says Jalota was a customer of his, but that's all.
Ali Raza said it is not possible even in Canada to melt that gold. He said that gold might have gone to Dubai.
So a key suspect claims police have the wrong place, the wrong man. What about the other 8 accused? When we come back. How an alleged gun smuggling operation foiled by police in the US brought breakthroughs in the gold heist investigation in Canada. Rural, windswept Pennsylvania, Interstate 81. By the end of summer 2023, it had been more than 4 months since thieves had pulled off the brazen Toronto gold heist. Then, September 2nd, 12:23 a.m., near mile marker 20, a keen-eyed state trooper notices a gray Nissan Sentra driving suspiciously. The Fifth Estate obtained the police report of the incident. In it, police say the car touched the fog line 3 times within a few seconds. Its behavior consistent with the operator looking in his driver's side rear mirror at my marked patrol vehicle. Flicking on the emergency lights, the trooper signals the driver to pull over. The man behind the wheel hands over an Ontario driver's license. Turns out it's none other than Durante King McLean, the suspected driver in the Toronto gold heist. The Nissan is a rented vehicle from Florida, and the trooper discovers the contract is expired. Under Pennsylvania law, that gives police the right to search it. This is the spot along the highway where King McLean was pulled over. Police say when they opened the trunk, they found that the spare tire wasn't in its regular compartment. Instead, there were 2 bags. They say when they opened one of the bags, that's when they found guns wrapped in white socks. That's when King McLean took off, running from the side of the highway through this space here. Eventually, police took him down in the middle of that road right there. Little did authorities know at the time, they had just uncovered a key piece in the gold heist investigation. Back in Ontario at that police press conference, a U.S. federal agent joins Canadian police to mark a major seizure, 65 firearms.
A court-authorized search warrant for the vehicle led to the recovery of those firearms that were allegedly destined to be smuggled into Canada.
The ATF determined Durante King McLean had snuck into the U.S. illegally. He's facing federal charges for those guns found hidden in that trunk. He denies those charges.
I'm proud to say that we successfully put this international gun trafficking operation out of business.
we're on our way to Pittsburgh to meet a man who can help us understand how U.S. investigators helped establish a possible connection between the guns and gold. We meet up with Matt Regenton at a local gun range just outside the city. He worked at the ATF for 22 years.
It's a very sought-after gun among the criminal element.
How much would something like this be worth? If you're trying to sell this on the streets in Canada, how much would that be worth?
The streets of Canada, I would imagine it would be a lot more than $500 or $600. It might be a couple $1,000s.
In fact, we've learned each gun seized could be worth as much as $5,500 on the black market in Canada.
Go for it. There, that's a little more secure? Yeah. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Under Regenton's supervision, we tested firearms similar to the ones seized. We wanted to understand what made them so desirable and, in the wrong hands, incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, it felt pretty powerful.
So you're always covering your bases when you're examining a crime scene.
Today, Regenton teaches at Duquesne University in downtown Pittsburgh, where he's an assistant professor in the forensic science and law program.
Okay, remember our scale. Why is something like this such great evidence? Communications, internet history, who did they talk to?
He walked us through the U.S. indictment, in which prosecutors say King McLean was talking to at least 2 other gold heist suspects. April 23, 2023, just 6 days after the gold heist. They say King McLean used an encrypted chat called Threema to communicate with Prasath Parmalingam, arranging for King McLean's illegal entry into the United States and making plans to meet up later. U.S. prosecutors allege Parmalingam went to New York to deliver money to King McLean. Authorities tracked King McLean to an Airbnb in Florida, where over a few weeks he allegedly bought the guns. Police then located him at a U-Haul facility in Georgia before he ended up in Pennsylvania.
You're showing the pattern of criminal activity, which did not only occur when King McLean was pulled over by the state trooper, it was all of the things leading up to it. Could see that one actually knocked me back a little bit.
I was going to say, you moved back a little bit there. Wow.
Among the cache of weapons seized, 2 particularly dangerous guns. Glocks illegally converted from semi-automatic to fully automatic. Basically, a machine gun.
Whoa.
How'd that feel?
That was a lot more powerful than the first one.
Gun safe?
Yeah, I could really feel like I was fighting it for control, and I could see that in the hands of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. That's incredibly dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah. We came to the courthouse in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. This is where Durante King McLean's trial was scheduled to begin today, January 6th. But it was delayed at the last minute. We've learned that's because the 2 sides are working on a potential plea deal. The question now is, how much will he say about his alleged role in the gold heist? Will the suspected driver become the driving force in the prosecution of the other suspects?
If King McLean makes a deal in Pennsylvania and says he played a part in the gold heist, that could be a game changer for the case in Canada. That's because Peel police say there's a straight line between what happened in the US and the theft at the airport.
We believe that they've melted down the gold, and then the profits they got from the gold they used to help finance purchasing the illegal firearms, and that's how the gold money has now kind of worked into the firearms trafficking aspect of the investigation.
As we looked at the investigations in the US and Canada, it appeared some of the suspects were facing allegations linked only to events after the heist took place. That left us with 3 men our investigation will show are suspected of being key members.
I just want to ask you about the gold heist. Get away from me.
That's coming up, but first, we head to Dubai, where police say the suspects may have taken some of the gold.
We believe, like just as Gord said, a large portion has gone overseas.
And we follow up on a lead in the search for one of the missing suspects. Hey, my name's Steven D'Souza. I'm with CBC Canadian Broadcasting. We've come to Dubai searching for answers in the largest gold heist in Canadian history. Police have suggested this is where some of the stolen gold ended up, and that Arslan Chaudhry, one of the key suspects, may be hiding out here. Our guide is Shamik Raja, a Canadian gold trader living in Dubai. You see the Burj Khalifa coming up over here, so.
Yeah, just mesmerizing. It's mesmerizing.
Raja moved to Dubai from Calgary in 2008, lured by the promise of a business-friendly environment for all things gold.
The vaults that are underneath that are the most secure vaults in the world, and where most of the gold and most of the commodities are stored.
Raja started out buying his gold directly from mines primarily in Western Africa, a business that comes with risks. Those rope marks are from the time he was bound and robbed at gunpoint in Uganda. Today he spends most of his time in the relative safety of Dubai, famous for its luxury malls, futuristic landmarks, and endless displays of wealth. What did you think when you heard about that gold heist at Pearson? What was your first reaction?
How can this be possible in this day and age? Like, that would never happen in Dubai. Like, what do you mean you just walked in with the truck and gave a fake airway bill? There's no chance that would work here.
Yeah. When it comes to his gold business, Raja plays by the rules. He says it's a heavily regulated industry in Dubai. Now, the police have said they think the gold may have come here. What do you think about that?
It's too funny because it's not so easy to bring gold here. You can't just like get it, put it in your suitcase and fly it into a plane and come. It's a total misconception that, oh, it just ends up in Dubai, you know?
But is that really the case? To find out, we turn to the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project based in Amsterdam.
We've come across a ton of unsavory characters, organized criminals, sanctioned individuals, etc., that own property in Dubai.
Karina Shadrovsky is their head of research and one of the coordinators of a recent major investigative project called Dubai Unlocked. It revealed a darker side of the city for those who don't play by the rules. Fugitives and organized crime figures from around the world flocking there to buy property and hide from authorities. Beyond the glitz and glamour of Dubai, why is it such an attractive place for unsavory characters?
There's a number of reasons, one of which is kind of this culture of secrecy. You can buy property quite easily as well without many questions asked about the origins of the funds. You can fly into Dubai with a bag of cash.
Sources tell us Arslan Chaudhry, nicknamed Sonny, is likely hiding in Dubai. Canada does not have a formal extradition agreement with the UAE. It's also a country where freedom of the press is severely restricted, so finding him wasn't going to be easy. We could not find any definitive social media footprint for Chaudhry, and police have said he's very, very under the radar.
So I'm going to search the database for his full name and see what comes up.
Shadrovsky searched a leaked database of property ownership in Dubai obtained by the OCCRP.
I tried to run him through the databases as well of property owners in Dubai, and unfortunately I didn't get any hits.
Though it just proves how difficult it is to find somebody in Dubai, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Even when we have leaked property ownership data, sometimes we still can't locate people who have flocked there.
But that wasn't the end. We had a tip that Chaudhry had an old friend in Dubai, so we searched for that individual.
I was able to also obtain a rental certificate. This is really the smoking gun. It is a 5-bedroom villa, and you could see that someone with Canadian nationality is a tenant of this property.
A tenant whose name matches the person we are searching for. Could they help lead us to Sonny Chaudhry? Just down this street here. So all the clues that we found online have led us to this neighborhood on the outskirts of Dubai. And we're just right now trying to navigate these pretty confusing streets, and we're not even sure if the address we have is the right one, but we're gonna give it a try and see if we can find him. We found the man we think could help us locate Chaudhry. Hey, man. Hey, my name's Steven D'Souza. I'm with CBC Canadian Broadcasting. I'm trying to find a friend of yours. I'm wondering if you might be able to help me out. Sunny Chaudhry?
Pearson? We're not really friends. I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
But no, I have nothing to do.
Do you know if he's in Dubai or where I can find him?
No clue.
No? When was the last time you saw him?
I'd rather not answer that. Thank you for coming, though.
Okay, so just want to talk to him and ask him about where the gold is.
I honestly don't want any contact with him, especially if it's been in the news.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm not looking for him or anything like that. So I have no clue.
We found a possible connection to Arslan Chaudhry, but we're no closer to finding the man himself. Our journey in Dubai, however, wasn't over. We wanted to know what happened to the gold.
If you need to move illicit gold, Dubai is going to be on your menu of choices, and it's going to be high up on your menu of choices.
Jody Vittori is a professor at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., and an expert on international corruption. The former Air Force Lieutenant Colonel authored this report in 2020. It exposed a steady flow of illicit money moving in and out of Dubai, including gold.
Now, they do advertise their supposed very robust checks on that gold, but investigations time and again indicate that clearly illicit gold keeps coming in through Dubai.
A Swiss investigation found that in 2022, 66% of the gold imported from Africa into the UAE had been smuggled. An undercover investigation by Al Jazeera in 2023 backed that up, showing how international gold smugglers routinely use Dubai to hide their conflict gold.
Where we usually sell our gold is into the gold souk directly.
The souk, or market, is several square blocks filled with dozens and dozens of buyers and sellers.
It's the main hub of Dubai when it comes to the gold business. It comes again down to trust. So a lot of the guys know each other for 20, 25 years inside of the gold souk.
But is it possible to sell stolen gold here? To find out, we used hidden cameras and went into the market posing as gold dealers. Using this photo from the internet, we told buyers we needed to sell, but didn't have any paperwork verifying the origin of our gold.
Sorry, we not buy that one.
No? How come?
We buy only bars, kilo bars, 50 bars.
Yeah. Okay. And if it's melted, no?
But must need the papers.
Yeah, no papers.
Yeah?
No papers.
No papers, I think you know buy that one.
Okay.
A hard no at our first stop. Next we went to a jewelry shop. They led us down a set of winding alleys to another shop.
You want to sell? Yeah.
This buyer doesn't seem bothered by our missing paperwork.
And as long as it's pure, so $9.99 if you're happy, but no other paperwork.
There is also no paperwork.
Yeah, but pure.
Pure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
But then he adds this wrinkle.
We have to call the police department also. That is now new rule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you buy, right?
Despite the new rules, we approach a man outside another store who seems willing to look the other way.
What if I don't want paperwork?
You have a paper?
No, I don't want
without paper?
Yeah.
There's no problem.
Yeah. And no paperwork. Okay. Okay.
No papers, no problem. After 3 tries with no contacts, it appears we have a buyer for our supposedly questionable gold.
It's relatively easy to bring gold through Dubai under certain conditions. Once you do that, it's relatively easy to sell the gold. It's easy to get cash for the gold if you want cold hard cash.
And once gold changes hands, it could potentially end up at a refinery, just like this one.
Final product, pure gold.
Yeah.
Vivek Mayor is the manager at the Palm Gold Refinery. Like Raja, when it comes to sourcing gold, Mayor is careful to play by the rules.
We are very much concerned about that one. So we want to know from where they sourced. If it is in the illegal area, we will not do any business with them.
Workers here are a well-oiled machine.
That's 1 kilo.
That's 1 kilo.
Yeah.
Straight out of the fire.
Later we'll put our logo. It's not easy.
Wow, no, it's not easy. And how much is all this?
This dollar more than 2 million.
More than $2 million.
Yes.
Wow.
But not all refineries in Dubai are as careful as this one. This past summer, the UAE suspended 32 refineries for failing to follow the rules. If the stolen airport gold was melted down, it would erase any hope of finding its origins.
You know, once particularly it's intermixed with other gold, it's gone through the refinery process, it's been stamped as from Dubai, it's pretty much untraceable after that.
When we come back,
I just want to ask you about the gold heist.
we track down a key suspect.
We have some new information we'd like to ask you.
And a major development in our investigation sheds new light on the case.
What the Crown was saying, what the court document says, is total opposite what they were saying.
We'd been investigating the heist for months when our work took an unexpected turn. A source close to the case shared an astonishing document, one that sheds new light on the investigation and offers new leads into what could have happened to the gold.
It's 42 pages entitled The Crown Statement of Allegations. It's labeled as a draft and was created back in June. Now we have to be careful. This is just a snapshot of the investigation. What's in here hasn't been tested in court or even entered with the court as far as we can tell. It does have evidence police gathered, including text messages and surveillance of the suspects, information that's never been broadcast, and shows the depth of a police investigation that's costing taxpayers millions of dollars.
Let's start with Arslan Sunny Chaudhry. In the document, the Crown alleges he was the most involved in planning the theft, as well as orchestrating King McLean's flight to the US. He's allegedly referred to by others as the top dog. On the day of the heist, the Crown appears to have evidence that Chaudhry coordinated events from a hotel near the Air Canada warehouse. The Crown document says that day, Chaudhry texted or called the other suspects more than 800 times. The day after the heist, the document lists a WhatsApp exchange between Chaudhry and another suspect. The suspect writes to Chaudhry, "I'm so happy for you, bro. I can't even sleep, LOL. It's insane," writes Chaudhry. The suspect replies, "I'm f***ing going nuts right now. Holy shit."
So you had a chance to read the document. What did you think?
Journalist Nitin Chopra has been helping our investigation. He says the allegations, if true, showed a lot of coordination by the accused.
My conclusion into that, all these people, those who were charged, they are interconnected, interlinked.
We met him at this Mississauga condo building where police believe Chaudhry lived. Remember the redacted debt list police showed off during their press conference? The document says it was found during a raid here. It also contains the unredacted version. It lists people and items like condo, boat, and $220,000 for Dubai. Remember, our search for Arslan Chaudhry brought us to Dubai.
You know, there's so many Canadians here now.
To a former friend of his. A source close to the men who have been charged in the heist told the Fifth Estate that former friend and Chaudhry worked together in the past. The source believes the two men reconnected in Dubai.
Why would people say that Arslan was here with you? Did you know him from back in the day, or?
I knew him from back in the days, but I don't know why people would say he was me. I guess I've been in Dubai a really long time.
Yeah.
According to the Crown allegations, in August 2023, a suspect texts Arslan Chaudhry, "Jump on that plan today and go to Dubai," and refers to meeting someone with the same first initial as the individual we encountered. We tried to reach that person through a relative in Canada.
Yes?
Oh, hi, my name is Stephen D'Souza. I'm with CBC News.
Interested, sir.
We just have to ask you a couple quick questions if we could.
No, thank you.
All right.
The individual has not been charged and is not considered a suspect in the gold heist. He sent a statement to the Fifth Estate saying the heist is a crime with which I have no involvement. Then there's Simranpreet Panasar. The Crown alleges he was the inside man, using his access at the Air Canada warehouse to identify the incoming shipment of gold. He also manipulated the Air Canada cargo system to facilitate the physical removal of the container. Chopra says if the allegations are proven, they're significant.
And then this guy, Panesar, he gave all the inside information to the Durante and to the boss, the top boss, the Arslan Chaudhry.
On the day of the theft, the Crown alleges Panasar was part of a message group with Chaudhry and another suspect. The next day, Panasar allegedly texted a colleague, "I think I'll be going to India for days off, just to get away a few days."
He has been known to us since early on in the investigation. He actually led a tour for Peel Regional Police before we knew his involvement.
Panasar was also their main point of contact at the start of the investigation.
3 months after the heist, Panasar resigned and left the country. The Fifth Estate has learned, at that point, police considered him a key suspect. They knew he was leaving, but investigators had to make a difficult choice: arrest him and risk alerting others involved, or do nothing and keep identifying potential accomplices. In the end, they let him go.
Panasar moved to India. The reason, according to the Crown document, to support his wife's acting career. It appears Panasar settled near Chandigarh in northern India. He's not laying low, posting on his Instagram account. One location comes up often: this balcony. Working with local journalists, we managed to locate the building pictured in that video. We sent a reporter in without a camera. He spoke to Panasar, who said he was innocent but declined an interview. Then we got this photo, taken a week later in the same area. Simranpreet Panasar, the alleged inside man. We're back in Canada, west of Toronto. This house is owned by the third key suspect in the heist, Amit Jalota. Police allege he facilitated melting the gold. He's accused of bringing in this man, Ali Raza, the jeweler. He denies any involvement. According to the Crown allegations, Jalota and Ali Raza messaged 28 times in the month after the heist.
Mr. Jalota?
We wanted to ask Amit Jalota directly about the allegations against him. We caught up with him recently outside of his home.
My name's Stephen, I'm with you. I just want to ask you about the gold heist. I'm not on you, I'm just on the sidewalk. We have some new information we'd like to ask you about. We just want to know if you were responsible for melting the gold. Where's Sunny? Is Sunny in Dubai? We just want to know more about what happened.
We seem to be no closer to finding out what happened to the gold. But the Crown document does have an interesting piece of evidence found in the home of one of the suspects. A handwritten estimate on letterhead from the jewelry shop showing large sums of money. And the Crown says it has evidence of a remarkable conversation, one that could explain what happened to a portion of the gold investigators believe was set aside to sell in Canada. The Crown says a suspect texted Arslan Chaudhry last June. They took all of it. Chaudhry replies, thought they would. Suspect, they get horny when they see it, haha. They can't let it go. But price dropped more today, but honored yesterday's price. They said it's about to be a shit show. Chaudhry, okay, proper. The Crown document offers this interpretation. The suspect is advising Arslan Chaudhry that he was able to sell all of the gold, they took all of it, to Ali Raza, and that he and the buyers honored yesterday's price despite the price dropped.
When I saw these messages,
If that evidence holds up, Chopra says it goes against what the jeweler told us.
I think they were lying at all, because what the Crown was saying, what the court document says, is total opposite what they were saying.
The case is still in the early stages as it works its way slowly through the courts. Only some of the suspects appear in person for routine hearings, and none have entered pleas in Canada. But for all of the new details, there are still plenty of unknowns. Where is Arslan Chaudhry, the accused top dog? Where will Simranpreet Panesar turn up next? And where is the missing gold? Was it melted? Sold? Wherever it ended up, it's likely never to be recovered.
"50 years of the Fifth Estate, and now a story from the files."
The bank surveillance cameras recorded a classic stopwatch gang job.
The stopwatch gang was 3 guys from Ontario: Patty Mitchell, Lionel Wright, and my friend Stephen Reed.
I probably know more about banks than most bankers.
I first met Stephen Reed in the legendary Belclair Hotel in Ottawa. I was an Ottawa Rough Rider playing in the Canadian Football League.
Number 42, Bob McEwen.
It would be a while before I learned his story.
While discussing football over a beer, they had their minds on something else, their dream score.
The biggest Canadian gold robbery ever.
Then I retired from football and took a job with the CBC. And the big story that year was the arrest and trial of those charged with the airport gold heist. Imagine my surprise.
And with the same precision with which they robbed banks, they also escaped from prison.
Eventually, they expanded their territory to include British Columbia, then the American Southwest. In all, they're credited with robbing dozens of banks for an estimated millions of dollars. The stopwatch became their symbol. They were famous for getting in and out of each bank in under 2 minutes. I interacted with Stephen and Patty and Lionel numerous times in numerous places. It's rare in journalism that you get to see a story like this close up, let alone tell it through the eyes and the words of the people who were involved. We got to tell this because Stephen trusted us to tell it. For both Stephen Reed and Patty Mitchell, their stories didn't end happily.
In 1999, back behind bars, Stephen Reed was convicted of bank robbery and attempted murder.
Patty died in prison in the U.S., Stephen at his home on Vancouver Island. See more from the past 50 years on the Fifth Estate's YouTube channel.
I'm Frédéric Zalac in Vancouver. A massive police operation in Europe caught arms dealers and drug traffickers by surprise. Why? They thought they were operating completely off the radar because they were using Sky ECC encrypted phones developed in Vancouver. But police managed to crack the uncrackable, giving them access to the secret communications of thousands of criminals.
These criminals really thought law enforcement will never get in. And we got in.
And exposing text messages and photos of the most gruesome crimes.
They were sure that their communication will be hidden forever.
Now French and US prosecutors are pointing fingers at the Canadian behind the technology.
My technology was never made or designed or intended for criminal use.
That's next week on The Fifth Estate.
This story includes coarse language, references to sexual assault and sexual violence, self-harm, and suicide. It also contains anti-Semitic and racist imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
On this edition of The Fifth Estate,
I lifted up my shirt and I said, look what they've done to me, look what they've done to me, I can't take this anymore.
we're in Alberta on the trail of a global online network of sadistic predators growing in Canada.
The only word I could come up with was it's just absolute evil.
Kids have committed suicide because of this group. Self-harm to the point where they need serious medical intervention.
They're going after vulnerable children,
The group called the 764 it targets minors.
demanding they kill pets and even their parents.
I would sleep with a kitchen knife under my pillow.
Our investigation uncovers the deepening danger on and offline. An escalating threat police are only beginning to understand.
Why wasn't this girl's case a priority?
I think that this is the greatest terror attack facing Western society.
I'm Joanna Brumaliotis. This is The Fifth Estate.
They loved watching me in pain. They fed my tears and I fed their desires. I told them I loved it. I told them I wanted more. But in truth, I was their mindless slave. My name is Trinity. I was 14 when I was groomed by members of 764, and I was exploited for 3 years. It just became so painful. I didn't feel real. I didn't feel like a human being. We've tried to tell this story, and nobody's listened. Nobody believes it. It's too obscure. It's too obscene.
764 defies the imagination in the worst of ways. Trinity had been lured into a global online network of satanic neo-Nazi extremists, terrorizing thousands of children around the world. This story may be hard to watch. 764's cruelty is so sadistic, it's unlike anything police have ever seen. And no child, especially a vulnerable one, is safe.
Abuse was very familiar to me, especially from a male, especially like manipulative abuse. I had something happen to me when I was really young. I was sexually assaulted by a family member. He stopped assaulting me, and I felt like I still needed that. I still needed that male validation in a terrible way. It's really sick and twisted.
Trinity was a perfect target for 764. For their safety, we're not using their last names.
I met these people on accident. One of my friends was showing me these gore videos on Discord, invited me to one of them, and then I ended up like talking in those servers.
Those servers are private groups on platforms like Discord and Telegram. It's where 764 members groom their victims.
I saw lots of girls naked, covered in blood, lots of starving girls. There was a video of a girl who hung herself on her closet. Lots of animals being tortured.
She plays some ISIS music as well.
This is just one video Trinity saw in a 764 Discord chat of another victim.
Are you crying?
She is ridiculed while she is coerced by someone named Felix to bite off the head of a hamster.
If you don't take a bite out of it, I'm gonna make you do more fucked up shit than that, okay? Hurry up.
I was like, oh my God, this is terrible, but I also wanted to fit in. So a lot of people came to me and asked me to do things for them, and because I was literally a mind fuck, like, I did it. They would say, like, if you cut my name into your body, then I own you.
What kind of curls do you want?
Nothing too, like, bulky.
Oh, okay. I am Maria. I am Trinity's mom, and I have been fighting for Trinity for many years when it comes to 764.
Trinity, as a little kid, was smart, beautiful. She was happier than most kids.
I started to watch her deteriorate into nothing, having no friends, spending lots of time on the computer. I started to go through her phone and I found some things that were very alarming. I found pictures of her hurting herself and masturbating, and pictures of her cutting herself, and pictures of animals and blood and gore. It was very obvious that she was being exploited.
Trinity's diary became her witness.
I'd been distinctly manipulated, then dropped into the hands of evil.
She wrote about how within weeks, at least a dozen 764 members around the world were exploiting her. She even outlined the cuts they forced her to make on her body.
I was forced to cut into my vagina. I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that at all. I was so terrible. I would sit in my own filth. I wouldn't change my underwear, I wouldn't shower, I wouldn't get out of bed, I wouldn't eat. I got threatened that they would send my photos to my school, my mom, my friends. They would tell everybody everything I've ever done, and like it was really like terrible blackmail.
How scared were you?
Terrified. Absolutely terrified.
She would say, I need my phone back. They love me. If I'm not on the internet, they're going to tell everybody. They're going to show everybody. You have to give it back to me.
What would happen when you took away the phone or turn off the Wi-Fi?
She would break through drywall to get to me. She would get violent. She would start screaming and drooling and throwing herself on the floor, banging her head on the walls, scratching herself, pulling her hair out.
It was bad.
It was bad.
It was really bad.
While she was in the depths of 764, Trinity was diagnosed with depression and borderline personality disorder. She also struggled with substance abuse and suicidal thoughts.
Calgary's full, Edmonton's full.
Maria called Children and Family Services, desperate to find treatment centers, but she says there were wait lists. She also called the police several times. In Red Deer, the RCMP is the municipal force.
As it got worse, Trinity became a runaway, and so I would call the police constantly saying she is a suicidal risk, she has self-harm ideations, and they would say that they would drive around and look for her when they're out on patrol, and that was about what I would get.
Did you share with police that you thought your daughter was being exploited by a group called 764?
I didn't know about the group in itself being called 764. I did say that it was a cult, and I still very much felt that I was unheard.
Maria says 764's hold only got stronger. Then Trinity met someone who would become her worst tormentor yet.
I met MK Ultra a few months into my telegramming. I told him I had been assaulted at a young age. He was obsessed with that. He said to me that he wanted to do the same things to me. He wished he was my family member that did that.
Trinity says she soon fell under MK Ultra's control. Over the next few months, she did whatever he demanded, without ever knowing his real identity, even writing a letter to him, splattered with her own blood.
MK, I will shed more than my own blood for you. I will hurt others for you, to show you how much I truly love you. I can't get enough of you. I need you so bad. I'm nothing without you.
She says he forced her to brand herself by carving his screen name into her chest.
You want that?
Trinity says MK Ultra also demanded she sacrifice her pets and her own mother.
I was supposed to kill her, and then he was supposed to come, and we were supposed to go on a literal killing spree where he would abduct females, rape them, young females, rape them, and then kill them.
For many months, I lived in fear that she was going to kill me, and I would sleep with a kitchen knife under my pillow. My animals were behind a locked door. Every door in my house had a lock code.
And then the plan was, like, when the cops inevitably showed up, we were supposed to just shoot ourselves.
But you seriously contemplated it?
I did. He turned me into someone that I would never, ever think of being.
Trinity kept sinking deeper. Then she hit a breaking point. In July 2021, she tried to kill herself while she says members goaded her on.
I live streamed for everybody in a Discord of me taking a blood bath and scorching hot water. Before I got into the bathtub, they, because I was a bigger girl at the time, they had me get on my knees and squeal like a pig, and that was so disgusting to me. I did not want to do it, and I had this little chain. I tried choking myself and drowning myself under boiling hot water for them.
When she was in the bathtub, I was pounding on the door for her to come out.
I was having a fucking mental breakdown, and I lifted up my shirt and I said, look what they've done to me, look what they've done to me, I can't take this anymore. And then she took me to the hospital, and then a doctor said we have to call the police, and I told them everything that just happened,
You told them about 764?
Yeah, I told them everything. They had a female officer take photos of my body. I was covered head to toe in names, symbols. I had a swastika right in the middle of my chest.
I felt helpless and scared, and I was so sad for her. So sad for her, and I just didn't know I didn't know what to do.
Trinity was placed in protective care for a little over a month. This court order obtained by the Fifth Estate acknowledges that she was dragged into a cult community called 764, and that the RCMP was concerned that without proper intervention, there was potential for Trinity to be harmed and the pattern to continue. Officers also took 2 phones and a laptop for analysis. Finally, it seemed the police were listening.
I wanted them to find evidence that Trinity was being exploited. I wanted them to find evidence of the child pornography, because I knew she wasn't the only one. I wanted them to find all of the cutting pictures. I'll never forget them. They're imprinted and burned in my brain for the rest of my life.
RCMP's Internet Child Exploitation Unit in Calgary, which specializes in retrieving electronic evidence, had the devices for more than 7 months.
The RCMP/ICE had called me in between that period and asked me for Trinity's Apple ID. Trinity didn't remember Apple ID. The other thing that this group would convince these kids to do is constant new emails, different Apple IDs. She was constantly changing. So they said that they needed her Apple ID to be able to log in to get information. And they returned the devices because they could not find any evidence. I was flabbergasted. Like, you guys specialize in this. There's no way that you couldn't break into a child's phone.
So they returned the devices, case closed?
Yeah. And I mean, the evidence of her body should have been evidence enough. Her statement should have been evidence enough. So maybe they didn't take it serious that way because she was the one holding the knife, but it should have been taken serious.
Maria says it would be 3 years before the RCMP talked to them again about 764, and only after someone thousands of kilometers away made a shocking discovery.
We found some of the worst child exploitation that I've ever seen.
It's just a new breed of terrorism that's dedicated to collapsing Western society.
This story includes coarse language, references to sexual assault and sexual violence, self-harm, and suicide. It also contains anti-Semitic and racist imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
The FBI in Pittsburgh is warning parents of internet predators.
A group called the 764 it targets minors.
764 and its related groups draw inspiration from a satanic neo-Nazi movement called O9A. They operate in what's called the COM, short for the Community, a digital network of cyber criminals, and prowl on popular platforms looking for vulnerable children to exploit. They lure them into private chats, often disguised as supportive spaces for kids with eating disorders or low self-esteem.
The most horrendous part about it is it's minors doing this to minors. We're talking about 13-year-olds targeting 16-year-olds, 16-year-olds sextorting 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds.
Marc-Andre Argentino studies extremism and is a world expert on 764. He helps police around the globe, including the RCMP, understand what they're up against. 764's only ideology, he says, is violence.
There's no activism. They're not even worried about, the disappearance of the white race. This is actually a interracial community. They just want to be the most violent, the most misanthropic type of individual they can be.
Argentino says there are 764 cases in at least 24 countries. He works at Public Safety Canada. Tracking 764 here is now a top priority.
There are likely individuals in every single province. There's probably victims in every single province and territory in Canada. The impact that a single individual could have is massive. Some of these individuals, they're targeting dozens of victims on a daily basis.
And they do it for bragging rights and status. A warning, what you're about to see is very disturbing, but will help you understand what these groups are capable of. This is a so-called lore book by a group related to 764 obtained by the Fifth Estate. Perpetrators collect and share images of what they've forced their victims to do, including branding themselves with their usernames. And this is not even the worst of it. Many of the images are so horrific that we can't show them. What's more, these belong to only a handful of members. It's a tiny fraction of what's actually out there.
It's soul-crushing to go into these spaces. An individual that I saw recently who was forcing a minor female to swallow razor blades on camera, that type of sadistic violence, that type of nerve, it was not something I was able to watch all the way through.
On this edition of The Fifth Estate,
breaking news out of Henry County, where a nationwide Amber Alert has been issued for a young girl.
We first investigated 764 last year. It's when we met Allie Broadway, a young victim in Virginia.
I was scared to death. He would say, if you don't do this, then you don't love me.
The FBI had just issued a public advisory about the danger of 764 and similar groups like CVLT or Cult and Harm Nation. It was accompanied by a series of arrests in the United States and Europe, including Bradley Cadenhead, who was only 15 years old when he created 764 in 2020 and named it after his zip code in Texas. He was sentenced to 80 years in prison for possessing child pornography. Given its global reach, we tried to interview the RCMP for our original story, but it only responded with an email saying it is aware of the danger of the online group 764 and that it remains vigilant for potential threats. Since then, we've discovered the threat is only rising.
I just want to figure out what's going on. I want to try to get as many of these people behind bars as possible.
This is Becca. She's a private investigator who hunts online predators. Offline, she also trains as a competitive shooter. She's made 764 her biggest target. For her safety, we're not disclosing where she lives or her last name.
I felt an obligation to do what I could to help the kids, the victims, and to stop these people from doing this to more kids. I saw the video, Kyle Spitz's mom, and that kind of threw me into this world of 764.
At first, there was no connection between 764 and this chaotic video posted last year by a Tennessee man named Kyle Spitz.
Point that gun at me again.
The shooter was his mother's boyfriend, and as the video went viral, Spitz was initially hailed as a victim.
It wasn't until I started to see victims in the comment section saying, this guy's a member of a satanic cult. He had a 12-year-old victim. That girl had come to me for help. She was very afraid. But she did ultimately decide to go to the police after I talked to her for a while.
Becca posted what she had learned about Spitz, who went by criminal in 764.
And it went like what you would call viral. And it was only a few weeks later that they arrested him. Acid was a friend of Kyle Spitz. He would tell me to quit my reporting or they were going to find me and rape and murder me. I remember this one time that my daughter was in the bed sleeping next to me and I got this message that said, in 30 minutes, if you don't delete everything about me, I'm gonna have your house shot up. And I remember just having this surreal moment of I'm living this normal life here with my kid, and then at the same time I'm being threatened by satanic terrorists. And so I called and made a police report about it.
Police in the UK arrested Acid, whose real name is Cameron Finnegan, last March. The 19-year-old was sentenced to 9 years in prison for encouraging a victim to live stream her own suicide. In this police interview, Finnegan showed no remorse.
The only thing you're concerned about is if she went through with it and you got caught. Not about whether she was dead or not.
I don't think about stuff in that moment. That's just stupid, I say without thinking.
That lack of empathy is a chilling hallmark of 764. We wanted to get our own look inside the mind of one of its members. Remember Allie Broadway, the girl we interviewed last year for our first investigation into 764?
21-year-old Caleb Merritt has abducted 12-year-old Allie Broadway.
We tracked down the man who raped and abducted her to a Virginia prison where he's serving a 33-year sentence. He was a founding member of CVLT, one of the original groups in the 764 network.
Why did you create this group?
It started out just as a way to get social media notoriety, I guess.
Did you share those images with other people and did that play into the notoriety that you were looking for?
Yes.
Did you think about the impact it would have on these young people?
Oh no, I had extreme empathy issues, and sometimes I still do. It's something I'm working on.
There has been a mass shooting in Buffalo, New York.
He told me about the group's fascination with mass shooters, especially those motivated by racism.
11 of those 13 shot were black.
Why was that appealing?
It's hateful, I guess.
Hateful thoughts?
Yeah.
Towards who?
People who are different.
And what would that be?
Religious groups and certain minority groups.
I just refuse to let these guys scare me.
Becca says she has reported several 764 members to police.
I think that this is the greatest terror attack facing Western society. And I think it's only a matter of time before one of these kids succeeds in building a bomb or something even more devastating.
So there is an accelerationist ideal behind them where they want to destroy the status quo, the system as it is, but they don't want to rebuild some type of utopia. These individuals just want to watch it burn.
Argentino has found links between 764 and other extremist groups.
And these are groups like No Lives Matter or Maniac Murder Cult that are motivated to get out of just the digital landscape and bring their sadism to the real world.
Maniac Murder Cult, also known as MKY or MKU, is a violent neo-Nazi network based in Eastern Europe. One of its leaders, known as Butcher, was arrested in Moldova and recently charged in a scheme to dress as Santa and hand out poison candy to Jewish children as well as to racial minorities. No Lives Matter is another nihilistic group originating in North America. They also circulate what they call kill guides, promoting targeted attacks and mass killings. These groups are infiltrating 764.
Having individuals who are already active in the criminal space are prime recruits for these groups because it's not someone who's going to sit behind a keyboard and do nothing. If you've been in this space for 2 years and you've been sextorting victims, you don't get the same high, you don't get the same clout, so you have to evolve into something more violent and more criminal.
That 764 member in the UK who pushed a victim to kill herself? Police say he had one of those terror guides with instructions on how to carry out a truck attack and was plotting to kill a homeless man. But we found cases of others who weren't stopped in time. The most recent was a school shooting in Nashville that left a 16-year-old girl dead. Others include the murder of an elderly woman in Romania and several stabbings in Sweden. And just weeks ago, an ominous sign MKY has surfaced closer to home, in Winnipeg.
Major Crimes Unit hate crimes investigators have been actively investigating reports of graffiti.
The Fifth Estate obtained this video believed to be taken at the scene of one of the incidents. A 19-year-old man was arrested. Just days ago, RCMP added multiple terror-related charges, including participating in activity of a terrorist group.
How worried should Canadians be?
Maybe they'll decide to get into a vehicle and drive it down Yonge Street and run over a bunch of people at random. Maybe they'll decide to go on a stabbing spree.
It's a new era of evil. Torturing children is not enough. Police have now classified 764 as a terrorist threat. Ahead, a painful search for answers.
Where were you? Where were you when I needed you?
What do you say to a family who feels that the RCMP didn't take their case seriously enough?
This story includes coarse language, references to sexual assault and sexual violence, self-harm, and suicide. It also contains anti-Semitic and racist imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
Our investigation into 764 has raised a lot of questions and taken us to many places. One of the most revealing is Winston-Salem, a city in North Carolina. I'm about to meet an officer who helped put one of 764's most depraved predators behind bars.
Hi, what was CBC?
Detective Abraham Basco is with the Winston-Salem Police Department.
I heard about 764 in 2021 when I got my first cyber tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The image reported was of child exploitation. It was very gruesome. We got a search warrant, developed that, and was able to execute that search warrant on Mr. Cutler's person.
A digital trail led police to 18-year-old Kier Cutler.
We are working to learn details about a large police presence in Winston-Salem.
We met here at the police department early that morning, went over there and looked for him, was able to find him actually, like I said, standing right there. We didn't know at that point in time in the interview the extent of his manipulation and what he was doing until after we started viewing the content on his phone.
Police found more than 700 images of child pornography, as well as images of cutting and gore.
I've never seen content to that level. I've been doing this job for a long time. The only word I could come up with was it was just absolute evil. So this is the location where Mr. Cutler was apprehended. It gave a lot of insight as far as what this group is doing. I mean, he created his own splinter group and was able to manipulate hundreds of people.
What stood out for you in terms of what he said here?
One of the things that I found most chilling, kind of put the tingles in the back of my neck, was when we asked him, why are you doing this? What is your reason? And he said, I don't know, I like the blood. He liked to see the faces that people would make when they were hurting, in pain.
One of those faces belonged to a girl 764 named Alexis, but he had no way of knowing who or where she was until the fall of 2023, when he got a tip about a possible victim.
And with that information was able to reach out. When I talked with her mother first, and her mother just talked about how this guy was essentially controlling her daughter.
Detective Basco was about to make a stunning discovery.
She told me what her online name was.
Apparently, he had seen photos of me on MK's phone.
He had seen the letters that she had wrote in blood.
I signed it Love Alexis on it, and so he'd been looking for Alexis. My mom said, oh, they named her Alexis. He was like, oh my God.
Trinity was finally able to put a face to her worst abuser.
What went through your mind when you heard he was arrested?
Thank God. I felt safe about speaking up.
When you actually make a connection to a human being and you're speaking to her on the phone, how does that change even the way you look at the investigation?
Absolutely. Hearing Trinity say, this is what he did to me, knowing that he's here so far away, it still is hard to wrap my brain around. That's a scary thought, especially as a parent, that your kid could be 1,000 miles away from a suspect or from a victimizer, and yet they have such a hold or a control.
Cutler pleaded guilty to one count of distributing child pornography and is serving 7 years in prison. Trinity's case wasn't included in his indictment, but Detective Basco wanted her to know police believed her. He arranged for the FBI from North Carolina to travel to Red Deer last May and notified the RCMP.
So this is the room that we had first come into.
The meeting with the FBI took place here at the Child Advocacy Center. The RCMP was also there.
I was really able to hopefully give more information that these people can go away for longer periods of time, and that hopefully they'll find more, because I also gave a list of things.
That list of names included more than a dozen members who Trinity says exploited her. Among them, the founder of 764, also known as Felix, whose real name is Bradley Cadenhead.
Like the head off or I'll fuck your whole life up.
You might remember Felix was the one forcing a girl to behead a hamster. Trinity hopes the name she gave police will lead to more arrests.
This whole situation is giving me power back. I felt like I lost a piece of myself to this.
It was the very first time that she was looked in the face and told that she was a true victim and that she didn't deserve what happened to her.
An RCMP officer led the interview. Maria says it was the first time Mountie spoke to Trinity about 764 since her suicide attempt 3 years before.
So what do you think about the fact that it seems that the RCMP only really started to talk to you about 764 after the FBI wanted to talk to you?
I feel like, wow, you dropped the ball. When somebody comes to you with such a far-fetched story, not only that, but cuts all over a child's body and pictures, maybe you should have believed us.
She says the interview lasted 7 hours.
They said, do you have any questions? And I did say, where the fuck were you? Where were you? Where were you when I needed you?
How did they explain that?
They started stammering and didn't know how to answer that question.
And she continued to be victimized for years after. I appreciate how kind and soft they were with my daughter, but can I trust that if a mom calls tomorrow, they're gonna listen to her? No.
We had questions about Trinity's case and the rising threat of 764. We took them to the RCMP, which is leading 764 investigations in Canada.
Hi, we're with CBC, the Fifth Estate.
We had been asking the Mounties for an interview since our first story a year ago. Finally, Inspector Matt Johnson with the RCMP's Counter-Terrorism Unit in Edmonton, known as INSET, agreed to talk to us, but only about 764. We still asked about Trinity.
That family felt that at the time, the RCMP didn't take their case seriously. Not until the FBI came to Alberta to speak to this girl as part of its wider investigation. How do you respond to that?
Ongoing operations or investigations I can't comment on.
How urgent would you say this issue is?
I would say that any investigation we have, INSET or not, where we believe there's a threat to safety or threat to life, it is a priority.
Right. So why wasn't this girl's case a priority, you think?
Again, I can't speak to that specific investigation. This was something that we didn't really have on our radar in 2021 as far as a 764 investigation. So that's something that potentially could have played a factor in it.
But in Trinity's case, the RCMP in Red Deer did know about 764 back in 2021. It was in the court order to put her in care after her last suicide attempt.
They even took her electronics and found nothing,
right,
which the family finds very hard to believe.
Right.
How do you address those questions that they're left with?
And again, without being acquainted with those facts and ongoing investigations, I can't speak to that or that specific instance.
Where would they go for those answers?
As far as answers as to what next?
Or what happened then?
I'd suggest that they could re-engage with those investigators.
I want you to hear me.
Maria says she did re-engage with the Red Deer detachment after the FBI's visit.
You asked to see your file too, right? I did ask to see my file.
But police here told her they weren't authorized to share it.
So basically, what did you get out of coming here?
Nothing. I wasted 2 hours of my day.
Another nagging question. Why couldn't RCMP's tech experts break into their devices?
I came to them. I gave them evidence. They told me they didn't find any. I find that hard to believe.
We found it hard to believe too, so we asked the RCMP here to help us understand what happened. In emails, it repeated to the Fifth Estate that the family provided incorrect passwords and that police got into the laptop, but other investigational techniques were still unable to access one of the phones. So how about the other phone? And did police find any evidence on the laptop? When we asked the RCMP, it said it couldn't discuss the case further because Trinity was a youth at the time.
Why don't you want to address it? I had to call the United States, a whole nother country, so I could be heard?
3 years after Trinity's suicide attempt, the Mounties issued a national public warning about the 764 network.
Given the severity and the threat, why not issue that sooner then?
We didn't have a good idea of what we were dealing with and the proper information to release at the time. This is an odd blend of that crime subset with the terrorism component. It's unlike anything we've seen before. In fact, it's something that internationally, both police and then our intelligence security partners are still trying to wrap our heads around.
When we come back,
the potential to miss these cases is large right now.
And can a predator be reformed?
People would look at children perpetrating on children and think, well, they must be sociopaths.
This story includes coarse language, references to sexual assault and sexual violence, self-harm, and suicide. It also contains anti-Semitic and racist imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
You spend a lot of time in here?
Yeah, mainly I just sit here on the phone with my friends.
Several months after Maria and Trinity met with the FBI and the RCMP, we went back to Red Deer.
We need to feel things in order to go through them, to process them, because I didn't feel anything about this. So now I'm just going through that.
And how does that feel?
It sucks. I look in the mirror now and it's like, oh fuck, I still see that engraved in my chest. I really wish it wasn't there, but I can't unsee it.
Even though she gave police a list of names, no one's been held responsible for exploiting Trinity.
It all really came back when the police came to talk to you, when the FBI did, then the RCMP did.
And then we had that huge argument over where the fuck were you? And they were like, well, that's kind of what sent me down a spiral.
So do you want this on its own? Or?
No, just be really careful with it, because that can break into like 2 really quick.
Trinity is an adult now. There's been a lot of tension at home. It's why she's moving out.
I've been treating her like she's 14 and she's not 14. You know, she doesn't need me to save her. That's why I think that the time apart would be good for us.
How hard has it been for you?
I don't like it when I cry on here, I'm sorry. I'm scared that it's gonna happen again. I'm terrified it's gonna happen again. But I fought for so long to keep this kid alive, and so it's like hard. And having to talk about all this stuff is hard. I thought it was one of those things that, you know, we were just gonna get rid of and it would be gone and it would be done with. And now I have to dredge up my darkest, deepest secrets to the world so that we can hopefully help another family and that nobody has to go through this like we did.
"764 has caught police off guard, but it is a priority now. These officers are with Alert, Alberta's law enforcement response teams, made up of police from multiple jurisdictions, including the RCMP. Alert was the first to publicly identify 764 cases in Canada a year ago, among them a 14-year-old boy charged in Lethbridge. Sergeant Kerry Shima was running Alert when we met him last summer.
There's a high potential of missing these cases. Our frontline officers may go to a call where there's a youth self-harming or a youth attempting suicide, or even in worst case scenario where a youth has died by suicide. Without the awareness of what a member of the 764 group could do or could be responsible for, yeah, that could certainly be missed.
This is a referral from Homeland Security.
Alert's child exploitation unit is flooded with thousands of tips every year. And while this one is not related to 764, police acknowledge they probably didn't even recognize many that were. We asked Sergeant Shima about Trinity. He had never heard of her case.
It crushes me. I could tell you that there isn't a police officer on the planet who wouldn't want to rewind that tape, knowing what we know now about that group, and go back and try again.
Sergeant Shima had just come back from meeting with the FBI about 764 when we interviewed him.
Did you get a sense that there's a sense of urgency?
Yes. Yep. There's a sense of urgency. When you involve kids in crime, it motivates law enforcement like nothing else.
A few weeks ago, the FBI issued another advisory, warning of a sharp increase in the activity of 764 and other violent online networks. And while there have been more arrests, no one really knows what to do next.
So I have a few things to talk about. One of them we'll start with trying to figure out working with this 764 population.
Peter Smith is a social worker at Edmonton's Organization for the Prevention of Violence, or OPV. OPV works to reintegrate extremists into society.
We're in the reactive phase because we're getting referrals, but there's little information, nothing preventative going on at this time.
Does it shock you how young?
Absolutely. The youngest has been 8, profoundly disturbing.
OPV is the first group like it in Canada working with 764 members. Both are minors.
How's that going with these cases?
One is so new, we're not there yet, but we're making some headway. Teenagers are just not going to just open themselves up and trust right away.
Are you encountering that kind of thinking, that they're just doing it for the sake of causing harm?
People would look at children perpetrating on children and think, well, they must be sociopaths. In my work over my career, working with hundreds of youth, I could count on less than one hand the number of children or youth diagnosed as a sociopath, and that's where we look at more this dissociation. So in another setting, with the right support and help, could they demonstrate compassion and empathy? I'm thinking, yeah, every reason to believe that.
This is the other room.
I love it. They're pretty much the same size.
They're pretty much the same size. It's a big, huge step. 4 years ago, I couldn't even be left alone for 10 minutes. And now it's like I'm moving out and I'm living on my own.
I'd like to be able to get past what happened. I do hold it hard in my heart at the moment. It was horrible to watch this happen to her and fight with nothing but walls.
It was unexpected, but a few weeks after our interview with the RCMP, the walls started coming down. An officer from Edmonton's Inset unit reached out to Maria to offer support and to help remove Trinity's images online.
He did state, he's not here to apologize for what's happened, and I don't need an apology. What I need is, what are you going to do now, moving forward? It's too late for an apology.
RCMP told the Fifth Estate that this past fall it launched an awareness campaign on 764 for both the public and police officers.
I am glad that they're listening now, because the way Trinity was involved then, if then they were convincing kids to do mass shooting, my kid would have done that. And that is terrifying to think. The other thing is that when a police officer goes and takes a picture of another 15-year-old girl with no clothes on, they don't look at her and judge her because she cut herself. They're going to feel empathy and understand that this is not her doing, that somebody is making her do this. I don't ever want to watch another child suffer the way that my child suffered. I watch my kid die every day. Every day, I watch somebody that didn't want to be on this earth, that felt like a stain, that felt that she wasn't enough. I don't ever want somebody to feel like that.
But many children don't make it out alive. In our documentary last year, we spoke to a Canadian father whose daughter was being exploited by 764.
This cult was in our house the whole time, and we didn't see it.
We've learned she killed herself a few weeks ago. It's a devastating reminder of how lucky they are. And while the past can't be erased, time and therapy are helping them leave it further behind.
I want my complete focus to be on stability. I have gone through so much. I really need to settle down and find my common ground and live my best life. I had no other option but to give them what they wanted, to quit or tap out. So I thought. I was rescued and I was taught how to fight. Now I will never stop fighting for myself and for others, because I am a survivor and you can be too.
"50 years of the Fifth Estate, and now a story from the files."
This is the untold story of the sextortion of Amanda Todd.
Hey guys, it's Amanda and I'm missing someone like you.
One of the first stories I did for the Fifth Estate was the heartbreaking case of a BC teen. She was the victim of an online blackmailing. She took her life at the age of 15. Amanda was a pretty typical teenager. She was shy, but she came alive when she sat down and she would sing on camera. She had been relentlessly pursued by an online predator who had compromising pictures of her, and he threatened to send those pictures to her friends, to her family, to everyone in her high school, unless she sent him more.
How important is it to you to find out who did this to your daughter?
If I had one dying wish, that would be it.
In fact, Carol Todd would go to the RCMP on 3 different occasions, begging for them to do something. Behind the scenes, Facebook was doing its own investigation. Through connections that we had on the Fifth Estate, we were able to obtain their investigative report into who was contacting Amanda.
A suspect has been identified.
There was little known about Aidan Coban beyond the fact he was a man in his 30s who lived a quiet life in the Dutch countryside, but he was tech savvy and he used that knowledge to sexually extort men and women in multiple countries. He was eventually convicted in Canada and sentenced to 13 years. He was later returned to the Netherlands, and a Dutch court reduced that sentence to 6 years. It was tough working on this story because we were realizing the danger that kids were putting themselves in unwittingly. And now those networks are more sophisticated. We have to make our kids aware of the dangers that are out there.
See more from the past 50 years on the Fifth Estate's YouTube channel. If you have a story you think needs to be told, send us your tips to fifthtips@cbc.ca. For a more confidential way to contact us, visit our website at cbc.ca/fifth and click on Secure Drop. On this edition of the Fifth Estate, they're victims of identity theft and tax fraud, and now they want their lives back.
Why all this information has been changed, who got in, how did they get in?
And what is the Canada Revenue Agency doing to help?
The CRA is constantly assuring you that everything is secure and confidential. I feel now like I've been totally misled.
So how much money has been stolen recently from the public purse? CRA insiders break their silence.
What would your estimate be?
It's more than $100 million. It's like $500 million.
I think it's a free-for-all, essentially.
A free-for-all in what sense?
A free-for-all for them to steal identities of Canadians and exhaust every, benefit possible.
We go on the hunt to find out who is stealing your money.
I would love to know who's responsible because I'd actually really love to know how to get my identity back.
And who is fighting for the people whose accounts have been hacked.
How this happened, why it happened, stop it immediately, and make it right for the victims.
I'm Mark Kelly. This is The Fifth Estate. We're on a lonely county road near Miramichi, New Brunswick, on our way to meet a man fighting to get his life back. 8 months ago, he says someone stole his identity, used it to hack into his Canada Revenue Agency account.
There's the garage there.
Filed a bogus tax return in his name, and cashed in a generous tax refund. Now he's trying to prove it wasn't him.
David.
Yes.
Mark Kelly from the Fifth Estate. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Come on in.
Thank you.
David Meller wants people to hear his story because he fears what happened to him can happen to anyone.
We came here to see you because you reached out to us and we wanted to follow up with you.
All about CRA fraud.
All about CRA fraud.
Yep.
It started when the CRA contacted his wife of 24 years to confirm she was now single. And according to their records, he had moved to Southern Ontario.
I was able to see that the address they had on file was somewhere in Welland, Ontario. I've never lived in Welland, Ontario, never in my life. At this point, I'm just wondering what's going on? Why all this information has been changed, who got in, how did they get in?
When Meller called the CRA, he says he was told he'd filed his taxes when he hadn't, and the fake David Meller was issued an $11,000 tax refund. Now the CRA wants the money back.
So the alarm bells are going off at this stage.
Absolutely, and especially when we called onto my file. I don't understand how things have changed, so please explain this. We have to get something done here.
And when you were asking for an explanation, what did you get?
Not much as far as an explanation.
Meller thought he was alone with his tax troubles, but then he saw our stories.
Tonight, massive breaches at the Canada Revenue Agency, hacking into taxpayers' personal data, costing millions of dollars.
Last fall, a trove of documents leaked to the Fifth Estate and Radio-Canada revealed the CRA had paid out millions of dollars, your money, to scammers. The documents sounded the alarm. The agency was under siege. Since 2020, there have been a staggering 31,000 security breaches at the agency, exposing the private information of 62,000 taxpayers. Our leaked documents show investigators concluded there were major gaps in CRA's fraud detection systems, and feared Canadians will lose trust in the agency. In Ottawa, the political opposition pounced.
Over $190 million have been improperly paid to scam artists because of privacy breaches at Revenue Canada.
Well, first, fraud is obviously unacceptable, but I believe that the agency has a robust system.
Outside the House, then Revenue Minister Marie-Claude Bibeau tried to reassure taxpayers their money is safe.
So we always want to do better, but we still have a strong system.
The CRA did launch its own investigation. Its aim? Track down the whistleblowers who leaked the embarrassing revelations to the Fifth Estate.
Are you currently investigating the whistleblowers that resulted in the story with the Fifth Estate?
The opposition had heard enough and called Bibeau and the commissioner of the CRA, Bob Hamilton, to appear before a parliamentary committee.
We are currently looking at all sorts of things that go on in the agency.
I'm asking you for a direct answer, sir. Could you please provide the committee with a direct answer one more time? Are you investigating the whistleblowers that resulted in the story?
We are
of the
looking to
Fifth Estate?
determine how, if information was true and how it got into the public.
Will there be retribution, and if so, what will it be for the whistleblowers?
I have no idea at this stage.
As for those 31,000 security breaches, Hamilton says they mostly happened a few years ago.
And we are successful in protecting hundreds of thousands of fraudulent attempts to gain personal and business taxpayer accounts.
Still, the floodgates opened. Angry Canadians from across the country wanted to share their stories with us. From Miramichi to Victoria, BC, where we heard from a retired couple living on the edge. Aisha and Mustafa Nasaji live in this one-bedroom basement apartment. Last April, she got an email from the CRA. Aisha's identity was stolen and used to file a fake tax return.
I mean, the CRA is constantly assuring you that everything is secure and confidential. I feel now like I've been totally misled.
The CRA froze her account while it investigates, which means Aisha has been locked out of some government benefits she's entitled to, and fears more may follow.
So we'll be left with about $400 a month for all expenses, everything together. And I mean, that's not manageable. That doesn't barely cover your food bill.
She's tried contacting the CRA's Identity Protection Department. She gets a message that says if no one returns her call, call back in 15 days.
The Canada Revenue Agency. For service in English, press 1.
So she says she's called back every 15 days for 9 months.
Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Did you notice incorrect information on your My account? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you have reason to think that your account has been compromised, please continue.
That's it. That's all you ever get from them. I think the solution has to start with the government being honest about what has happened, not trying to deny it and go on a witch hunt for whistleblowers. It's just making a bad problem worse.
Back in New Brunswick, David Meller and his wife Deanne are also getting desperate. He says his account has also been frozen for months and his disability payments slashed until he can file his real tax return.
Patience is running low. It's because it's affecting my life. So they're also chewing back to get all the extra money that I received. But it's not extra money. It's because of this fraud. I mean, initially we started pushing payments aside. Who can we pay? What can we pay? How can we pay them? But since then, it's kind of spiraled completely out of control.
How badly out of control? He says he's just weeks away from foreclosure.
I've lost my truck right now. I'm about a month and a half away from losing my house.
So how did imposters take over those CRA accounts? Well, this much we know. David and Aisha didn't do their own taxes. Instead, they handed over their financial and personal information to what's known as third-party tax filers.
There are thousands of these tax filer businesses in Canada. all part of an almost $2 billion a year regulated industry where they file your taxes for you as an approved partner of the CRA. But what safeguards are in place to protect your private information? That's what worries Shauna Roy. She worked for the CRA for 12 years. Her last job? Investigating tax fraud. She left the agency and now has plenty to say about the problems plaguing it.
What do you learn about fraudsters as you start to get more experience on the job?
Fraudsters? I think they're just spineless, relentless.
Relentless, she says, in finding ways to hack into accounts and steal identities, sometimes through third-party tax filers. Tax filers have special codes that allow them to access your CRA account and file your taxes directly to the agency. At least that's how it's supposed to work. But those leaked CRA documents reveal major cracks in the system. Bad actors are using those codes and stolen identities to file fake tax returns in your name, get real refunds, and direct them to bank accounts they control without you even knowing.
It's hard for me, I feel like at this point now, to trust any of them, any third party. Because I just saw so much.
What did you learn?
What did I learn?
About that relationship, about having third-party tax preparers.
I learned that's a very dangerous relationship because there's so much abuse that happens and identity theft happening from these third-party prep companies, right?
In some cases, tax filer codes are sold on the dark web along with personal data, giving scammers what they need to hack into your tax account.
I think it's a free-for-all, essentially.
Free-for-all in what sense?
A free-for-all for them to steal identities of Canadians and exhaust every, benefit possible.
When we come back, we go on the hunt for fraudsters who hacked into one BC man's account.
The fact that people could have accounts set up that are in their name, but they had absolutely no relation to setting up is wild.
Our investigation into tax fraud, stolen identities, and stolen lives brought us to British Columbia's interior. We were contacted by yet another taxpayer who says someone filed a fake tax claim in his name, and he wants help finding out who. But this story has a twist. This guy went on the offensive. He started digging, he found some clues, and that's where this story gets interesting. We've agreed not to identify the victim other than to say he lives here in Kelowna. He fears speaking out might get him hacked again. His nightmare began in July 2023 when he tried to log into his confidential CRA account.
And what was freaking me out was I couldn't log in.
You're locked out of your own account?
I'm locked out of my own life. And I have no idea what's changed.
So he called the CRA to get into his account. And once in, what he saw on his profile didn't add up. H&R Block, H&R Block Canada. According to his CRA account, H&R Block was now his new authorized tax representative.
So I'm clear on H&R Block. Had you ever been a client of H&R Block?
Never. How was my identity stolen in the first place? How did somebody get a hold of all this information? I actually called H&R Block. I reached out because I went, okay, what is going on?
He says someone at H&R Block promised to investigate. He says he was issued a case number and told to wait. But it went from bad to worse when the CRA sent a letter implying he was the fraudster.
They sent me a somewhat terrifying letter, and we'd like that money back by this date, or it's compounding interest from there on.
Wow.
And I'm like, I'm sorry, what now? What? Wait, what?
The letter told the Kelowna victim he owed $30,000 and had 3 weeks to pay it back. Thank you, Bob Hamilton.
How did that make you feel?
Oh God, my gut dropped.
But you haven't done anything wrong.
No.
For months, he says he waited for an update from H&R Block to explain how an account was set up in his name. But then he got a big break. A letter sent to him at his parents' house in Kelowna, where he once lived, from a bank he'd never heard of, DC Bank in Calgary.
You didn't have a bank account with DC Bank?
I didn't even know what DC Bank was.
He learned DC Bank partnered with H&R Block to process CRA tax refunds. So he called the bank and asked for the records of the account set up in his name. And there they were, a little more than a month of transactions after the imposter got his tax refund. Money stolen from the public purse, from a fake tax claim processed through H&R Block. The refund then put into a DC Bank prepaid MasterCard.
Well, my first thought was, boy, does H&R Block and, I guess, relatedly, DC Bank have a world of trouble ahead of them.
We took those DC Bank records to a forensic fraud investigator, Vanessa Yafola.
You know, the fact that people can have accounts set up that are in their name, but they had absolutely no relation to setting up is wild. And especially when those accounts are used to scam the Canada Revenue Agency, that's a real serious problem for the corporations that are allowing their accounts and their businesses to be used in this way.
If you're the fraudster, do you need to have a fair amount of experience or sophistication?
For something like this, you do need a fair amount of experience or sophistication. Yep, that's a complete account takeover.
A complete account takeover, but one that left clues about who the imposter was. The bank record shows someone named Heidi Gurman transferred $255 to the imposter's DC Bank account. We thought she may be involved in the scam, or at least know the scammer. So we set out to find her. 5 hours from Kelowna, through BC's Kootenay region, we arrived in the town of Creston. And that's where we found Heidi Gurman slinging beers at Jimmy's Pub.
We have also from Stanley Park, which is from Vancouver, the Amber Ale, and Parklandia, which is a hazy IPA.
But if we thought Gurman could lead us to the imposter, we were in for a surprise, and so was she.
That one's for you.
So we're going down trying to look for clues about how this money was spent.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, a name pops up. Do you recognize that name?
Yeah, that's my name.
But Gurman told us she'd never sent an e-transfer to anyone on that day, let alone from a DC Bank account she never had.
That's you.
Huh.
So it appears...
It's like really creepy.
Do you have a bank account at DC Bank?
Where?
DC Bank.
I don't even know what DC is.
So maybe we had the wrong Heidi Gurman. Maybe not. Turns out her CRA account was hacked as well.
The day I picked up 2 envelopes, they're both from, CRA. One was saying that they had found that the 2022 tax refund was fraudulent and I owed $10,000, and that it was done in H&R Block in Calgary, which I've never been to an H&R Block in Calgary. The second letter said that if I didn't return the $10,000, that they had the ability to garnish my wages. That's what freaked me out. The thing that made me the most nervous is that I have kids that live in my world, right? I don't have a partner. I'm a single person, so.
And kids who rely on you.
Yeah, exactly.
We checked her story, and she is the victim of identity theft. Yet her account's been frozen while the CRA investigates. She says during this ordeal, she's lost time, money, and faith.
And, I haven't received like GST checks or anything in quite a few years.
What do you want to know? Do you want to know who's responsible for this?
Yeah, I would love to know who's responsible, because I'd actually really love to know how to get my identity back.
So who is the fake Heidi Gurman? And could it be this was a team of scammers at work? Fraud expert Vanessa Yafola's advice: don't give up.
In your experience, when you look at these individual frauds, do the fraudsters often, 2 things, leave clues and make mistakes?
Well, everyone makes mistakes, so why can't fraudsters?
So we pored over those DC bank transactions to see if the fraudster left any tracks. It was July 2023 when the impersonator received a bogus tax refund of more than $9,300. According to our records, a half hour later, the person comes to this bank in St. Albert, just outside of Edmonton, and withdraws some cash. And that's when the spending spree began. The records show that first withdrawal was for $2,500. Then the imposter e-transfers almost $4,000 to other accounts. The next morning, the scammer spends $36 at a mobile phone store in St. Albert, $12 at a nearby Greek restaurant, and then headed south to Banff, spending $144 at the Banff Gondola gift shop. And then dined out at Earl's big time, racking up a bill of $263. This spending spree of almost $7 grand in stolen money, bankrolled by you, the Canadian taxpayer. Well, we went inside to speak to the manager, hoping to get lucky, asking him if he still had CCTV footage from that night. But because that was back in 2023, we were told we're out of luck. So we went back to square one, the Kelowna victim's CRA file. We learned whoever stole his identity used a numbered company in Edmonton to issue a fake T4 slip to get that tax refund. So we found the company's address and headed there. Our investigation has revealed this little bungalow in North Edmonton was headquarters to 3 bogus companies linked to the tax fraud. Whoever lived there at the time is now long gone, but the address itself is an important clue. Buried in those corporate records, we found a reference to a second address. So we did a land title search and found a name, Doug Poplet. We searched his name and discovered he's a career criminal with a rap sheet as long as your arm. 70 convictions over 2 decades. We scoured social media accounts and learned Poplet was then living in nearby St. Albert with his wife, Christina Churpak. Here she is making popcorn on TikTok. We've learned that together, Churpak and Poplet faced dozens of criminal charges since 2020, many involving fraud, as well as impersonating others, break and enter, and possession of identity documents belonging to other people. Churpak's charges were withdrawn. He was convicted on several counts. So could they be the scammers working together? We needed a lucky break, and we got it. We had one place left to check out on the list of DC bank transactions. A restaurant called Len Steve's in Edmonton's South End. Those bank records showed a $525 transaction was made here on August 25th, 2023. We showed the bank records to the restaurant's owner, Len Regondola. And we were looking at some of the transactions. Do you recognize those dates?
Absolutely, sir, because our credit card machine was stolen during that time.
She has a vivid memory of a couple arriving in a restaurant just before closing time. She discovered after they left, her credit card machine had been stolen. Then someone tried to use the machine to process $26,000 in bogus refunds until Regondola stopped it.
I called the attention of the police and reported it. And I gave a note of everything, the evidence. I sent it to them. But up to this moment, there's no response. It's been a year now.
Regondola showed us the credit card numbers used in the scam. And one in particular stood out for us. It ended in 9174. It was the same DC Bank MasterCard we'd been tracking, the same one being used on this spending spree. And you have CCTV footage
of this
of the people that you believe stole your credit card machine.
Yes, yeah.
And here they are. First, the man walks in. His height and build matches that of Doug Poplet. And then a woman walks by and stares directly into the camera, leaving little doubt it's Poplet's wife, Christina Churpak. We don't know if they set up the H&R Block account to file the fake tax return, But we do know they were using the prepaid credit card linked to that account.
Come to think of it, to do one crime and another crime, it's working for them. It means they're getting money to redo it again, you know?
Because they're getting away with it.
Yes, and that should stop.
Poplet has just been released from jail on an unrelated fraud charge. We're told he's now in a treatment facility in Alberta. We contacted his lawyer, who told us Poplet respectfully declined our interview request. Chirpak has not responded. So that left a key unanswered question. Who set up the account with H&R Block to get the bogus refund in the first place? And that's where our story takes another twist when we come back.
Hi, Cherry. My name is Mark Kelly. I'm calling from the CBC program The Fifth Estate. How are you?
We investigate concerns about the safety and security of your tax accounts. Our investigation into hacked CRA accounts and the tax filing industry has taken us to the United States, home to some of the biggest tax filing firms. The two top tax filing companies in Canada, Intuit and H&R Block, are American-owned darlings of the stock market.
So let's look at the 3 best performers in the S&P 500, and let's start with H&R Block.
The tax filing industry did more than $12 billion in business in the U.S. in 2024.
It's called the Intuit Dome and is set to become the most expensive basketball-only stadium in America.
Intuit, the makers of TurboTax, recently paid $500 million to buy the naming rights of this stadium in California. Clearly, filing people's taxes is paying off.
When H&R Block's tax experts do your taxes for you, tax season feels as good as all those other seasons, like fishing season.
As this ad shows, it's an industry built on brand recognition, the ease of convenience, and trust. Today, a staggering 90% of Americans and Canadians send their financial and personal data to a private tax filer to submit their returns. But it begs the question, why?
It really relies on a system of trust between, you as the consumer, right, going in with your private data and handing it over to somebody and trusting them to do the right thing.
Carleton University's Jennifer Robson says, in an age of hackers and identity theft, getting someone to file your taxes is adding a layer of risk and exposure.
I think that there are some reasonable concerns. I mean, you've been doing reporting on people's data breaches. It is convenient to be able to hand off a task that you don't look forward to somebody else. But like I said, it really requires a lot of trust. So who is looking out for the consumer interest in terms of their interaction, right, with these tax preparers?
For an industry built on trust, that trust is starting to wear thin here in the U.S. Capitol. Last year, both Intuit and H&R Block were accused of deceptive advertising for offering free filing services that weren't always free. Intuit paid a $141 million settlement but admitted no wrongdoing. In a separate case, H&R Block settled for $7 million. Then the U.S. operations of H&R Block revealed they'd been hacked by cybercriminals. The tax firm sent a letter to customers about a data security incident. It's believed 23,000 accounts were compromised.
When it comes to filing taxes online, the status quo is unacceptable.
Think about it. If you can bank online, why not file your taxes online, directly to the government? That's an issue the nonprofit progressive news site More Perfect Union dug into.
Well, for years, tax prep companies like Intuit and H&R Block spent millions of dollars lobbying the government to stop the IRS from providing an easy-to-use free file option.
The IRS is now taking some tentative steps, following countries like France, the UK, and Germany by offering a free direct filing option for some taxpayers.
Hi, I'm Danny Werfel. I'm the IRS Commissioner. Now the entire IRS team is really excited.
Good news for taxpayers, bad news for tax filers.
The IRS could be considering creating its own tax service, but it would eviscerate the business models of some of the tax preparation companies. And I think of H&R Block as well as Intuit.
Back in Canada, the CRA was also developing a free product to compete with the tax filer industry. In 2018, it began developing software, according to Jennifer Robson.
And then kind of out of nowhere, they were told, stand down. We're not going to proceed with the project anymore. And I've never had a satisfactory answer as to why that was the case.
Who made that decision?
That's a great question. It's a great question. I don't know. I mean, it would have to have been a decision that was taken at a senior enough level.
It was at that same time, back in 2018, that a new lobby group emerged on the scene in Canada representing the tax filing industry, called Tax Filer Empowerment Canada.
Doing your taxes shouldn't be taxing. We're here to make it easy for you.
Canada by name, American by design. The U.S. Tax Filer Lobby Group and its Washington-based lobbyist were among the founding members. And unlike the frosty relations with some lawmakers in the U.S., the Liberal government seemed to welcome the lobby group with open arms. There were chummy photos, social media posts with Liberal revenue ministers. The lobby group even hired a former CRA commissioner, Andrew Troish, as its executive advisor. And the lobby group's efforts quickly paid off. In 2019, it announced to its members, the CRA does not plan to develop its own software, just collaborations with the Tax Filer Lobby Group to develop commercial products. So much for direct filing.
Who is the person who's standing up and saying that in this country right now? That maybe we don't need these guys.
Well, I mean, there's me and a small group of academics. This issue needs a champion. Somebody needs who actually is in a position of decision-making power.
You solve fraud, you think you're going to be a hero, and then they're like, we're closing the division.
Former CRA investigator Shauna Roy wanted to be that champion. She saw firsthand how scammers targeted tax filing companies when she was working for an anti-fraud unit.
In your opinion, in your experience, what you're seeing is that we're giving just too much of our personal and private information to these tax filers.
Absolutely.
But they can't all be bad, Sean.
Not all bad, but the main ones that I saw on those claims, it'd be the same recurring third-party companies.
She urged her bosses to do an audit of third-party tax filers to weed out any scammers. But she says her anti-fraud unit was disbanded and she left the CRA disillusioned.
It got to the point where I felt like I found out something that I wasn't supposed to find out. From then till now, it's been stressful because I every day would think of who's going to be the victim today, whose life's going to be ruined.
Today, more public servants are sounding the alarm. One CRA investigator wrote to us in confidence, "No organization in Canada breaches privacy for Canadians more than the CRA." And another, "Tax compliance in Canada has essentially become the Wild West. Canadians would be shocked to learn the extent to which the CRA is ignoring tax fraud in Canada." And then we heard from a high-ranking CRA official. Concerned about retribution from the CRA, we have agreed to conceal their identity and alter their voice.
I think Canadians deserve better. I think they should demand better. I know we can do better, but the willingness to do better, it's just getting short-circuited as you move up in the layers of the organization. The minister's discussion about we have robust systems, she's out to lunch.
The source says it's not just tax filer fraud. They say the CRA isn't being honest with Canadians about how much it's been duped by scammers in recent years.
What would your estimate be?
It's more than 100 million. It's more than that. I have first-hand experience with cases that eclipse that. It's like $500 million.
Internal CRA documents leaked to the Fifth Estate provide example after example. Bogus claims paid out without review. It was impossible for CRA to proactively detect fraud. Refunds are being issued before they can be intercepted. In one scheme alone, $128 million in bogus refunds were claimed.
I think that if you don't have a system that's fair, where hard-working Canadians who willingly pay their share to have it stolen by a bad actor so easily, and for it to not be pursued, There is no consequence.
There were a series of articles that came out with Fifth Estate and prompting a parliamentary committee, a lot of questions being asked. What was the feeling inside the CRA?
I think that there was panic, but there are also people who quietly said, finally, someone is talking about it. Someone has shattered that sort of cone of silence and brought it into the daylight.
So then has the effort become more important to protect the reputation of the CRA or to protect our money?
I think that, in my experience, it's really about protecting the reputation of the agency.
And you believe this is something that Canadians need to know?
Absolutely. I think they deserve to know. I think they need to know that, and they're going to be angry, and rightfully so. But I think that that pressure will force people that have been unwilling to change to change. Tax season is coming. It's going to happen all over again.
When we come back, we investigate who set up the accounts that enable the imposters to spend our tax dollars.
You have to have a certain amount of knowledge and sophistication and access that's going to facilitate this fraud. Full stop.
Our investigation into hacked CRA accounts and stolen identities led us to victims across the country who feel abandoned, alone, and desperate to get their lives back. We tracked down this couple, caught on surveillance camera, that were using a prepaid credit card loaded with money from a tax fraud. A tax return filed with the stolen identity of a Kelowna man, a tax return filed through H&R Block. So he called H&R Block's head office in Calgary to ask how this could happen.
And so I told her, I am a victim of identity fraud, and I'm trying desperately to get any kind of information I can. And she said, oh, well, that's interesting. This particular tax file is flagged.
So H&R Block was on the case. Or was it? First, he says he was told his file had gone missing. Then he says the tax firm escalated his file and promised they'd call in the police.
It's Chantal calling from H&R Block. Sorry that it's taking me a while to get back to you.
Almost a year after reporting the fraud, an H&R Block investigator left the victim a voicemail. The firm determined the bogus return was filed at one of H&R Block's franchises.
The office that filed the taxes is actually a franchise office. So when we couldn't find you in our system, it is because our franchises have their own systems and we can't see the information.
Those bank records show the tax return was filed at an H&R Block franchise at the shopping plaza in Spruce Grove, west of Edmonton. So how did an imposter with a stolen identity open an account here? We gave the franchise owner a call.
Hi, Cherry. My name is Mark Kelly. I'm calling from the CBC program, The Fifth Estate. We're doing a story about identity theft and tax fraud, and we can see that whoever this imposter was filing his taxes and collecting that return through your H&R Block branch in Spruce Grove.
And how did you get my number?
From the phone book.
What's your phone number?
I gave her my number, and then...
She hung up.
So did anyone from H&R Block report the fraud to the Mounties? The Spruce Grove RCMP told us they can't find any records of being contacted by H&R Block. As for the Kelowna victim, he says he hasn't heard from H&R Block since that voicemail last June.
There's been zero communication from H&R Block, from anybody.
H&R Block declined our request for an on-camera interview. In a statement, the tax firm said, "You make statements that seek to correlate specific instances of alleged individual identity theft as somehow being related to or the fault of H&R Block Canada. This is simply untrue. Adding our investigation into the Kelowna man's case is misleading and irresponsible and based on nothing more than speculation." As for the Canada Revenue Agency, its Commissioner Bob Hamilton told a parliamentary committee and Canadian taxpayers, don't worry, he has your back.
Where people are at least trying to attack us, I think we're getting better and better at resisting those. And I think the other thing that we pay a lot of attention to is when we know about it, We block the account, we take action, and then we pay attention to the individual. We try to resolve them as quickly as we can.
Well, that might come as news to David Meller. Desperate to have his identity restored, he emailed Hamilton. He says it wasn't even acknowledged.
What I want immediately is a letter from the government just saying that, you know what, your account has been hacked.
I mean, that letter would really help you and help you hold on to your house.
It would, absolutely.
We wanted to speak to the CRA commissioner too. We had questions about the rampant identity theft, the hacked accounts, and the hundreds of millions of dollars stolen from the public purse. But Bob Hamilton declined our interview request. Our investigation has revealed there have been tens of thousands of privacy breaches reported at the CRA and tax filer firms across the country. And there are stories we uncovered. The pensioner in Victoria struggling to put food on her table. A bartender in Creston now working extra shifts to make ends meet. And the Mellers in Miramichi. Just days before this broadcast, and 7 months after he learned his account was hacked, the CRA finally processed the real David's tax return. But whoever stole his identity still has it.
Does it make you feel vulnerable when this can happen overnight and then have these long-term effects on your life?
As far as vulnerable, absolutely. Too many people, it's too easy to get access to a lot of information.
How are you holding up?
Hard times. Really hard times.
Yeah, you got a lot on the line here.
Absolutely.
But he's still waiting for his tax refund, still waiting for his credit rating to be restored, and still waiting for an explanation from the CRA.
Well, if we lose the house, we lose everything. Except we still have each other.
Sure. Huh?
Yeah, I don't want to sell.
No, me neither.
"50 years of the Fifth Estate, and now a story from the files. No one has dared to take on Vito Rizzuto, who's ruled the Montreal underworld for almost 25 years.
In the heroin trade, the Rizzutos were the key. Whoever controlled Montreal controlled the heroin franchise into the United States.
The father was a notorious gangster and drug trafficker. The son took over the family business and turned it into the most successful criminal enterprise in Canada. The police call their street Mafia Row. The remarkable rise of Vito Rizzuto is a little-known story, one that begins in the North American headquarters of organized crime, New York City, the infamous Bonanno crime family. The acting boss of the family is Joe Massino. Renowned as a pathological killer, Joe Massino decides to shake up his organization. He believes that 3 of his captains are no longer loyal. He summons Vito Rizzuto and his Canadian crew to New York to help him clean house. It's May 8th, 1981. Vito Rizzuto will pull the trigger. The grisly triple homicide becomes mafia legend. For decades, the best the Canadian authorities could do was to get Vito Rizzuto to agree to settle a tax case. Then, 2 years ago, something happened that even Rizzuto didn't see coming. He was arrested and charged by the U.S. Department of Justice in the murders of the 3 Bonanno family captains back in 1981. Vito Rizzuto stands accused of the crime, with at least 3 mafia turncoats set to testify against him. He lost his fight against extradition and was put on a flight to the U.S. See more from the past 50 years on the Fifth Estate's YouTube channel.
I'm Connie Walker. Next week on the Fifth Estate. For 3 decades, Sonia Sywing's death has remained unsolved.
You try to make sense of something and you can't make sense of it.
Her case might have gone cold.
It's not just a question about Sonia. It's a question about hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of other cases.
But her sister Maggie has refused to give up.
I've come to the place in my life where we're going to do everything. We're going to push. We're just going to push beyond the limits at this point.
With the help of a retired police officer, Maggie has taken to the streets to investigate for herself.
I think families have to not be completely reliant on the police.
I want to know what she knows.
Okay, let's do it.
No civilian should feel that they have no options but to investigate the death of their loved one themselves, because that's actually a very dangerous, precarious position to put oneself in.
I just want to know the truth. What happened to her?
That's next week on The Fifth Estate.
On this edition of The Fifth Estate.
I was a victim of fraud in 2022.
I had my identity stolen in 2021. I realized my identity was stolen in early 2023.
We're in the interior of British Columbia, where a massive security breach has upended the lives of thousands of healthcare workers.
I said, "Oh, have I been called for jury duty?" And he said, "No, actually, these are criminal charges."
We investigate the breach.
Did you believe that the source of the information breach was your employer, Interior Health?
100%.
And a decade of denials from a BC government agency.
What kind of gong show is this government running in Interior Health?
Your role is to step in and investigate. I can't believe they just denied it.
And we'll take you inside criminal networks using the dark web to steal identities and steal from you, the Canadian taxpayer.
Just want to ask you questions about the identity theft. I just want to find out how you got those names that you could use with the stolen identity.
I'm Mark Kelly. This is The Fifth Estate.
This is British Columbia's rugged interior. A massive data breach has brought us here, leaving a trail of victims of fraud and identity theft. This could happen to you, and if it does, you may never even know. That's exactly what's happened to a nurse here in the town of Fernie. We've come to meet her.
Leslie.
Hi.
I'm Mark Kelly.
Hi, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Can I come in? Thank you.
Her name is Leslie Warner.
Start at the beginning. What is this?
This is the fraud file.
Her odyssey began in 2021 when she discovered someone stole her personal information, her social insurance number, her date of birth, her home address, and then hacked into her Canada Revenue Agency account to file a bogus tax return in her name.
I logged into my CRA account and I noticed notice of assessments for returns I had not filed. My address had changed, my bank account had changed, and I just kept saying, "Oh my God, this is bad." At one point, it was like between CERB benefits, false tax returns, and the Alberta social services stuff, I guesstimate like probably around 30 grand, I would say, was taken under my name.
They stole
in
with
one
your
way or
name.
another. Yeah.
They stole from the Canadian taxpayer, but
before
in your name.
Anybody stopped anything. Yeah.
Earlier this year, a Fifth Estate investigation revealed multiple cases of imposters hacking into people's CRA accounts, filing bogus tax returns, and defrauding Canadian taxpayers.
I'm about a month and a half away from losing my house.
What we didn't know then was how the criminals were getting people's private information and how so many were getting away with it. Then we got a tantalizing tip, an email from someone who claimed they knew this breach was bigger than we ever imagined, with tens of thousands of potential victims.
Dear CBC Fifth Estate team, as an ex-criminal who was involved in similar activities in the past, I now want to help others and right my wrongs. I wish to remain anonymous, but I believe the details I have could be crucial to your investigation.
That investigation revealed the CRA was duped by an imposter using the name and social insurance number of a BC woman named Heidi Gurman to get their fake tax refund. So last year, we found the real Heidi Gurman tending bar at Jimmy's Pub in the town of Creston.
Then we have also from Stanley Park, which is from Vancouver, the Amber Ale.
She had no idea who her imposter was, but she did know the CRA was now demanding that she pay back the money stolen in her name.
What do you want to know? Do you want to know who's responsible for this?
Yeah, I would love to know who's responsible because I'd actually really love to know how to get my identity back. How to get my identity back.
This was an opening for Anonymous to prove how Gurman's identity was stolen and that they were an ally in our investigation.
I've attached one of the identities as proof that this tip is legitimate and not a false claim. Sincerely, Anonymous.
And there it was. Heidi Gurman's personal information, her social insurance number, her middle name, her phone number, her date of birth, her home address. And it seemed they had plenty more information to share.
Please feel free to contact me back at this email address.
This Kelowna nurse knew nothing about Anonymous, but we'd soon learn Anonymous had a connection to her.
My name is Ashley Stone. I've been employed as a registered nurse since 2009 at Interior Health, and I first discovered my identity was stolen in 2014.
Interior Health is proud to be one of the top 100 places to work in Canada.
The BC Health Authority boasted it was named one of Canada's top employers for 2025 on its YouTube site. With 29,000 employees, IH, as it's known, is one of the biggest employers in the region.
Everyone is committed to making this an organization where people want to join, grow, and stay. We are Interior Health.
Oh, it's not ripe yet.
Stone's daughter, now 8 years old, wasn't even born when her mother's nightmare began. Like fellow nurse Leslie Warner, Stone has her own fraud file.
Yeah.
What's this?
This is everything that I've been dealing with for the past 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
So how did it all begin?
Someone had used Stone's name to take out credit cards at Canadian Tire, PC Financial, Future Shop, Best Buy, TD Bank, and others, and then started racking up the bills.
You can see this file is ridiculous. Just the amount of damage that they did in those first couple weeks took months and months to clear, and I've been dealing with it ever since. Yeah, it's the blue.
When Stone told her colleagues about being a victim of fraud, she discovered it wasn't just her, and that revealed a critical clue. It seemed their imposters had obtained all of their social insurance numbers.
My mom was very stringent, saying never give your social insurance number to anybody.
In 2014, did you believe that the source of the information breach was your employer, Interior Health?
100%.
Why were you so convinced?
Because I haven't given my information out to anybody else.
Nurse Tracy Maxfield worked on a different ward of the Kelowna General Hospital when a bank contacted her about credit card bills she knew nothing about. So she says she contacted IH about a possible data breach.
Vehemently denied it. Absolutely impossible. We have a state-of-the-art system.
But how would they know it wasn't a data breach from Interior Health if they hadn't even launched an investigation to conclude that?
Well, exactly, but it was dismissed immediately.
Immediately.
So if executives at Interior Health were denying it, Maxfield decided to take matters into her own hands. She says she warned her colleagues directly about a possible data breach.
Tracy, why are you sending an email out to warn your colleagues about?
Because it wasn't dealt with. I was actually reprimanded for sending the email because it was not my business to do that.
Who reprimanded? You're reprimanded by someone?
By management.
Stone also warned the health authority about a possible breach and was met with a firm denial. There is no evidence to suggest IH is at fault. Had we had a large breach, it would be perceived that we would be seeing and hearing of thousands of employees' positions being impacted. This is not the case. So she fired back.
While IH may not be convinced that they are the root of this breach, I am. My tolerance level is reaching a breaking point. I just felt, using nowadays terms, very gaslit by the whole situation. And I just felt I was banging on the wall.
In fact, the Fifth Estate has learned multiple nurses and medical workers across the BC interior began reporting their stolen identities to the health authority as far back as 2011. Pockets of victims in Kamloops, Vernon, Kelowna, Nelson, and Creston. At least 24 cities and towns. And yet IH remained firm in its position. If there was a data breach, it didn't come from them.
So this is crazy. This doesn't happen by accident. That's what I am dumbfounded by. How could they not believe these individuals?
We took the nurses' complaints to Anne Kavukian, who served as Ontario's Privacy Commissioner for 17 years.
What is the role of an institution like Interior Health at that point?
Their role is to step up and get their staff to examine all of those cases, to look under the hood, if you will. How did those cases arise? I can't believe they just denied it.
But those nurses finally found an ally here in Trail, BC. At the local RCMP detachment, a constable named Stuart Ward was new to the force, and one day a stolen identity case landed on his desk.
And one of the front counter staff had put a report on there saying so-and-so had come in. They had a credit card from a store in their name. They hadn't applied for it. They didn't know anything about it. And then she concluded it with, coincidentally, this is the third hospital employee in the last few months who's had this complaint. And I thought, that's not a coincidence.
So Ward widened his search, looking up all recent fraud complaints filed with the RCMP in BC's interior in 2014. He called one of the victims. It was Ashley Stone.
So he called me in 2015. I was at work at the time, and he asked me who my employer was. And I said Interior Health, and the pause. And I kind of pressed him a little bit more and said, is this all connected through Interior Health? And again, keeping his cards very close to his chest, kind of said, you're not the only one.
At the end of it, I think I got up to either just shy of or just over 100 files, and every single one of them was an Interior Health employee, with the exception of one.
Okay.
But 99% of them Interior Health employees, invariably.
What did that suggest to you?
It suggested to me that Interior Health had a data breach.
So Ward says he contacted IH, expecting they'd do something, he wasn't sure what, to help the stolen identity victims.
That's beyond me. I'm just interested in trying to help those victims and see if I can't arrest the person who's used it.
And he didn't stop there. Ward says he also contacted the office of BC's Privacy Commissioner in Victoria after realizing this case was much bigger than one cop's small-town investigation.
I said, everyone on this list is an Interior Health employee. And that's as far as that went. I never got another call back from the BC Privacy Commissioner's office.
What did you expect the BC Privacy Commissioner's office would do?
In my mind, I thought, well, they're going to call Interior Health and say, why did you lose all this data? You are responsible for it.
So the Privacy Commissioner has the power and the mandate to be able to do that.
Absolutely. When I was Privacy Commissioner, I did that many times.
But the answer that they got from the Privacy Commissioner in BC was, there's nothing more we can do.
But that's absurd. You don't just ask. You go in and investigate. You go into Interior Health and you say, may I look at your records?
Soon after, Ward moved to an RCMP detachment in northern BC, and his investigation was closed. He's since left the force. But the case of the Interior Health employees has haunted him ever since.
It bothers me that nobody did anything initially when all of these people came forward and said, this problem I'm having. I think about this constantly because they're going to have this for the rest of their life.
When we come back, victims are silenced as the denial machine kicks into high gear.
I was basically told that we can't, if you go public, we can't help you. We can't make sure that you still have a job after this.
Welcome to Royal Inland Hospital, where compassion...
For years, BC's Interior Health Authority has used PR campaigns like this to promote a reputation as a socially responsible government agency.
I'm here to announce that for the 9th time, we have been chosen as one of BC's top employers.
And when IH needed a nurse to be the public face of a community vaccination campaign, who did they turn to?
If you're a parent in BC's Interior and you've skipped some of your children's immunizations, don't skip this. As a public health nurse and a mom...
While Ashley Stone was shooting this public service video, she was still dealing with the fallout from her identity theft. So she says she turned to her union for support.
I wanted to go public, and I had heard previously of colleagues being reprimanded for saying anything negative about the employer publicly. I was basically told that we can't, if you go public, we can't help you. We can't make sure that you still have a job after this.
And which has helped sort of keep a lid on the size and the scope and the damage of this whole security breach.
Yeah, so many people are still nervous. I just ran into a friend the other day and she's like, I need this job. And I'm so afraid that if I say anything, I won't have one.
It takes just a quick drive around Stone's Kelowna neighborhood to realize the impact this data breach has had on healthcare workers in BC.
My neighbor right down there, she found out just a week ago or so that she was the victim of identity theft. Definitely a few people who live up there have been victims of identity theft. I also have one friend who just lives up on this corner here. So it's not that we all live in the same neighborhood, it's just that there's so many of us.
Which raises the question, how did Interior Health keep the lid on this for so long? Back in 2017, the RCMP made a breakthrough in the case. The Mounties turned up documents in 2 unrelated arrests in BC's Lower Mainland with the personal information, including names and the social insurance numbers of 500 current and former IH employees.
This would be a turning point for Interior Health. For years, the Health Authority had been admonishing its own employees for believing there'd been a data breach. And now it appeared IH had a major problem on its hands. But that's when the denial machine kicked into high gear.
The Health Authority said an IT consultant's report concluded there was a breach, but it was limited to those 500 names and found no evidence of further breaches. IH insisted this was reassuring. No mention of all the other cases they'd known about for years. We asked the Health Authority for a copy of the consultant's report. Our request was denied.
What message does this send to the fraudsters themselves?
Keep at it. You're free and clear to continue doing what you're doing. See, that's what I find appalling, to come out with that kind of statement. I don't even know how anyone could make a statement like that, so self-assured.
3 years after Interior Health said it was reassuring there was no evidence of a widespread breach, an imposter took over the CRA account of Fernie nurse Leslie Warner. Her fraudster went to an H&R Block office in Alberta to cash in a fake tax return, and then...
They had made 3 children's birth certificates under my name, me being the mother, and they were claiming Alberta Social Services.
Tax benefits or
child benefits. Yeah, child benefits with my identity.
And even then, her problems weren't over yet. Far from it.
I got a call that the RCMP had some papers to serve me. I met the RCMP at my house here, And I said, oh, have I been called for jury duty? And he said, no, actually, these are criminal charges.
She was taken to the local RCMP detachment where the Mounties snapped her mugshot, took her fingerprints, and explained she was being charged for crimes in Alberta.
I wouldn't wish it on anyone. It's a complete nightmare.
And who's your advocate? Who's standing up and fighting for you?
No one. There's nobody.
And our investigation has revealed Warner was just one of many Interior Health victims who had their CRA accounts hacked through H&R Block locations in Alberta. Criminal networks in cities and towns across Alberta were also taking out fraudulent credit cards and car loans, from Edmonton to Whitecourt, Red Deer to Lethbridge. But how did they get a hold of so many names from British Columbia? And that's when our source we're calling anonymous dropped a bombshell. He sent us a spreadsheet with the stolen personal information of 28,000 people living in BC's interior. Names, social insurance numbers, birth dates, phone numbers. 28,000 people. That's enough to fill this Kelowna hockey rink 4 times over. And Anonymous pointed the finger straight at Interior Health.
The list I provided was compiled from Interior Health in British Columbia, and it was obtained through a data leak years ago. This information has been sold and distributed to thousands of people over the past 5 to 6 years.
As we scoured the list, we found some familiar names: Leslie Warner, Ashley Stone, and Tracy Maxfield. In fact, every person we contacted on that list was a current or former employee of BC's Interior Health Authority. So we returned to Creston and Jimmy's Pub. Heidi Gurman told us last year she wanted to know how her identity was stolen. Now we had an answer.
So after our story aired, somebody got in touch with us who said, I know how Heidi Gurman's identity was stolen.
Like my name?
Yes.
What?
He singled you out specifically.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, that's creepy.
And sent us a screenshot of a list that he had bought on the dark web.
We showed her the list we were leaked by Anonymous, and it hit close to home for Gurman, who'd worked as a drug and alcohol counselor for Interior Health back in 2008.
Yeah, there you are on the, you're not the only Gurman.
No, Natalie is my sister, Esther's my sister, Judy and Kelvin are my parents.
So why would all of their
We all worked for Interior Health.
You all worked
We all worked for Interior Health. Yeah.
And you're all on this list.
Yeah.
Bingo.
For 5 tumultuous years, Leslie Warner also had no idea how her identity was stolen until we told her.
So that was crazy news to hear. So that is frustrating. And it's frustrating that as each month passes, there's probably more victims that it's actively happening to. And I just don't know when it'll stop.
When we come back, we go on the hunt for the imposters.
My name is Mark Kelly. I'm at CBC Television, 5th Estate.
Good morning, I'm Chris Walker in Kelowna. This is Daybreak on CBC Radio 1.
If you were in BC's interior this spring, it was hard to miss an emerging scandal that some say had been buried for a decade.
New developments this morning in that Interior Health data breach that we told you about back in April. The personal information of thousands of Interior Health employees stolen and then sold via the dark web to identity thieves. The 5th Estate's Mark Kelly is on the line from Creston this morning, where he's been speaking with some victims of stolen identity. Good morning, Mark.
Chris, good morning. We're talking about social insurance number, phone numbers, address, the information that can be used for identity theft. So that's one concern that's been raised by some of the employees there. And their concerns go back, Chris, more than a decade.
And Mark, you'll be in Kelowna later today, hoping to talk with more Interior Health employees. Safe travels.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Now, in the meantime, if you've been affected by that data breach at Interior Health, Mark and the rest of the team at the Fifth Estate would like to hear from you.
My name is Andre Harris.
My name's David Lucas.
My name is Chandra Howard.
My name is Sheldon Ambler.
My name is Laura Buston.
My name is Kathleen Reimer.
My name is Randy Johnson.
You're all going through this. What do you want them to know?
And show up they did. An informal town hall. Hospital employee after hospital employee.
I realized my identity was stolen in early 2023.
I was a victim of fraud in 2022.
It was 2 years ago, the first time my identity was stolen, and once again last week.
I had my identity stolen in 2021.
It was October of 2022 that I realized my identity had been stolen.
Randy Johnson said his identity was used at least 10 times to take out credit cards and buy jet skis.
At one point I was underwater about $170,000. We had a bailiff at our house telling my wife and I at the front door early on a Sunday morning that they were going to take our house, that I had the wave runners, he knew I had the wave runners, and my debt was never going to go away, and they were going to take all our assets.
I had a whole list of credit cards all taken out, over $20,000, all in my name. So, yeah, it was, and I was a newly single parent, so it was really tough because you're navigating being a single mom with 2 kids, and then this. So it was really tough.
So it took its toll on you?
Mm-hmm.
When I filed the police report, the police said, "Well, do you work for Interior Health?" I said, "Yeah." It was awful. Like, you know, I worked my buns off to get to where I am. I have excellent credit, and someone just came and stole that all away from me. You know, 20 years of hard work, basically.
The biggest one is the CRA fraud, where they had completely accessed my CRA account through an H&R Block in Calgary.
How much was it? Do you remember?
It's in the 30s, $30,000. They say I owe them in owed taxes.
Did Interior Health tell you that your identity had been stolen?
They never told me, no. It's scary. Like, it's a very scary feeling to know that there could be debt out there in my name that I'm going to have to fight to prove that it's not me.
And do you feel anyone's helping you in your fight?
Nobody's helping me, no.
You trust your employer. Like, we work in a health authority, so patient confidentiality is absolute most important. You expect your employer to do the same with your information.
With statements within 2 minutes.
And the anger spread from the BC Interior to the BC Capital.
The Fifth Estate found that the stolen identities taken from Interior Health employees have been used for fraudulent CRA refunds and loans.
The BC Conservatives demanded answers about a health authority plagued with problems.
What kind of gong show is this government running in Interior Health? You can't get a doctor or count on an ER room, but if you're a nurse, you can now count on your information being stolen.
This government takes the privacy of information incredibly seriously, as do the health authorities.
So who are these imposters? We got back in touch with Anonymous, the self-proclaimed ex-criminal who leaked us the list. According to Anonymous, the list was likely stolen in 2009 and later posted for sale on the dark web.
I first obtained it in 2017. This information has been sold and distributed to thousands of people.
$15 a name or $1,000 for the whole list. Anonymous said there are tutorials on the dark web for how to use the stolen names, but by invitation only.
It's a closed loop of criminals, and the only way to get in is to be vouched for by another member.
We wanted to find the members of this criminal operation. We searched the fraud files of 3 victims, Heidi Gurman, Leslie Warner, and a former IH employee from Salmon Arm who wanted to keep her identity confidential. In her file, we discovered an address in rural Alberta used to apply for credit cards in her name. So we headed to the small community of Sylvan Lake. Our online digging led us to this Facebook post belonging to someone named Nicole Ray Armstrong. She was charged with possessing identity documents belonging to 3 Interior Health employees. The charges were withdrawn for procedural reasons. Armstrong now faces 21 new criminal charges, 18 of them fraud-related. We wanted to talk to her.
There's nobody here, or if there's somebody, it would be made.
But it seemed she didn't want to talk to us. So we followed up with a phone call.
Hello?
Hi there. Can I speak to Nicole, please?
Yeah. Hello?
Hi there. Is this Nicole? Why do people always hang up on me?
We then went looking for Leslie Warner's imposter, the Fernie nurse who was charged with crimes committed in her name. This little bungalow in Edmonton played a key role in Leslie Warner's identity theft. The Canada Revenue Agency had this listed as her address. She was also named as the director of a bogus company that was supposedly headquartered here. We don't know her imposter's real name, but this is the fake ID police told Warner they used to get fraudulent child tax benefits. But when we showed up, the house was empty.
Sounds empty.
Leslie Warner's imposter long gone. We then went to track down Heidi Gurman's imposter, the bartender from Creston, BC. We obtained a credit card statement used by the imposters to scam this restaurant. We obtained CCTV footage, and there she was. We've identified the woman as Christina Churpak. She has a lengthy criminal record, including charges of identity theft. Then we got a break. Turns out she had a court date in Edmonton, so we went to the courthouse to find her.
Hey, Christina. My name's Mark Kelly with CBC Television, Fifth Estate.
Churpak's appearance had changed since we revealed her identity in our last documentary.
Just want to ask you questions about the identity theft. I just want to find out how you got those names that you could use with the stolen identity. Christina, what will you say to the victims who've had their lives turned upside down? Christina, you can't just walk away from this.
Churpak never uttered a word in her own defense.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Back in Creston, we showed Heidi Gurman the footage of our encounter with Christina Churpak.
Shortly after this, she gets in a cab and drives away.
Yeah.
And essentially, she's free, walking free.
Yeah.
You're still trying to rebuild your name.
Yeah.
What would you want someone like Christina to know about the consequences of her actions?
I think the biggest thing is there's real people behind these names and these numbers and these identities, right?
Do you think that Interior Health has taken this seriously?
Well, I've never heard from them, so I don't even think they know. So no, I don't.
BC's Interior Health Authority continues to take no responsibility for the security breach, refuses to apologize to its frontline workers, and denied our request for an on-camera interview, saying the matter is being investigated by the RCMP. When we come back, we take the fraud victims' concerns straight to BC's Health Minister.
Mark Kelly from the CBC program, The Fifth Estate. Yeah.
It was the spring of 2024, and for 10 long years, BC's Interior Health Authority had been denying it was responsible for a massive data breach. And then another RCMP revelation would make that claim even more difficult. The Mounties found a list with a staggering 20,000 stolen identities, including the names of 7,000 current IH employees. IH's VP of Digital Health spoke to Global News.
We're actually unsure of how this information came into possession of the individual when the RCMP discovered the file. But it is concerning, it's sensitive information.
For the victims, this just confirmed what they already knew. But in that Global News interview, Interior Health treated the news like a lightning bolt out of the blue.
Want to reach out to employees, both active and inactive, and make sure they're aware of this discovery and have the opportunity to protect their identity through credit monitoring.
Then the denial machine kicked into gear once again. Unlike in 2017, the IH press release didn't call this a breach. Instead, it was referred to as an information incident. In a message to employees, IH said external security experts concluded this information is not circulating on the dark web, a forum where criminals buy and sell stolen information. Again, we asked IH for the report. Again, IH refused our request. The former criminal anonymous dismissed any suggestion the list was not for sale through the dark web.
That is untrue, as me personally, as well as others, have bought it on Telegram shops and other dark web forums. I'm sure they released that statement as a protection from liability and act like it's not that big of a leak.
Why do you think there's been this failure to take responsibility? You believe that they honestly believe the leak did not come from them?
I think it'd be hard to deny it at this point, but I think it just opens them up to, it opens a Pandora's box of liability and accountability that it's easier to sweep under the rug and hopefully it will go away.
But it's not going away. Just ask these people.
I tried to sign a loan for my son going to university, like a $6,000 line of credit, and they wouldn't approve it, and I didn't know why, and now I know why. There must be something going on. Yeah. So I'm really scared that there's stuff out there in my name, and I still don't know about it.
Because I think they should pay for what they've done. Like it was brutal. It was like I almost got turned down for buying a house because my credit was so bad.
So Interior Health offered its employees 2 years of credit monitoring, calling it a precautionary measure, as if their identity theft had never even happened.
I said to them, that is useless to me. I'm already a victim. It had been over almost a year, and there's no one to help.
Shame on IHA. That's all I have to say. I worked for them for a long time, and if that's, once they have your SIN number, the criminals, you're done.
Which brings us back to the former RCMP constable who set off alarm bells with his investigation a decade ago, Stuart Ward.
I think that any of these companies that are losing personal data should be on the hook for ensuring that these people are safe, unfortunately, for the rest of their lives. Throwing out these 2-year credit check reports isn't helping anyone because 2 years from now, you still have the same personal information. So somebody has to help them.
And yet so many of them tell us that they were the ones who were made to feel like they did something wrong. And they didn't do anything wrong.
They didn't do anything wrong. There was nothing that a single one of those victims could have done to prevent any of this happening. This is not their fault.
The first thing I should probably say is that I really feel for the victims of this breach and this identity theft and what's happened to those folks.
So we headed to Victoria to meet BC's Information and Privacy Commissioner Michael Harvey. Appointed just last year, he echoed what many victims believe, but Interior Health continues to deny.
Is the source of that leak, was it Interior Health?
That's my understanding, is that this information came from Interior Health. That's my understanding. We have not conducted an investigation that concludes that, but that is my understanding.
Still, Commissioner Harvey says he won't investigate Interior Health's handling of the breach.
Their obligation is to take reasonable safeguards. And so I need to have evidence.
We have a list of 28,000 names with their social insurance numbers, their personal information. What more evidence do you need at that point?
I would need to have evidence to show that that information was gotten onto the dark web through them failing to meet their legal obligations.
But you understand how unsatisfying that is going to be for the people whose names are on this list.
It is not within my authority to do anything that could assist these people.
Who can then?
Well, I think that law enforcement can and the courts can.
And the Privacy Commissioner, where are they? They should be all over this.
Former Ontario Privacy Commissioner Anne Cavoukian says it's time the BC government took responsibility, since Interior Health hasn't.
See, this is why you have to go to the Minister of Health and the Premier, because you can't engage these individuals. They're not speaking to you responsibly. They're not telling you the truth. They're covering things up, obviously. And you need someone to say to them, open up. You have to be truthful about this. We have to discontinue this activity of covering up.
I am really honored to serve as BC's Minister of Health, and it's been about 10
We sent multiple requests to BC's Health Minister Josie Osborne for an interview. Her office eventually declined, also citing an RCMP investigation. So we showed up to an industry-sponsored event to bring the victims' concerns directly to her. We waited as she posed for selfies. We were the only journalists in attendance.
I understand your time constraints. I respect
Yeah,
it.
yeah, thank you.
We told her chief of staff why we were here. Watch as she warns the minister we had questions about Interior Health.
I don't know if we have time. Okay.
Very quickly, Minister Osborne.
Well, okay.
Mark Kelly from
Hi.
the CBC program, The Fifth Estate. Yeah,
Hello.
we've just come here from Toronto,
Yeah.
just for a couple of questions
Yeah.
for you. We've spent months now investigating the data breach at Interior Health. Will you and your government now acknowledge that Interior Health is responsible for that data breach?
Thank you very much. I'd love to follow up with a conversation. We are going to go catch our plane right now.
The data breach occurred in 2009.
Thank you, though.
It's 2025.
Oops, sorry. Thank you.
The nurses have been waiting for some answers,
Thank you.
some truth and transparency on this.
We do have to run.
Will you apologize for the inconvenience that this has caused?
Thank you for your questions. We'll follow up, and we'll for be sure. happy to follow up.
We have been asking you for
Sorry, Mark,
weeks,
we will. We'll
for
follow
weeks,
up, for sure. Yeah.
and now we're here.
Yeah. We'll follow up.
You're walking away from your own employees. Unbelievable.
We never did hear back.
Transparency on this?
Back in Kelowna, we showed our exchange with the health minister to Ashley Stone.
It's kind of been the theme throughout this whole experience anyway. So I guess it's unfortunate, but I'm not surprised. There's no resolution. There's no like, here's the way and it's going to get fixed for you. It's just like, this is an unfortunate road to go down and nobody cares.
After 16 years as a registered nurse and a decade fighting Interior Health to get some accountability, Stone has decided to leave nursing, but she won't give up the fight.
Oh, I honestly just want to put all of this behind me and forget it ever happened. And I just also want to continue being an advocate for my colleagues who are still working full-time and need that work full-time and feel too afraid to speak up, because I'm not afraid to speak up anymore. It's never over. It's never over. They have your personal information. It's never going to end. They can use it at any time. It's public information now. And I could be 80 years old and still be dealing with this.
I'm Joanna Rumaliotis. Next week on The Fifth Estate, as the world watches what comes next in Gaza. There's quieter but intensifying violence in the West Bank.
Back to the car! Back to the car!
We're in the West Bank village of Susia, where Palestinians here say they live under constant threat of attack by Israeli settlers.
Father, sleep here. You see the blood?
Oh my goodness, everybody's here, eh?
Yeah, come.
Oh my gosh, hi. The International Court of Justice calls the settlements illegal. Canada says they undermine a future Palestinian state. Ottawa condemns the escalating violence. But our investigation reveals Canadian charities are sending millions of tax-deductible dollars to Israeli groups intent on forcing Palestinians off this land.
We are financing war criminality through our charitable system.
These aren't settlers. These are Jews who have returned to the cradle of Jewish civilization.
What's the logic behind shutting down homes and shops along the street?
To remove Palestinians from their homes. That's it. That's the only excuse.
If we want peace, we have to give up that which we think is ours in order to make peace possible.
That's next week on The Fifth Estate.
We're overseas with an extraordinary look inside a fraud factory.
I was assigned as your financial advisor.
Thousands of recordings have been leaked, capturing scammers in action.
We're going to make a lot of money together
as they target the life savings of unsuspecting Canadians.
I was stupid to go there, but they are good. They know how to ruin your mind.
Fraudsters who are fearless even when confronted.
You're a liar.
But I'm really good at it, right?
Marketplace and Enquête team up to find out who or what will stop them.
If there's someone who could fix this is Prime Minister Mark Carney. Why is it still happening?
This is your Marketplace. We're on the road in southeastern Ontario on a journey to the center of a scam. To meet a man we've only heard in recorded phone calls with a woman half a world away.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Marcel, this is Mary. I don't understand why are you angry at me and why do you keep calling my clients and telling them that I am a scammer?
Mary is a scammer, using a fake name and stolen photos to identify herself. In this call, her victim, Marcel Deschamps, realizes she's scamming him.
So I want my money right now.
No, Marcel. Until you will apologize. No,
that $3,500 that I gave you, you're going to put it in
No, you will never see it in your entire life again until you're
a
f***ing like this.
Because you're a
Oh, you're
scammer.
f***ing up, okay? I have not met a person like you. You're terrible.
Well,
We've learned that Mary's real name is Mariam Charchian. We find her on social media, enjoying a lush life at Marcel's expense.
you just f***ed up my credit. I have not $1 to play with for my next 2 weeks. How the f*** am I supposed to live?
Marcel, I will send you
kill
things.
myself right now.
I will confirm
Yeah, right.
that. Oh, just go ahead and kill yourself. You don't need to anyone,
It's going to be
okay?
on you, right?
You don't need to anyone.
You won't give a f***.
How we found this call and came to learn so much about this case is a story in itself. It begins overseas in the former Soviet Republic of Georgia, in the capital, Tbilisi, at this building that houses a call center better described as a fraud factory.
This is Luke Steven Hoffman on the line. I was assigned as your financial advisor.
An anonymous source is leaking data to journalists from inside.
My name is Alex Davis. All right, nice to meet you.
1 million recordings of scammers phoning their victims, pretending to be financial advisors.
From this very moment, I'm going to be your financial advisor and expert. We'll make a lot of money together.
Leaked screen recordings capture their computers in action. The scammers' own files detail their deceit as they promise big returns through phony investments.
Well, I have a client who is from Edmonton, from Alberta, Canada.
Canadians are some of their favorite targets.
I remember you're in Montreal, in Quebec, right?
All this extraordinary data is first leaked to Swedish broadcaster SVT.
Hey friends, welcome to the call.
Who then shares it with CBC Radio-Canada and other media outlets.
At one point, they were using Western Union.
We're teaming up, along with the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, to track down the victims and unmask the scammers.
I have a bigger client to deal with, so I need to go now.
To scam with.
We spend weeks analyzing 1,600 calls to Canadian victims and figure out the man in this one is Marcel Deschamps.
Yeah, I can scam whoever I want, and it's not your
You don't deal with, you scam them.
It's not your business. Your life is ruined.
You're a liar.
But I'm really good at it. Right?
You right you are. You bet you are.
So Marcel Deschamps wasn't returning our phone calls, wasn't answering our emails. So we decided to head here to Alexandria, Ontario, to try to find him. And we managed to reach one of his relatives who talked to him, and he's agreed to meet us at the local Tim Hortons.
Marcel, Frédéric Zanuck from CBC Marketplace. Very happy to have been able to track you down here. You weren't answering our calls, though.
Every day I get phone calls of fraud, and for sure I thought you guys were a fraud also. Like, I was sure you weren't real.
Marcel Deschamps was a factory foreman who worked hard to build a nest egg for his retirement. Those life savings are gone now, stolen through investment scams.
That used to be my residence, this nice old Victorian home.
And what happened?
With the fraud, I had to sell everything and move to a small apartment, bachelor apartment now.
Marcel lives here with his regrets.
My life is totally different now, totally. I lost a lot of trust in people, faith in people. Trust people.
Like so many others, Marcel's troubles begin with something he sees on Facebook, similar to this.
Important news for all residents of Canada. Kevin O'Leary is offering you the opportunity to earn up to 7,000 Canadian dollars a week.
It looks like a news story from CTV, but it's totally made up with the help of AI.
My goal is simple. I want each of you to have the opportunity to create a stable source of passive income.
All you need is a few $100s to join in.
We've made sure this isn't just for the wealthy or tech-savvy.
A more recent trend has fake news reports featuring Prime Minister Mark Carney.
Our role is to make sure Canadians aren't left behind as the global economy moves toward automation and AI.
He urges Canadians to sign up for government-backed investment programs to combat things like inflation or tariffs.
We're proud to support agentic AI.
When Canadians do sign up, their contact info is immediately sold to the overseas fraud factories.
It was too easy to get in. For people at home, don't bite. Nothing is real now, and nowadays on the internet.
Marcel's losses escalate rapidly. He becomes desperate to get his money back.
There's always that little hope that somebody out there will help you. I guess it's like gambling, right? If you're playing cards and you're losing money, well, I'm going to put another 20 in. I'm going to get it back.
That's when Miriam Charchian, a.k.a. Mary Roberts, comes calling. She tells Marcel she's a cryptocurrency expert who knows how to recover his stolen funds.
Marcel, of course, sir. I give you the promise. I give you my word. I promise you, you will get it. Don't worry.
Miriam works to build trust with Marcel, using the identity of a real registered financial advisor named Mary Roberts. She says this passport is hers, but it's a fake. And when Marcel sends her a photo of himself, Miriam, or Mary, gushes that he looks like a teenager. In the fraudster's database, she notes that Marcel has started to love me and that she's asked him for $10,000. Those same scammers set their sights on Ginette Gauthier of Drummondville, Quebec.
Oui, hello?
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning
Can
to
I
you
speak
too.
with Ginette? Ginette
Yes,
Gauthier?
After she too responds to an ad for an investment scheme supposedly endorsed by a Quebec celebrity.
This is Luke Steven Hoffman on the line.
Ginette is an accounting technician, and her chat with Lucas leads to many more that convince her she's cashing in.
How did they make you believe that you were making a lot of money?
With the application, I saw my investment goes up really fast.
That app is in fact a fake investment platform that shows Ginette fake returns on her money.
I watch my account, I double my amount.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we have a financial plan, so we need to make 1 million. Okay. Ginette, the first million is always very hard. However, I can see the potential in you, and that's why I'm trying to change your mindset.
Ginette is urged to step out of her comfort zone to invest thousands in a project they claim is related to Tesla.
So when they asked you to put in an extra $3,000, what did you do?
I gave them the $3,000, and on Monday I had $50,000 or $60,000 on the application. My investment go through. And that's when I said to Lucas, I want to withdraw my money because it was enough for me. After that, the nightmare began.
Coming up, the scammers are upping the ante.
If you don't do that, your case will start the investigation and you will have a problem.
As we zero in on them after the break.
I mean, we know what's going on in here. We know that people are being scammed in this building.
Hi, it's me again.
The pressure is mounting on Ginette Gauthier of Drummondville, Quebec.
Hello?
Hello, Ginette, it's me again. Are you driving?
Yeah.
She wants to cash out profits from an investment she thinks is real, but in fact, she's getting scammed.
Hi, Ginette, this is Lucas Hoffman. How are you doing?
These recordings have been leaked from an overseas fraud factory, and now they're telling Ginette she needs to pay more.
I don't have any money right now. I gave everything I have.
The scammers are intimidating, claiming she may be under investigation for money laundering in the UK.
I'm calling you from the Financial Conduct Authority. If you don't do that, your case will start the investigation and you will have a problem, ma'am.
The constant demands for money push Ginette to the breaking point.
Jeanette, for this moment, you can solve all of your problems in
Yes.
say.
Everyone told me that.
Yes, so maybe you need
They
to
asked
listen
me
to
for $5,000 and you will have your money. Oh no, you need to give 12,000 more. This is never finished, but because of you, all of you, I'm broke and I'm depressed and I'm just trying to die, Charlie.
I cry all night. But I don't want, I doesn't want to tell nobody about that.
What helped you to...
This little guy, he helped me.
If Shallow hadn't been here?
Maybe me too.
In total, Ginette loses $20,000, half of her yearly income. To the scam artists working here in the former Soviet Republic of Georgia. In a few short years, they've ripped off victims to the tune of $50 million.
Behind us, there's actually a call center of scammers.
Our colleagues gather in Tbilisi to stake them out.
It's really strange. How many buildings do you see where all the windows are covered?
Leaked records from inside show at least 85 people employed here by a company calling itself the AK Group.
We're like 20 meters away from the entrance.
Our colleagues make their move, hoping to confront the fraud factory's bosses.
Hi.
Hi, good morning. Hello. Yeah.
We're looking...
We're from Swedish Television.
And from ZDF.
But a security guard won't let them pass.
I mean, we know what's going on in here. We know that people are being scammed in this building. We know that people are being scammed in here.
If this video is an indication, the scammers aren't too worried. They celebrate their successes with elaborate parties and with prizes that can include luxury cars. Their leader is pictured here on the left, a 34-year-old man named Akaki Kefkishvili. Fraudster Mariam Charchian, known as Mary Roberts, is one of his best. She pocketed as much as $29,000 US a month by shaking down victims like Marcel Deschamps.
I only took Don't blame him because you didn't. That money there you put in, it's a scam.
3,000 is nothing, Marcel.
Marcel figures out she's playing him, but when he demands his money back or else, Mariam can only laugh.
Tell you what, I'll give it to the cops. They can reach Interpol. We have your picture of your passport still. We still have your picture on the internet, right?
You're so laughing. You're so stupid. Even if you're gonna call the police of Canada, police of Quebec, police of Alberta, police of Calgary, police of Ontario, and the police of the entire world, you will never find my real passport. You fucking dump.
That laughter doesn't sit well with Chris Sutton of the Ontario Provincial Police.
You're so stupid.
He's a special constable with their cyber-enabled fraud team.
How does it feel to hear her basically laugh at him, but at you guys too, by saying, "You'll never catch me"?
It's certainly frustrating. It's very difficult to hear conversations like that. But ultimately, I think for a lot of us, myself included, that sort of just adds fuel to the fire.
Chris's team has managed to disrupt some scams and freeze millions in stolen money, but it isn't easy.
What do you think is the problem here?
I think one of the biggest problems in the industry right now is that international coordination and international cooperation.
Even the victims don't play along. Most never tell police they've been scammed.
We need those victim complaints, though they are sort of our livelihood as a starting point for an investigation.
What are the chances for the victims of getting any funds back?
While time is of the essence, the faster that someone can report, there is definitely an increased likelihood, but unfortunately there is no guarantees in this industry.
After the break, time to confront the minister in charge. If there's someone who could fix this, is Prime Minister Mark Carney. Why is it still happening? It's the dead of night in Tbilisi, and our Georgian colleagues are ready to confront the top dog of a fraud factory that's been scamming Canadians. Bodyguards block their path as Akaki Kefkishvili takes cover in the back of his SUV. Clearly, a bigger strategy is needed to fight the fraudsters. So we're in Ottawa to ask Public Safety Minister Gary Anandasangari what the plan is. Canadians are losing their life savings in investment scams that often start with fake articles, with deep fakes. I'd like to show you just an example of this. We show him how scammers are using AI-generated videos of the Prime Minister to attract victims.
That's why we're proud to support Agentic AI, a breakthrough platform that allows Canadians to take part in wealth building.
If there's someone who could fix this, is Prime Minister Mark Carney. Why is it still happening?
This is outrageous. The use of fake images and fake narratives. There's fraud going on in many parts of the world, including Canada, and I'm just dismayed by it. Look, we have been investing heavily into fighting fraud.
So Australia is starting to force banks, telecoms, and social media to stop these ads from getting to consumers. Why is Canada not doing the same thing?
We've had a number of attempts in holding our tech companies to account. We have not been quite successful. As you're aware, it's quite a complicated and oftentimes an issue where we've had a lot of pushback. So it is imperative that tech companies play ball.
If you don't force Facebook or the social media or the banks to actually do these things, they don't do it. Both Meta and Google tell us it's against their policies to run ads that are fraudulent or promote scams. They say they are taking steps, but that scammers are evading their detection. Back in Alexandria, Ontario, scam victim Marcel Deschamps is taking action of his own.
Hello, Mariam.
Hello.
We find a personal cell phone number for fraudster Mariam Charchian, so Marcel turns the tables and calls her up.
It's Marcel. You don't remember me? You told me I could never find you. I could never reach you.
Can you remind me yourself, please? I don't quite
Marcel,
remember you.
You don't remember me, Marcel.
It's Marcel. No, I don't remember you.
Okay, you live in Tbilisi, right? Georgia?
Well, no.
Are you Mariam Chapchian? Or are you Mary Roberts? Hey, Mariam, you stole money from me. We found you.
Call ended.
As for the fraud factory itself, because of our reporting, this location is closed now, though we discover the scammers open elsewhere. Georgian prosecutors say they're investigating, but no arrests have been made, and the world over, the calls keep coming.
Hello.
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 Next week, after we investigate,
we noticed water seeping through the ceiling one day.
Then the inspection was done. A big-time renovator closes its doors.
Doesn't look like anyone's here.
Clients out thousands for projects unfinished.
They scammed me. That's how I felt.
Promises broken.
Consumers don't have the protection that they think they have.
So we go overseas.
We are on our way to Bulgaria,
searching for the man behind it all.
Hello, Ivan Atanasov?
Da. Next week on your Marketplace.
We're digging in to find the truth. How fast will compostable products really break down?
So we're gonna bury one of these.
And how long until that reusable bag breaks?
Oh, we got a tear!
Are these products worth the extra cash?
This is strictly like an illusion to satisfy consumers.
Or good for the trash?
Would Canadians be better off throwing this stuff right in the garbage?
I think Canadians would be better off not buying it.
This is your marketplace. We're gearing up for the ultimate challenge.
On your marks,
Tapping some teens to help.
get set,
To see which of these grocery bags will last the longest.
go.
Single-use plastic is becoming a thing of the past. Bans have been put in place by various levels of government. 6 items are part of the federal ban, and the goal? For Canada to have zero plastic waste by 2030. The plastics industry is challenging that ban in court. Still, many of us have already made the switch. We want to know if the most popular alternatives are as good for the planet as their green packaging seems to suggest. So we're hitting up some big chains. There's plenty to pick from that isn't single-use plastic. From reusable bags at the checkout to compostable products on the shelves.
Compliments compostable bin liners,
After a couple of quick comparisons,
$6.99, 52 bags, 44 bags, $11.20. What?
we can see that going greener doesn't come cheap.
$2.75 for plastic, $4 for compostable.
Almost every single-use plastic alternative we find
So there's 30 bags in here and only 10 in here, and they're the same price.
costs more.
You're going to see a price premium for compostable products simply because it is just genuinely more expensive to make.
Cal Lacken is the director of a leading Canadian waste research initiative.
Okay, now the federal government, that ban that they brought into place for those 6 particular single-use items, what's your take on that ban?
I think it was actually a well-intentioned but a bad idea and poor execution. It was a very difficult transition for a lot of small businesses to move away from single-use plastic packaging, and in many cases there wasn't viable alternatives. So, if you're going to ban single-use plastic, you probably have to replace it with something.
One of the most common alternatives to that plastic we find, products labeled compostable.
Most people actually don't fully understand what compostable means in general. When people think of compost, they think, I can put it in my backyard composter, and that's basically it. Like, they don't fully understand the mechanics behind it.
I can put it in my backyard over time.
And it will turn into soil, basically.
That's what we're putting to the test next.
I wonder how long these paper straws will last in the water.
I guess we'll find out.
We're taking 10 items labeled compostable and tracking how they break down in places they could end up. They're made from a variety of materials: paper plates, birch cutlery, and compostable plastic. First, buried in the ground.
Charlesley, how was your day at work today? Oh, good. I buried a bag.
Next, the classic at-home composter.
See you in a few weeks.
And finally, Lake Ontario.
I'm gonna weigh this crate down with some bricks.
While we wait to see just how long it takes for these items to break down,
Okay, thanks for the lift, Emery.
Awesome, no worries.
let's see how long another single-use plastic alternative lasts.
Reusable bags. They are easy to forget, but they're cheap and available at lots of stores. Now, in order for these bags to be considered truly reusable, the federal government says they have to be able to last for 100 trips of 53 meters each and packed full with 10 kilograms. Sounds like a marketplace test to me.
We're at the Ability Center in Whitby, Ontario.
Look at our testing squad today. This is so awesome. Each of you has a bag in front of you.
Today, these teenage athletes are competing against each other.
When your bag is packed, I'm gonna check it to make sure it weighs 10 kilograms. Almost. Oh. Okay, 9.6. You wanna grab a banana? How much does a banana weigh?
Depends on the banana.
And for comparison's sake,
you guys know what this is, right? That's the classic plastic bag.
We're throwing in a plastic bag too. Every 53 meters, we'll pause, unpack the groceries, and pack them back in, just like we do at home.
Because you're simulating like another trip to the grocery store.
If their bag breaks or tears, it's out, and it doesn't pass the reusable test.
Everybody grab your bags. Are you pumped?
Yes!
Can you do this?
Yes!
All right, on your marks, get set, go.
Just a few steps in, and the traditional plastic bag isn't doing too well.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's already ripping. Look, there's a rip on the side.
I think you're in trouble there, bud.
I think I'm winning.
Oh! Plastic's done.
And not long after,
oh, we got a tear.
Oh. I didn't even see
We got it ripped.
Oh.
Sobeys ripped. You did 5 trips and it ripped.
Sobeys.
5 trips down, 95 to go. While we wait, let's check up on another one of those alternative plastic products, compostable goods. To do that, we're in Toronto, a city that manages 170 million kilograms of organic waste each year. Many municipalities have an organic waste program, a green or brown bin program, where food scraps get turned into compost. Matt Keller manages Toronto Solid Waste.
This is only supposed to be compostable material.
Correct.
Toronto's green bin waste ends up here, but that's not all.
Like, I can see tons of plastic and stuff.
Yeah, so in Toronto, we allow plastic bags to put your organics in. It doesn't matter if it's compostable or regular plastic. Our system is designed to remove those plastics out of the system.
The city says allowing plastic bags encourages more people to use the green bin program, instead of needing to spend more money on bags labeled compostable.
People are buying those because they think it's better than using plastic.
So some programs, that's what they promote. And they require compostable plastic bags because that's how their system was designed. That's how it's functioning. For us,
Doesn't matter
if it's compostable or regular plastic, it'll get removed at the start of the process.
You're saying this won't be composted in
That will not be composted in our program.
You heard right. Compostable or plastic, all of the waste sent here is put in a big tank and blended with water.
And the materials come in, it chops it up, and the lighter materials, which are the plastics, float to the top.
Anything that doesn't belong gets skimmed off.
Straight on the truck, and it goes right to a landfill to be deposited.
And it's not just the bags. No compostable plastic is welcome here.
We don't want to see compostable plastic cups and cutlery because they all just end up going to landfill.
And Cal says that's not a good option either.
A lot of people are going to think, okay, well, fine, it ended up in landfill, but at least it's compostable, it's a greener product, it's better than me putting a piece of plastic in the garbage.
When you have organic materials, it will break down and release its carbon and methane into the atmosphere, which is actually not what we want at all. So unless we have the ability to capture that carbon, it's just actually extra emissions.
So this is where like the real magic happens.
Toronto's organics facility can capture that carbon and turn it into renewable natural gas.
The City of Toronto actually uses that renewable natural gas to fuel buildings in our fleet.
But when we show Matt our whole haul of products, there's not much his program would accept.
Very challenging for just the general consumer who wants to buy something compostable to do something better for the environment.
And it's not just Toronto. These major cities don't process any compostable plastics, and these accept some compostable products, but with strict rules.
What would you say to people who say, Toronto, you need to catch up, change your system, come on, get with the times?
So our system is one of the most advanced systems available. We're leaps and bounds ahead of some other municipalities who, quite frankly, some don't even have an organics management program.
What would make it better for you, but then also the planet?
I think that would be just standardization in terms of how we process organics across the country, not have it divvied up into, municipality accepting a couple products that the neighbor doesn't accept.
So if municipalities can't take compostable products, what happens if they end up in our environment? Is this renewable and sustainable?
No, it's single-use garbage.
Coming up on your Marketplace. We're digging into Canada's plan to ban single-use plastic items.
See you in a few weeks.
From compostable straws to wooden cutlery, we're testing whether popular plastic alternatives are as eco-friendly as you might think. Alternatives like reusable bags.
How many of these do you guys have at home?
So many.
A lot.
Are they durable enough to offset the carbon footprint needed to make them?
Number 5, away you go.
Oh, the peanut butter. Yo, hurry up.
To find out, we're simulating 100 trips to the grocery store.
I know, it's a lot of groceries.
Our traditional plastic bag doesn't make it very far.
Oh!
And neither does this Sobeys bag.
Oh, we got a tear.
We're not even halfway when we lose our next bag.
At 37 trips, we've got multiple tears in the red Metro bag.
And then they seem to drop like flies.
It's really torn. It's really torn.
Yeah. So Dollarama, you're out. Strap ripped, Walmart bag is out.
It's a long road to 100 trips.
Wow, I didn't see this one coming. Ripped bag, okay. It gives me great joy and pleasure to announce this is your final trip, 100. Away you go. Woo!
In the end,
all right, you did it! You did it, you did it. Way to go.
only 5 bags remain out of the original 12. 7 bags break or tear, failing to meet the federal government's 100-trip standard for a reusable bag. Despite failing our test, Dollarama and Walmart say their bags are independently tested and pass. Metro admits their t-shirt style bags are not designed to carry more than 9 kilograms, below the federal standard. Sobeys and Loblaws don't respond. But that's not the only plastic alternative we're looking into. The packaging on these compostable products makes some pretty green claims. So we take a closer look.
It says, made from birch wood from sustainably managed forests. This sounds pretty good, pretty green.
It does, in theory, but it largely depends on how it's being used. So I think ultimately we need to be moving away from single-use anything.
Okay, this also says, unlike plastic cutlery that can take years to break down, composted birch cutlery soon becomes healthy soil.
It's kind of a misleading statement. I think it has the potential to. I would want to know what they mean by soon. Like, so what is the time frame? I would bet my bottom dollar that if you put this in your backyard compost, 2 years from now, it will still stay as a wooden fork.
Well, we're not going to wait 2 years. We've put 10 products labeled compostable into a backyard composter. Woo. Buried them in the ground.
Oh, there it is. Oh, did a good job.
And submerged them in Lake Ontario.
Oh, wow.
All for 14 weeks.
Hey, it's time to check out our stuff.
First up, the compostable coffee cup. After being buried in the backyard, they do look different.
But what's interesting is you can still see what I imagine is the liner from the inside of the cup.
Same with the lake.
For at least 14 weeks, all of this would have still been floating around in the lake.
But in the backyard composter,
very little breakdown. Very little breakdown.
Turns out, hardly any of our products break down at all. Wheat straws and birch forks.
Honestly, that looks practically brand new.
Bamboo plates and bin liners.
It's dirty, but it's sturdy.
And compostable plastic items, all easily identifiable after 14 weeks in all environments.
I mean, you could eat your soup with that right now. No problem.
Our only products that fully break down, 1 paper straw and 2 paper plates.
It's all gone.
We ask the manufacturers about their products. These companies say their products break down in commercial facilities where they exist. They don't comment on the millions of Canadians that don't have access to these facilities. Sobeys doesn't respond. To learn about the damage these products can do in our environment,
it's just a treasure trove of litter.
We're meeting with Karen Wersig from Environmental Defense, an advocacy group.
This was a coffee cup and a lid. 8 weeks in a composter, 14 weeks in the lake.
It's when it breaks down into little fragments that it becomes food for all kinds of unsuspecting organisms, and then all the additives in there. What's happening with them? Where are they going? Are they moving up our food web into animals that we end up eating? Like, this is the big problem.
This says renewable and sustainable. Is this renewable and sustainable?
No, it's single-use garbage.
That's 14 weeks in the composter.
Well, what they'll tell you is this is compostable under very specific industrial conditions that don't really exist at scale anywhere.
And if your municipality doesn't take compostable items, it can be nearly impossible to find a facility that accepts consumer goods. It's why Wersig's message around alternatives is so simple.
Try to avoid using single-use, no matter what material it's made out of. And remember that the stuff that looks and feels and is marketed closer to plastic is effectively plastic, and it's doing the same kind of damage in the environment. So, don't go out of your way to spend more money on it, that's for sure.
I'm guilty of forgetting my reusable bags, my reusable cutlery. Is it my fault for being forgetful?
We've been trained by the industry that all this packaging is just a convenience item that causes no problem to anybody. We need to untrain ourselves collectively, and the government needs to help by setting up rules so that we untrain ourselves from these very damaging practices of thinking that we can grab something, use it for a short time, and then throw it away, where it will last for, centuries in nature or in a landfill. But I think companies that have to take more responsibility for this kind of thing, and provide alternatives that are real alternatives to this disposable society that we've been living in. Really, reusable should be as convenient as garbage.
We ask Federal Environment Minister Julie DeBruzen to come on camera and talk about her plans to put plastic alternatives in their place. Her office refuses and don't respond to our findings. Instead, they say their proposed rules for labeling compostables are on hold while it's before the courts.
Here in Banff, they're taking waste reduction matters into their own hands. Coming up, we'll show you some of the surprisingly simple tactics they're using to cut down on waste.
Here in beautiful Banff, Alberta, they're setting an example for the rest of Canada when it comes to tackling the plastics problem.
So I see the signage, Zero Waste Trail.
Environmental Coordinator Carla Bitt says the town has a plan to reduce all single-use items, not just plastic ones.
From our perspective, all single-use items are a problem, whether they're plastic or not. We don't want to substitute one material for another. We want to reduce them and eliminate them altogether as much as we possibly can, and showcase that as an example to our visitors who come from around the globe.
When we dine in at A&W,
could I have a teen burger, please?
We're given real dishes.
All reusable.
At the farmers market, you're encouraged to sit and stay.
I give out plates to all the food vendors in the mornings.
Eating off reusable and even edible cups.
Okay, so it's a cookie, so I can take a sip and then... Oh my gosh, what a great idea. So can I have the yuzu and orange tea sparkler, please?
This tourist town has partnered with Muse, a company dedicated to creating a more circular takeout culture.
Okay, so this is the barcode.
You can check out stainless steel cups and containers and use them for up to 2 weeks for free.
Okay, so here we are, different coffee shop.
When you're done, return them to any business that's opted in.
And then you scan the QR code on the location, and then you confirm your return.
Confirm return, and it's that easy.
And if you're looking for tips at home, Cal Lacken, a waste specialist at York University, suggests changing our way of thinking.
Reduce, reuse, recycle, not just a catchy phrase, it's the order in which we're supposed to do things. However, there's a direct correlation between consumption and happiness. So I think when you frame waste reduction, you frame it in the sense, instead of depriving yourself of buying stuff, it's about avoiding wasting what you already have, and then opting for reuse where possible, and recycling is the least preferred option out of the three.
Avoiding wasting what you already have.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
A good strategy to save you some money and help the planet at the same time.
It's a scam that targets vulnerable teens.
So she says, wow, you are looking good.
A seemingly innocent exchange that leads to sexual extortion.
There is no other scam that involves targeting children, coercing them into a sexually compromising situation.
We find criminals cashing in on fear, all the way from Nigeria. So you don't ever wonder if the person on the other end is suffering because of the scamming that you've done. And uncover the tragic truth of those who lose it all.
Happy birthday, dear Harry.
The amount of children that have died for this, it makes no sense.
Next week on Your Marketplace.
The following program contains mature subject matter, including coarse language and reference to suicide. Viewer discretion is advised.
On this edition of The Fifth Estate, we're taking a hard look at places across Canada that promise hope, but leave some feeling hopeless.
I felt duped. This was all a facade.
Private addiction treatment facilities offer help and healing, attracting new patients with splashy videos and promises of 5-star service.
Massages, sauna, hot tub, in the woods, it's a cabin.
But across Canada, when it comes to private treatment, paying more doesn't always guarantee results.
I think we spent about $100,000, and I would pay not to go.
It's an industry critics say is profiting off gaps in the healthcare system.
Treatment should be regulated. People are shocked that it isn't.
It's pretty much the Wild West. From a facility with untrained and unregistered staff.
How can you just portray yourselves off as licensed medical professionals and get away with it and sleep at night?
To shocking discoveries.
One person that was there sent me a picture of a crack pipe.
We look at how, despite reports and recommendations, hello, anybody here? Much of this industry continues to operate out of sight, and it's costing lives.
I'm like, they're gonna kill somebody.
I'm Stephen D'Souza. This is The Fifth Estate.
What is your emergency?
October 3rd, 2024. It's just before 5 in the afternoon when a disturbing 911 call comes from a home on a quiet tree-lined street in Courtenay, British Columbia.
I mean, it was just so sad and unexpected. Honestly, I still really can't believe that it's happened.
The call comes from a home used by Nomina Wellness, a private addiction recovery center where the care comes at a high cost.
Every family there was paying at least $60,000.
Paramedics show up and try desperately to revive a 27-year-old man, but he was pronounced dead at the scene.
He was so charismatic, so handsome, a leader. He thought the whole thing was a sham too.
More than 50,000 people have died from an opioid overdose in Canada in the last decade. But no one knows how many were patients of privately run treatment centers. That's because no one is keeping track.
I'm very disappointed in this government. I don't think
Some of those were hard.
Oh no, it's good.
Okay, everyone. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers of today's event, the Doctors for Safer Drug Policy, and I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Lisa Lapointe was a member of the BC Public Service for 30 years and served as BC's chief coroner.
We have addiction medicine specialists who aren't supported, and instead our government is allowing private residential treatment centers to charge people tens of thousands of dollars for treatment that is standardized. It's appalling. It's shocking.
Lisa Lapointe in the BC Coroner's Office tried for years to call attention to the lack of regulations governing private treatment.
We are now going to begin our visual demonstration.
As families marked International Overdose Awareness Day this year in front of the BC Legislature, a stark reality hung over the event. Publicly funded residential treatment centers have long wait times, so the private route is often the only option.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi. I think we're all ready to go?
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Drug toxicity is the leading cause of death in British Columbia for people aged 19 to 59, and yet these treatment centers exist with no standards. I can decide that mint tea at 9 and yoga at 11, and we all go for a hike at 12, and then we sit around at 2. Whether or not there's any evidentiary value for that, it doesn't matter. And outcomes are not reported. So we really have no idea how effective it is.
In many parts of Canada, anyone can open a treatment center or offer counseling services.
It's pretty much the Wild West.
Doug Brewer is the executive director of the Canadian Addiction Counselor Certification Federation. They accredit and train addiction counselors across Canada using internationally recognized standards. But no province mandates certification.
People can just offer themselves up as addiction counselors without any certification whatsoever, or anyone watching what they're doing.
When private residential health centers are allowed to operate without oversight, the ripple effects can be felt far and wide. That's the case of Nomina, where that man died in the fall of 2024.
Clear on the right. Okay, this is it.
Most of the people we spoke with are from the East Coast, but Nomina did attract people from the United States, including near Seattle, and that's where we are now. Oh, is it here somewhere? This is beautiful. Over here?
Right. Yeah, I never noticed that.
Emily Bogan's journey with addiction began with alcohol, then medication to treat her ADHD.
Oh, that's really pretty. I never really got rid of the feeling of like I'm an addict. I'm addicted, especially over time because you become dependent on it. During a period of my life, I really felt like my dreams were coming true and like I had built something that I loved.
Bogan says she was studying to be a psychologist and struggling with addiction. Then she noticed something else was going on.
My friends and people close to me started to notice behaviors and things that weren't normal for me.
She was diagnosed with Lyme disease, which in some cases includes neurological symptoms.
I did start to struggle with the procedural memory stuff. I would struggle to figure out how to get ready for work, really weird stuff. I was also, especially that year, very open about over-relying on my meds. I mean, I just have never not had control of things. It was really not a good moment.
Bogan's father had also recently died.
She and my husband were very close. I really feel like the stress of everything that she was dealing with was just
too much for her.
Bogan's condition got worse, so her mother searched for a place to treat her drug use and Lyme disease.
You know, I knew that she needed more than just medication management at that time. That's what Nomina looked like to me.
She began speaking with Nomina's co-founder, Lisa Calco.
I wrote, you know, hello, Lisa, I'm attaching some research about Lyme's, and she promised that we most certainly can treat Lyme disease. I've felt like I trusted her. She said the right things. I felt like she was telling me the truth.
And my mom was like, I found a place that can treat Lyme disease, and that really lit me up.
It looked like a beautiful location, and they made it seem like they would be going on hikes all the time, and therapy, one-on-one therapy, group therapy, nature walks.
Hi everyone, Lisa here with Nomina Wellness. Exercise is one of those great strategies that we have that's free, it's accessible, and anybody can do it.
From photos of the facility to a seemingly impressive resume with a long list of degrees, Bogan says Calco seemed like she had the goods.
I could tell my mom really liked her. I could tell that she was very available to my mom, like in communication and stuff. And they really emphasized how beautiful the place was.
But when they arrived at the facility in Courtenay, BC, things didn't seem right.
You were promised physicians, psychologists, counselors, you know.
Michelin chef.
A Michelin star chef.
Massages, sauna, hot tub, in the woods, it's a cabin.
What was the reality?
It was yards and yards and yards and yards and yards and miles away from that. It was the clients there called it a crack house.
Bogan says they spent just over $33,000 for the first 3 weeks.
I realize now that so much of that was it was fraudulent, and that she just outright lied.
The saving grace was that the other patients were just wonderful people from Montreal.
But there was also another connection linking many of the other patients.
There's some really secret meetings in Toronto. Of course, we knew how to get to them. I knew how to get there.
Bob Merrier, a celebrity sobriety coach, known for his work with former Toronto Mayor Rob Ford.
Yeah, every single person there, except me and one other person, I think, was brought there by him.
Coming up, who is Bob Merrier and what was his connection to Nomina?
He's got to stop taking advantage of people. He's not helping anybody, he's just helping his wallet.
The following program contains mature subject matter, including coarse language and reference to suicide. Viewer discretion is advised.
Why do you keep running from the media, Mr. Mayor?
In the final months of the late Rob Ford's tumultuous time as Toronto Mayor, there was a figure in the background, working to try and bring order to the chaotic life of the alcohol and drug-addicted politician.
And I gave it to him. He said, "You think it's fucking hard now? Dude, you have no idea."
Bob Merrier, a self-described sobriety coach and interventionist, was meant to be behind the scenes. But he was thrust in the spotlight when he was accused of kicking a protester.
Don't shove me.
Merrier says he is a coach to celebrities and CEOs. He played a key role in how many people would end up getting treated by Lisa Calco and Nomina.
What was your first impression of Bob when you first met him?
Well, I thought I found God. He was so convincing. I can help, I deal with hockey players, celebrities, all the high end of society.
Did he mention the former Toronto Mayor, Rob Ford?
Absolutely.
We've spoken with several of Bob Merrier's former clients. A family member of one wanted to share their experience with him as a warning to others. We've hidden their identity to protect their privacy.
It was basically, I have the solution. It's either this way or the highway.
What sort of services was he promising you when you started talking about price? What was he actually saying he would do?
Phone calls, communication, follow-up, directing people, go there, do this, do that.
They say the cost for Marier's services and the treatment he recommended added up fast.
It started with $25,000, and then $4,000 here, and $10,000 here, and then, it went up, and I think I'm almost at $100,000 of expenses, where I saw nothing out of that, absolutely nothing.
There's a sort of another branch called sobriety coaches. Is that an area that's regulated at all?
There's no formal regulation for sobriety coaches.
So anyone can call themselves a sobriety coach?
Correct.
For anyone seeking professional help with addictions at a privately owned facility, it's buyer beware. Just Alberta and Quebec loosely regulate private treatment centers. BC regulates only those that register with the province. Nomina does not appear on any public registries in BC.
The government has this kind of difficult balancing act, because if they acknowledge that drug dependency was a health issue that required health treatment by designated health professionals, and therefore all of these private centers weren't allowed to operate because this is a very complex health issue, we're looking at billions of dollars for our government to spend.
Here today because I stand with you in grief and in anger.
Maybe it's just easier for governments to sort of turn a blind eye.
And investing in social
Many provinces argue treatment centers don't need regulation because the staff, doctors, psychologists, and social workers are governed by their own professional colleges.
26 regulatory colleges in the province of Ontario have the ability and do, upon occasion, review, do investigations, and in some cases, pull licenses.
The problem is there's no law requiring private treatment centers to employ those professionals. That leaves the door open to hire staff with little or no training.
There are people in the space who aren't following any rules or have any credible training and are just out there, doing harm in some cases.
If I take my dog to a vet, I see the veterinary degree on the wall. I'm confident that the person has been trained to a standard that is acceptable in my province. When you take your vulnerable 19-year-old or 20-year-old to a private residential treatment center, there is no oversight body. There are no standards.
Bob Marrier would help his clients find treatment, and one place that often came up, Nomina.
He said I found the best place. This person, Lisa, has PhDs left and right. She's going to be the perfect person.
The Fifth Estate called the International Institute of Clinical Sexology in Miami. That's where Calco, in some online profiles, claims to have earned a PhD. The school confirmed she was enrolled, but never finished the online program. But that's not all that wasn't as it appeared. What did he tell you about what Nomina could do at that time?
Well, the right therapy and the follow-up is great. She had all the right tools. And again, we trust. We see the website. It looks nice.
When you search for it online, often this is the property that comes up as Nomina's location. But Emily Bogan arrived to a very different place.
I thought I was going to be at this place, the Lodge in the mountains, because it was on the website.
I remember feeling really shocked when we went to the address.
It's not at all the place they mention. People are not secure. The doors are open, you can leave in the middle of the night. So if you want to get drugs and alcohol, you can do it. Nobody's checking on you.
Knowing that I'm going to leave my daughter there and drive away, I left there very unsettled, to say the least.
One person that was there sent me a picture of a crack pipe or something on the sofa that he found. It was not pleasant.
It wasn't just the property. There were concerns about the staff, too.
There's no medical chief, no medical doctors on site. There were just, not even nurses there.
Former patients who spoke to the Fifth Estate say they were offered medical consultations online. Bogan didn't get to see a doctor in person. When she did have her online appointment, she says the doctor questioned whether her Lyme disease diagnosis was real.
When I brought it up, he was like, we don't treat Lyme disease here. He's like, look, like, there's just a whole industry of doctors, medical people who are taking advantage. And I was just like, what, do you not think I have Lyme disease? And he was like, no, I don't.
How did that make you feel, knowing that this was one of the big reasons why you're even there, and now this physician is just dismissing it?
I mean, I actually felt a little bit abandoned by Lisa.
She says, we have not provided any medical opinions on her Lyme's, as this is not within our expertise too. It's completely...
Very different.
Yeah, that's what her tone became towards the end.
Mm-hmm. Other patients had similar experiences. They wanted their identity hidden to protect their family.
I had been dealing with addiction for several years, and it had just gotten worse and worse.
This former client says they needed to detox, a potentially dangerous and sometimes life-threatening process that usually requires medical supervision and routine check-ins by trained staff.
I don't remember once getting my vitals taken, except upon arrival the first day. For about 5 days, detoxing in my room alone, they would just leave a meal.
So you're going through this very difficult detox and no one's checking on you?
No, no one's checking on you. I thought I was gonna die.
Former Nomina clients tell the Fifth Estate that it wasn't clear what medical training staff at the facility had, which led to a dangerous and troubling situation in June 2022.
I saw a new patient and she was having a seizure, and her head was smashing against the stairs. She'd clearly fallen. I was screaming, somebody call 911, help, help.
The Fifth Estate obtained the 911 records for that call. The patient was found having multiple seizures.
Not one of the staff members offered any type of instruction. In fact, they just stood there. We were allowed on a landline, one 15-minute phone call per week, and it was monitored by staff. My friend had been on a phone call downstairs with her dad at the time. She heard me screaming, and he said to her, hang up on me and call 911. She proceeded to do that, but they cut her phone line. And I think I remember saying, run next door.
They say Nomina clients, not the staff, rushed through the remote area to find help.
They found the neighbor, who was maybe a kilometer away or half a kilometer away, and they got them to call 911. That client could have died that day. I ended up getting in trouble for this later.
They say the incident left clients shaken, and Lisa Calco's main concern after was something else.
She basically full yelling, how dare you guys call 911? I think she was extremely concerned that any type of authorities were being called to the premises of Nomina.
Coming up, a tragedy at another recovery facility.
I had been trying to get someone to listen to me. I'm like, they're gonna kill somebody.
And we sit down with Bob Merrier.
Do you know how much good I do? Do you have any idea?
The following program contains mature subject matter, including coarse language and reference to suicide. Viewer discretion is advised.
We've been trying to reach Lisa Calco, but she hasn't gotten back to us, and obviously we have a lot of questions for her. We also have a lot of numbers, so we're going to try to reach her at a few of the different Nomina locations and see if we can track her down.
This person cannot be reached at the moment. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, this message is for Lisa Calco. It's Stephen D'Souza with CBC News in the Fifth Estate. We're just hoping to speak with you regarding a story we're working on. Lisa, if this is your number, if you could give us a call, or you can reply to the email we sent. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Do we want to try the husband's number? Yeah? Yeah?
The number you have reached is not in service. Please check the number and try your call again.
Okay, that was a quick one. We do have one more, and that is the Nomina office in St. Catharines, so let's give that one a try.
Hello, Nomina Health is unavailable. Please leave a message.
So 5 numbers, no luck. We just have to wait now and see if any of those actually get through to her. I'm very good, thanks. Sorry, we're just trying to reach you. I'm not sure if you saw our email that we sent.
Yeah, I hadn't received any email from yourself or anyone. Bob just sent me your number and suggested you were trying to connect with me, and I'm more than happy to. So.
Okay.
Lisa Calco, one of the owners of Nomina, agrees to give us an interview. We want to discuss claims from some of her former clients, but also the overdose death that occurred at their facility in October 2024.
I got an Instagram message from one of the patients there. She said it's really traumatizing. He just died.
We're not disclosing the name of the victim to protect the family's privacy.
He disappeared and he came back to Nomina, is what I understand. Walked in the door, walked to the bathroom. It was taking a long time. Wasn't answering the door, it was quiet.
He was overdosing on fentanyl. A client and a staff member tried to help.
He tried so hard to open the door. He was trying to break down the door, and then he gave him CPR for a while, and nothing.
Bogan says a client at the facility told her what happened.
I had asked her, wasn't there Narcan there? And she said, no.
Narcan, a brand of the medication naloxone, temporarily reverses an opioid overdose. According to the 911 incident report, the caller told the operator there was no naloxone available. We confirmed that with some Nomina clients. But when contacted by the Fifth Estate, the staff member who called 911 disputed the report, saying he administered naloxone before EMS arrived, which the coroner's report into the death also says. After our inquiries, the coroner's office now says they're reviewing the information we provided.
He was just such a young, beautiful person. I mean, he just had so much potential.
His case was not an isolated incident. 8 months earlier in Ontario, another privately run facility was also the site of a tragedy.
Someone died at Muskoka Recovery after I was there. It's in the media, it's in the news. Anybody can go look this up.
The Toronto Star broke the story about Muskoka Recovery in late 2024. A mother of 4 died after being given the wrong dose of her medication for an underlying health condition. The center claimed it had registered nurses on site, including Christine Iskander.
When I came into the facility, Christine greeted me.
Kim Smith, a mother of 3 and registered practical nurse, had been struggling with anxiety and thoughts of suicide.
I have my own stock of clonazepam and lorazepam for anxiety, prescribed.
And Christine's handing out medications to you, and as far as you know, it's normal, right?
Mm-hmm, because she's the nurse. She had advised me that, well, why don't you take a clonazepam and a lorazepam? And I kind of tilted my head at her, because the nurse inside me is going, wait, what? So I took them, 1 of each. Not supposed to do that.
The next day, Smith was taken to hospital after having an adverse reaction.
Something could have happened through the night. I should not have been left alone.
When she returned home from Muskoka, she made a discovery.
I went on to the College of Nurses of Ontario and looked up her name one day. Couldn't find it. And that just started to snowball.
She then learned Damien Delaney, the clinical director, had faced multiple investigations for sexual misconduct, which led to him losing his social worker's license. But he kept working. Smith immediately alerted her friend Matthew Collins, who was also a patient at Muskoka.
Okay, Breakfast, sit. Give me the paw. Give me the other paw. Good job.
I was shocked. I felt duped. I was like, how dare they go after people who are the most low point and the most vulnerable.
Hey. Collins had been dealing with childhood trauma and mental health issues. He says he tried to take his life a number of times before finally seeking help.
It felt like a sucker punch. I fell back in to a depression state. I had called my parents, they brought me to the hospital. Like, we're talking about like close to $50,000. And I was struggling to pay my parents, and my parents are still paying for that.
But Smith and Collins were the lucky ones.
I had been trying to get someone to listen to me for a while. The College of Nurses, the OPP. I'm like, they're gonna kill somebody. Poor mother lost her life because of their negligence. And my plea for help went unheard.
In a statement to the Fifth Estate, Muskoka Recovery said it categorically denies all allegations. Both Smith and Collins are part of a $40 million lawsuit against its owners and some staff, which has not been certified by the courts. They claim Muskoka systematically misled, lured, financially exploited, abused, and endangered vulnerable people seeking treatment at the facility. Back in Victoria, BC's former chief coroner says getting accountability in a system with limited oversight isn't easy.
Deaths in residential treatment centers are rare, in my experience. There's nowhere to complain. It's a private company. You paid the money.
No one tracks whether a death occurred after treatment or how many times people go through treatment.
Oftentimes, what happens in those situations is the individual is deemed to have failed. If we knew the extent of people who have been through treatment and subsequently died, I think we would soon figure out we can't hold these individuals accountable, that this is a system that is a failure.
After the death at Nomina, fellow clients were left without answers.
I blame Lisa. I blame the human being of Lisa, because I just know that, I know that she didn't care about us.
We wanted to ask Lisa Calco directly about the level of care at Nomina, so we head to BC and Vancouver Island. But en route, there's a change of plans.
All set? Yeah. And I'm talking to this one up here. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, you good. Lisa Calco did agree to speak to us, but the day we arrived here in BC, we got an email from her saying that she was declining to do the interview. She said it was because of patient confidentiality and the privacy of her patient's information. We went back to her and said, look, the issues we want to talk about are much bigger than individual patients, but she declined again. Despite that, we are here in Courtenay, BC, and we'll see what happens. "13 minutes, 10 kilometers. My ears are popping. We're on our way to check out some key Nomina sites that have come up during our investigation. We're going up.
Eventually, we reached the spot that Nomina once advertised as its main treatment center with enticing images of a luxury resort, but also where clients were forced to run to a neighbor to get help for a new resident who was having multiple seizures. The former Nomina site is now occupied by another private residential treatment center, though Calco still owns the property. In fact, the bank is suing Calco for failure to pay the mortgage. We then head into Courtenay to a nondescript subdivision where Nomina now sends clients. So we came to the spot where the young man overdosed, and as you can see, it's not quite what was advertised,
back in 2024, especially for people paying tens of thousands of dollars.
As we're outside filming the house, we notice some men walking through the neighborhood. They go in and then come out a few minutes later.
Yeah, they're...
The men claim to be Nomina clients and don't seem concerned about the camera. In fact, one offers us, unsolicited, a glowing review.
Like, I'm a frequent flyer, and this place is actually one of the best that I've been to. Oh. Yeah.
And just like that, they continue off into the neighborhood. The timing of their appearance and their comments leaves us wondering just how spontaneous was that interaction. We still wanted to get answers directly from owner Lisa Calco.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've exchanged a number of messages with Lisa Calco, but we still have some very specific questions we want to ask her, so we are headed to one of the Nomina offices right now. Does this look right? Think we're in the right place? Anybody here? Hello, anybody here? This is the spot. Hi there. My name's Steve. I'm with CBC. I was just looking for Lisa.
She's not here right now, I don't think.
Oh, do you expect her back?
I don't think today.
We weren't able to sit down with Calco, but another key player does agree to speak with us in Montreal.
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Bob Merrier, the sobriety coach,
It's really warm
and a
here.
key figure in sending clients to Nomina.
My name is Bob Merrier, Marier.
Coming up, we look at what's being done to fix the system, and we try to get answers from Bob Merrier.
People are paying tens of thousands of dollars to get something they weren't expecting.
Not one of my clients ever called me to tell me that it happened.
The following program contains mature subject matter, including coarse language and reference to suicide. Viewer discretion is advised.
You give me a kid that's been to 5 rehabs and has failed everywhere, I'm going to show you accountability.
Bob Merrier's time helping the late Rob Ford made him a celebrity in the recovery world. From appearing on podcasts to selling his own merchandise, Merrier will be the first to tell you he's in high demand.
I'm pretty well known in this country, and I've been known to do good work. I've also been known for problematic cases where others have failed. Call Bob, he's going to do the job.
He sat down with us in Montreal. We want to know how he operates in a field with no clear rules or guidelines. And we want to know about his connection to Nomina.
Do you know how much good I do? Do you have any idea?
No, I mean,
Dude, it's crazy how much shit I help people. Like, it's insane that I'm sitting here.
Well,
These are sick people.
A former addict himself, he readily admits he has no formal training or certification to be a sobriety coach.
There's no degree in what I do. My experience is my expertise. I've been doing it for 15 years professionally. My job is to bring people to treatment. Once they get the treatment, not really my job.
He tells us he did train in California as an interventionist.
I'm not a clinician. I state every time I meet someone.
He's also not shy about hinting at big-name clients.
A guy that is a well-known Canadian musician, it's his manager. He's the son of a very eccentric billionaire. This is a guy, again, whose mother is one of the wealthiest ladies and is an owner of a National Hockey League team.
Merrier says he charges anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 for an intervention.
Is it dependent on how much the person has, how rich they are? I mean, there's a lot of wealthy clients that you deal with.
Yeah, but no, absolutely not. Depends on how difficult the case is going to be.
He's sent a number of patients to Nomina over the years and had nothing but praise for co-owner Lisa Calco.
Always had a good relationship with her, straight shooter.
You've never had a concern about her credentials, or what she offers?
No, because she's had very good people with her and very good clinicians. All of my people that went there liked it. Never had any issues with her.
We asked about allegations of false advertising, how patients say they were promised 5-star accommodations and services, but instead found themselves in very different circumstances.
I don't know what the business ends are. I was sending them to treatment. You're not sending them to a spa.
But former clients tell the Fifth Estate that Merrier and his associates often dropped clients off at Nomina facilities, including the one in Courtenay, BC.
People are paying tens of thousands of dollars to be at a place like Nomina to get something they weren't expecting. That can't be right.
Again, I can't speak to it. Not one of my clients ever called me to tell me that it happened.
You know, if they are advertising one thing on the website but delivering something else on the ground, is that something you'd look at, and is that something you would concern you?
If you think when I sell treatment, I say, hey, you're going to, I don't sell it that way. You're going to a place, you'll have a clean bed and meals. That's how I do it. None of my clients ever called me and said, we're not there.
Yeah.
I heard about it months later, and I was like, they weren't advertising the mountain? I don't know.
So you have heard some complaints then?
Since this has all gone down, yes, but I never heard about it when it was there.
So does that change your mind now about sending
I don't know,
people to Nomina?
are you there for treatment, or are you there to walk, like, I don't understand the question here, but it's a concern.
The question is, I mean, they're charging tens of thousands of dollars advertising.
They're charging what is basically the same price of most private centers in Canada.
Right.
Their prices are really competitive.
But they're also,
with all
it's
that.
what they're promising though. They're promising this beautiful place, whether that's conducive to good therapy or not, but you know, they're delivering something else.
I haven't even looked at their website. Maybe that I deal with the people that I deal with, and I don't sell it as a spa. I sell it as you go into treatment.
But I mean, you do take responsibility for where you're sending people, so is that not incumbent on you to know where you're sending
I can't speak to it. Yeah, absolutely, but I can't speak to this in particular. I've had, like, all these other
But you
clients.
are still sending people to Nomina.
Yeah, but I've got a whole bunch of other clients that didn't say a word about that.
Marier says he was at the Courtenay location in the fall of 2024, in the hours just after the tragic overdose death of a 27-year-old. He was bringing a new client to check in.
I mean, did that cause you any concern or cause you to second guess sending people there at all?
No, it did not. I mean, how many clients have I sent there since? But
I don't know, how many have you?
Probably 4 or 5.
Marier says there will always be unhappy clients.
Do you feel that you're being predatory, though, on people who are at the most vulnerable points in their life?
I'm certainly not a carpetbagger, and I'm certainly not about to go chase anyone that's in a vulnerable state.
Thank you very much. You've been more than fair with your time, so thank you very much.
Just make me look nice. If you make me look like you play ominous music and here's what's wrong with the business.
After our interview ended, Bob received a phone call.
I'm with the news people.
It was someone he says is a former client he sent to Nomina.
Abby, how much should I charge you to go to treatment?
You want the real answer?
Yes.
Nothing. Lisa and Bob, they are very tough love people, but like, that's what works. You know what I mean? And like, if you want to be coddled and go to some luxury like place where they're gonna just kiss your ass the entire time, like sure, but you'll probably end up 90% relapsing.
The Fifth Estate did receive 3 unsolicited letters from colleagues of Marier providing glowing character references. We did not hear back from Lisa Calco, though in her last email declining an interview, she wrote, Nomina has and will continue to comply with all regulating inspections and standards pursuant to the relevant legislation to support our clients. But that statement sidesteps the key problem. There isn't sufficient legislation governing private facilities like Nomina.
It has to change. We cannot continue to have these people who are so vulnerable, such a challenging health condition, be really at the mercy of a private corporation that can charge what it wants and basically provide what it wants in the name of treatment.
The Fifth Estate asked every provincial health ministry about regulating private treatment centers. The responses gave little indication there were any new plans to regulate the recovery industry.
I like to think that people who open treatment centers are well-intentioned, but it could just be a really good business opportunity to make a lot of money.
Some, like Doug Brewer, are continuing to push provinces to require certification for the addiction counselors.
We've offered solutions to governments that would be similar to what most states in the US have, where you would have to hold an international certification, which ours is recognized as. To this point, it hasn't happened.
For former clients of Nomina, the path to recovery is an uncertain one.
Those are people that need help. They're human. And for some reason, money seems to be the motivation behind all of this.
What did Lisa care about?
Getting people to come to Nomina. Money.
Give me the paw.
Matthew Collins hopes the lawsuit against Muskoka Recovery will help bring accountability.
I want them to face the consequences and for these centers to be properly regulated.
For Kim Smith, questions of regulation are in the background.
And now I have to work extra hard at my recovery and try to learn how to trust again in the system. Not an easy thing to do.
We're back in Dawson Creek, the northern BC town where families continue to be torn apart by violence.
Who's going to clean up this town?
You know, that's a good question. I'm very fearful for the future of this area.
What message do you think this picture sends people in the community?
Well, it's obviously a direct threat.
This is a town gripped by fear, a town with a murder rate 10 times the national average.
Why are so many people getting murdered in Dawson Creek?
Because the drugs are rampant.
What was your worst fear for your brother at that point?
That he'd end up a drug overdose or murdered.
13 murders and counting, and a growing fear that comes with a warning. Speaking out can get you killed.
That's the reality of living in Dawson Creek right now?
Yeah, I had to move residences because I was afraid for my life. Scared for my life.
That's next week on The Fifth Estate.
The following program contains mature subject matter and sexuality. Viewer discretion is advised.
I'm just in urgent need of a place.
Canada's housing crisis takes a dangerous turn.
So we would be sharing the bed together?
Places for rent in exchange for sex.
First and foremost, it's illegal. It violates the criminal code.
We're undercover, posing as students to find out who's posting these ads.
Friends with benefits sort of thing, right?
It's incredibly demeaning. It's like, how dare you?
So how are they getting away with it? We push for answers. That's it, he hung up. This is your marketplace. We're undercover, waiting for a man who posted an ad online.
Hey, Jacqueline?
Offering up a place to live.
I can sit here.
Rent-free. But there's a catch.
That's what kind of with the friends with benefits sort of thing, right? If you're into that.
I want to hear from your terms, you know, because a lot of people say different things, and that's one thing I find.
We fool around a little bit here and there, right? Sort of.
When you say
same bed, right?
Yes, you heard right. And yes, he gets explicit.
If you're not into actually having sex, that's cool. We can do other things, right?
This is the dangerous trend we're investigating, emerging out of Canada's housing crisis. Sex for rent. We're searching for indecent rental ads.
a cute, fun female to help me relax, ideal for student or international student.
We want to know, how common are they? Could they be leading young women, especially those in colleges and universities, into sexual exploitation? And what are the consequences? There's no doubt many are feeling an economic squeeze. The rising cost of living, debts piling up, soaring grocery bills, and housing hardships.
Housing is too expensive, food is too expensive.
I don't even have Wi-Fi anymore.
I used to live in downtown, so I moved back home.
Most people my generation that I speak to, none of us really have any expectation of actually owning a home.
It's no wonder people look for cheap housing on sites like Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist.
That's where we look too. It doesn't take long to find posts like this.
Daddy can pay rent for student girl.
Seeking live-in girlfriend.
Friends with benefits situation.
But are these ads for real?
It's absolutely shocking.
Brampton Regional Councillor Rowena Santos says yes. She says international students are most at risk.
International student girls, as you saw in 2 of the pictures of posts that Councillor Keenan has shared, are essentially being prostituted for rent.
She's been raising awareness after seeing this Only for Girls ad go viral. In it, the option to pay nothing at all if you agree to a friends with benefits arrangement. That includes free food and money for shopping. When you brought this to the public's attention, there was skepticism. What did you make of that?
Well, I think there's an unfortunate stigma when it comes to international students.
The Small Landlords Association called the ad fake.
Well, it wasn't the only ad. And it's not just in Brampton, it's across the GTHA. And let's be perfectly clear here, there are really good landlords and very good people.
Yes.
But there are also very bad people who like to prey on situations like this.
Okay, so we're gonna respond to some of these ads, but who's really behind these posts? And we're gonna look for the explicit messages. What happens when someone responds? Things like FWB, friends with benefits. Will they go through with their sex for rent arrangement as advertised? We're replying to 10 of these conspicuous listings to test it out. See what kind of replies we get back.
I got a response to one of the ads. So I reached out to him saying that I'm an international student looking for an affordable place.
Yeah.
And how would the arrangement work? And the response I got is, it's available, and send a nude picture and age for the application.
Okay then, on to the next one. Another mention of benefits. We want some clarity.
They said, I'm sure you know what friends with benefits mean. I am not looking for a girlfriend, just some fun from time to time when the need arises.
And in this exchange, they're not only offering free rent for physical things, he'll actually cover groceries, utilities, and entertainment too. We get him on a call to find out more.
So it's like kind of FWB. It's like normal,
While he's open about what he wants initially, when we press him for specifics, he clams up.
Like, do you expect, sexual relations?
Not exactly that one.
What did you mean by FWB?
I'm not sure the meaning actually.
This is just a small fraction of what we were able to find, but take a look.
I'm open to friends with benefits to cover rent and a few other things. Contact for further details, no need to pay rent. They know what they're doing. They know that these young women don't necessarily know the context of this. They know that these young women don't have enough money, that they have very limited options, and they're just putting it out there.
She says what concerns her most, evidence shows these arrangements can lead to sex trafficking.
As an international student girl, the one thing that keeps them trapped is the human trafficker or the landlord saying, listen, if you say anything to the police or anyone, you're going to be deported.
Yeah.
So that threat keeps these young women in these situations.
Trapped.
They get pregnant, they commit suicide. There's no escape. Or they don't believe that there is.
None of this I've said out loud since it happened, ever.
Maya is breaking her silence. We've changed her name and concealed her identity because she's fearful of retaliation. Back in 2017, she's in university, renting the upper floor of a house in Toronto, with her landlord living downstairs. It's when he breaks up with his girlfriend, she says, that he begins to harass her. When did he start connecting your rent and your living arrangement with sexual favors?
Immediately. If I didn't do what he wanted, he would start the eviction process or start demanding more rent. He would turn off the heat or the water or the lights if I didn't do what he wanted. That was really scary.
Can you talk to me about the sexual advances that he made?
When things got bad, he started saying he was going to come up and we were going to have sex and I would enjoy it. And, you know, of course, I said no, but he got more mad and he kept saying, no, you don't have a choice. This is my house. I'll do what I want. When he started coming up and, you know, banging on the door and trying to let himself in and yelling that he was going to come up and have sex with me, I couldn't leave the house. I was terrified.
Months later, her family steps in and moves her out. She shares a post on social, warning other young women to beware of this landlord for a whole host of reasons, including sexual harassment, intimidation, and misogynistic threats.
He was just going to pick a new target or some new prey, and that was what really prompted me.
Back to our test.
This person sent me the definition of friends with benefits as a screenshot. It says, usually friends with benefits, aka FWB, means that people who know each other engage in intimate or sexual activity without really dating each other.
In all, 10 people respond to us. The majority confirm they're very real and very willing to offer shelter for sex.
My thoughts are that it's scary. These girls who may think that this is a good idea, the more we talk about it, the more we reach out to them, the less opportunity these folks have to actually prey on them.
Coming up, sometimes these ads aren't so obvious, but as we're about to find out, they're just as troubling.
I don't mind helping you out if you're kind of helping me out too, right? You know what I mean?
The following program contains mature subject matter and sexuality. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is your marketplace. We're uncovering a housing issue that's flying under the radar in many Canadian cities. People online seeking sex for rent, preying on young women in vulnerable situations.
It's available. And send a nude picture and age for the application.
Now we're focusing on a different kind of test, investigating the subtle, more nuanced rental listings.
They don't always come right out and say what it is that's being proposed here.
Lawyer and professor Janine Benedict says young women can walk into these situations unsuspecting because the intent is not obvious.
The men who are posting these ads know that what they're doing isn't entirely above board or permissible, that they're hoping not to get caught or draw attention to themselves by coming right out and explaining what they want. And they may be, in some sense, looking to do a bit of a bait and switch. Maybe the young woman who answers the ad isn't quite sure what's being proposed. She's hopeful it might be a genuine offer of accommodation.
We choose 10 ads online that seem to fit that inconspicuous criteria.
Looking to help out a young student struggling with housing.
So they're not in your face. The rent is low or free. Most want replies from women only. Check out this one, offering a warm bed in Hamilton, Ontario for a young petite female. We call and agree to a coffee meetup.
I'm coming from somewhere in Toronto. I'm just in urgent need of a place, so I'm able to come. Starts to be on my way soon.
Right, understandable.
We arrive and wait. The guy comes out of the coffee shop, makes his introduction.
Hey, Jacqueline?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. I can sit here. I saw that offered free rent, so I was interested in meeting you.
Right, that's what kind of with the friends with benefits sort of thing, right? If you're into that.
I want to hear from your terms, because a lot of people say different things, and that's one thing I find.
We fool around a little bit here and there, right? Sort of.
When you say
in the same bed, right?
Okay. There's only one bed?
Yes.
Okay.
Janine and politician Rowena Santos watch the conversation unfold.
Oh my gosh.
Your thoughts?
It's cold outside, so positioning it as a warm bed to sleep in, it's disgusting.
There's a dehumanization there. The young woman's not being treated as a person. They're just a means to an end. And so, of course, it feels very fake and ridiculous.
Would you call this a predatory practice?
Absolutely, it's a predatory practice.
She says soliciting sexual favors in exchange for free or discounted rent is not just unethical.
It's illegal. It violates the criminal code. The person who might answer the ad and engage in it is protected. It's illegal for the person who's offering the rent. Anytime somebody obtains or tries to obtain a sexual service in exchange for something of value, they're violating the criminal code.
Back on hidden camera, more details about his expectations and a warning. This is sexually explicit content.
I like to know people's expectations.
I like to orally please.
You like what?
To orally please.
To orally please.
Yeah, stuff like that. Finger play. If you're not into actually having sex, that's cool. We can do other things, right?
But we want to know if there's any other way to pay.
So what if sometimes I had money to pay rent? So I wouldn't just be...
I would be like, save it, girl. If you're... Hey, I don't mind helping you out if you're kind of helping me out too, right? You know what I mean?
You only want girls?
Of course.
Like young girls?
Not necessarily out legal age. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm willing to help someone out. You seem to be smart. You're pretty. You're younger. You need a hand. You need help. A little bit of basic help, sort of. Yeah. Hamilton's brutal, right?
Really?
Yes. Be careful. Don't be gullible, right?
A few days later, we set up a meeting with the man behind a different Craigslist ad. It says, "Are you a female looking for cheap rent or help?" But things take a turn quickly when we email. He says he wants an arrangement with the female for occasional fun, and if there's a connection, the rent is free. After that, a flurry of messages come our way. The tone is vulgar. "I'm assuming you're single with a healthy sex drive. I've got a very thick. Is that all right with you?" Then, "I'm looking for ongoing sex, Jasmine, and I'm pleased to help in any way with school expenses." Minutes later, this lewd late-night follow-up. "I hope this doesn't offend, but I'm experienced and it's going to feel good." Attached, a photo of his private parts. We decide it's too risky to meet. Instead, we get him on the phone. My name is Asha Tomlinson. I'm a host with CBC Marketplace. You've been connecting with one of our journalists about the ad that you posted on Craigslist.
Right.
And I just want to know... Didn't even get a question in, and he hung up. We reach out again, asking for an on-camera interview. He gets back to us and says he had no idea what he was doing was against the law, that he thought it was harmless as long as it's two consenting adults. He's taken the ad down and adds, "I was foolish, and I'm truly sorry." Next, another low-key listing until scandal erupts. It says looking to help out a young student struggling with housing, stay at my place for free. He asks for a pic. When we decline, he throws out racist comments. Then, and just to warn you, the language is graphic. He writes, "Meet me where I say, to stay free in my place, and just to consider you, you'll have to suck my understand?" We won't be meeting him either. Of the 10 ads we look at with a more neutral tone, 9 reply back. Half propose a sex for rent arrangement.
There's a frustration that, we seem to do so little to interfere with this kind of activity.
Janine believes police forces should launch a crackdown.
It's as simple as sending an undercover officer to respond to these ads. We know that the single biggest deterrent to this kind of behavior is enforcement. It's the threat of publicity and real consequences. And when those are not there, the behavior flourishes.
Caressing your body, making you feel relaxed and comfortable, make you feel good.
Remember the man we meet in Hamilton about his sex for rent listing? We're calling him up to reveal we're journalists.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Asha Tomlinson. I'm a host with CBC Marketplace. You've been connecting with one of our journalists about an ad you posted on Craigslist.
Okay.
Can you walk me through why you choose to offer housing in this way?
I like to help people out. But anyways, have a good day.
But that's it, he hung up. All he would say is, I like to help people, and then he hung up on us. What do you think of that response?
Well, it's nonsense, and he knows it's nonsense, but it's part of that plausible deniability. He's trying to help himself, and he got caught.
Wow, and this individual doesn't care and doesn't think that they're doing anything wrong. And for a lot of these young people who are trapped in these situations, they're just left to fend for themselves.
Councillor Santos is doing the work to help them.
This charter that was established
with an international student charter to support young women and a residential licensing program for landlords. She's also calling on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist to do more. Should there be monitoring or maybe a more rigorous reporting system?
I certainly hope so. You know, like they're part of the problem.
We share our findings with them. Facebook's parent company, Meta, says this type of content violates their policies, and they encourage people to report it if they see it. Craigslist doesn't respond. We also reach out to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. They say if Canadians report sex for rent ads, they'll investigate. And after we contact them, the Small Ownership Landlords of Ontario no longer says these ads are fake, calling them immoral. As for Maya, she hopes speaking up will empower other women to do the same. What would you say to young women who are in similar situations, who feel trapped and have nowhere to go?
We don't have to deal with what they're doing. It's not legal. They're not alone. There is a way. If we all speak up together, maybe we can make a difference.
Marketplace is fighting fraud in a way you've never seen before.
By me just hitting the green button on this telephone means that I am the next person that scammers call.
A sneak peek into our season finale next. Next week, a special 1-hour season finale.
Let's face it, Austin James. You know that this is a scam.
After nearly a decade of investigating phone scams, we're going even bigger.
Hi, Alina. My name is David. I'm a journalist. I'm wondering why you scam.
Joining forces with some of the world's best scam busters.
You're going to see things that will shock you.
Setting up a marketplace fraud fighting center.
By me just hitting the green button on this telephone means that I am the next person that scammers call. And at the moment on this system, it's connected to 62 different scam call centers.
My name is David Common. I'm calling from CBC Marketplace. C'était un scam.
We're intercepting their scams.
Yes, I just got an email from you about a charge on my Geek Squad account.
To beat the bad guys at their own lucrative game.
You realize how bonkers this is, that he's scamming the scammer while we watch the scammer. Yeah, on the scammer's own video, which he doesn't know we're watching. Correct.
With losses at an all-time high, you really can't afford to miss your marketplace.
We're just trying to make sure people like you are protected.
All right, well, thank you.
Next week on Your Marketplace.
on this edition of The Fifth Estate. They're everyone's best friend, but owning one is becoming a luxury not everyone can afford.
People don't know what's going on.
We've teamed up with our Radio-Canada colleagues at Enquête and La Facture.
Hi, Tim. Charlesy.
How are you?
And with Marketplace to find out why the cost of vet visits and pet medicines has many owners struggling to pay the bills.
Like one of her legs surgery was $7,500. I couldn't afford it.
The squeeze is affecting vet workers, pet owners, and the animals.
You know, people are at times having to euthanize their animals because they can't pay for the care.
Those problems, symptoms of a bigger issue affecting pet care around the world, as big business sees an industry primed for profits.
There's a lot of money to be made in the pet industry. People will spend a lot of money on their pets. They'll even go into debt for their pets.
You need to be careful about the future of your sector and the future of veterinary care.
We'll show you what happens when multinational corporations and private equity take over your local vet clinic. And we'll take you inside the battle over who can sell you pet medicine.
Why do they want to shut you down?
They want to keep vet medication only being sold in vet clinics.
How far will companies go to profit off your love for your pet? I'm Stephen D'Souza. This is The Fifth Estate. One look into the eyes of a pet, and it's clear why owners can't imagine their lives without them. More than half of Canadian households have one. That's over 16 million dogs and cats. But the cost of keeping these furry family members healthy is becoming harder and harder to handle.
I'm a fixed income senior, and the vet bills are just getting astronomical now.
Heaven forbid you have to have an operation, because then it's horrendously expensive. You're talking $5,000–6,000 depending on what it is. It's expensive.
The dental estimate was $1,300 to $1,800. And I'm stunned by it because I'm thinking I have a very healthy 4-year-old young dog.
I mean, definitely that's the message that everybody is giving me. It's just like, if you don't have the money, then you shouldn't own a pet.
This is son Ravi Chandran and Bhumi, a boxer mix she rescued in 2022.
Good, shake. Sit. Good, down.
But just months after adopting her, Ravi Chandran got a shock. Bhumi needed major leg surgery.
When I adopted her, they didn't tell me that she had any health issues. They said that she has a clean bill of health. And about 4 months in, 3-4 months in, we noticed a limp. And that's when we did the x-rays and then found out she has 2 torn ACLs.
Come on, come on.
Ravi Chandran had purchased pet insurance, but was told this was a pre-existing condition, so it wouldn't be covered.
So they quoted us $7,300, but that's per leg. So it's about $15,000. It's like, it was very scary to just have now this very expensive problem as someone who's quite low income. I wasn't really educated on how expensive it can get for surgeries.
Boomy. Yeah, good girl.
As an independent artist without the savings to cover the surgery, Ravi Chandran turned to crowdfunding.
I couldn't afford it. I had to go into my community members and who are very supportive, and I had to go onto Instagram and publicly be like, I can't afford this. This is what's happening, and I need help.
She raised nearly $5,000. That helped cover most of the first surgery. She's now saving for the other one.
I think it would be a lot easier if pet care was affordable. Bhumi is like my reminder to slow down. Bhumi is my reminder to be soft, to be gentle, to be loving. She's my reminder that things get better.
While her story may have a happy ending, not every pet is as lucky as Bhumi. More and more animals across the country are being surrendered, and so I'm in Toronto at the Humane Society to see what's going on.
This is a hallway that houses some of our dogs.
And you are hearing across the industry that surrenders are up because of this high cost.
We are hearing that, yeah. We're still seeing individuals come in that are struggling to find care at all. So they know that they need care, they don't know what kind of care, or they're already afraid that it's going to be too expensive to access. They've gone to a vet clinic, they've been given a quote, they can't afford it, and now they're stuck. It breaks my heart.
Those scenes, the darker side of an industry on the rise. According to one estimate, the pet sector is worth over $4 billion in Canada. All that money has made anything pet-related, vet clinics, hospitals, pet pharma and food, a tempting target for investors and corporations.
It's a tsunami, and I think it's bigger than most people realize. This is so much bigger than vets, it's so much bigger than Main Street.
Rachel Wasserman is a business lawyer in Toronto. She's negotiated multi-million-dollar acquisitions for corporations like GFL and engaged private equity investors on behalf of clients. I wanted to better understand the issues that come up when corporations buy up multiple vet clinics.
There's a lot of money to be made in the pet industry. They know that people have an emotional connection to their pets. The research has shown that people are willing to go into debt for their pets. The research has shown that people are treating their pets more like children. And so if people are spending money, if you're an investor looking to invest in companies to make money, pet industry is a great place to go.
In 2010, nearly all of the vet clinics in Canada were independently owned. At that time, a small Ontario company called Vet Strategy owned 4 clinics. Slowly, one after another, they, along with corporations and private equity firms, bought up independent clinics. Now, 20% are corporately owned. 6 major players own 788 clinics, and Vet Strategy has nearly half of them.
But we're seeing Main Street slowly and quietly disappear, and we don't have the regulatory oversight necessary to prevent against that. If we don't do something now, in 10, 20 years, Main Street may cease to exist. We're starting to hit a critical inflection point where small business can't survive.
As a vet, when you're approached by private equity, what does that look like?
It's a giant cash windfall. They're very lucrative offers. And if you're a vet, I guarantee you've gotten multiple phone calls.
Tara Rissling is a vet in Calgary. In 2021, her 3-partner practice received one of those offers.
There was corporate interest in the practice and offers on the table, and if you own the non-majority of the shares, then you accept that the way the practice goes may not be the way you would have wanted it to go. For me, what the hardest part of all of that is that I'd made a decision to go into a partnership where I didn't have control.
Part of the sale required her to work for the corporate clinic for 2 years.
I had no say in where prices were set. I think that it's hard for clients to get, let's say, 4 price increases in a year. Just, not having like decision-making abilities over like hiring, firing of support staff.
Wanting greater control, Rissling took her share of the sale and invested in Red Tree, her own independent clinic.
What's very important to me as an independent owner is that I have say in what equipment is in the clinic, the sort of breadth of diagnostic tests I can run in clinic and what the cost of those tests will be, how client complaints are dealt with. I have complete autonomy over that.
Rissling is up against 31 corporately owned clinics in Calgary alone, but the average client would have a hard time spotting the difference. Most corporations list the clinics they own on their websites, not on the building. Rachel Wasserman says that's by design.
Why won't private equity change the branding? Why not just say this is owned by company X now? Why keep it as sort of the mom and pop shop?
So private equity will do whatever makes the most money for them. And so they've done the research that says that you're going to make more money by keeping these vets branded the way they're branded.
One of the corporate clinics, VCA, does show their logo, but they are the exception. Most do not, and that has pet owners we spoke to frustrated.
They have their names on their signs up there, but we're not sure who owns them, and there's no identification on the door that they belong to somebody other than what's stated on their sign out front. So it's difficult to find out who actually owns them.
And I said, well, where is the owner? Are they on site? And then she finally releases the information that no, they're in Ontario. And I said, you're owned by a corporation? And reluctantly, she said yes.
But what's happening to vet clinics isn't unique. Private equity is buying up long-term care homes, dentists, they've moved into skilled trades, even funeral homes.
So it's changing the way we do business. A third person has entered the relationship. Now the investor is also part of this transaction.
Well, Krispy Kreme donuts, Keurig Green Mountain coffee, and now Panera Bread. An investment firm called JAB Holdings is buying.
One of the biggest investors is JAB Holdings, a private equity fund managing more than $50 billion in assets. It's also behind brands like Dr. Pepper and Peet's Coffee. In pet care, they own more than 1,000 NVA-branded animal hospitals and at least 140 clinics in Canada. Then there's Mars, yes, the chocolate company. Their corporate video highlights a whole division dedicated to pets. They've had their hands in the pet industry for over 60 years, with food brands like Pedigree and Whiskas. The American, family-owned corporation has 3,000 clinics worldwide and 158 VCA clinics in Canada. And these corporations own more than clinics, hospitals, and pet food. There's also pet insurance, diagnostic labs, and DNA testing, a practice known as vertical integration.
From the pet owner's perspective, they may not necessarily realize what's going on, do they?
They might not know at all because the name remains the same, the vet remains the same. The only thing different is who's cashing the check at the end of the day.
And the bottom line is always profit, right? That's where the focus always is.
Focus is always on profit.
Coming up, do pet owners know what's happening inside Canadian clinics that have been taken over?
It's not what the people think the industry is, you know? It's just a money-making business that is so far removed from the care of animals.
And do you know your options when it comes to where you buy pet medication?
You do not have to buy from them. They're obliged to give you a prescription. It's that simple.
Grace Frankel has built her life around animals.
Jump, jump, good, jump, good.
And trains her dogs at this agility course she built on her rural Manitoba property. While her Australian Shepherd Finnegan looks healthy now, she says she almost lost him 2 years ago.
Weave, 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 weave. Yay! Tired.
He'd have a seizure, and then he'd have another and another, and they would get closer and closer together until we couldn't actually stop his seizing until he was hospitalized. So he'd be hospitalized anywhere between 2 and 5 days, would be anywhere between $1,500 and $2,800. And that happened 7 or 8 times over a 7-month period.
Frankel and her veterinarian started keeping logs of Finnegan's behavior and diet. They discovered he had a gut disease.
Vitamin B12 and folate, because he was deficient in those things, in those tests that we did for his gut. And so once we did complete diet changes, supplemented the things he was missing, and in about 3 months, he turned around completely.
Finnegan hasn't had a seizure in 2 years, but keeping him alive requires a regimen of prescription medications and supplements.
So zonisamide is one of his medications. That's about $400. Then I have phenobarbital. So that is about $150. So that's $17.20-ish. That's kind of sad. And so for that's for about 3 months.
The only way Frankel can afford the nearly $600 per month for Finnegan is because she knows human med equivalents. She's a clinical pharmacist.
I know the medications that we use to treat humans, and there are some medications that cross over to animals. It's just access to those medications due to cost, and also how to access those medications. Veterinarians may not be familiar with that.
In other countries, like here in the US, owners can shop around and fill their prescriptions at any pharmacy, including big box stores like Costco. In Canada, many owners don't even realize that's an option, and it's not that simple. Do you think most people realize that they have these different options?
I think people have no idea they have these options. Only the very few do.
Well, why do you think that is?
My opinion would be that veterinarians have specifically tried to prevent people from understanding that there are other sources for their pet's medication.
How is our patient doing?
Howard Covent is a North Toronto vet with almost 40 years of experience. While regulators do guide vets on prescribing and dispensing, he says there's an inherent conflict of interest when veterinarians sell medications.
If you are the person prescribing the only medication that can save you, and I'm also the only one who's selling it, there's a problem there.
Covent has spent years and hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and fines, all because he thinks pharmacists should also be able to dispense.
I look at it as I am facilitating the access of medication for patients that need it, period. There's no question that veterinarians are in the best position to decide which medications are best for pets. The question is the medication available over the internet or at a pet pharmacy the same as the one that your veterinarian is selling? And the answer is yes. And if they're selling it for 30% less, and it's not going to endanger the animal to pick that medication up, why wouldn't you?
Covent supplied pharmacists for 25 years, but was unaware that the Ontario College of Vets changed the rules in 2015.
For some unknown reason in 2015, they added the words, "in reasonably limited quantities," in order to address a temporary shortage experienced by that other member or pharmacist.
Why do you think they brought in those new regulations?
In my opinion, it was to prevent pharmacies from competing with veterinarians.
And why would they want to do that?
Because veterinarians want to maintain that revenue for themselves.
Wendy Choi is one of the Toronto pharmacists Covent supplied meds to. She owns Canada Chemists in Toronto. Here, she fills human and pet prescriptions. Downstairs, online orders are filled and shipped out for her company, petsdrugmart.ca.
And I think my pharmacy provides a good alternative for people to get affordable medications.
We compared 6 doses of a flea and tick medication with the Toronto Vet Clinic, and it's 36% cheaper at Pet's Drug Mart. 11 pills of a human generic antibiotic are 40% cheaper.
I'm here to pick up prescription for Chase. Okay. Here's eye drops. The pricing was much better. The information flow from the staff is great.
The option for customers should be allowed, and people who can afford it and wants the convenience from them should buy from the vets.
Choi's road to dispensing pet meds hasn't been easy. She needed a supplier. She tried the manufacturers.
The universal answer was, we only sell to vet distributors.
She then reached out to the Ontario distributor, a cooperative owned by vets called Vet Purchasing. They also turned her away. She finally found Howard Covent. For 8 years, she got her supply from him. In 2017, one of the manufacturers, Bayer, complained. It was part of what Choi felt was an industry effort against her.
Why did they want to shut you down?
They want to keep vet medication only being sold in vet clinics. I really felt I was bullied. Hi, Marithel.
Choi is still filling prescriptions for pet owners. She found a Quebec distributor willing to supply, and some manufacturers who would sell to her directly. She also fought back, reporting her struggle to the Competition Bureau.
Fair market competition is not in place, so I was fighting for my business for sure, but also all of these animals, I would be shut down and animals would not be served.
In October 2024, after dozens of complaints and a 2-year examination of access to pet medicine, Canada's Competition Bureau weighed in. What did you find?
So what we found is that there's the system of exclusive distribution, which means that the drug manufacturers sell exclusively to distributors, who then sell exclusively to veterinarians. Effectively, we're pushing aside or excluding pharmacists.
Are there any regulations in this industry right now that govern who they should be able to sell to?
No, there isn't. And in itself, the practice is not illegal.
The main distributor in Ontario is Vet Purchasing, the co-op that had rejected Choi. They confirm they solely distribute to their shareholders, who are veterinarians.
And so that's why our recommendation is to actually mandate the supply, because we want to ensure that farmers are able to participate in the marketplace.
Dr. Tim Arthur represents over 8,000 vets with Canada's National Vet Association. He says there's a reason veterinarians dispense medications.
Human pharmacists and human pharmacy technicians know nothing about the species I'm treating. Some of the drugs that I'm using don't have human equivalents, so they know little about those drugs.
Arthur says pet medications help veterinarians generate revenue, keeping costs for other services down.
Marking them up a little bit more, most people can still do it, and that gives us the money to keep prices on expensive stuff as low as we possibly can.
With most veterinary drugs being derived from human medication, Grace Frankel says allowing pharmacists more access will only help pets.
We know what's out there. We know the costs of things, and if veterinarians teach us a little bit about the anatomy, physiology about the animals, we might be able to reciprocate and say, okay, well, did you know that there's these medications that are available that could maybe, treat these certain diseases?
Weave, go buddy, go! Go buddy, go!
It's exactly how she and her vet saved Finnegan's life. As a pharmacist, she knew about a drug the vet did not.
So he probably should have died on that table that day, but because I made that split-second decision and because I had those connections that I'm forever grateful for, we were able to save him. I think that this is just an untapped opportunity for two different professions to work together. If opening this up and competition drives prices lower, I'm all for that.
Tim Arthur says change will come at a cost.
If we are directed to change, what we will have to do is rearrange, the money that potentially we won't get anymore, we're going to have to make it somewhere else. We need to keep the doors open, and you can't walk into a business and eliminate, 10% of their potential profits without having something change somewhere else.
Coming up, how corporate buyouts in the vet industry are causing big problems overseas.
Just going up and up and up and up and up. Like £800 for a tooth extraction is insane.
I don't think that anyone understood or predicted what would happen.
Hi, it's Stephen from the Fifth Estate calling. And here at home, vet workers reveal shocking pressure tactics from their new owners.
At one point, we were offered money and other incentives to convince staff members that the preferred vendor was the way to go.
This is London. The United Kingdom has a long-standing love affair with animals. From the royals, their dogs in Buckingham Palace, to music royalty, from politicians to pop culture.
Always is presented to perfection.
But there's a dramatic shift underway in the vet industry.
Anything that can kind of quantify.
I'm in the UK with my Radio Canada colleague, Annie Oudon-Frissot. We're finding out why vet workers are striking.
They want to see a change in the veterinary sector.
And why pet owners are fed up.
Well, that's the shot.
Drilling.
How do you feel when you see the bill when it comes back?
Very depressed. As you've got kids and that as well, you know, a dog's part of the family, so the problem is you've got to treat it like a kid, you know what I mean? So you have to pay for it. Like a lot of pet owners won't go to vets because of the cost.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So then the poor dog's suffering.
Here in the UK, more than 60% of households own a pet. And 10 years ago, when they would take that pet to a clinic, almost all of them, about 90%, were independently owned. Corporate and private equity groups have transformed the vet care industry in the UK. So we're here to figure out just what impact that's had and how the country is trying to deal with it.
We want a fairer veterinary practices to work in. We want fair fees for clients, we want fair pay for staff, and we want smaller profits for the fat cats that are milking the veterinary industry. So I don't think
Susanna Hudson-Cook is on the front lines of this industry overhaul. As a vet for the past 10 years and chair of the British Veterinary Union, she's seen a significant change.
When did you first start to notice a shift in the industry?
the change in the UK happened in 1999, which is when the RCVS, which is our regulatory body, allowed for non-vets to own veterinary practices, and very quickly the corporates started to acquire practices across the UK. Yeah, and I think that there was a really big mistake, not because it's wrong for non-veterinary people to own practices, but because not enough thought was given to the potential consequences.
How would you describe the overall situation right now?
So there are areas of the UK where it would be very difficult for you to find, as a pet owner or as an employee seeking employment, an independent practice to work for or to register your pets with. The previous stages were more about acquiring the practices and not really interfering in the day-to-day running of the practice. But now I think we're in a different stage of their business strategy.
What impact is that having?
So I think that what they're seeing is a huge increase in prices. I think what a lot of these large corporations are doing is cutting staffing levels.
What does that do to the mental health of these staff?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of compassion fatigue in the industry. I think that people also have a lot of moral injury to themselves from the increases in price, because what they see is an animal that they could save, they could treat, but the barrier is cost.
Now the issues workers are facing in the UK are cropping up here. One of the UK's biggest consolidators, CBC Evidentia, also owns 365 Canadian clinics under the Vet Strategy banner.
More for you, more for our clients.
We spoke to a former Vet Strategy employee we're calling Sarah. We've replaced her voice and name due to her fear of reprisal.
It just all of a sudden became a numbers game. They said clinics were required to use the preferred vendors. They had to use meds that got the highest rebate from the pharma company, not the best ones for the animals. If they weren't a preferred vendor, they didn't want us using that.
Sarah reveals how staff were offered incentives.
At one point, we were offered money and other incentives to convince staff members that the preferred vendor was the way to go.
Sarah said when CBC Evidentia took over Vet Strategy, it became all about money. Fees were repeatedly increased, 17% in just half a year, and that many in upper management had little to no pet health experience.
Hi, it's Stephen from the Fifth Estate calling.
We also spoke with a former employee of a VCA clinic. We're calling her Megan.
It's not what the people think the industry is, you know? I think the big corporations are not looking after the staff. It's just a money-making business that's so far removed from the care of animals.
VCA is owned by Mars Pet Care. It owns 3,000 clinics worldwide and 158 in Canada.
What have you seen in your experience? Tell me about some of the things that have really stood out to you.
It's become just such a machine. I think clients are being overcharged. I think staff are being underpaid. I think clients are frustrated with the astronomical price of veterinary care, so the animals are suffering. A lot of staff are going on stress leave. There's a lot of mental health issues. There's a high suicide rate of veterinarians and of technicians.
Megan says clinic managers are told to increase prices, and they are also told to hide changes from pet owners.
There are sort of creative price increases where we or the management are told to creatively increase prices in areas that clients won't notice.
She also says she's witnessed pressure tactics on vets in the clinic.
They have to submit weekly, monthly, quarterly, all kinds of reports about if targets are being met, if they're not being met, why.
According to Rachel Wasserman, business lawyer and fellow with the Canadian Anti-Monopoly Project, that's a red flag.
And so if the vet is making medical decisions, but also having to incorporate the profit motives of their investors, there's an inherent conflict there.
While Canada does not have a union for vets and vet care workers, the UK does. Veterinarian and chair Susanna Hudson-Cook says allowing too much corporate control is a slippery slope.
And I think that there was a really big mistake made in 1999 in the UK to allow anyone to own a veterinary practice. I don't think that anyone in that decision-making process understood or predicted what would happen.
I guess at the end of the day, we really have to keep in mind that this is about these animals.
Exactly. You know, we're not just talking about numbers on a spreadsheet. We're talking about how you've provided life-saving care for a patient. Yeah, be aware. Don't go into it with your eyes closed.
Coming up, consolidation crackdown?
We need a big change in political will. This is going to need boots on the ground, people demanding change.
Should government regulators step in to protect pet owners?
So the clinic just had its 4 months since it's been open. There are days where I'm like, why did I do this? Or is it worth it?
Just north of Calgary, Tara Risling is on her way to work.
I do really still love being a vet, and I love my job, and like having the ability to create a place where I go every day that I can do the things I love and the way I want to do them.
As corporations continue to target the vet landscape in Canada, a newly opened independent clinic is becoming a rare sight. 4 months in, Risling is nervous about the future.
But now it's just sort of establishing a day-to-day rhythm with clientele and continuing to grow the practice. That plus the unknown of how it will all shake out is probably, those are two of the biggest challenges. Did you have a good weekend? Did you? Are you ready for your work day?
Where it started?
Rachel Wasserman says there will be fewer independent, vet-owned clinics like Risling's if Canadian regulators don't step in.
We need to change how we see business in this country, that big business isn't always better. So if we allow these roll-ups to continue without any intervention, being a vet, you're destined to be an employee for the rest of your life.
My name is Tim Arthur.
The head of Canada's National Vet Association sold his clinic to a corporation. Is there a downside to corporate and private equity ownership in the vet world?
I don't see it. I'm not really sure that a lot of young veterinarians nowadays are that interested in buying and in ownership. I think they're interested in their life being as least stressful as it possibly can.
The issues we're hearing, though, the stress, the increased workload, they're saying this is driven by the new corporate owners, that they're pushing revenue per visit, they're pushing more services on people to increase the number of patients being seen in a day. Is that something you're hearing?
And that's not what we're hearing. Personally, I have no concerns about it. I haven't seen a huge amount of damage done.
But vet workers we spoke to are seeing damage.
I think the industry, it's imploding. I think there's so many problems going on, and I think it's caused by big corporations.
We contacted Mars, the corporate owner of VCA Clinics, where Megan worked. Remember, Mars owns 3,000 clinics worldwide and 158 in Canada. We asked them about the claims of hidden price increases and pressure to increase profits. They said, "Our veterinary teams are expected to prioritize the health and welfare of the pets and are not encouraged or directed to recommend unnecessary services or products." And the vet worker we're calling Sarah, who used to work at a vet strategy clinic, she told us this.
It just all of a sudden became a numbers game. If you weren't generating this amount and you weren't doing this amount, then you were quote unquote trouble.
We are IVC Evidencia, building a workplace culture built on trust and commitment.
IVC Evidencia is Vet Strategy's parent company. In corporate ads like this, they boast a positive and flexible workplace. We asked them about Sarah's claims of pressure, price increases, and the hiring of inexperienced managers. They declined an interview and issued this response. At Vet Strategy, the health and welfare of the animals we treat is our top priority. A number of the statements provided to CBC do not accurately reflect Vet Strategy's policies. In their statement, they acknowledge targets and incentives as being in line with professional norms, but say their vets enjoy clinical freedom and prescribe on medical necessity. They did not comment on the hiring of management staff with little to no pet health experience. We know the Competition Bureau is keeping an eye on who can sell pet meds, but are they watching corporations buying up vet clinics?
So right now, about 20% of Canadian vet clinics, more than 50% of emergency hospital veterinary clinics are owned by corporations, and that number continues to rise. Does that concern you?
It does, but at the same time, the way the Bureau examines mergers is on a case-by-case basis.
Deals have to be a certain size before Canada's competition watchdog steps in.
A merger has to reach a certain threshold. What is that threshold?
93 million.
But if it's small, if it's a number of smaller ones, then does that necessarily trigger your attention then?
So those will be non-notifiable. And so no, there is no trigger on our end.
While Canada's regulatory body isn't stepping in yet on acquisitions under $93 million, our research has shown vet care monopolies emerging in communities across Canada. In Winnipeg, half of the 22 clinics are owned by Vet Strategy. In Thornhill, north of Toronto, Canadian consolidator P3 has bought up 3 clinics in a single neighborhood. In Penticton, BC, NVA owns 3 of the 5 clinics in town. In the United States, their Federal Trade Commission is doing something. Since 2017, they've required JAB, owner of NVA Clinics, to divest specialty and emergency hospitals, and ordered Mars to also divest clinics.
So markets evolve, business realities evolve, and we need to make sure that as enforcers, we're fully adept to the business strategies of today.
That's former FTC Chair Lena Khan. While their threshold to intervene on an acquisition is $119.5 million, they have new rules to trigger a closer look at smaller deals. And in the UK, where 60% of clinics are owned by corporations, we've learned their regulator is trying to get a hold of the issue.
So you put out a call for information from the public. What was the response?
The response was incredible. We got 56,000 responses to this call for information. And I think what was notable is that we got about 10,000 responses from vets and veterinary nurses and other professionals themselves.
One of the key questions they're probing is whether pet owners are fully informed, especially when consolidators are buying up multiple parts of the sector.
Not only might people not realise that their local vet practice is owned by one of these large corporate groups, they might not then realise that the out-of-hours service that they're sent to, or the pharmacy that they buy their drugs from, or the referral centre if they have a more complex procedure, is also owned by the same group.
For the UK, the CMA market investigation is a race to catch up.
What powers do you have to compel companies to provide information and take action?
We do have powers to take quite strong actions if it's justified. We'll be asking for their accounts to explore profitability. We'll be looking at pricing information. We can require them to provide us with internal documents, and we can really try and analyse what's going on in this market.
Let's go sniff. Go sniff. Good girl.
Back in Canada, son Ravi Chandran is hoping for many good years with Bhumi, the boxer mix she rescued. She crowdfunded surgery for one of Bhumi's legs. Now she's doing all she can to save up and fix the other leg.
I have to raise the other 7,300 before she gets too old, because when they get older, they can't go under and come back.
Yeah, you want to stick?
She doesn't want the high cost of care to break the bond they have.
I think everyone deserves to be loved, and not everyone can receive that love from another person. I think everyone can agree that their lives are better with their animals in it, and you know, it's not something that I think should be a cost barrier.
"50 years of the Fifth Estate," and now a story from the files.
They began taking human tissue from cadavers and transforming it into an exciting new medical product.
One of the most gruesome stories I reported on in my 25 years on the Fifth Estate started out as a good news story and turned into a horror show.
It was called Liodura and was made from the strong connective tissue surrounding the brain.
It worked like a bicycle patch, sealing surgical wounds. Health Canada approved it without question or testing. A senior scientist at Health Canada became suspicious when a number of Canadians developed symptoms of a brain-wasting disease.
Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, part of the same family as mad cow disease. It strikes only 1 in a million.
He was blowing the whistle, but nobody was listening.
We had become more oriented to business promotion than health protection.
Turns out the German pharmaceutical company had been lying to Health Canada about screening donors, about keeping records, about causing cross-contamination. The plug was pulled on Liodura in 1996, 9 years after the connection was made between Liodura and the brain-wasting disease. The company refused to give us an interview. Health Canada's Julia Hill also refused to talk about Liodura. It remained on some hospital shelves and continued to be used. More horrifying is the fact that Creutzfeldt-Jakob can incubate up till 20 years before symptoms appear. That is a cautionary tale if ever there was one.
See more from the past 50 years on the Fifth Estate's YouTube channel.
I'm Mark Kelly. Next week on the Fifth Estate, we pull back the layers of a movement looking to change the face of Canada, one book at a time.
Horrible things are happening in our libraries.
What's the agenda?
I believe the agenda is to indoctrinate children.
We're in northern Alberta, where this little library finds itself caught in the crosshairs of a culture war that's dividing this tight-knit town.
You need to watch out. They might start trying to infiltrate your library board.
Across Canada and the US, more and more libraries are on the front lines of battles over books, bans, and the freedom to read.
Quite a few other titles we've had were found actually in our toilet.
When the politics comes knocking at our door, librarians have to step up and protect the books.
So they turn the children against family, they turn the children against faith, they turn the children against themselves.
Existing in my community has just become harder than it was ever intended to be.
We investigate how those pulling the levers of democracy in this Alberta town are leaving kids hurt in their wake. That's next week on the Fifth Estate.
when is a sale not a sale?
Everything was on clearance and on sale, so I hope I got a good deal.
Should you buy what they're selling you?
Consumers are thinking that they're purchasing products that have a lot more value than they actually do.
We're tracking prices to give you the bottom line.
They were on sale 98% of the time.
So it's not really a sale at that point when you think about it.
I think it's disrespectful to be playing those games with consumers.
And what about all those special days and deep discounts?
Did you get a Black Friday deal?
That was half price.
It's a marketing strategy, maybe.
Don't go shopping until you watch your marketplace. We're digging for deals at Old Navy, one of Canada's most popular clothing stores, known for its sales.
50, 40, 30% off. Deals everywhere.
And while it looks like there's a bunch of bargains, we want to know, are these sales really what they seem? Or are they making you think you're saving more than you really are? We're testing it out, ordering 10 products from Old Navy's website. Here, we can track prices, and we do for 7 months to see just how often they're on sale.
You just came out of Old Navy. Did you get some deals?
Everything was on clearance and on sale, so I hope I got a good deal.
Do you look for the sales at Old Navy?
I found a bunch of good deals, actually. Especially like Old Navy, I only go for like deals.
Yeah, there's always a sale on.
Our gear has arrived.
Special delivery.
We start crunching the numbers. Time for the big reveal. The results of our sales spot check are in. First up, these ladies' pants. They were on sale 55% of the time. And the sale price is all over the map, going down and up again and again. The highest sale price we see, $48.99. And the lowest, $26.97.
What if I told you they were on sale for all of these prices?
Oh, really?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
That's actually insane.
You know what bugs me? Why can't they just put a good price on it right away instead of trying to fool us all the way through?
Next up, black biker shorts. Regular price $29.99, but they're on sale about 60% of the time we check, including a today-only deal of $14.99. But that price actually lasts 2 weeks.
Well, this today-only deal lasted 2 weeks.
We're always getting ripped off, let's face it.
But you know what? If I could get into those, I would be.
So it's not really good advertising, right? It's false.
You would think you would have to rush out to get it.
Lied to.
Recently retired Associate Professor of Marketing, Brad Davis, says sales play on our psychology, starting with the sale sign itself.
Sale is the most important word you want. That's more important than the price because the sale gives the consumer the more powerful cue that, okay, there's a deal to be had here.
We walk through Old Navy's website.
Run, don't walk this isn't going to last forever. This is a quick time deal. You don't want to miss out on this. So err on the side of purchasing. It may never be available again.
Err on the side of purchasing.
Yes. You don't want to regret it afterwards. You don't want to wait later and say, geez, I should have bought it then. Why did I pass that by?
And Brad's letting us in on a little marketing secret. See that $54.99 price with the line through it?
In order to make a sale seem impactful, we want to establish the basis for comparison. So I don't really know as a consumer, I don't know whether this is a good deal or not. You don't know the reference price, we're going to tell you. Here's the reference price, $54.99 line through it. So now use that as an anchor point to assess whether this is a good deal or not.
Sounds like mind games to me.
Very much. It is remarkable how impactful it can be. We implant the reference point to begin with, and then you, the consumer, make the decision based on that reference point, even though you're not aware you're doing that.
What about this lady's button-down shirt? It's on sale 80% of the time.
80% of the time on sale.
Oh my God. Really misleading.
Oh my gosh.
Does that sound like a deal?
No. Well, shouldn't it only be a one-time thing if it's a sale?
They just market it so it looks like it's a good price, but I think it's just normally is a good price.
One of those sales on this shirt is $19.99, with a countdown clock to boot.
Time's ticking, snag, 50% while you can. 02 days, 29 minutes, 43 seconds.
Brad says it plays on our fears of missing out on a great deal.
That's just overt FOMO. Law of scarcity, time's running out.
But what do you know? The sale countdown ends and the price drops even lower to $15.99.
To me, that violates that idea of comparative justice. You jumped in this opportunity, you bought it at this price, and then you discover that other people who just sort of waited, who weren't as loyal to the company, are getting rewarded more.
We tell shoppers about that countdown clock, and they're ticked off.
And so it was $19.99, but then you could get it at a lower price the next day.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, okay, that's not good.
Like, they make you feel that you have to buy like the product, that you're running out of time to buy it.
Is there a feeling of FOMO?
Yeah, exactly. You're feeling, oh, if I don't buy it now, then I'm never gonna get it at that cost again.
We're not the only ones scratching our heads. Justin Giovanetti is a sales skeptic.
Retailers should be fair and accurate in their representations that they make to consumers.
He's a class action lawyer based in Vancouver, and he's filing a suit against Old Navy.
Old Navy represents that their products are being sold at a discount, but in reality, we allege that that actually is not a discount price, because that's the price at which these products are always or almost always sold. So consumers are thinking that they're purchasing products that have a lot more value than they actually do.
He shows us this example.
So this product we have right here, this is the mid-rise Rockstar Super Skinny Jeans. And it
right away, sorry, I mean, my mind is blown. That's a deal.
If these products are normally sold at $50, then that's perfectly fine. However, if these products are almost always or always sold at a discount, such as $15.97, then we allege that that is misleading to consumers, because consumers are not getting jeans that are valued at $50, but are instead getting $16 jeans. There's a big difference.
And when we add them to our cart, there's this pressure point.
There's a note that says some of our most popular items can only be saved in your bag for 30 minutes. So that adds further time pressure to the consumer. I have to purchase this product before the deal ends. If I wait more than 30 minutes, this product might be sold out.
Justin's allegations haven't been proven in court, and his class action has yet to be certified.
Our objective is to advance consumer rights.
Next in our shopping cart, these men's stretch tech shorts. Regular price $44.99. For most of October, it's a hot deal at $21.99. Then we see limited time deal pop up near the end of the month. By November, still the same price, but now it's called an early Black Friday deal that lasts for about a week.
Wow, it's not a real deal.
So you have all these deals, same price.
I don't think it is a deal like at all. I think it would trick the consumer.
Yeah, you're tricking them into thinking that it's a better deal.
And you definitely would want to buy it more. So I don't know if it's fair, but I definitely know it's like a psychological trick.
And you won't believe how often these shorts are on sale.
They were on sale 98% of the time.
Damn.
So it's not really a sale at that point when you think about it.
It kind of feels kind of scummy. Yeah. Like, you're saying sale when that's the regular price for 7 months, like majority, right? 98% of the time.
98% of the time. Yeah.
But the most dubious deal of all? This t-shirt, on sale the entire 7 months we track.
It never sold for regular price over the 7 months we tracked.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's terrible.
Like, is a deal really a deal if it's on all the time?
No.
So it's not really a sale.
Bottom line on these bargains?
Is it a sale or a fail?
It's a fail.
Yeah, it's a fail.
It's not a sale at all.
I don't like it. From a brand perspective, I think it's disrespectful to be playing those games with consumers.
The Competition Bureau has advertising rules to ensure companies aren't misleading consumers or engaging in deceptive marketing. When we share our findings with them, they can't comment without doing an investigation, adding if people have a complaint, they can file one online with the Bureau.
But there might be a better way. In the EU, there's a law requiring retailers to show the current sale price and the lowest price in the last 30 days. $22.09 is the sale price. And then you see it right there with the strike through. That's the lowest price in 30 days. Here's what that could look like in Canada if we had the same rule.
So this is what it could look like here in Canada.
Yeah.
Would that help you make better shopping decisions?
Yes, I definitely think so.
Well, I would love for that to happen here because then you could make a better decision about what you're doing, right?
Yeah. If we had this, I would wait for an even better sale because it tells me that that's not actually a really good sale.
You want a deal to be a deal.
Tell the truth, yep.
Do you think that would help shoppers make better decisions here?
Oh, yeah. I think you could say, oh, it's on sale, but wait a minute, it was on sale lower.
Exactly.
So they will pull all this crap.
All 10 of the items we buy are on sale for more than half the time we trap. So what does Old Navy say? Their parent company, Gap Inc., has no comment.
Your average consumer isn't checking the prices of products every single day and logging it in a spreadsheet. Maybe CBC Marketplace does, but the average consumer, they don't have the time to do that, and how can anybody blame them? Consumers put their trust in companies to fairly and accurately represent the value and the price of their products.
The days may have special names, but are the prices really that different?
Is it really a Black Friday sale?
We're tracking products and prices at Canadian Tire.
It was actually $50 cheaper in July.
When is a deal really a deal?
Next. This is your marketplace. It's Black Friday, one of the biggest shopping days of the year. Stores promo these sales big time, and many of us believe that's when you can score the sweetest savings. But does it live up to the hype? We're tracking some prices online at one of Canada's biggest chains, Canadian Tire, for 7 months to find out, are the discounts really the deepest during Black Friday, Boxing Day, and Cyber Monday? Or are there better deals to be had other times of the year? While we wait to see what happens. Did you get a Black Friday deal?
No, I didn't even think about that. I am black and today is Friday, so who cares about the deal?
Amen.
That was half price.
So you saved 50% on it.
We did. These flashlights,
Okay.
they were only $10.
Others are not so lucky.
I went to Canadian Tire 2 days ago. They had some Christmas balls, $14.99.
Yeah.
Today is $19.99.
Today is Black Friday.
I came back for them thinking they would go a little less for Black Friday. I'm killing myself now saying I should have taken it up when I saw it.
Marketing expert Brad Davis says those big sales events are designed to get us shopping.
And every year, it's a little bigger than it was before. Even in supposedly dire economic circumstances, you look at the sales figure for Black Friday, for Cyber Monday, for Boxing Day, and they're still strong.
Meantime, we head to St. John's, Newfoundland, to meet a hometown consumer hero.
I was fed up with, keeping track of pricing and price changes and the ups and downs.
Marcus Silva's search for the best deals started with a power drill.
I would look at the flyers week in, week out, and I noticed sometimes there's a really good sale for, let's say, $80, and then the price goes back up to $160, and then in 3 weeks' time, it's down to $60. You don't really know if the price you have at that very moment in time is the best one you can get.
So Marcus takes matters into his own hands.
I wanted to create a tool where I could just go online and check prices.
Creating TireSpy.ca.
You can just type in any product.
His site tracks product prices every week on Canadian Tire's site, going back as far as 2 years, so you can see when you're getting the most savings.
So you know if this specific product is on sale for $200, you're getting a good deal.
So are the big deals on those big days worth snatching up at Canadian Tire? The results of our test are in. We tracked 20 products on sale on those shopping days, and get this, While there were some deals to be had, half were the same sale price earlier in the year. And 6 products were actually a worse deal. Take Black Friday. Their flyer promises you'll get the lowest price of the year during Black Friday week. And it checks out. That is when you get the best deals, including these products. But they advertise Black Friday all month long. And the early Black Friday deal on this storage box is the same as a sale back in June. And this carpet cleaner, on sale during early Black Friday for $89.99, but it was 10 cents cheaper in September.
In early September, there was another sale. It was actually 10 cents cheaper at $89.89.
Is it really a Black Friday sale?
Early September, you could have got it for $89.89. So you're looking at 10 cents difference, and you could have had it sooner.
And you could have it sooner. The carpet would have been looking much cleaner.
How about the prices on Boxing Day? You don't have to wait until December to get the best price for 3 items on our shopping list. Like this blender and juicer, both on sale Boxing Day, both $20 cheaper on Cyber Monday. And you could also get that price in August and November, respectively. And check out the Cyber Monday sale on this espresso machine, $699.99. Yet, you could buy it back in July for $649.99, $50 cheaper. We tell shoppers in St. John's.
Which day do you think we got it for a cheaper price?
Maybe on Cyber Monday.
Well, it was actually $50 cheaper in July.
Oh.
So are you surprised by that?
Yes, definitely.
So you didn't have to wait until Cyber Monday to get it.
It's a marketing strategy, maybe.
But we're not done diving into data just yet. Time to take a look at Marcus's site. We crunched Tire Spy's numbers on sale products during Boxing Day, Cyber Monday, and Black Friday events, going back 1 full year.
We're gonna give you some little deets on your website and also on what we found. Are you ready?
Yes.
First up, Cyber Monday. We analyze over 600 products, but 81% of what we find is at the same sale price previously in the year.
Makes no sense. I think it's the expectation is that you're getting a better deal.
As for Boxing Day, we review more than 200 products. Around half of the time, you could buy the same items for cheaper during sales earlier in the year.
You would think you're getting the best deal on Boxing Day, right? That's the expectation.
And those early Black Friday deals, out of the 38 products we track, 26% of them are more expensive than other times of the year.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I mean, that's not what you expect, right?
But now that we've crunched the numbers and you see this kind of result, how does it make you feel about deals at Canadian Tire?
Well, before this conversation, I never thought about the patterns around the big shopping days. But now I'm gonna think twice before I make purchasing decisions around big sales events.
What does Canadian Tire say? They decline our request for an on-camera interview. In a statement, they say they're always looking to deliver value and great deals for customers throughout the year. They add their weekly promotions say whether or not the lowest price of the season or year is being offered. There is one place you can go where what you see is what you get.
Well, we know a bit of a hometown hero here in Newfoundland. He has a website called tirespy.ca.
Okay.
And he tracks hundreds of products throughout the years to see when you can get the best price for it.
That is awesome.
I will do that.
It's good to know that there is a website I can go to that will help me be a smarter shopper.
Do you have a story you want us to investigate? Write to us, marketplace@cbc.ca. Sometimes these times don't make a lot of sense.
A lot of social conflict in the world at the moment. When you can only wonder, what next?
It's tough times, and I think people are worried about what the future holds with everything that's going on.
How to protect your family, your home,
your health.
Well, it never had cholesterol and never will have cholesterol.
Please remember that apps and games are not meant to be used if you are under 16.
Wow.
So basically, this machine is dangerous. We're breathing in ozone now.
If things don't go as planned and your paycheck doesn't go as far.
Cost of living, everybody's having difficulty. Family of four, cost of living is up there.
One thing that's not going anywhere is us.
So we're following a stolen car right now.
Wow, look at that. It's so off the scale.
These people took bribes, gave licenses for a murder weapon.
Whatever you're buying.
The X-ray will be $380.
I will no longer be able to own a home.
I'm gobsmacked because I don't understand how that happens.
I'm not happy with this at all.
It's illegal. It violates the criminal code.
And wherever you're buying it. They're on sale 98% of the time.
Well, that's a nice marketing trick.
You look surprised.
Yeah, it's just trying to scam the consumer.
I feel that it's a sort of fraud perpetrated on us. No, they are not protected.
We've got the goods.
And we'll point out the bad. Should there be monitoring or maybe a more rigorous reporting system?
I certainly hope so.
When are you going to update those anti-theft standards, and what's taking so long?
What is the point of standards if there's no enforcement?
For consumers, this is driving up the cost of care.
Are you a fugitive?
For you, but not without you.
If we all speak up together, we can make a difference.
It's all fake. Everything is fake. They're trying to steal your money.
Thank you for letting me know.
If you're not here to help the animals, I don't think that you should be in the industry.
So what is next? What should we be investigating?
Now people have to pay for some medical costs, and that's astonishing.
When you try to go down that rabbit hole to find out, like, oh, is this like really made in Canada?
Okay. You want us to go down that rabbit hole?
Please do.
How much we're going to be impacted from a financial perspective.
Break it down so that these guys understand. Yeah. Send us your ideas. Marketplace@cbc.ca.
We want to know because
This is my marketplace.
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 On this edition of The Fifth Estate, we pull back the layers of a movement looking to change the face of Canada, one book at a time.
Who here feels that horrible things are happening in our libraries?
What's the agenda?
I believe the agenda is to indoctrinate children.
We're in northern Alberta, where this little library finds itself caught in the crosshairs of a culture war that's dividing this tight-knit town.
You need to watch out. They might start trying to infiltrate your library board.
Across Canada and the U.S., more and more libraries are on the front lines of battles over books, bans, and the freedom to read.
So this one, along with quite a few other titles we've had, were found actually in our toilet.
When the politics comes knocking at our door, librarians have to step up and protect the books.
So they turn the children against family, they turn the children against faith, they turn the children against themselves.
We investigate how those pulling the levers of democracy in this Alberta town are leaving kids hurt in their wake.
Existing in my community has just become harder than it was ever intended to be.
I'm Mark Kelly. This is The Fifth Estate.
They will not leave your kids alone. They will not leave your children alone unless you get engaged.
There's a growing fury that's spreading like wildfire across our country, claiming children are no longer safe in schools and libraries.
And how many of you here today sit on library boards? There we go, we've got one. Thank you, sir.
Burning through library, school board, and town council meetings.
Pride is a sin. Okay, it's all going to come. All of you. Pride is a sin.
It is a sin.
The fury has sparked marches against so-called gender identity ideology in schools and public libraries, and counter-protests demanding acceptance for all kids. And no conspiracy is too big, no library too small to be swept up in it.
Did you know the United Nations loves it when rainbows are everywhere?
Why are they pushing that agenda? It's a depopulation agenda.
And that's brought us to Valley View, Alberta, a town of 1,800, where it feels like time stands still, and yet something, it seems, has changed in town. Something about this little library on Main Street.
We had a couple of people come into our community engagement night, and they came in and they sat down and said, it's a travesty that you're overfunded. There's no value in the programs you provide. We were told we should be a repository for books, and that is all.
And then Griffiths Garcia got a warning. This was just the beginning.
There's kind of like a network of libraries that all communicate, and it sort of came out that was like, you need to watch out because these people are a thing, and they might start trying to infiltrate your library board. They might start trying to influence things or censor books or make waves.
These people, as she called them, have shown up at other libraries in Alberta, demanding a ban on books aimed at kids about sex education, gay characters, or gender identity.
I find it very scary when people start thinking that they should control what we read. I think that's one of the primary rights of living in a democratic society, is that you have the right to read and to write the things that you choose.
Valley View's library has been a fixture since 1970, and it's always been more than just a repository for books. It now has programs for new Canadians, seniors, and a program called GSA.
The GSA is, it's a Gay Straight Alliance, it's called. And it's for the kids to meet that don't have a place to meet. It wasn't some ulterior agenda. It was just to help these kids have a safe place to meet. Because some of them aren't supported at home, unfortunately.
They're always looking for volunteer opportunities.
I need to go home and get me stretching.
And I'll join in on it, even though I'm not leadership.
The GSA was the brainchild of Theo Robertson, engaging, articulate, and transgender, and just 17 years old.
It's sort of like a youth group with the underlying notion that we are accepting and that we love everybody. And they already identify as LGBT, and we just provide a space for them to be and to exist.
And just existing in this rural town, Theo says, can be seen as an act of provocation. So some people in town wanted to know, what exactly were their taxes funding at the library?
Just implying that we are taking this funding and creating a program which indoctrinates youth, or which tells them things which are untrue, or that encourages them to have sex underage, or that promotes pedophilia, entirely promoting these misconceptions that they have about gay people and about trans people.
We have people writing letters to the town on our behalf. We have people showing up to council meetings. But I think the kind of negative perceptions that started going around, at least it was first known to us in about December of 2023.
That's when staff and board members learned the library was being defunded by town council, cutting its share of the budget by a staggering 50%, a first step some feared to closing it permanently. The Fifth Estate obtained this recording of a library board meeting with Valley View's head librarian grilling a town councillor.
So it's not a surprise what our budget is. It's been the same for years. So why is this suddenly an issue?
When we were looking through the budgets, we just noticed, a few of members noticed the big dollar value compared to...
dollar value was never a problem until recently.
We haven't raised taxes in this town forever.
As a taxpayer, I would like to be approached about that though before I hear that services are being cut.
But we're not cutting services.
You are. Library services. You're cutting library services. My gut is telling me that council has no idea of the backlash you're going to get.
The backlash erupted as two longtime library board members spoke out against defunding a Valley View institution.
I think we have one of the best libraries in Alberta. It's amazing. You look at this little community, everything that happens here, and now there's uncertainty, right? And what's happening and how town council has decided to be involved with the board.
There wasn't really any reason, they didn't give us any reason. They just said they were cutting the budget. And so, we kind of went into panic mode.
And that panic only grew when Town Council then replaced those library board members. First defund it, then remove its defenders. Town Council had spoken. We came to Valley View with questions about the future of the library, questions for the people who hold its fate in their hands. But shortly before we arrived, the Town Council held a meeting behind closed doors and passed a motion that decreed the mayor and town councillors shall not speak to the media. And the monthly library board meeting, a public event we planned to attend, was canceled.
What are they hiding? Like, why?
So we tracked down the last journalist in Valley View. Susie Peters ran the town's only newspaper for years. So this is your last newspaper?
Yes.
In this issue, Pink Shirt Day, International Women's Day, tabs for tots. You got a little bit of everything going on here. Valley Views, as it was called, closed during the pandemic. So what does Susie know about the library's future?
I have no idea what's happening there. I can't explain it.
Who's that?
That's the mayor.
Oh, well, see, I wouldn't know because I haven't met him. Her journalist's instinct, the shroud of secrecy around the debate, the decision-making, makes her feel there's another agenda at play.
So why try to stop something like that from happening when they don't have to be a part of that, part of the library? But I believe the library is there for everybody.
The library was the talk of the town at the Tall Timbers Cafe. Owner Travis Workland wanted his cafe to reflect a new Valley View, open to old and young, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, gay and straight.
I really don't know how you make a space equitable other than by being equitable. I don't know how you make a space diverse other than welcoming diversity. It's self-defining concepts.
Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, he didn't buy the argument the library was being defunded because the town was running a deficit.
No, I don't believe it's a money issue at all. No, I don't believe at all. Having to spend money for the roads, and I don't think that $60,000 has anything to do with those projects.
So there's secret meetings, comments are turned off.
The secret meetings aren't secret meetings.
Yes, they are.
The Fifth Estate obtained these recordings of public meetings where library supporters faced off with councillors.
The public has asked you many times, let us have some input, hear our voices, and you say their decisions we're just going to make regardless of what you say or not.
Library supporters believe this was a political power play led by this woman, Town Councillor Samantha Stanky, who gave this impassioned plea at one meeting.
If I've done something to you, if I've wronged you in some way, I'm happy to apologize for my wrongdoings. But let's not go into the community and cause a big divide like we see right now. We have half the community hating the other half of the community.
The culture of the town changed significantly with her being a councillor. Totally.
There is no greater love in the world than a mom for her children. I truly believe that.
Stanky hails from a prominent family in local politics. She ran for council after protesting against vaccine mandates.
I strive for unity. And while there are times that we won't always agree, the ability to communicate and remain respectful is what will keep us stronger.
And then campaigned for and won a seat on the board of Alberta's United Conservative Party, promoting true blue conservative values.
Any of the policies that are coming forward about, protecting our children or protecting our parental rights, very important.
Town Council has been considering a proposal to close this library. A new library would be opened in a school to be built on this site someday. These kids worry it wouldn't have room for programs like the GSA.
If you had a chance to talk to the folks who want to close this library down, what would you want to say to them?
I'm not sure. I think if they could just understand what it means to the community and everyone who uses the library and comes to the library, this space is definitely better than school because there's several teachers who have expressed their opinion about queer students. Those teachers are primarily religious, so they're very against queer people and make comments about how it's weird or unnatural. It makes me feel like maybe this isn't who I'm supposed to be. Like maybe I have to change myself because it's wrong.
So is this town at war with itself over a library? I was told to come to this garage on Main Street to get a look under the hood of Valley View. Owner Ken Hodel has run the place most of his life.
Darn near 40 years in business. That's how old I am, if you wanted to bring it up.
Do you feel things have changed here politically?
It's an intense environment now.
And into this intense environment walks this little library. How has this library become a flashpoint in this town?
Well, you know, you hear stories and you're busy with your daily life stuff, right? So you think, oh, that's just a one-off thing. That can't be true. That sounds too crazy to be. But yet, here we are, even in Little Valley View. People seem to be taking agendas with things, and we're kind of forgetting to be human beings, and we're kind of just running with the biggest stick we can find, is how it is.
When we come back, we investigate how the chaos of conspiracies is fueling the attack on institutions like libraries.
I think a lot of people are going to run, and their running isn't to build communities. Their running isn't to, become the road manager. They've got other agendas I think they're going to try to push forward.
And how that turns a majority against a minority.
I would be, based on this setting, very concerned letting my children go to a library, and I'd be concerned of indoctrination at any given time.
Marco van Hugenbos has lost track of how many meetings he drove to, how many kilometers he racked up, visiting people in every nook and cranny in Alberta with a message. It's time to fight. It's time to take back Alberta.
That was the goal for me, was to get people involved in their democracy, because that's the only way democracy works, is by people getting involved and having their say.
Van Hugenbos was convicted of mischief for organizing the U.S. border blockade in Alberta to protest against vaccine mandates. The experience taught him the power of grievance to mobilize and stop what he sees as government overreach into people's private lives.
How we would fight that indirectly, or that wokeness, that culture, that rot in government. The only way we would be able to do that would again be back to getting involved in those volunteer boards who put forward nominees that align with these views, that challenge that narrative in the halls of power. That was the approach.
We are on the precipice of a communist revolution. It's literally happening right before your eyes. If we rise up, we can stop it.
The battle language, laced with conspiracies, sparked a movement, and Take Back Alberta was born. Led by its charismatic founder, David Parker, his recipe for success is relatively simple. If you have people, you have power.
If you're too busy to save your civilization, then you deserve the gulags.
David Parker is obviously the big name in Take Back Alberta. He's one of the best activists I've ever met.
Albertans and Canadians are apathetic and lazy. They never show up. You could take over every school board in this entire province.
There's more of us than there is of them.
You can get on your library board, have a say, bring like-minded individuals with you, and if you're a majority, you might be able to make change.
You can't rise up unless you know what you're fighting. And that's why I've asked Dr. James Lindsay to come here today to tell you what we're up against and then to give us a battle plan for going forward.
It's not just grievance that can mobilize, so too can fear. So Take Back Alberta's meetings feature James Lindsay, American author and influencer who sees schools and libraries as part of a global cabal, peddlers of porn and pedophilia.
The purpose of the queer theory is to destabilize young people. It is to give them an identity crisis. I'm not allowed to call them groomers, but I defy you to find a better word than groomer for a preparatory introduction to alternate modes of kinship.
The protection of children is now the battle cry for social conservatives who feel under siege and undermined by socially inclusive policies.
This is the best political issue that conservatives have had in a very long time, and this is the issue we're going to fight, because if we lose our children, what do we have? Nothing.
And according to Van Hugenbos, the enemy is at the gates. Gay and trans minorities forcing rainbow crosswalks and pride flags on an unwilling moral majority.
There's a pride in the park or things like that. I won't allow, I mean, that's what you tell your kids, but I prefer my children don't visit the park at that time.
Why?
It's just, it's something that, it's that lifestyle and what that all, what's all involved in that is not something that I believe should be lived out in a public park. Now, if that's something they want, they can rent a private venue, and that's where that can happen.
But you're saying, you're using the word public. It's a public park.
Correct.
Well, they are part of the public.
100% they are.
But at the same time, you're saying, I wouldn't take my kids to the park if there was a pride flag flying there. Don't you see that as being divisive?
Well, no, that's my right as an individual to raise my children the way I see fit.
Absolutely.
Right?
But don't you see that then as turning your community into us and them?
But it's always been us and them.
That kind of blunt talk may not be a winning campaign strategy. So would-be candidates for local politics can attend election training workshops to help refine their messaging. The Fifth Estate sent a reporter undercover to attend one workshop in Calgary, run by a group called Parents for Choice in Education, to listen to the unvarnished discussion.
I don't want to hear, I believe. That is rank bullshit.
There were more than a dozen attendees, everyday Canadians, a few concerned about global elites trying to take control of their kids.
What's the payback? What's the motivation?
Well, it's probably related to whoever's funding them. It looks like George Soros has a big hand in it. I don't know why George Soros would like to change our culture.
The Marxist, communist-driven agenda to try to take out the West.
The instructor acknowledged the conspiracy of the elites and urged would-be candidates to fight it.
We've got a bunch of very greedy, stupid people with a lot of power and money. And that's what we're financing. For you, though, if you're going to be on a city council or on a school board, go buy it.
He laid out a strategy to winning, using a Venn diagram.
You see the big green bubble there? That's all the things you want to do. This is what you got into politics for. This is the stuff you believe in.
The key? Less is more.
Now you see this tiny little dot in the middle? That's the things that you can talk about. When I say, for the most part, shut that up, I mean it.
We reached out to the instructor. In a statement, he said the organization promotes a parent's right to choose how their child is educated and to run for public office. If anyone has a right to determine what content children are exposed to, whether sexual, ideological, or otherwise, it is the parents of those children. No political actors or other interest groups can claim equivalent standing.
Undeniably, you can definitely create pretty big armies on wars that may or may not exist. And I think that you can start to feed people on some concerns that they have and create this bigger enemy. The bigger the enemy you create, the more people that'll join your side.
Paul McLaughlin is president of Alberta's Rural Municipalities Association. He spent 5 terms in rural politics. He sees more and more candidates running for office with divisive social agendas that aren't part of their mandate as town councillors.
I think that you've got misinformation floating and disinformation floating out there. And actually, in many cases, I'd honestly say a lot of this is disinformation. So this is fabricated for the purpose of pushing a different motive.
What happens when these culture wars come to small communities?
You know, when you deal with a small community that can divide a council, I know people that will never talk to each other ever again over issues like this.
Back here in Valley View, you can literally see the influence of Take Back Alberta on the rural landscape itself. This tower in the middle of a canola field. We wanted to meet the man behind it, and that led us to Rod Perrin. So what do you think of it now when you take a look at it? What's it mean to you?
I like it. I like it. I think it means to me that we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Getting back to more of our core roots. One of my brothers was doing exactly that, getting involved with Take Back Alberta. I mean, those are, I guess the Take Back Alberta is a lot of influence on social issues.
Perrin is born and raised in Valley View. He runs a successful trucking business servicing the oil and gas industry. And he isn't afraid to say what he thinks.
We wanted to talk to the councillors about what's going on there, but they won't talk to us.
Oh, well, it is a little bit scary, you know. It's kind of part of the legacy media, and so it's like, what's it going to come out as, you know? It's I think the gay thing, it's just like, if you're not out there dancing on the street with them, well, then they're saying that there's something wrong with you. I don't feel that they're discriminated at in our town. You know, maybe they just need to focus on something different, and they probably fit in just fine.
He dismisses the defunding of the library as anything other than a wise financial decision. Full stop.
Our town, being it's on a very limited budget, and they got looking at their budget, and it's like, okay, there's places we have to cut. In this case, is what a better way to try to get your way than to once again call us all a bunch of homophobics, and you know that's the reason it's being cut. I don't believe that at all.
Have you ever gone to the library in Valley View?
No, never in my existence I haven't.
But for those who rely on the library as a community hub and a safe space, people like Theo, defunding the library feels deeply personal.
Do you think that there is a scenario in which you have a place in this community?
Yes, I 100%.
Do you think that they feel?
Oh, absolutely not. Because my idea of common ground is being able to exist in this community. It's blanket safety, protection, and a feeling of welcomeness. And I think what they think I mean by that is that people like me will suddenly start to control their town, and that the rise in acceptance for people like me means that there will be a sudden spike in population of people like me, and that we will take over and become this majority. But that's not true. That comes from an idea of misinformation. That comes from this sort of radicalized politic that they are fed. They think we are infringing on their lives, but in turn, they are making an incredible overreach into the way that I live my life, and the way that I exist, and the way that the people around me exist.
When we come back, we go to the U.S., where the shadow war on libraries began.
This won't hit us. We're a free state. We believe in our freedoms.
And reveal how those shadow wars are used to mobilize voters.
If you don't bow to the will of the people, you face fines.
But the will of which people?
Welcome to Donnelly, Idaho, a picture postcard town of 258 souls, where the air is fresh and the pace is slow. And just like Valley View, Alberta to the north, it's the last place you'd expect the town's little log cabin library to come under attack. While the library is only about 100 square meters in size, its maximum capacity just 16, it welcomed almost 14,000 visitors last year. The building was donated by a couple, local residents, who wanted to make a place for local kids to read, learn, and grow.
Two gentlemen, Bill and Linny, they were a wonderful gay couple that lived here in Donnelly. They believed in the arts, they believed in education, and this is what was created, and our kids flocked to it. We're really an anchor institution.
An anchor institution with a target on its back.
Librarians warned our state the Donnelly Public Library is for adults only. Any child who wants to go in and get a book, or even just meander through the modest room of bookshelves, has to be supervised by their parent or guardian.
The little library touched off a media firestorm when it declared itself to be adults only. It did so to protect itself from a new Idaho law that allows people to sue libraries if children are exposed to books with themes of sexuality or, quote, homosexuality.
To me, this legislation was just mean. It wasn't about protecting children.
Librarian Sherry Shaline feels the intent of the law is to get libraries to weed out books some Idaho lawmakers don't like. She considers that censorship.
I've taken a great deal of pride in that. I don't think politics should be part of the library. However, when the politics comes knocking at our door, we have no choice but to become involved. Librarians have to step up and protect the books.
But then the keyboard warriors, as Shaline calls them, came after her and her library.
People were like, she could have done better just getting rid of the pornography. You want to be a good librarian, get rid of the porn. There's no porn in here. There's no pornography on my shelves. There's no harm on my shelves. And I just cried and cried. And that was like the first time that it really impacted me.
That's stunning to have your parents sign a permission slip in order to go into a library.
Madison Pauley is an investigative journalist with Mother Jones magazine. For years, she's tracked how social conservative lobby groups have been influencing government officials to change policy rolling back LGBTQ2S rights. Libraries became collateral damage in the fight. The goal? Mobilize voters on the political right.
We no longer have gay marriage to mobilize people, so what issues are we going to be able to win on? And wow, people don't know a lot about transgender rights. This might seem very outside of their experience. Maybe it's something they can't relate to. Let's try to spread information, misinformation in many cases about it, and turn this into a political issue that can motivate voters. It's been a sort of incremental approach that at this point in the US has become an all-out attack on trans people, their existence, their lives, their ability to live fully as themselves and publicly.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
And motivate voters it did, even though less than 1% of adult Americans identify as transgender.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Our trans rights, the rights for the LGBTQ community, did these become a scapegoat?
100% LGBTQ communities have become a scapegoat, and attacks on them become an instrument for right-wing politicians to paint themselves as protectors of children, protectors of women.
Who then is protecting the people who are the target of these new laws and some of the most vulnerable in society?
Our teen LGBTQ community is the most hurt by this legislation. Teens seek a place of refuge, especially in a small community. And that place of refuge is sometimes even from their parents. The attack on the books itself, with homosexuality being part of that, I think those teens took it personally, and they deserve to see themselves reflected in literature.
So it's a little ironic. You're not perpetuating freedom if you're taking away other people's freedoms.
Kelly Lawson is a librarian in Airdrie, Alberta. She's an intellectual freedom advocate who says if you think the war on books isn't gaining ground in Canada, think again.
This book specifically, it's a junior graphic novel, and it was challenged because of one image of two girls kissing. Just the girls talking about their feelings and then a quick smooch. So it was reviewed by our collection staff and deemed age appropriate, and it's left in our collection.
Lawson is part of a Canada-wide committee of librarians tracking which book titles are being targeted for bans. Libraries in Canada are seeing roughly 4 times as many challenges than they were on average pre-pandemic.
It's called Pride Festivals, and it just teaches kids about Pride Festival and what happens at them. So there's a picture of some people just dancing with their t-shirts on. So this one, along with quite a few other titles we've had, were found actually in our toilet in the women's washroom.
Books have always faced scrutiny. For years, challenges were used to root out books with themes of racism or anti-Semitism. But about half the challenges in 2023 were books featuring LGBTQ-related themes and characters. As for those damaged or stolen books on the activist hit list,
just so we're clear, all these books that got thrown in the toilet, we reordered. So we'll bring them back for people.
Back in Valley View, the library faced its own attack on certain books from an outspoken critic with local political ties.
I'm protecting what I love, and wanting to protect, whether it be through white skin or culture, like I don't give a fuck.
His name is TJ Kennedy, the former self-defense instructor from Ontario turned Freedom Convoy photographer. who moved to Alberta, took a job as constituency assistant to local MLA and Cabinet Minister Todd Loewen. Says Samantha Stanky helped land him the job.
Sam is for Alberta. Sam is for her family, and Sam's a friend.
Kennedy started taking out books from the library he felt were inappropriate or that he deemed dangerous for kids, posting titles online, urged like-minded friends to check out the books they didn't like to protect any poor child that they are wanting to groom.
Some of the posts come across as very xenophobic, very like a white nationalist point of view. When that's your perception of somebody, it's uncomfortable to be in the same room with them, and it's uncomfortable to sit at a meeting with them.
And then he went after Theo, the 17-year-old high school student, after she confronted him at a community meeting.
He posted about me, he called me a tranny, he made me feel unsafe.
This is an outsider, right? Who's coming to this community, but he's in the hip pockets of the local council, the MLA's office.
We tried to track down Kennedy, but learned he was no longer working for the local MLA.
You reached TJ at TJ Kennedy Photography.
Hey TJ, this is Mark Kelly calling from the 5th Estate. We're in Valley View. He declined our interview request, but did send a written statement which reads in part, "My involvement with the Valley View Library has been as a concerned citizen interested in the content available to the community, especially to children. My motivation is to protect my children and this community's children from sexualization." When we come back, we meet the man behind the political movement that's now stretching all the way to the Premier's office.
I've said some things that people don't like, but it's not about me. It's about the fact that I'm having hundreds of people walk up to me and shake my hand and say, "I'm here because you said that we need to start showing up."
And reveal how that winning political strategy is now taking its toll.
At some point, people will realize that they've been duped into hating people for no reason. Come on in. How's it going?
When we returned to Valley View late last year, it seemed the fight to save the town's library had claimed its first victim. The Tall Timbers coffee shop was now closed for good.
Before, this place was this hub of life and activity.
Yeah.
And what do you see? What does it mean to you now when you see this?
Well, oh man, that's... Yeah, you know, well, it is, you know, the end of a dream. Standing up for what I thought was just and right and loving actually backfired on me.
Travis Workland says the more he spoke out against the town's plan to defund the library, the more town staff stopped coming into his coffee shop. Margins are thin, especially in a small town.
If these people are actively boycotting me, they're talking to other people about actively boycotting me.
While it's not certain whether the town boycotted his business, one resident certainly celebrated its closure, posting on social media.
Local groomers business shut down, permanently all caps. Too bad, so sad.
The post on X from TJ Kennedy, former staffer with the local MLA.
The more times that they say it, the more people that believe it. It's filled with hate, and so I do my best to say, those who know me, will know that this is about hate.
For Workland, it's a long fall from a summer's day in 2023, when Alberta Premier Danielle Smith stopped by Tall Timbers during a visit to Valley View. But that was then. This is now. Premier Smith headlining the annual general meeting of her governing United Conservative Party, and we saw a few familiar faces there. Marco Van Hugenbos, who helped grow Take Back Alberta, and sitting by the stage, Valley View Town Councillor Samantha Stanky. She was re-elected to the board of the UCP. Her candidacy endorsed by Take Back Alberta. Both watching as party members tabled policy proposals for the government to consider.
The inclusion of non-biological females in these spaces and categories is both a violation to our privacy, many of our beliefs, and it poses several safety risks.
All taxpayers should not be paying the exorbitant costs of cosmetic surgery and medications because a few people are preoccupied in an unhealthy way with their body.
Are your fingerprints all over these policies?
Particularly with the trans stuff and the parental rights stuff, I think that is a groundswell. And I think you see that that's happening in America, that's happening all over the place.
And it was here where the Fifth Estate caught up with David Parker, the founder and driving force of the Take Back Alberta movement.
What's your opinion on libraries?
I mean, obviously, I love libraries, I love books. I mean, I think everybody should have access to libraries. Do I think that libraries should be having drag shows in them? Absolutely not. I think we just need to make them libraries again.
Which means
people go and get books. And right, that's the purpose of a library.
Do you see Take Back Alberta as being a divisive force in this province?
I mean, obviously, there's propaganda around us. There's all kinds of, statements that people make about what we are. Yeah. I don't feel that we are divisive. I mean, there's obviously people who we're pushing what we believe to be right? I don't have any power. I have influence. Power is when you have control over other people's lives. I don't have control over anybody's life. I'm just an advocate for what I believe in. I just speak what I believe to be true, and I have people who listen.
Back in Valley View, the hardening of people's opinions has Ken the mechanic increasingly worried, especially about Theo. You see, Theo is his granddaughter.
100%.
Yeah, you have some concerns?
Oh, there are extreme people that feel what they're doing is somehow good for the better cause, good for everyone, and she's out there and she's saying stuff that they don't want to hear. Things don't always go perfect with being born as you are, so things have to change. Everything she's doing takes so much courage, like way more courage or strength than I as an individual or anyone that I know of could do.
I wonder, so I don't know what we are actually doing.
Over at the Gay Straight Alliance meeting, in a library on thin and melting ice, a reminder of how accepting kids can be of each other's differences before they're told to pick a side.
I get the feeling some people in town are afraid of you.
Yeah.
100%. It's like a one great big lie.
Well, spending a little time with you here, you don't seem so scary to me.
None of you are scary. You guys are funny. That's why I like being here, because I like laughing with you guys. And that's one of the reasons I don't want this library to move, because then that means no programs, and that means I won't see you guys as much.
As divisions pull this community apart, there is a show of support here at Valley View's Pride Festival. But it's not just the library's future in this town that's in doubt, so too is Theo's.
It's hard because I feel like I place an incredible personal responsibility on myself because of the way that I've been allowed to exist. I used to think that I would maybe come back here. I used to think that maybe after I was educated and I had seen the world that I would come back here. Now, I don't ever feel like that. I have witnessed firsthand the hurdles that we have towards progress now that have been put in place, and I know how hard it was before. I can't even bear to think about how hard it's going to be to change things now.
Just days before our broadcast, Valley View's library board, with new members appointed by town council, voted 5-4 to eventually close the community hub on Main Street, the safe haven for all. A smaller library will replace it in a soon-to-be-built school. It will effectively become, as staff and supporters have long feared, a repository for books.
Since our documentary aired earlier this year, the residents of Valley View have taken the fate of their library into their own hands. Last month's municipal elections saw a 30% increase in voter turnout, with the future of the library and political transparency hot-button issues. The result? Well, several incumbent councillors and the mayor were voted out of office, and some faces familiar to the Fifth Estate viewers were voted in. political rookie Ken Hodel ran for council and won the most votes of any candidate, including the new mayor. The director of the library, Carrie Danner, was also elected to council. She joins Rod Perrin, another political rookie who also won a council seat. However, Samantha Stanky, who many believe led the campaign to close the public library, lost her bid for re-election. So where does this leave Valley View's public library? Well, it's open for now. We're told the decision to move it to a yet-to-be-built school could be revisited by the new council.
I'm Stephen D'Souza. Next week on The Fifth Estate. There is a national opioid crisis in Canada. The main killer is fentanyl.
I was overdosing like upwards of twice a day. I could die any day now.
Down here, it's Russian roulette.
The panicked response involved prescribing millions of pills that didn't work and sometimes ended up in the wrong hands.
These guys are counting pills right here. There you go.
The dose was too low.
We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on our treatments and they're not working.
Did politics get in the way of saving lives?
Will the Prime Minister cancel the dollars for drugs?
Just stop it and save lives!
We talked to experts who had the ear of the Prime Minister.
We had the highest people in the government intrigued by this idea.
And reveal why it all fell short.
I think people have been manipulated politically by certain actors who want to stoke fear.
It's a crisis. We need help.
That's next week on The Fifth Estate. Many of our stories come from you, so if you have a tip that needs investigating, we want to hear from you. Write to us, fifthtips@cbc.ca. To reach us anonymously, visit our website at cbc.ca/fifth and click on Secure Drop. Want more Fifth Estate? Sign up for our weekly newsletter. Be among the first to know about our upcoming investigations and get behind-the-scenes details you can't find anywhere else. Head to our website, cbc.ca/fifth, to subscribe.
Emergency care is in crisis.
It's been 8 hours.
12 hours.
We're tracking wait times across the country.
Who's the longest right now?
About 36 hours.
Patients desperate for help.
It makes me feel like our system is broken.
How often then are you seeing a patient and thinking, I should have seen you hours ago? Oh, every shift.
For some, the consequences of a stressed system are deadly.
We trusted the system to take care of ourselves. And that is a trust that is forever gone.
This is your marketplace. We're at two of this country's busiest emergency departments, spending a day shift inside one and a night shift outside another. Following doctors, talking to patients, and tracking their wait times. Getting an up-close look at an emergency care system in crisis. It's early morning at Sunnybrook Hospital's ER, and the chief, Dr. Justin Hall, is starting his shift.
Morning, May.
Many of the patients he's about to see have been waiting overnight.
I'm just going to turn the light on, sir, if that's all right.
John's been here since 2 a.m.
Can you tell me what's brought you in today?
Well, I have difficulty finishing a breath.
Okay.
Waiting for 7 hours. And as Dr. Hall orders more tests,
Can we do a walk test for him?
He'll likely be here for much longer. This Toronto hospital is the largest trauma center in the country. Roughly 200 people come through daily. Last year, the median length of stay for patients was 8 hours and 13 minutes, meaning half waited even longer. It is the longest in Ontario. Data shows wait times across the country are getting higher. We've been tracking, and the numbers are stark. PEI's hospital with the longest wait is 5 hours and 19 minutes, and it just goes up from there, all the way to 13 hours and 3 minutes. That's Quebec's longest wait. Behind the data, there's damage.
8 hours and 22 minutes. What does that length of time mean to you?
It's a number I hate now. And it's 8 hours of 22 minutes that Finlay had to suffer.
In February last year, 16-year-old Finlay Vanderwerken had severe abdominal pain. His parents, Hazel and GJ, rushed him to the nearest emergency room in Oakville, Ontario.
I was so scared. I was just full of fear and wanted Finlay to get seen immediately.
Finlay was triaged at level 2 on the Canadian Triage and Acuity Scale, meaning his case was emergent. Guidelines say he should have been seen by a physician within 15 minutes. Instead, he waited for hours.
I had to go up several times to the nurse's desk and ask for them to come and see Finlay. He was having problems breathing and he was in so much pain, he was crying out.
Hospital records show every time Finlay's vitals were taken, his oxygen saturation kept dropping. 8 hours and 22 minutes after he arrived, Finlay finally saw a doctor.
Then everything changed. There were lots of people involved. The doctor knew at that point that something was wrong and action had to be taken.
By then, Finlay had sepsis, his body's reaction to pneumonia. He went into cardiac arrest. His organs began to fail.
You want your kid to be the miracle kid. And asking, is there a chance of a miracle? But there wasn't.
There's small comfort in us knowing that we tell our kids we love them every day. We know that Finlay knew. But what can you say in those last moments?
You've both had to endure something that no parent should have to deal with. Do you think that his death was preventable?
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Fraser Mackay is with the Canadian Association of Emergency Physicians. They've been sounding the alarm about long wait times for years.
We know we work in a system that is falling apart.
So how often then are you seeing a patient and thinking to yourself, boy, I should have seen you hours ago?
Oh, every shift, undoubtedly.
His own ER in New Brunswick is no exception, and so he avoids going into the waiting room altogether.
When I have 40 pairs of eyes on me, and they just want eye contact because they want to be seen, they want me to know that they're waiting to see me and they're suffering. I know that, of course I know that. And that's a really hard thing to do. I don't know which of them is going to have a devastating diagnosis. I don't know which of them is going to get called in 5 minutes.
We're starting the clock on a 12-hour overnight shift outside St. Michael's Hospital in downtown Toronto, tracking how long patients who have come to this ER will wait.
Hey man, how you doing? My name's Chris, I'm a reporter with Marketplace.
Right away, we meet Anthony, who's just arrived by ambulance.
What did you come for?
So I've been sitting in pain for 2 days. My foot swelled up twice the size. So, you know, I hope I don't need pins.
Well, I hope your wait isn't too long, but stay connected and we'll keep in touch.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Time passes. As we wait for an update from Anthony, we meet Jen, whose husband is inside.
How long have you been waiting here for your husband?
We've been here for 8 hours now.
Why did you and your husband have to come here to the ER today?
So he just has some lower back pain problems that just came out of nowhere while we were getting ready for my sister's wedding.
This is not how you were expecting to spend your sister's wedding day.
Definitely not. No, he's missed the entire thing.
It's now just before midnight, and as Jen heads back inside, we find Jonas in a lot of pain.
I have problem in my back.
Oh, your back,
Yeah.
okay. I guess they didn't give you any idea how long you might have to wait?
No, he don't say nothing. He say you need to wait.
And so she does.
What does it feel like when you think about all the patients that are out in that waiting room and you can't get to them quickly and treat them the way that you want to?
This is such a huge, overwhelming problem. It's when it's the individual patient, that's when it hits.
It sticks with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it sticks with you, and it's because it makes you question, are you good enough? And are you in the right job? And that's hard.
Is crisis the right word to use when we describe the system right now?
Crisis is a great word, other than the fact that it implies sudden. We've been very clear for many, many years. We know these problems, we know they're getting worse.
The problem is complex. Burnout is leading to staff shortages, and a lack of family doctors is pushing more people to depend on Emerge. But experts say the biggest issue causing long wait times is what's called boarded patients or bed block. ER patients who have been admitted to another unit in the hospital, but that unit is full, so the patient is left waiting in the ER.
A few hours into Dr. Hall's shift inside Sunnybrook, we watch that unfold.
We have 31 patients who are admitted to the hospital but are remaining in the emergency department because there's no bed.
That's roughly half of your overall patients.
It is. Right now, that's
here
about
waiting.
half. Correct.
Okay, that sounds like a big problem.
It is. It's a big problem, and right now, this is sort of earlier in the day, but as the day goes on, this problem becomes more challenging. We start to see that number creep up.
Who's the longest right now?
The longest right now, who's still in the department, looks like about 36 hours.
36 hours?
Yeah.
Dr. Hall gets back to the patients who have yet to be seen.
I'm just gonna sneak behind you, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
And I understand you guys have agreed to have the team here as well. My name's Justin. I'm one of the emergency physicians. It's nice to meet you.
But shortly after, an interruption.
Apologies. Just give me 1 second.
An urgent update from our first patient, John, who's been in the ER for 9 hours now.
Okay, thanks for your help. Bye for now.
So John doesn't get to go home?
No, so John's gonna stay. He's got a few things going on. I'm concerned about his breathing.
So now essentially he's a blocked patient.
He will be. So as we were chatting about earlier, now I think we have 33 admitted patients from what I can see. I've now just added one more patient to that. So he will get seen by our specialist colleagues, likely admitted here shortly, and then he will wait for a bed.
So John stays waiting. Back outside St. Michael's Hospital, an update.
It's 1 a.m. now, and I just got a text message from Anthony. He's one of the first patients that we met. He came in with a foot cast, complaining of swelling and pain, and he's just texting me to say that he's waiting for surgery now, still in the ER, some 7.5 hours into his wait, and we'll keep checking in.
Coming up, patients fed up with waiting, walking out of emergency departments without care.
From what I know now, I did put myself in jeopardy.
That's after the break. We're outside Toronto's St. Michael's Hospital tracking how long ER patients are waiting. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and we meet Joyce, who had a sewing needle lodged in her foot.
We have been waiting out here for hours. We've heard from at least 2 people who mentioned the girl who was screaming with the needle inside of them. And so I just can't even imagine how much pain you must have been in.
I was in so much pain.
Yeah.
I was in so much pain.
So sorry.
Yeah.
What do you think of this 7-hour wait that you had?
It's insane.
Jen and her husband, who came in with lower back pain, are finally cleared to go home.
Jen, my
Yes.
goodness. At the end of the day, how many hours was it?
It's been 10 hours in total.
Hours. How do you feel about this?
Exhausted.
Yeah.
But Jonas, who's also been here for hours with back pain, is leaving without seeing a doctor.
What are you doing right now?
I go home. Too many people waiting inside.
St. Michael's Hospital tells us they've experienced higher than normal demands for urgent care in recent months. They say they see the sickest people first, but see all patients as quickly as possible.
I can tell you're in a lot of pain, so I want to let you go.
Okay.
But thank you.
You are
I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Okay.
She represents a growing number of Canadians leaving emergency rooms without being seen by a doctor. Last year, in Ontario and BC, about 5% of patients walked out. In Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, 10%. It's about 12% in Quebec, Nunavut, and New Brunswick. And 2 provinces, Manitoba and PEI, have an even higher rate.
It's rare that a shift will go by where one of the patients I'll see isn't someone that was there yesterday or the day before and couldn't handle the wait and left. And now they come back and now they're that much sicker.
In New Brunswick, where Dr. Mackay works, that breaks down to nearly 60,000 patients who walked out of Emerge just last year. We're on the road to meet one of them.
It was chaotic, it was loud, there was a lot of people that are just really upset about waiting.
Susan Gordon arrived at the Moncton ER by ambulance this past June. She'd been vomiting repeatedly and had sharp stomach pain.
You know how they always ask you your pain out of a scale of 10?
I was at a 15 about that night.
Oh my God.
But after more than 3 hours in a crowded waiting room, she gives up and walks out.
And when you made that decision to leave, do you think you put your health in jeopardy?
From what I know now, I did put myself in jeopardy.
After leaving the ER, her pain intensifies until she collapses and ends up back in Emerge.
She said it's your appendix. I needed to have surgery and they were doing it immediately.
So you went in with what you now know is appendicitis.
Yes.
And you didn't end up getting care. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like our system is broken.
Horizon, the health authority that runs the Moncton Hospital ER, tell us they don't want any patients to leave without being seen, and say the long waits are a result of blocked patients waiting for beds in overcapacity hospitals. They add they're trying to find solutions under these challenging circumstances. New Brunswick's Ministry of Health tells us they're taking steps to improve patient flow and increasing access to primary care to reduce pressure on ERs. Inside Sunnybrook Hospital, Dr. Hall is trying to prevent patients from leaving before they're seen by increasing overnight coverage using private donor dollars, ensuring Sunnybrook will always have at least 2 doctors working the night shift, something that's not possible in many hospitals across the country.
Typically in the later evening and overnight were some of our longest wait times.
He says the time patients spend waiting before a doctor sees them has gone down by about 30 minutes.
Why is that so important, that metric of initial assessment by a physician?
So when someone's been triaged, but they haven't been seen potentially by the physician yet, that is a bit of a gray zone or a black box. We don't know what's there, and some patients might be getting sicker during that time. So the earlier we can see patients, the better that it is.
Patients like Finley Vanderwerken, who waited more than 8 hours at the Oakville Hospital.
Do you think if a doctor set eyes on Finley sooner, the outcome would be different?
Yes.
Yes.
When we see the hospital record, I want to read you a note from the doctor who finally assessed Finley that morning. Unfortunately, there have been long wait times overnight. Current wait times are over 10 hours. He had waited 8 hours to be assessed. What do you think when you hear that note back from the doctor?
Anger.
Anger, frustration. If this is known, why is it still like that?
There's an acceptance. There's an acceptance that this is just how it is.
But they refuse to accept it, filing a lawsuit against the hospital and some of its staff. Halton Healthcare has filed a statement of defense, denying negligence. They tell us they've improved scheduling so there's more doctor coverage during periods of high patient volume, and add that in the past 8 months, the time it takes for that physician initial assessment at the Oakville location where Finley went has decreased by more than 32%. But Hazel and GJ are advocating for greater change, including maximum wait times for children in the ER, calling it Finley's Law, and calling on lawmakers to listen, starting with local city councilors, urging them to put pressure on the provincial government, and council agrees.
This region, this province and country let Finley down, let us all down, by not paying attention to the data, everything that pointed and screamed that our healthcare was failing. So I say to you all, the time for action is now. Do not dismiss me or ignore me.
Ontario's Minister of Health is Sylvia Jones, and after months of asking, Hazel and GJ get a private meeting with her. We catch up right after.
Are you satisfied?
I don't think we are satisfied just yet. I was glad to hear the minister acknowledge that she's the one responsible for restoring the faith that we lost. So it's a good step, but more conversations will be needed.
Coming up, we go searching for answers from Ontario's Minister of Health.
Minister Jones, I'm Chris Glover with CBC Marketplace.
That's after the break. Got a story you think Marketplace should investigate? Reach out to us at marketplace@cbc.ca. We're finding wait times in Canadian ERs are climbing, and the consequences are too.
I lost a son, and it didn't need to happen.
For weeks, we ask multiple times for an on-camera interview with Ontario's Health Minister, Sylvia Jones. We call, email, and text, but her office declines. Then we learn she's attending a Remembrance Day dinner in her riding, so we approach her outside ahead of the event.
Minister Jones, I'm Chris Glover with CBC Marketplace. Finley, we've been trying to talk to you, and Finley Vanderwerken's parents tell us that you took responsibility for restoring their faith in the emergency department system in Ontario. How are you planning on doing that?
Guys, I'm going into a Remembrance Day service.
We know this is an important day, but we've been trying to talk to you and get to you through your office for weeks.
So contact my staff.
We already did, and what we can tell you is we spent time in emergency departments as well as talking to patients.
We take her lead and follow up with her staff, asking again for an interview, but they never grant one. Her office sends a statement saying they've made record investments in healthcare in the past 3 years, including $44 million to tackle emergency department wait times, and they recognize there's more work to be done.
But they still haven't responded directly to our findings, so we're here at the Ontario Legislature to try one more time.
But she doesn't show up to question period. So we are left without answers. At the end of our shifts, inside Sunnybrook and outside St. Michael's, an update on the patients we met at the start. After 12 hours in Sunnybrook's ER, John still hasn't moved up into the hospital.
So he wouldn't be getting a bed on the ward probably anytime soon, just based on what I'm seeing.
And after some monitoring, he's offered the choice to stay and wait or go home. he decides to leave.
Sometimes patients will make the decision and say, actually, I'm going to go home now.
But outside St. Michael's, Anthony doesn't get that choice.
Anthony is still waiting. He just texted me now. I am still waiting for surgery. He's still in the emergency department.
12 hours and counting. Some continue to wait for care and change.
He was just an amazing kid. And the world is not a better place for him not being in it. And it's our job now to use his voice to turn things around.
The following program contains mature subject matter and coarse language. Viewer discretion is advised.
We're back in Dawson Creek, the northern BC town where families continue to be torn apart by violence, including 2 recent murders and a shooting at the historic Mile Zero Hotel.
Who's going to clean up this town?
You know, that's a good question. I'm very fearful for the future of this area.
We investigate the violence to learn more about who is killing who and why.
Why are so many people getting murdered in Dawson Creek?
Because the drugs are rampant.
13 murders and counting, and a growing fear that comes with a warning. Speaking out can get you killed.
What message do you think this picture sends people in the community?
Well, it's obviously a direct threat.
That's the reality of living in Dawson Creek right now?
Yeah, I had to move residences because I was afraid for my life. Scared for my life.
I'm Mark Kelly. This is The Fifth Estate. This is the view from Dawson Creek. The RCMP searching a home on one end of town and executing what's called a high-risk search warrant on the other. This spring, the Mounties were investigating this town's latest murder. 24-year-old Emily Ogden. This is her in better days back in 2022. Her parents called her a little firecracker. Fast forward to 2025. Police released this photo of Emily after she went missing. She had descended into Dawson's drug trade. Dawson Creek is a crossroads community of 12,500 people in northeast BC, best known as Mile Zero of the Alaska Highway. Now ground zero to something more sinister. And while illegal drugs are nothing new to Canadian communities, take a look at this. Statistics Canada measures serious crimes reported to police in cities and towns. This is the national average. This is Dawson Creek. At its peak, it was more than 3 times higher. The Fifth Estate has been covering this story for more than a year after a viewer urged us to dig into the wave of violent crime, disappearances, and unsolved murders. 11 murdered or missing in 3 years. They're someone's father or brother, someone's sister, someone's son. Laura Lambert is the aunt of 2 of the murdered women.
Get some cops that care about the people here. Get investigators here that will do something about it. Get rid of the drug dealers.
You want your town back?
We want our kids back.
Last fall, we took the growing frustration in the community to the RCMP, and the Mounties made a promise.
I do feel that on some of these cases we're going to have success and some answers will come for some of the families. I'll have to leave it at that.
Soon?
In my opinion, for some of the cases, I think, you know, within the next 6 months, we will have some level of success.
Some level of success in 6 months. Well, it's been more than a year. Still no arrests in the first 11 murders. And early this year, 2 more. Johnny Joel Freeman was shot and killed in January of this year. A man has been arrested in that case, but no charges yet in the death of 24-year-old Emily Ogden. This is a town where it seems everyone has a theory about who killed who, suspicions that fester with time. But knowing isn't the same as proving, leaving the suspects living free in the community. So we're back in Dawson Creek to investigate who may be behind the violence and why police are having such a hard time catching the killers.
To better understand the wave of violent crime that has swept through Dawson Creek, you need to start here at Mile Zero Trailer Park. It was mid-January 2023, and what happened here would shock the community and leave a long trail of dead.
Tonight, double homicide. RCMP confirmed the identities of bodies found in Dawson Creek.
And to understand the murder of one of those victims, Adam Roy Isley, is to understand how living in Dawson Creek can turn into a death sentence.
And I never had the good fortune to meet Adam. Tell me about Adam.
He's always been my little boy. He was so cute when he was little and funny.
We met Adam Isley's family in Alberta, where he was born and raised, spending his summers in places like this, along the picturesque North Saskatchewan River.
Adam was the best big brother. Honestly, when we were kids, we used to always think every kid should have a big brother, just like him.
Then their big brother got his big break, a job in the oil patch, making 6 figures at the age of 20.
He was making more, double what I was getting paid. He was making like $180,000 a year, $190,000.
And he's a kid.
Yeah.
Adam got married, had kids, invested in rental properties. Then he made a decision that would change his life forever. He moved to Dawson Creek, following an oil and gas boom that's reshaped that region.
What did Dawson Creek do to Adam?
He met a woman there, and then that split up his marriage. And then he ended up staying in Dawson Creek.
He went from making big money to making no money.
Quinn, what did you see drugs do to your son?
Well, they took his life.
What was your worst fear for your brother at that point?
That he'd end up a drug overdose or murdered.
As soon as the RCMP car pulled in the driveway, I knew.
You knew he was gone?
Yeah.
We begin tonight with breaking news. RCMP major crimes confirming to CJDC TV News the 2 people reported missing last week in Dawson Creek have been found dead. Tina Nellis and Roy Eiley had not been heard from or seen since last Wednesday.
In Dawson Creek, Adam went by his middle name, Roy. This is where he ended up living and dying. A run-down trailer he shared with his partner, Tina Nellis.
It's been a while. It's been many months. What do you know now about what happened to your son and your brother?
Nothing.
Nothing? That's over 2 years now.
But yeah, they're not telling us who or why or how, or even like how, what happened to him.
Jan Atkinson knows plenty about the dark side of Dawson Creek. She's an outreach worker who moved here 8 years ago after getting burned out, bringing overdose victims back to life day after day.
Wanted a bit of a break, and I will tell you, in the first 15 months, I only did 5 doses of naloxone, which was significantly less than Kelowna.
And then how did it change after that initial period?
It really spun out of control.
The drug epidemic followed her to Dawson Creek, and the violent crime wasn't far behind, reaching a new low with that trailer park double murder.
I think things were really set off with the first murders of Tina and Roy. And I think that really, I think after that it really spiraled.
What do you know about the murders of Tina and Roy?
There were a number of people in the trailer. I've heard stories about the fish tank water being used.
For what?
For cleaning up blood. lots of people after the Tina and Roy thing, there were a number of individuals who were scared for their safety.
That fear has spread through the community, prompting this local resident to request that we protect their identity for their own safety. They say Dawson Creek wasn't always like this.
Well, you used to be able to leave your vehicle with the keys in it, and your house unlocked. That kind of stuff. It's sad. It's maddening. Frustrating. People are going missing. Murders.
And what keeps you fighting as opposed to packing up and just leaving?
Family. Family's here.
This resident collects tips and passes them on to police, trying to help crack down on crime. And they say they spoke to someone who was in the trailer the night Tina and Adam were killed.
Tina was handcuffed from the roof. They did whatever your imagination could take you to. And Roy was handcuffed in the corner. And when they came, they brought the drug addicts into the room. They stabbed Tina to show them what could happen to them.
So they were made an example. If
they were made an example.
You don't pay your drug debts.
Yeah.
This is what will happen to you.
Yeah.
Whatever happened that night, the Isleys know one thing for sure. Adam's death was brutal.
They said you couldn't have an open casket.
They wouldn't want to see.
It would be too disturbing.
Yeah.
That the funeral people couldn't put him back together again.
Oh, Lord.
We haven't been able to verify the information about what happened in the trailer. That's because the witness the resident spoke to has since died from a drug overdose. But we're told there was another witness, and she confided in Jan Atkinson.
Just that she was very scared for her safety. And, she offered some names of who would have been responsible if she went missing.
Why was she afraid for her safety?
Because she had witnessed some stuff that happened with Tina and Roy at the trailer that day.
When we come back, what happened in this trailer becomes the spark for a deadly chain of events in Dawson Creek.
2 of my cousins, one left my house, one was on the way to my house, go missing and end up murdered.
And we meet a man who takes us inside Dawson's deadly drug trade.
Did they point a gun at your daughter?
Yeah, right at her head. I was on my hands and knees.
The following program contains mature subject matter and coarse language. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah, so it was just down here.
It was the spring of 2024, and local outreach worker Jan Atkinson received a panicked phone call to check out something suspicious in a ditch outside of town.
So you were staying up here on the road.
Yeah.
And what did you see?
Well, you could see the outline of the skull, that's for sure.
It turned out to be the body of a Dawson Creek woman missing for more than a year, Darylyn Supernet. The same woman who confided in Jan, worried for her life. We spoke to Darylyn's father, Brad Supernet, last year to see what he knew about her murder.
I know she was shot. By 22 in the head. She witnessed a murder.
She told you that she witnessed a murder.
Double murder, yes. She witnessed both of them. That's why she's gone.
Weeks later, another body was found along this riverbed north of town. It was Renee Supernet Didier, a mother of 2. The Cree women were cousins. Renee went missing after organizing a series of searches for Darylyn and asking a lot of questions. Did that put her life at risk?
Most likely it did, because she didn't care what she said to somebody. She just said what she had to say. And I think she did stand up to a lot of people, so yeah.
People in town told us both women had a connection to a notorious drug dealer in Dawson Creek.
Tanner Murray was arrested last week.
The 30-year-old has been charged with 2 counts of assaulting a police officer.
Murray has been in and out of custody since 2021, convicted of a long list of weapons and drug offenses.
Following his arrest, it led to the seizure of 4 guns, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and drugs included suspected fentanyl and heroin.
Jordan Cornish is the stepsister of one of the victims, Darylyn Supernet.
The last time I saw her, she was really preoccupied though with her phone and talking to Tanner, and I don't know what was going on. And then a lot of people are pointing fingers at Tanner too.
Adding to the suspicions of people in town, Renee Didier was with Murray on the last day she was ever seen alive. That's according to her cousin, Cheyenne Hambler, who spoke to Fifth Estate producer Timothy Sawa.
She was in a hotel room. She was in the hotel room with Tanner Murray.
And who was it who answered the phone initially?
Tanner. He was laying in a hotel bed.
Cheyenne would only speak to us by phone last year. When we returned this spring, she agreed to meet in person at a Dawson Creek cemetery.
Tell me, Cheyenne, why was it important for us to come here?
For justice. For Renee. For Darylyn. I just don't understand how 2 of my cousins, one left my house, one was on the way to my house, go missing and end up murdered.
Since speaking to us in our first investigation, Cheyenne says she's paid a price.
I got so many death threats.
That's the reality of living in Dawson Creek right now?
Yeah, I had to move residences.
Why?
And I even had to leave out of town because I was afraid for my life. Scared for my life.
But she won't back down from her claim. Tanner Murray was with her cousin the day she disappeared.
The true facts were, yes, Tanner Murray did answer Renee's phone. And I'm not gonna back down from saying it. He answered the phone. I wear this regalia today for Darylyn and Renee and for all the missing women out there and all the families that don't have justice. I wear this proud and loud for them today.
We tried to speak to Murray and his lawyer, but they refused to comment. Indigenous women and girls are 6 times more likely to be murdered in Canada than non-Indigenous women. Their families feel their murders aren't getting attention from the RCMP, reduced instead to collateral damage in Dawson's deadly drug trade.
Well, if it's drugs that drive the violence in Dawson Creek, then we want to meet somebody who can take us inside the drug trade. So we're heading to a remote location now to interview a man who says he's been selling drugs on the streets of Dawson Creek for the past 30 years.
His name is Aaron Linklater.
I know this is not your guys' normal cup of tea here, but I'm just gonna loosen up and relax for a minute and just do what I do.
He agreed to speak to us on his terms.
And people think that I get this a lot, and I don't know why. You make life look so easy. Like, you know what the fuck life isn't? It's anything but easy, even when you learn a good education.
Then we sat down to talk.
You want a glass?
No, see how the ball works.
All right. You've been dealing drugs for 30 years?
30 years.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's like, first time I got busted was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
In 30 years.
That's unbelievable.
In 2024, Linklater was charged with 5 counts of drug trafficking as part of a sweeping 2-year police investigation. 19 people were arrested in total. The RCMP seized 10 kilograms of cocaine and 2 kilograms of meth, along with $165,000 in cash and 34 guns.
But tell me this, what I'm trying to understand, we've been trying to understand for more than a year now. Why are so many people getting murdered in this small town?
Because the drugs are rampant. Fucking rampant.
Where are all these drugs coming from?
I would love to answer that, but I can't.
Because?
Because I know where they're coming from. They always call Dawson a gang war, and it cracks my ass right up.
Why?
It's because there's only one gang, and they love to shoot at each other.
Why are they shooting at each other?
I don't know, because one group does better than the other.
But it's one gang.
Yeah. Not everybody gets along, right? The minute you put a gun into a fetal alcohol Down syndrome kid who's never fucking had to earn a penny in his life, but he's fought from every corner he's ever been in, and he has no chance and never did, you get the worst criminality. You get crazy, crazy criminality.
And in a town known for crazy criminality, there's one incident that Linklater remembers intimately. A home invasion here at his house, where he was living with his daughter back in 2024.
I had a knock at the door, just, RCMP, open the fucking door. 5 people that were most heavily armed I've ever seen in my life, mask, gloved, and they came in and lacerated my face. It's the scar right here. Yeah. It's a shotgun barrel. They pushed me down a flight of stairs. Didn't cry, didn't moan, didn't bitch about none of it. I had an idea that, okay, I signed up, bro. This isn't, you're not gonna whine about it now. My daughter and her boyfriend were home, and they had guns on all of us immediately. They came to get drugs and money. They brought my daughter beside me and they said, we're gonna kill your daughter if you don't give us your drugs.
Did they point a gun at your daughter?
Yeah, right at her head. And I was on my hands and knees.
What did you think in that moment?
Grabbed 2 of their shotguns. Come on. One of you guys gotta pull a chair. You're a pussy, you're a pussy, and you're a pussy. Come on, pull all their guns in to distract the fact that they had a gun on my kid's head.
Linklater says he didn't have any drugs or money in his house, so they stole his truck instead and left. But there's one thing he says always stayed with him.
There was a girl in a situation who's laughing at me. I'll never forget her laugh.
Why do you say you'll never forget that laugh?
Would you if it was your daughter? Mm. And all you can hear is a person laughing at you over your shoulder? Mm. And you look over and it's this stupid-ass person who thinks that they can laugh at you for threatening to kill your daughter for over a few ounces of drugs.
What kind of town do you live in?
This community has turned into a drug-fueled craze.
Do you consider yourself lucky to be alive today?
Fucking blessed. Absolutely blessed. Hundreds of blessings around me. Thousands of them. I get to open these every day. That's a beautiful start.
When we come back, murder strikes Dawson Creek again. And guess who the prime suspect is?
You walk around now with a bulletproof vest?
I do.
Somebody wants to kill you.
Yeah.
And the RCMP finally get an arrest in another murder, but at what price?
I had written a letter to the judge.
What was your fear?
My fear is that he would murder somebody.
The following program contains mature subject matter and coarse language. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us, and we begin tonight with the first murder of the year in Dawson Creek.
January 2025. Gunfire rings out in Dawson Creek. One man is shot at this hotel and survives. Across the street, another man shot in an apartment isn't so lucky.
Now, police are not commenting, but CJDC TV News has learned Johnny Joe Freeman was murdered.
Johnny Joel Freeman, a local man with a lengthy criminal record. In this case, the Mounties made an arrest. 23-year-old Nolan Schmidt was taken into custody the night of the murder. And yet what finally seemed like a win for the Mounties was anything but.
I think that he is just an individual that feels rage, and he doesn't have the proper outlets for it, right?
Outreach worker Jan Atkinson believes Schmidt was a ticking time bomb with mental health issues. Here's Schmidt when he was a kid in a video posted on Facebook.
Again, that's 3 times, but look at this shit.
And it was clear to Atkinson years ago the ticking time bomb would explode.
I was upset that he had the opportunity to even be out in the community. He'd been caught with weapons in the car.
He was a drug runner? He was a drug dealer?
I think he was a drug runner. He hung around with some bad guys. He did some really bad things.
And one day, Atkinson says Schmidt took a run at her when he was staying at the shelter where she worked.
He was pretty angry with me, and he started running towards me, and he was pretty hyped up.
And were you afraid for your own safety?
Yeah.
That's when Atkinson wrote this letter. Schmidt was going back to jail, and Atkinson gave the judge a long list of reasons why he needed to stay there and get help. I'm begging the courts to remand Mr. Schmidt into custody, she wrote.
I had written a letter to the judge being like, blood's going to be on your hands. And
if he's released back into the community.
If he's released back into the community.
What was your fear?
My fear is that he would murder somebody.
You like coming out here to get a little peace and quiet?
Yeah, usually there's an engine running, but...
Andy Tylosky calls the Peace River region the last of the Wild West. He's a farmhand who grew up here. He remembers Nolan Schmidt as a kid.
I knew his mom from her days as a bartender in Fort St. John. She always spoke about her son. She was just proud as proud could be about this young man.
But she was the glue in Nolan's life then.
Yeah. They were very, very close.
Until she died when Schmidt was 18.
He found her. And
what did that do to him?
Just wrecked him. It totally lost his sense of hope, the most important thing to him. The only rock he had in his life. And he told me about, at the funeral, he just started drinking because that was the only way that it kind of numbed the pain, and he never really stopped.
Tylosky remembers years later, Schmidt contacted him from jail. He had a sentencing hearing and needed to tell the judge he had a place to stay. So Tylosky showed up to court to give Schmidt a chance to go straight.
I was going to provide him a relatively safe environment as much as I could.
But you, at that point in his life, you were his last hope.
Pretty much, yeah.
But Tylosky says within a month, things started to fall apart.
And was he doing drugs?
Oh, he was cracked right out. Yeah, as soon as the first welfare check, it went right up the pipe.
When Tylosky accused Schmidt of stealing money from him, things got violent.
We're driving just from downtown Fort St. John, just happened to be passing the police detachment when he pulls my kitchen knife out on me and goes, give me, like, you're not going to do this with me. I go, kill you, basically.
The police in nearby Fort St. John diffused the situation and took Schmidt into custody. At that point, Tylosky thought he was done with Schmidt for good, assuming he was behind bars. But then his phone rang.
2 hours later, I got a call from him going, they've released me. They just wanted to get rid of me out of the jail, right? Like, they didn't want to deal with him.
But here's a guy who is a loose cannon, who has mental health issues.
Yeah.
I mean, there's warnings on file about this guy. He's pulled a knife on you.
Yeah.
He's been arrested by the police, and they just release him and say good luck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so. That was the... We have to remember that police officers are people too, and nobody likes to work harder than they have to. I think is sometimes what it comes down to. Like, it would have been a lot of paperwork, a lot of trouble for them to deal with.
2 days later, Johnny Joel Freeman was shot dead.
Yeah, but it certainly wasn't some sort of coordinated gang attack, I can tell you that much for sure. And I'm lucky in a lot of ways.
Could have been you.
Could have been me.
I think we just all lost a little bit more faith in a system that we're supposed to trust. And until we can trust the system, people aren't going to have trust in coming forward. Nothing's going to happen.
Nothing's going to change.
No.
Some things never change. 4 months later in Dawson Creek, another murder. It was mid-April when police discovered an abandoned truck on this lonely stretch of dirt road southwest of town. Inside the truck, the body of Emily Ogden. The RCMP gave her the unlucky distinction. She was Dawson Creek's murder victim number 13. That abandoned truck belonged to a well-known drug dealer in Dawson Creek and a familiar name to us, Aaron Linklater. It had been just over a year since 5 people stormed his house with guns in the middle of the night, but time hadn't erased Linklater's lasting memory of that violent night.
There was a girl in a situation, she's laughing at me. I'll never forget her laugh.
That girl was Emily Ogden, Dawson Creek's 13th murder victim.
You know, let me go take you back to the home invasion,
Sure.
because
Yeah, absolutely.
the woman who laughed in your face is Emily Ogden.
Yep. She's dead.
She winds up dead, and her body's found in your truck.
Yep. My house was broken into and my truck was stolen. I was drunk, came home. I had no idea what exactly the circumstances are to it. I was blown away because I woke up really intoxicated still. Then I got taken into custody. I had no idea all the details. It was like...
You had no idea that Emily Ogden was dead?
No.
Do you have anything to do with her death?
No.
But you know that you're a suspect?
Yeah, prime.
Prime suspect.
But the police aren't the only ones who think Linklater killed Emily Ogden. He says everyone in town believes that too, including Emily's criminal friends.
You walk around now with a bulletproof vest?
I do.
Why?
Major Crimes came to me and said that my ex-girlfriend and I, that our lives are directly in jeopardy.
Somebody wants to kill you?
Yeah. And I just told them to get in their Jeep and I said, can you guys go around the block and park like right over by that neighbor's house? Because that's where the lineup to kill me begins. Get the fuck off my property.
By April of 2025, the police had their hands full in Dawson Creek, another unsolved murder, and every indication the cycle of violence would continue.
And we live in a farming community, but it's like we have this new generation of entitled children. Do you know what I mean?
Entitled and armed.
Entitled and armed, and it's just, I've never seen anything like it.
When we come back, we follow a new lead in the mysterious disappearance of this man from Dawson Creek.
My name's Mark Kelly. I'm with the CBC program, Fifth Estate. We're asking questions about the disappearance of Cole Hosak.
The following program contains mature subject matter and coarse language. Viewer discretion is advised.
If Dawson Creek is indeed a remnant of Canada's Wild West, then there's a growing need for a sheriff to ride into town and clean it up. With 13 homicides in 4 years, Dawson Creek now has a murder rate 14 times the national average. Families of the victims continue to wait for answers. It's a wait that aches. Take the case of Cole Hosak. He's been missing for almost 2 years. He was passing through Dawson Creek when he stopped at a bar to ring in the new year.
Police have confirmed there was an altercation outside the bar. And then what happened?
And then he's just never seen again.
But how could he just disappear?
Exactly.
His mother, Julie Hosak, has been pleading for help, searching for answers ever since.
I could feel that there's fear in Dawson Creek right from the beginning.
The Fifth Estate has learned late last year the Mounties arrested and questioned a suspect in the case, Matt Lawton. We also learned the last person Cole Hosak called the night of his disappearance was the same Matt Lawton, a suspected drug dealer in Dawson Creek. So we went to Lawton's house, armed with questions.
Hey, Matt. My name's Mark Kelly. I'm with the CBC program, Fifth Estate. We're asking questions about the disappearance of Cole Hosak. His family's looking for answers, and we're just looking for your help to explain about what happened that night.
If I knew, I would tell you, but I don't know.
He had your phone number. He made a call to you. It was the last call he made.
All the time. That's when.
Why would he have your number?
I thought you should ask him. I don't know.
We don't know where he is, Matt. His family's looking for answers.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, guys.
In the end, the Mounties released Lawton without charges. The RCMP now say they're treating Hosak's disappearance as a murder. The case remains unsolved, and still no sign of his body. Behind the fear in Dawson Creek, there is one name that rises above the rest. Tanner Murray, the infamous repeat offender, arrested last year with a small arsenal of weapons. And the more people learn about Murray and his criminal convictions, the more suspicious they've become.
Do you think Tanner Murray had something to do with Renee's death?
No comment.
Are you afraid that commenting on that could get you more death threats?
Yes, 100%.
I don't personally know Tanner, just what he's done to people.
Which is?
Drugs. You name it.
Well, if you know this, presumably police know this.
Oh, the police know, but they've got to get the evidence. Nobody will come forward.
Why not?
Scared.
Yeah, people in town have told us they don't even want to mention his name because they fear that that could mean trouble for them. What impact does Tanner, or has Tanner Murray had on the community of Dawson Creek?
I think he's mostly just instilled a real sense of fear. I think until Tanner, sees some accountability, I think that will continue to be an issue.
Murray has never been charged with murder, but his criminal record continues to grow. This spring, the RCMP in nearby Grand Prairie, Alberta, pulled over an SUV with stolen license plates. Inside the vehicle, Tanner Murray, who is wanted for violating his probation. The RCMP later turned up a guitar case filled with guns and drugs, cocaine, fentanyl, methamphetamines, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Murray is now being held without bail. We're here at the courthouse in Grand Prairie, Alberta, where Tanner Murray is facing a string of criminal charges related to his arrest with that guitar case full of guns and drugs. Well, his lawyer made an appearance before a judge here this morning, saying at this stage Murray will not plead guilty. So that means, much to the relief of the people in Dawson Creek, Tanner Murray will remain in custody for now. While Murray is in jail, his half-brother isn't. This is Jesse Ray Stevens. This year he changed his profile picture to this, armed with a Beretta pistol. He was in custody until recently, when attempted murder charges against him were dropped. The witness failed to show up and testify. After Murray's arrest in Grand Prairie, Stevens posted this picture. It's him with Murray as kids, with an ominous warning. You know what this is? My G, my little brother, and always will be. I told everyone not to fuck with my boy, my brother, my partner, and my best friend. Also on the receiving end of threats, Aaron Linklater, the drug dealer we interviewed this spring. He spoke by phone to Fifth Estate producer Timothy Sawa days before we returned to Dawson Creek this fall.
I've been threatened after you guys left. I was threatened to like a bizarre level.
Threatened about what?
Well, there's just that I want out of this whole game. I want out of all of this mess.
You want to stop dealing drugs?
I care about human life. I really, really do. I care with a heart that's made of gold.
And is Tanner Murray one of the people threatening you?
Yes, and his brother.
And his brother.
When we went back to speak to Linklater this fall, we found the RCMP forensics team entering his house. Day turned to night before we got an indication about what was happening inside.
We've been outside of Aaron Linklater's house now for several hours waiting for answers. We weren't sure whether the RCMP had taken him into custody or charged him with any crimes. But just minutes ago, the body removal unit arrived, and it became clear to us Aaron Linklater would not be leaving his home alive.
Police are calling his death suspicious. No one has been charged. In our interview, Linklater told us how lethal drugs are used to quietly kill people in Dawson Creek.
Is there a salt shaker in the room? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you something about how much carfentanil it takes to kill a human body. That's enough to kill 3 people. It's an assassin's drug. Guy will come over and party, make like you're your best fucking friend in the world. Hey man, here's a gram for you, here's a gram for you, and here's a gram for you. But this gram, it's just for you.
Despite the threats, one of the last things Linklater told us, he wasn't going to run from the fear.
And are you still in Dawson?
I'm not scared of living. I don't live scared. Fear is a choice.
We wrapped up our investigation with questions for the RCMP at their headquarters in Surrey. This time, we're sitting down with Staff Sergeant Chris Clark, a senior media relations officer in BC.
We spoke with Superintendent Wijayakun. He said, give us 6 months and we will have a measure of success for the families in some of these cases. That was 1 year ago. Since then, there have been no arrests in the investigations into the 11 missing or murdered. There have been no charges. Is this your measure of success?
So I just actually spoke with Superintendent Wijayakun about this very thing. I think he probably regrets adding a timeline there because we're still hopeful that we will come to success in some of these investigations. And I think we're very close to that still.
As you build your cases, people in town are watching the people that they suspect are murderers walking free in the community.
I think the biggest misconception here is, knowing and proving are two completely different things. We can say that we know this person did it, but we need to, and I think more importantly, prove that in a court of law and successfully prosecute that so that the families of the victims do get that justice.
We showed the staff sergeant the photo of Jesse Ray Stevens, Tanner Murray's half-brother, pointing a pistol.
What message do you think this picture sends people in the community?
Well, it's obviously a direct threat. It appears to be a direct threat.
To anyone to speak ill of his brother, to testify against his brother, for example?
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate, but it's a general threat.
Days before we went to air, the RCMP found another body. This one in a burned-out vehicle near this area the locals call Dead Man's Curve. It's the third body discovered here in this bloody string of violence. The RCMP is treating this latest case as yet another homicide. Dawson Creek's 15th. Cheyenne Hambler's two cousins are among the murdered in Dawson Creek.
There's a lot of fear in this town. How do you take that fear away?
There's somebody behind this, and somebody has to know something. I just wish that whoever knows this can come forward. I'm proud to stand up for them because who else is going to stand up for somebody and say something if it's not me?
When you look at the cycle of violence, which sort of started, shortly after you arrived in Dawson Creek, do you see it ending anytime soon?
I do. I do, I have to have like a belief that people are, going to do the right thing. And I have to have faith that people are going to have a bit more courage, right? So, yeah.
I'm Stephen D'Souza, coming soon on the Fifth Estate. There is a national opioid crisis in Canada. The main killer is fentanyl.
I was overdosing upwards of twice a day. I could die any day now.
Down here, it's Russian roulette.
The panicked response involved prescribing millions of pills that didn't work and sometimes ended up in the wrong hands.
These guys are counting pills right here. There you go.
The dose was too low.
We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on our treatments, and they're not working.
Did politics get in the way of saving lives?
Will the Prime Minister cancel the dollars for drugs?
Just stop it and save lives!
We talked to experts who had the ear of the Prime Minister.
We had the highest people in the government intrigued by this idea.
And reveal why it all fell short.
I think people have been manipulated politically by certain actors who want to stoke fear.
It's a crisis. We need help.
That's coming soon on The Fifth Estate. Many of our stories come from you, so if you have a tip that needs investigating, we want to hear from you. Write to us, fifthtips@cbc.ca. To reach us anonymously, visit our website at cbc.ca/fifth and click on Secure Drop. Want more Fifth Estate? Sign up for our weekly newsletter. Be among the first to know about our upcoming investigations and get behind-the-scenes details you can't find anywhere else. Head to our website, cbc.ca/fifth, to subscribe.
We're undercover at dealerships, putting popular car brands to the test.
We're looking to buy a car.
Are you getting that all-in price they promise?
In Toronto is mandatory is theft deterrent, so that's $595.
We reveal the deceptive deals.
The color that you see in the car, company doesn't make that.
Car dealers have too much influence in the oversight in their own industry.
Don't get taken for a ride.
This is 100% a scam. I want my money back.
You can't afford to miss your marketplace. We're cruising for some new wheels at Canada's biggest car brands to find out if we can get the car we see for the price they say. Two of our staffers are going to do the shopping.
So let's see if you can actually get this car for this price.
Will the dealerships honor their ads, or will they add on extra fees or features? We're hitting up Chevrolet, Ford, Honda, Hyundai, and Toyota. 3 dealerships per brand in the Toronto area. Our hidden cameras are rolling. George Eny is riding shotgun to see if car dealers try to take us for a ride. He's the director of the Automobile Protection Association, a consumer advocacy group.
Can you give me a sense about what you at the APA are hearing from people about what it's really like to buy a car?
Cheating has become more sophisticated. They can't seem to write an honest car ad that includes all the information you'll need.
So what will we find when we hit the road? Just how honest are car ads like this? Right out of the gate, we hit some car trouble at 2 Hyundai dealerships. Turns out the car in the photo is a different version, and it's more money.
Not a preferred model, it's actually the ultimate trim.
The price is for the preferred, but the picture they've shown is for the ultimate.
They acknowledged, yeah, the wrong car is in the ad.
The salesperson, they're on the front line. They're stuck trying to fix the broken promises in the ad.
We run into the same problem at another Hyundai location. The base model they're actually selling doesn't even come in the color you see in the ad.
The color that you see in the car, company doesn't make that.
That image has no place with that ad. You're passing off a different car as the one in the promotion. That's, in our mind, a deception.
When we take a closer look at the fine print,
vehicles may not be exactly as shown, and/or vehicles are for illustrative purposes only.
That disclaimer is just a joke, all right? Show the right photo and do the job properly.
This Toyota dealership gets it wrong too. Check out this Tundra they're selling.
That's not the truck. Sadly, they put a picture of an upgrade. They're just doing this just to get people in, but this is extremely misleading.
Here, the salesperson offers to make it right by selling us a more expensive truck at the ad's price.
it will match the same payment that you saw on the ad. You're getting like 7,000 off.
Wow, it's very, very, refreshing to see someone just tell you, yeah, you're getting screwed.
Yeah.
I can't do more, but here's what I can do. We'll do a workaround for you.
In a statement, this Toyota dealership tells us they acted with integrity and comply with all government rules and regulations. In all, 4 out of 15 dealerships we visit show a photo of a more expensive vehicle than the one they're actually selling.
25% non-compliance just on the photo. You haven't even gone into the showroom yet.
Deborah Dunn recently visited a Hyundai showroom in Vancouver and says she feels like she got taken for a ride.
Hi, Deborah. Tell me about those extra packages that you ended up paying for.
Exterior and interior fob protection, and that was like $2,000. And I specifically said to him, this is optional. And he says, no, it's done at the factory.
So he led you to believe this feature, you didn't have a choice. You had to go with this.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Deborah says she felt pressured to sign the same day.
And I didn't get a chance to think about it and look over the map. And I did it the very next morning. And I just discovered all kinds of stuff.
Paint interior fob protection. They told you that it somehow protected the leather in your car?
My car doesn't have leather in it. So then I knew, like, right away, this is 100% a scam. I want my money back.
Right.
You don't put wax on cloth. Hello.
George says adding extras like that is a tactic known as tide selling, meaning if you want to buy the car, you're on the hook for extra features too.
If you weren't interested in it to start with, don't buy it. If you are interested in it, you might want to price it at an aftermarket shop that sells the same thing and see how they compare.
So will the dealerships we visit add extra products?
Every vehicle comes with a lock. Like, can we get rid of the wheel locks, or we have to? The wheel locks are already in the pricing.
Wheel locks? We didn't ask for that.
Wheel locks can be an effective theft protection for wheels and tires.
But do you have to have them?
You do not have to have wheel locks, and in fact, if it's a standard wheel on a standard product, you probably have a low risk of having your wheels stolen. There should be no wheel locks unless you ask for them.
In an email, this Ford dealership tells us that the cost of the wheel locks is included in their advertised payments, which complies with regulations. At this Hyundai location, they say the car comes with a different anti-theft feature.
One thing that in Toronto is mandatory is theft deterrent. So that's another $595. Theft deterrent comes in with this vehicle. It gives you another $3,500 if your vehicle if it gets stolen. You get $3,500 on the top of whatever your insurance pays to you.
What you have here is a sort of a buffet of misdirections. That's deceptive. It's deceptive to claim that it's mandatory. What they don't tell you is that usually that $3,500 has to be spent at the same dealership to replace your stolen vehicle. You're paying them for a loyalty program that ties you to them in the future.
In total, 6 out of the 15 dealerships we visit include extra features. Most of those extras are built into the ad price, and some dealerships agree to remove them when we ask.
What does that tell you about what's happening out there?
It shows that, I guess, if you complain, there's still an opportunity to remove the charge. So maybe watch Marketplace and pick up some tips and remove the charges.
Speaking of charges, time for our next test.
So, the big question, can we get the price in the ad?
The price is the price. No extra charges beyond taxes and licensing, but that's it.
When it comes to cars, all-in pricing in dealership ads is the law in Ontario and for much of Canada. At this Honda dealer, we're told we can lease this Civic for an even better price than what they advertised. But if the price goes up when the car comes in a few weeks, they say we'll be on the hook for the difference.
There happens to be a price change before the car comes in, then I have no choice to charge it. So if the price change, we have to pay. People don't look for current fact. It says subject to price change in case there's a price change. So if prices change and rates should go up, you have to pay this one. So that's the permit or in a car. We cannot guarantee anything.
How is it fair if I've just agreed to a contract and a price based on an ad that they made, that then, poof, we can just change what you pay for this?
It's deceptive. You have no business selling vehicles that way.
In a statement, this Honda dealership says it may have been a miscommunication. They do have price protection when you sign a contract. When we drive on over to this Hyundai dealership, we're told not everyone is eligible for the advertised price.
So to qualify for that, if you have a loyalty or a military, have you bought a Hyundai vehicle in the past?
No.
That's with the loyalty.
So we're unable to get to the advertised price because we don't have the loyalty.
You are unable to, yes.
Oh, that is so slippery.
Is it fair?
It's totally fair to advertise those prices if you're advertising in an armed forces publication or to your existing customers and you tell them that's your price with your loyalty rebate. But to have it in a general market ad without showing the true cost before the rebate is simply a lowball to get you in.
At a different Hyundai dealership, a different ad with a costly fee hiding in the fine print.
This says they don't include a $599 dealer fee in the fine print. Is that allowed
No.
in Ontario?
No. You have to have that in your price for the vehicle.
Hyundai Canada sends us a statement in response to our visits at 3 dealerships, telling us they are committed to the highest standards and expect all dealerships to comply with consumer protection and advertising laws. They also say they're doing a review. At this Ford location, the devil is in the details when it comes to the down payment.
It's $999 down plus the freight and air tax. Freight is $25.95 and air tax is $100.
So, total down payment, more than 3 times the number in the ad. The fine print does mention freight and air tax, but doesn't say how much.
I don't know if you read that fine print. I think it's hard to read.
Even the salesperson is critical.
This is ridiculous, man. I complain about this because I can't read this. You can't read this.
I love this guy. Straight shooter.
In an email, that Ford dealership tells us if any part of the ad caused confusion, that's not in line with their standards, and they'll ensure clarity going forward. A different Ford location we visit advertises weekly payments, but the salesperson tells us that's not even possible.
Ford does not do weekly, by the way. Your payment bi-weekly is $199. That's 98 times 2. It's the same thing, right?
Not according to our math.
98 times 2 is not 199, it's actually 196. So if you add that up over the course of the payment, it works out to an extra $200.
$200 is a significant difference. And it also shows you how being off by $2 or $3 or $4 on a weekly payment can become expensive over the term of a loan.
And there's more.
$998 sounds like it's only $1,000. Freight is $2,600.
With freight and some other charges in the fine print, this truck actually has a due on delivery payment of more than $4,000.
They tell you not to tell people that when they come in, but that's what it is.
In a statement, that Ford dealership disputes our findings. They tell us you can make weekly payments directly to Ford. They say their ads are clear, they are transparent with consumers, and they never told staff to hide anything.
The total due at signing should be in the bold print. This is like a selective presentation of the information designed to bring you in on this and hope that you forget all about everything else.
Coming up, an idea that could level the playing field for consumers.
I believe that Canadian consumers should have a cooling off period.
So, what is the government waiting for?
Been a big supporter of car drivers in Ontario. Can you tell me why your government hasn't supported that yet?
It's been a bit of a bumpy ride on our car shopping trip. 6 out of 15 dealerships charge us more than what their ad says.
Very disappointing. Lowball pricing has not disappeared.
Next stop on our car shopping trip, the Ontario Motor Vehicle Industry Council, or OMVIC. It's their job to enforce how dealerships sell vehicles in Ontario. Maureen Hartwell is the CEO.
So we did some secret shopping, and what we wanted to see is, can we actually get the car that's featured in an ad for the price that it's advertised at?
Right. In Ontario, of course, all-in pricing is the law. It's been the law since 2010.
We tell her that several dealerships we visited charged us more than the price in the ad.
6 out of 15 is concerning.
And when we tell her about the 4 dealerships showing a more expensive vehicle in their ad,
listen, this could very well be seen as misrepresentation. We expect dealers to be open and transparent, be clear with consumers. And certainly we'd want us to look into that one 100%.
OMVIC does secret shopping too, and Maureen says their findings show the industry is improving.
And for the most part, dealers are doing a great job. Clearly, and based on some of these examples that you've shared with me today, there's some who are not.
How effective do you feel OMVIC is if, even in our sample, 40% of dealerships are charging us more than what they're advertising in those ads?
Well, listen, I actually think we are effective. We're also doing a lot of the education piece, educating not just consumers so that they know what to expect when they walk in, but it's also about reminding dealers of what their obligation is in terms of all-in pricing.
We did speak to a consumer advocate who says a license to sell cars is a privilege, not a right, and that OMVIC should suspend a car dealer's license for charging more for the advertised price. So what do you say to that?
We have a legal process that we have to go through. It would be about how egregious the conduct is, how long the conduct has been going on. If it's very egregious, you know, sure, that's part of my toolbox. But we believe, and it's best practice in regulation, to have a progressive enforcement program, because you can change behavior sometimes without using the nuclear method, for example.
I hear what you're saying. You want a progressive approach and you want education. But honestly, this seems pretty egregious to me. And so my sense is, respectfully, that's not working. You brought this legislation in 2010. It's 2025. We only looked at 15, and this is what we found. So why not change your approach?
You know, as registrar, I have that toolbox of powers. I take those powers very seriously, and I also know that we have to ensure that we have sufficient grounds to defend my decision. So again, could I use the power? I could.
Meantime, car columnist Lorraine Sommerfeld would like to see consumers have the final word.
I believe that Canadian consumers should have a cooling off period. If you buy a condo or you buy a fitness membership, you have a cooling off period.
Why do you think that that is so important, especially when it comes to a big purchase like a car?
A 24-hour period when you have a signed contract, you haven't taken delivery of the car. You're not bringing back a used car. It's such a big purchase. Why shouldn't you have a chance to give it a minute? You get home and someone looks at it and says, why did you sign up for all this stuff?
Turns out OMVIC would like a cooling off period too.
We are a consumer protection organization. So from our seat, it was something that was worthy of consideration. Unfortunately, you know, the government made the decision not to proceed with it.
But here's the thing. In some parts of Canada, a cooling off period already exists. Quebec and BC have one for some car purchases. but not for the rest of Canada. And in 2024, the Ontario government said no to a cooling-off period, saying it would create unnecessary red tape with negative consequences for the industry and consumer experience.
You have been really clear, and so have other consumer advocates. Cooling off period, that's what we need. OMBIC wanted the cooling off period. How come we don't have one?
Because those dealers have a lot of sway down the street here with your premier.
So what does Ontario's Premier Doug Ford have to say about giving consumers the chance to walk away?
Charles Diagro with Marketplace. We want to talk to you about cars. Consumer advocates have been calling for a cooling off period so that when someone buying a car changes their mind, they can back out of a deal. OMBIC wants a cooling off period too.
So
You've been a big supporter of
yeah.
car drivers in Ontario.
Okay.
Can you tell me why your government hasn't supported that yet?
Under the Motor Vehicles Dealer Act, that you know, what is advertised, no matter if it's on television or newspaper, they have to meet that price.
Yeah.
I highly recommend, no matter what, no matter if it's furniture, cars, when you sign that bottom piece of paper, if it's not that price, don't sign it.
Well, we tested that too. It didn't go that well, but I'm talking about a cooling off period. So if they want to back out, they can, and your government hasn't supported that yet. Any plans to reconsider?
I'll speak to the minister, but I'll tell you, be cautious. Do not pay more than what they've advertised. Simple as that.
So the next time you're car shopping, Lorraine wants you to remember you're in the driver's seat.
You can walk out of a dealership at any point during a sale whenever you want. Your feet are the most important part of this. If you're being taken advantage of, don't sit there and think you have to take it. Tons of decent people will sell you a car. Don't get beat up.
After the break,
Gridlock can be a nightmare for everybody.
we're crowning Canada's worst commute.
Hour and 50 minutes home tonight, which I'd consider a good day.
What's a bad day?
4 hours. A sneak peek coming right up.
Next week, have you got Canada's worst commute?
It is 2 hours for me to get home on the 401.
This is the traffic trying to get onto the Trans-Canada Highway.
It is so frustrating to see a green light that you can't go through.
We take a drive south for a dose of New York medicine.
Drivers have suddenly become supporters of congestion pricing because people value their time more than some of the opponents recognize.
Who's ready for a race?
And we're putting options to the test. Ready, set, go.
All right.
Which of us will get to work fastest?
Where are you guys right now?
That's next week. Plus, emergency care is in crisis.
It's been 8 hours.
12 hours. 12 hours. So we're tracking wait times across the country.
Anthony has just texted me now. I am still waiting.
And patients desperate for help.
I knew I was going to be there 20 or 30 hours.
So how often then are you seeing a patient and thinking, I should have seen you hours ago?
Oh, every shift.
And patients desperate for help.
I go home, and too many people waiting inside.
For others, the consequences of a stressed system are deadly.
We trusted the system to take care of our son, and that is a trust that is forever gone.
Do you think that his death was preventable?
Yes.
Coming soon on your Marketplace. Have you got Canada's worst commute?
It is 2 hours for me to get home.
This is the traffic trying to get onto the Trans-Canada Highway.
It is so frustrating to see a green light that you can't go through.
We head south, where they're paying to avoid the pain.
Drivers have suddenly become supporters of congestion pricing because people value their time more than some of the opponents recognize.
And we're putting options to the test.
Who's ready for a race?
All right.
Here we go.
Which of us will get to work fastest? This is your Marketplace. we're hitting the highway and quickly going nowhere. From Victoria to Halifax, we're coast to coast and bumper to bumper. Trying to figure out who's got it worst.
I live in Pickering and I have the worst commute.
Behind me, you can see the Trans-Canada 1 highway. It is always jammed up in the morning, which causes a huge amount of traffic here.
A Marketplace call-out asks who has Canada's worst commute, and more than 1,000 of you say, me.
My name is Jaden. I live in Southwest Edmonton.
My name is Cindy Hunter. I live in Campton East, Ontario.
We've got the facts and the fury.
I have to go through the construction that's on White Mud, or I have to go through the construction that's on the Henday.
And by the end of this journey, we'll have the losingest winner in all the land.
The worst commute has got to be in Edmonton.
Baher Abdulhai thinks he has the solution. Baher, hello. Hop in. He's a professor of civil engineering at the University of Toronto.
I can't guarantee you it'll be fast, but I can guarantee you I'll get you home.
I guarantee you it's not gonna be fast.
We're gonna talk traffic and test it at the same time.
Okay, so Baher, we're gonna test out how long it takes us to get to the highway to take you out of town. It's about a 3-kilometer trip. How long do you think this is gonna take us?
Well, if we're lucky, it will take 40 minutes.
Lucky 40 minutes?
Yeah.
Our inspiration is a photo from 1903. Motorists line up at the Ontario legislature to push for an increase in the speed limit.
Back 100 years ago, the speed limit was about 16 kilometers an hour. Now the speed limit of this route is 40 kilometers an hour. And you think we're lucky if we can best 100 years ago speed.
That would be very, very good.
We'll see what's changed and what should. Meantime, we're about to take a trip with Michaela Helliwell of Pickering, Ontario.
Hi, I'm Chris.
Hey, Chris, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
I'm so
you.
glad you could come out. Let me show you around.
All right, let's see it.
To find out what makes her ride the most miserable.
And do you find that they're all kind of vibrant in color?
Michaela is surrounded by beauty as she restores antique stained glass windows.
There's a renaissance for them now. A lot more people are hanging on to them.
It's the only reason she puts up with such an ugly commute home.
All right, ready to go?
Let's go.
Let's do this.
I make this trip. I've been making it for 8 years.
8 years you've been doing this?
It has been getting worse.
Okay, let me look at your route here as you're driving.
Okay.
Michaela's drive along Highway 401 is roughly 85 kilometers each way from Pickering to Milton and back again. In free flow, it's about 50 minutes one way, but not tonight or most nights.
So there's an accident just past Mississauga. There's another accident just a little further down the Allen. Another accident there. When you see all of these stretches of red, goes through your mind?
I am very frustrated. They're accidents. They did not need to happen. Dinner's at 6 p.m. every night, and I would make it home to dinner if it wasn't for other people doing stupid things.
Our traffic expert Baher says we need to give people better options, rail lines instead of roads.
Look at this streetcar and how many people on it. Now imagine that you take these people out of the streetcar and put each one of them in a car. We cannot have that many cars on the road. So what you want to do is essentially carpooling. Have 100 people or more on a streetcar, it doesn't get any better than that.
If the goal is to get people out of their cars,
how do you think it's gonna go?
I don't know how it's gonna go. I'm curious to see.
we decide to test out options available right now.
Who's ready for a race?
All right.
Hey, Chris.
Welcome.
What's going on?
Welcome.
Oh, we're doing this. Okay.
Welcome to the first ever Marketplace Cross City Race.
My fellow hosts are along for the ride.
It's pretty simple. We're just gonna go from point A to point B and see who gets there fastest.
Point A is Humber Bay Park in Toronto's West End. Our finish is about 10 kilometers away at the CBC Broadcast Centre downtown.
So here are your assignments. Asha, you will be our baseline.
Okay.
You will be our driver.
Yes.
So we know this means you could be 20 minutes, you could be an hour,
Yeah.
it depends on what you find out there. Rosa, you are a brave soldier on this cold morning. You will be our biker.
I'm ready.
David, I know that you typically like to canoe, but you're gonna ditch the paddle today
Yeah.
for a little power.
All right.
And you are gonna be whisked along the waterfront on a Zodiac.
I like whisk.
And yours truly, I will be taking transit. We have a couple options, and we will see if I, in fact, am taking the better way. All right, everybody, are you ready?
Let's do it.
The time right now is 8:30. Ready, set, go.
All right.
All right.
Oh, I gotta go too. Hey, no running, no running.
I was just walking fast.
We're just backing out now. Looks like a beautiful day.
David immediately heads for open water, which is strangely not used much for commuting in Toronto. The rest of us get off to a slower start.
So we made it to the transit stop, and we did it before Rosa got to her bike and before Asha pulled out of the parking lot, but we wait.
I'm on the bike, man. I'm going. See ya, losers.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
We'll check in just a little later. Because we're back with our expert, and congestion is in full effect.
It is so frustrating to see a green light that you can't go through, I must admit.
We're attempting to travel 3 kilometers and faster than they did 120 years ago.
The fun part is what's coming.
Fun part? You think this is fun? Are you having fun?
In a sarcastic way, yes.
I don't know about that.
That's why I don't drive, period.
Through the miracle of time-lapse, we're arriving at our target, the on-ramp to Toronto's Gardiner Expressway.
All right, Bahir, here we are. It's now been 33 minutes. We were going just about 5 kilometers an hour.
Compare that to the 16 kilometers per hour we aspired for 120 years ago.
There's plenty of congestion right across Canada, and we're about to reveal where the gridlock is greatest. Victor Couture runs a transport research lab. He's been tracking thousands of ways we get to work.
Victor, hello, I'm Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Nice to meet you. You have some data for me.
It's his data that's helping us crown Canada's top 10 worst commutes.
All right, so let's look at this top 10, starting with number 10.
This is a long commute going through one of the most populated area in Canada, so it's always going to be congested.
He's talking about Mississauga to North York. It takes about 27 minutes longer in rush hour than when traffic is free-flowing. Similar story with number 9, Toronto to Scarborough.
You're going to exits that create bottlenecks because many lanes lead into fewer lanes.
Number 8 is in Montreal, Laval to Boucherville.
Montreal is an island, meaning you get in and out of it through bridges.
Number 7, also in Montreal.
So not only we have bottleneck through 2 different bridges, but we have major construction.
And then when we look at number 6, what stands out about this Montreal route?
These interchanges, they're designed for safety. So they slow down traffic often on purpose.
Will Toronto's Gardiner Expressway be in the top 5 worst commutes? There's certainly too many cars and too little road space.
Rush hour used to be an hour, and here we are outside of rush hour, and there's already all this traffic.
When we try to push more traffic than what the capacity of the road takes, the capacity itself breaks down because, as you see, people fight for space.
So you're saying that if I want to get home faster, I should do what?
Slow down.
That doesn't make any sense for people.
It does with some AI thrown in, says Bahir, and shows us what he means with a little roadside demo.
This resembles the cars that we see here. And this funnel is pretty much that freeway. And then what people do during rush hour, I want to go home, it's been a long day, so I do this.
Yeah.
We are limited by the capacity of this bottleneck.
Right.
Now, the better option is if I slowly pour traffic into the network, what you see that nobody is getting stuck. My hand is calibrated to do this and beat the first one. But in a real freeway, we want the control system to learn to pick up that pace. This is where artificial intelligence comes in.
So your hand there, deciding how quickly the rice goes in, would be like a red light system allowing people to slowly enter the highway?
You're right on.
There's one more thing needed, according to Behair, congestion pricing. After the break, we're in New York to see how it's working there.
Instead of spending an hour stuck in traffic, they're saving 20 minutes, and people really appreciate that.
And asking, why not here?
Why is your government dead set against it?
We're on the hunt for Canada's worst commute and looking for ways to end scenes like this.
Feel this?
Yep.
We just came to a complete
We're stopped.
standstill.
All right, so you can have a stretch now, hands off the wheel.
Brutal.
Michaela Helliwell is not even halfway home, and we've been driving for close to an hour.
Where, we had like a little bit of speed. I think I might have gotten over 40.
Yeah, now you're what, 16, 17?
Yeah.
We're also testing out options with my colleagues.
All I can tell you is the CN Tower keeps getting closer.
And Rosa, where are you, my dear?
First of all, I'm realizing I'm in terrible shape, but otherwise, no traffic where I am.
To see who can cross Toronto fastest during the morning rush.
We're not that far. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
But now I've slowed right down, so we'd be going at about the same speed as, maybe you on your bike.
Right.
We're about 20 minutes in.
All right, so here we are. We are at our first transfer, and we'll hop out here and hop on our next streetcar.
How's the drive going?
I'm at Ontario Place.
Oh!
Yeah.
You're doing really well there.
I know.
Asha, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, wait.
You're already at Ontario Place?
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, no.
Did I stutter? No.
Definitely gonna win.
I tell you, when that construction was on last week, you would never have made it that quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think I'm great and I took the better way. The better way, quote unquote.
As it stands, the car is king in most cities, and getting people out of them is a challenge.
450,000 cars travel on this highway every day.
Yeah.
Our expert Behair says it's time to start charging drivers a fee during peak hours to encourage other ways to get around.
I think congestion pricing is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's inevitable. It has to come.
The latest city to buy in is New York, where they've had congestion pricing since the start of the year.
Hey, my friend.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
A congestion relief zone has been set up in Lower Manhattan. Vehicles that enter get charged a toll. How much depends on the type of vehicle and the time of day, with a maximum of $9 for most. Jano Lieber heads up New York's public transit system.
Hello, Jano.
Chris, good to see you.
Thank you for having us in your city.
Good to be with you. Welcome to New
We're
York.
hoping to learn from you.
Yeah.
He also runs the city's congestion pricing program.
Popular opinion has shifted, and among the highest supporters of congestion pricing are the drivers. So here we are at the exit to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, now called the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel. Drivers have suddenly become supporters of congestion pricing because instead of spending an hour stuck in traffic, they're saving 20 minutes or more, and people really appreciate that. People value their time more than some of the opponents recognize.
At this tunnel alone, commutes are 16% faster during morning rush hour.
And it's also less air pollution, which is demonstrably the case. There are less traffic accidents, so fewer pedestrians and cyclists are getting hit now because there's less road rage and less traffic.
And here's another big benefit.
We're sort of overdue to fix a lot of stuff. This is a 100 30-plus-year-old system.
The money they make off congestion pricing goes directly into funding New York City's transit system.
Now we're getting on the Manhattan-bound side.
An extra $500 million a year.
How is the revenue from congestion pricing helping transit?
We're going to keep increasing the number of stations that have elevators. We're redoing all the signals, and we're doing very basic stuff. Like we're buying new cars, buying a lot of new subway cars.
And more people are now using transit in New York. Yet back here, congestion pricing is a no-go. We head to Ontario's legislature to ask Transport Minister Pravmeet Sarkaria why.
I want to talk about congestion pricing. Why is your government dead set against it?
It's something that we just absolutely fundamentally disagree with. We actually introduced legislation to prevent this from happening and not allowing any municipality to look at a way to toll a road in this province.
Right, but experts have been very clear that congestion pricing works. Do you disagree?
We just do not believe in charging individuals to toll them, to get into a city or get to work every single day. There's never been a government that has committed this much money to public transit, highways, and just public transportation infrastructure ever.
And yet, it's every day that people are stuck in traffic, and it's only getting worse. So what would you say to folks?
Well, look, I understand that frustration every single day. I travel into the city, what should take me probably 35, 40 minutes, takes me almost an hour and a half. But that's what motivates me to ensure that we are getting these projects off the ground.
All right, well, I hope it works because there's a lot of people that are riding on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Coming up, we're about to wrap up our race.
I'm off the boat.
What?
And I am still waiting for this second streetcar to get moving.
I'm stuck in traffic.
And the worst commute countdown after the break. Michaela Helliwell is finally pulling into her driveway in Pickering, Ontario.
Okay, I'm in park. There you go.
Park,
An
time's
hour
up.
and 50 home.
My goodness.
Ah,
We made it.
we made it.
Not officially our worst commute, but a good idea of the congestion we're all stuck in and stuck with. Our cross-city race is also coming to a close.
Oh no, you're gonna get stuck behind the red light. Oh no, how terrible. Oh no.
With a little smack talk, David pulls in front.
5.
Oh no.
And 4.
David's counting
and
down.
3, and
No.
2.
Say it
and
ain't so,
1.
David.
Arrive.
Oh, David wins the race.
Asha arrives 10 minutes later because of parking.
I made it. I'm number 2. I'm number 2.
And Rosa rolls in 10 minutes after that.
Woohoo! Number 3 in the race.
So sad, but not bad.
The only thing I'm counting down is the number of stops.
3 more stops. We're getting close.
A walk of shame and a last place showing in my own race 80 minutes after it began.
Wow, slow clap, slow clap.
Hey, if you're gonna lose big, right? So I guess what we're learning today is that the transit options, at least in this city, are just not there yet.
So I'm hearing you are the worst.
Did you just crown me? Where's my crown, buddy?
The actual crowning starts now. Victor Couture's data takes us west.
Okay, so number 5, Shaughnessy to Coquitlam. What stands out with this route?
You have this really bad commute throughout the entire Vancouver area, basically.
The number 4 worst route in Canada, also in Vancouver.
So here we have this similar problem we saw in Montreal. We're crossing bridges.
The 3rd worst route in Canada is right here in Toronto.
Well, here you're starting very deep in the suburbs, going all the way through downtown Toronto, through a highly densely populated area.
Number 2, what stands out about this Toronto route?
Let me look. So there's a Gardener. You go to difficult commute here.
Are you laughing at the commuters?
All the most congested highways in Toronto. That's a really
Hence
bad
why
one.
it's the number 2 worst route in the country. Victor, are you ready to reveal number 1?
I am ready.
The number 1 worst commute in our country, right here,
west of Toronto to the downtown. What makes this one so bad?
So there you have it. The two main reasons why all of these commutes are slow are compounded here. You have a major construction project in the Gardiner, and you have interchanges, many exit roads that create bottlenecks, so it's hell on wheel for these commuters.
With results revealed, we head to a gas station on our winning route.
We've looked at routes across the country to find Canada's worst commute.
Yeah.
And we found it.
From my house to work in the morning?
Congratulations. It's the worst commute in the country, buddy.
I'm not surprised. I'm not. It's very bad. It's very long.
How you feel?
About the same as I did before, because it's not going to change when I get out there.
Come on. We have a crown for you.
Thank you. It's an honor, it's a privilege to experience that on a daily basis.
Here is your crown.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I've worn one before.
Congratulations. Worst commute.
But even if your commute didn't earn a crown, the moral of this story, the worst commute is the one you're on. Emergency care is in crisis.
It's been 8 hours.
12 hours.
We're tracking wait times across the country.
Who's the longest right now?
Looks like about 36 hours.
Patients desperate for help.
It makes me feel like our system is broken.
How often then are you seeing a patient and thinking, I should have seen you hours ago?
Oh, every shift.
For some, the consequences of a stressed system are deadly.
We trusted the system to take care of our son. And that is a trust that is forever gone.
Next week on Your Marketplace.
This story contains coarse language and graphic sexual assault details. Viewer discretion is advised.
On this edition of The Fifth Estate.
I strung her right out. I did strung her out.
For 3 decades, Sonia Sywink's death has remained unsolved.
You try to make sense of something and you can't make sense of it.
Her case might have gone cold, but her sister Maggie has refused to give up.
I've come to the place in my life where we're going to do everything. We're going to push. We're just going to push beyond the limits at this point.
With the help of a retired police officer, Maggie has taken to the streets to investigate for herself.
I want to know what she knows.
Okay, let's do it.
Tonight, a sister's journey to find the truth.
I just want to know the truth. What fucking happened to her?
I'm Connie Walker. This is The Fifth Estate.
I do not believe my sister would go to a place like that willingly. The location where she was found from the roadway is quite a ways inwards. So I believe that she was taken there, likely after she was dead, and put there, and it was made to look like she was assaulted there. But I don't believe that. I believe she was killed somewhere else and brought there.
How Sonia Sywink ended up here has remained a mystery for 3 decades and haunted her older sister Maggie.
You know, she was small, very petite. She wasn't really tough. She wasn't really made tough.
Maggie comes back to this site every year. That her sister's body was found in this small park 40 kilometers outside of London, Ontario, is one of the few things she knows for certain about Sonia's murder. And do you think it was possible to drive in somehow?
No, not at all. So there's no way somebody could get a vehicle back here. Yeah, so it's a long ways to bring somebody. Like she was brought here by someone or some people.
So many questions.
So many questions, so many things to want to settle in your mind. You know, it's, I think, what everybody deserves to have, is to have answers, to have the truth.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
I don't know, as it gets closer to August 30th, I get a little bit more just nostalgic.
This is a busy week for Maggie. She's come to London, Ontario to prep for the annual ceremony she holds for Sonia. But this year, she has another mission. She wants to try to solve her sister's murder.
Especially in an old case like this, right? I think police always said, well, there's no new tips and, you know, we really can't do anything. So they don't have time because they're busy doing other cases, which there are lots of other cases. Then okay, I have to do something then. I have to actively go out and find a way to find tips.
Maggie has been an advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls for years.
I have a sign for the
No, I
table.
think that's fine.
Okay. It's never enough for me, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And like many families, she has had to push to get more resources on her sister's case.
Perfect.
Sonia's homicide is being investigated by the Ontario Provincial Police. Maggie says the OPP told her they didn't have any new leads. That's when she decided to go out and get her own. Since 2019, she's hit the streets of East London, where her sister lived.
She was murdered.
She was murdered, yeah. And her body was found. The last place she was seen was across the street there.
Yeah.
And there's a $75,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who killed her.
Oh.
So there's $75,000.
In the 1990s, East London was a hotbed of drugs and crime, with police crackdowns happening regularly. The gritty life that surrounded Sonia there was a far cry from the beauty of her home on the Whitefish River First Nation. The Sywink sisters grew up in a big Anishinaabe family on Manitoulin Island.
So yeah, we would go out onto the lake. We built our own little raft and we'd all be, you know, just pushing ourselves along in this raft, and we'd be just in the weeds and looking at the different fish, and just, I mean, it was just a family. It was just fun.
The second youngest of 13 children, Sonia dreamed of becoming a flight attendant and traveling the world.
She was a real girly girl. Like, she loved to wear nail polish and makeup, and I mean, she was always extremely presentable. She loved to sing. She was a great singer.
As young adults, the sisters went their separate ways, Maggie ending up in Toronto and Sonia in London, Ontario. The last time Maggie saw her sister was a month before her death. Sonia attended a family reunion back home on Manitoulin Island.
She made a really great spaghetti dinner for everybody. I hadn't seen her in months, so I was a little concerned that she was very thin. And, but she seemed otherwise very normal. So it wasn't until after she had left the reunion and I had found a couple of items in there that indicated that she was back to using.
Sonia had struggled for years with a drug and alcohol addiction, both readily available just outside her home in East London.
Do you remember the last time you saw Sonia?
Yes, I do. We're living at, I think it's 772 Dundas Street.
Richard Orford was Sonia's friend and roommate. They met as regulars at a local bar in East London.
We walked out the front door onto the street. There was a few of us out there. And she was getting in a red car with a dark guy with lots of jewelry who I'd never seen before. And she was out there waiting for her. And she got in it, so it was somebody that she knew or had met through somebody else. And for some reason that still bothers me, that car with the white seats. That was the last time I seen her. I was probably one of the last people to see her alive.
Orford didn't know the man waiting for Sonia. They lived together for only a few months, and there were parts of her life that Sonia kept private.
She was a call girl, and she had her own clients. She never said this to customer or client or whatever. She never let any of her friends or anything in her personal life and business life be together.
Was she ever worried for her safety doing
Not
that
that I'm aware of, never. That in that profession, there always is a chance. She wouldn't have been one to crawl in a vehicle with somebody if she thought of anything danger, or even getting stranded.
The OPP says Sonia was last seen on Thursday, August 25th, 1994. A few days later, her sister Maggie woke up with an uneasy feeling and headed to London.
It was the next day that my sister had come back from her work, and she came to the house and she said, I heard something on the news today. And she said, yeah, a woman's body had been found at the Southwold Earthworks. And she was partially clothed. And I thought, is that Sonia? And then she said, no, it can't be her. And then as soon as she said that, I knew it was her. So, and then that later, later that evening, police had gone to see my dad and delivered the news, and then my brother called everybody that night. It was pretty hard.
Southwold Earthworks is an historic First Nations settlement just outside a tiny hamlet in rural Ontario. On the following Tuesday afternoon, a man foraging for wild mushrooms in the park stumbled upon Sonia's lifeless body. She was in a ditch, partially clothed with bruises on her body.
When I was working, I was tenacious and I was like a dog with a bone.
Chris Gayson was one of the first officers on the scene after Sonia was found. It was his first homicide investigation, and it took him out of his small rural detachment and into the streets of East London.
I feel like we left no stone unturned, but we were never, in my opinion, close back then.
Maggie remembers at Sonia's funeral back home, a stranger showed up, a man from London who asked to speak to her dad. He said he was Sonia's boyfriend.
And had you ever met him before?
No, I didn't know anything about him.
The man revealed a shocking secret that only deepened the family's pain. Sonia was pregnant when she was killed. When we come back, Maggie talks to the father of Sonia's unborn baby.
The OPP came to me and said, at least 6 out of 10 people we've interviewed on the street have said you were the killer.
This story contains coarse language and graphic sexual assault details. Viewer discretion is advised.
After Sonia's funeral, Maggie felt compelled to go back to London to see if she could find some answers for herself.
Everywhere you look, everyone you see, you wonder if that's them, if that's a killer. Is that the one who took my sister's life?
One of the first people she talked to was Larry Fink, the stranger who showed up at Sonia's funeral. DNA would confirm he was the father of Sonia's unborn child.
Who was Fink? Do you know him?
Well, I met him. First time I met him was at my sister's funeral. Didn't even know he existed.
What was your impression of him?
Like somebody I really didn't trust.
In 1994, Sonia frequented an after-hours bar that Fink ran in a garage. We found Fink had multiple run-ins with police that same year. A few months before Sonia was killed, Fink was charged with assaulting a woman in London. Two people we spoke to who didn't want to come on camera say they pointed police to Fink. Maggie remembers asking Fink about Sonia's life in London before her death.
Started asking him, it's like, what happened and any details he might have known. They weren't living together. Wasn't that kind of relationship? Like he had a separate life from her. I don't know all of the details around that. But I wanted to know everything he knew, which he seemed to know very little.
How big of a focus was Larry Fink in those early days in your investigation?
I mean, he was somebody that we spoke to, like several other people. As far as interviewing and taking DNA, that was, that's all I can really talk about.
Years later, Fink was interrogated again by police after 2 child welfare disputes turned violent.
Whatever the evidence is there, buddy. Well, it's fine. Prove it. There's only 2 people. Go to the door and prove it.
Following Sonia's death, Fink's life seemed to spiral out of control and onto a collision course with the justice system.
I'm not even interested in talking to you. I didn't think it's all over. It's all over. I knew you. Turn the TV off. No, the tape is still on. Have a seat. I don't want to. I'm tired. I'm going to lay down and go to bed. Don't just have a seat.
In 1995, Fink fathered a child and fought for custody. When he was unsuccessful, he abducted the child and was arrested in Nova Scotia. Fink was sentenced to 2 years in jail.
I know how far I can go and how far I can't go.
In 2004, Fink had another child and another run-in with child welfare authorities. When police attempted to seize his baby, Fink barricaded his family in his mother's home in Halifax. When a shot was fired from the house, police evacuated the street.
I want to make a request that we move the staging area down to the next intersection.
The standoff lasted 3 days and ended when his elderly mother died of natural causes inside the home. With a shotgun slung over his shoulder, Fink carried out his mother's body on a stretcher. Following the standoff, Fink was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison.
I can't understand why the press doesn't print the cost to the public.
Maggie lost track of Fink, but always had lingering questions about his involvement in Sonia's life. Then one day, she got a message from him on Facebook. "Hi, Maggie. I'm the father of Sonia's baby, and I would like to speak with you," he wrote. "I know more about what happened than any other on earth."
Hey, Larry.
Maggie got him on the phone. He was living in the Philippines. She recorded the call.
First of all, I'm dying of cancer, Maggie. I'm in God's hands.
We've been told that Fink has since died, but in 2020, he told Maggie on the phone that after Sonia was killed, many people looked to him for answers about her death.
The OPP came to me and said, at least 6 out of 10 people we've interviewed on the street have said you were the killer. We want you to take a polygraph. So I said, you need to tell me that I killed my own baby.
When was the last time you saw Sonia that weekend?
I didn't.
You didn't see her? You hadn't seen her?
The last time I saw her, I was having supper at the TNC. I ate there every night.
Fink denied seeing Sonia the weekend she was killed, but he did admit to Maggie that he had previously put Sonia in dangerous situations.
What happens? I went up and saw McNeil, and I said, I want to beat all of that fucking dirty crap. I don't want the clean stuff, clean cocaine. I want that dirty fucking shit. You know, that's strange.
Right.
So I got Sonia upstairs, and I said, get into you, Sonia. You haven't had enough. And I smoked it with her, right? I'm gonna have some, right? Come on, let's do it. So I strung her right out. I mean strung her out, you know? And I got to the problems, right?
Then he said Sonia told him about a dark secret from her past.
When she was 12 years old, she was gang raped. I don't know what you know about it, if you even know anything.
Maggie did know her sister's secret. They were only a year apart in age and always very close.
She was sexually assaulted in our community.
Did she confide in you when it happened?
She did. She did. We never talked about it again, and I didn't know how to help her. I was a kid, you know? I was sworn to secrecy.
Maggie believes the assault changed the trajectory of her sister's life, and it's haunted Maggie ever since.
I mean, I was the only one that knew. So, you know, it was one of those secrets that you kept knowing but never knowing as a kid what that would end up doing. But the secret of like never telling anybody else, of never speaking of this again, was probably the most painful part of it, you know? And I never ever thought to bring it up with her again, to say, how are you doing, or do you want some help? I never really thought about that. I mean, it was evident with her behavior, it was evident with her lifestyle that, you know, she was in crisis. She needed help, but I was oblivious to that. I'm ashamed of that. I feel like I failed her.
When we come back, Maggie, frustrated with police, takes the investigation into her own hands.
Did you drive Sonia anywhere that night?
I went a few places with your sister.
This story contains coarse language and graphic sexual assault details. Viewer discretion is advised.
My question's always been is how did they get her down here?
Maggie's husband, Tom, has been helping her to try to find out what happened to her sister.
But I mean, even dragging somebody for 10 minutes.
They were joined by former detective Chris Gayson after he retired from the OPP.
What were your expectations initially when...
To solve it. 100%. Yes. Yeah, 100% to solve it, to figure it out. It was unfinished business. I mean, the plan was, before COVID, to talk to some of Sonia's acquaintances. I mean, I just knew 2 key people that we had to go talk to.
One of them was a woman who approached Maggie with a tip in 2019. Gayson and Maggie recorded their interview with her.
Yes. And Denise, you'll agree to be taped?
Yes,
okay.
I agree to be taped.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
Denise Beeswax is a friend of the Cywink family from the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, south of London.
Well, I knew a lot of the people that was involved.
In 1994, Beeswax knew the scene in East London. She told Maggie what she had heard, that Sonia had gone to a party at a house not far from where her body was found.
I just heard that she was picked up at the TNC and driven to the party.
That's the town and country?
Yeah. She was picked up there, and she was driven to the party. And I was told that a piece of crack went missing, like a $20 rock. And she got blamed for it, and she got smacked, and she fell. And she died.
And did you ever think about telling the authorities what you had heard?
I went right to the police station in Strathroy, and I told them what I knew.
When was this?
It wasn't long after. It was kind of after I had pieced it together, like who was involved and what had happened. I don't know, they just kind of brushed me off or whatever, and said that it kind of muddies the water or something like that. And
Muddies the water. What do you think they meant by that?
I don't know.
Before she came forward, Gayson had never heard of Denise Beeswax or her story of Sonia being killed because of a drug dispute. But just a few months later, another woman reached out to Maggie with a similar story. The woman told Maggie she knew Sonia and had information about her death. Maggie asks, "Please answer a question that I could never figure out. What do you want to know? Why did they take Sonia to Iona Station? To the earthworks? I'm not sure. The police took me there also. Someone told the police she was with me that day."
She wanted to talk to me. So she asked me for my phone number. She gave me her phone number. Anyways, we ended up talking for quite a while.
Maggie had several phone calls with the woman, but she always said she didn't feel safe telling her everything she knew on the phone. Today, Maggie has tracked her down and wants to talk to her in person.
She gave me an address on Tecumseh Street, and I have a phone number. So that's the deal. We're going.
When Maggie told Gayson about the woman, he remembered her. She had been a person of interest in his investigation 30 years ago.
I'm not sure when the OBP have last talked to her. I mean, obviously, we talked to her quite a bit. You know, during that first 6 months, the first year. Even actually 4 years later, we talked to her again. But whether they've done any follow-up, they're not going to tell us. You know, but I guess for our sake, you know, for your sake, you want to know.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity. We're right here. I think she'll come along. I really do.
We were there when Maggie picked up the woman and drove her to a local park in London. Maggie recorded the conversation.
And then the cop said, "You killed her." I was the #1 suspect. They took my blood, they took my DNA. They said I was the #1 suspect.
For her safety, we are not identifying the woman, and her voice has been replaced by an actor. She denied hurting Sonia, but says she was with her that night at a party and gave her drugs.
What party did she go to that night she went missing? Where did she go to? She went somewhere.
She went to the clubhouse.
Clubhouse?
Yeah.
I thought so. Yeah. That's where everything went down, eh? Could say it. It's all right.
There were a number of criminal organizations operating in London at that time, and there's been speculation about whether any of them were involved in Sonia's death.
They were calling for escorts. Is that right?
Right.
Yes?
Yeah. And they passed them on.
They passed them on.
They passed them on and made them do things.
Right.
And when they don't want to do things, they're beaten. It wasn't about money. It was about what she wouldn't do.
Oh, it was about what she wouldn't do. You know what? Look at me. Look at me. It's 30 years. All we want to know is the truth. Like, I don't want to hold anyone accountable. I just want peace, you know what I mean? I want some peace in my life. I want to give her peace and her baby. They deserve it. They deserve to be free from this.
I should have said something.
What fucking happened to her?
They beat her.
The woman wouldn't tell Maggie the exact location of the party or the name of the person who beat her sister, but she tells Maggie the name of someone else who she claims was a witness to the assault on Sonia. Maggie wants to continue investigating, but she's getting resistance from those closest to her.
I want to know. And I don't know if the police, in the way they do things and how they do it, would ever get those answers.
We don't feel they could get the answers, but we don't know they can't get the answers. And you're also dealing with a group of individuals that are criminals. And You can't begin to understand a criminal's mind. You can't understand what they're capable of. And we would have a serious conversation unless there was some major backup for Meg to go back in.
You're worried that she
Oh,
could
I'm
be in
definitely
danger?
worried now. At the elevation we're at in this investigation, yes, I don't feel comfortable for my wife.
Do you worry about your safety if you
No,
continue?
she doesn't worry, no. That's why I'm here.
After the break, we uncover documents that reveal new information about Sonia's death.
So here's another thing. The family has never seen the autopsy reports or the toxicology reports, and it's shocking.
This story contains coarse language and graphic sexual assault details. Viewer discretion is advised.
More than 30 years has passed since Sonia's death. And although she feels closer than ever to getting answers about her sister's murder, Maggie is standing down. After interviewing the woman who claimed she was at a party with Sonia that night, Maggie gave the recording she made to the OPP and is hoping they will follow up on the new leads.
I think now the OPP has a lot more direct link to my sister's death. And so, I mean, there were individuals mentioned in that recording. And so if they don't follow it up, I'm gonna blow a gasket. You know, I mean, how can you give them everything that, it's like on a golden platter, silver platter, if you will, and them not do anything with it? Like, I would be not honoring my sister's life, and I can't have that.
Maggie has been pushing the OPP for years, trying to keep her sister's case at the forefront. And now she's working with a lawyer to help get answers from police.
As you know, I wrote a letter to Detective Inspector Randy Gaynor of the OPP because he's been overseeing the case.
Jessica Zita agrees with Tom that Maggie shouldn't have to investigate her sister's murder.
Is that like the state of affairs we're operating under? No civilian should feel that they have no options but to investigate the death of their loved one themselves. Because that's actually a very dangerous, precarious position to put oneself in without any proper reinforcement.
According to Gayson, that's the reality for families once a case goes cold.
You know, I've said it before to Meg, you know, I think families have to not be completely reliant on the police and just try to dig up new information themselves.
I mean, it's kind of shocking to hear you say that, Chris, saying family members shouldn't rely only on police for these unsolved cases. When did you start believing that? I mean, you were a police officer for 30 years.
Well, I mean, since I retired, obviously, I've had time to think about things. It's just logical. I mean, it makes sense.
Late last year, Zita met with the detective inspector in charge of Sonia's case. He told her the DNA they collected from the crime scene was contaminated and shared other insights into their initial investigation back in 1994.
I think that there were definitely mistakes. There were mistakes in how things were handled.
Zita said the detective inspector pointed the finger at the original investigators in Sonia's case.
I can't say for certain what went wrong, but it just seems like there were gaps left, or there were things that were not properly followed up on. There were, problems just even in basic note-taking. It seems like there was just miscommunication internally that we're still trying to fill in now, like many, many, many years later.
They told her that part of the problem is the original investigation, that there were mistakes made, that there were leads that weren't followed up on, that there was poor note-taking.
As far as that first year, you know, I'm content, I'm at peace that, you know, we did everything possible. I mean, there was, you know, ample resources. Could we have all done better at times? You know, maybe, but I don't know. I think we did a thorough job.
But we discovered there were some things about the original investigation that even Gayson wasn't aware of.
So here's another thing. The family has never seen the autopsy reports or the toxicology reports. It's shocking.
Zita had never seen the report, so she had to rely on what the OPP said in a meeting late last year. Despite the fact they had been investigating for decades, they told her that Sonia's death may not have been the result of homicide.
The autopsy reports, from what I'm told, say that Sonia's death resulted from a mixture of like injury, of blunt force trauma, but also the drugs that she had in her system. So that you can see how that might change things.
How? Can you spell it out?
Well, what was told to me, which is, again, you know, hearsay, but also I have to think that it came from the report itself, was that she was hurt, she was injured, but it was because of her toxicology that she wasn't able to help herself in that situation. And it might have been a situation that another person in a different state might have survived.
Mm.
So that kind of takes the sting out of how murderous this might have been.
After our interview with Zita, we obtained the original coroner's report. It said Sonia was found naked from the waist down, wearing only socks, an open shirt, and a ring. Her body was found in a ditch in a shaded area. She was battered. The autopsy noted over 20 contusions and abrasions on the front and back of her body, as well as her neck and face. The report concluded trauma associated with cocaine intake could have caused Sonia's death. But despite the signs of violence on her body, whether her death was accidental or homicide cannot be determined.
And what was the cause of death in your understanding?
Blunt force trauma. Blunt force trauma.
But this autopsy doesn't say that. It says it's undetermined. That it wasn't blunt force trauma that necessarily resulted in her death.
Yeah. I'm not aware of the wording then of that, you know, of that saying that.
Gayson was confused by the report and upset at the suggestion that Sonia's death wasn't a homicide.
Can I read this for a second?
Yeah, for sure, definitely read it.
I would think I would have read it at some point, but so the initial findings showed blunt force trauma to the upper body, but he felt not enough to cause her death.
Her death.
According to the autopsy, the undetermined ruling was made a year after Sonia's death, around the same time that the original OPP investigation seemed to wind down. As an advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, Maggie has worked with families in a similar situation that she was now in. Despite what they see as clear violence inflicted on their loved ones, their cause of death is ruled undetermined and then ignored.
It's not just a question about Sonia. It's a question about hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of other cases that have been also undetermined through the autopsy reports, because families come forward and they go, oh, it's undetermined, so that means like it's not a murder. I question this whole scenario in terms of how did her body end up there? Why was she positioned in the way she was? Why was she partially clothed? Like, why take all those steps to hide something, and then we find out many other mitigating facts about her death, and we put it all together, and it's a fucking homicide, regardless.
Unbeknownst to Maggie, the chief pathologist of Ontario, Michael Polanin, had come to the same conclusion. In 2016, he was asked to review Sonia's case. He was unable to completely agree with the original report due to the serious injuries found on Sonia. He said because her injuries were most likely due to assault, the manner of death is homicide.
You just think about your loved one being out there in that position. You think about, you know, the detail of the autopsy in terms of description. How does anybody reconcile with somebody they loved being that way? How? I don't know. You know, so I think that is painful.
We wanted to ask the OPP about the coroner's reports and suspect Larry Fink and whether they had followed up on any of Maggie's tips, but they declined our interview request. They said in a statement that Sonia's death is being investigated as a homicide and that her case is active and ongoing. Last August, at the site where her body was found, Maggie held another memorial to honor Sonia.
Love you. Love you. That eagle's flying high just for us.
Investigating an unsolved murder 30 years later is fraught. People are scattered or dead, memory fades, and families are still grappling with their grief.
I want to acknowledge yourselves for taking the time to get here today, to make an effort to be with us, to stand with us. And I think most importantly, through this 30 years of wanting to find the answers to my sister's murder.
Haunted by the past and a promise to her sister, Maggie pushes on, keeping the police engaged, hoping her relentless pursuit will yield some new piece of evidence that will finally, after all this time, provide the answers she is looking for.
I think all I really want and all my family want, we just want the truth. This work is part of healing. We're all healing day by day. And I think we have to walk through our traumatic lives sometimes in order to get to the other side of healing.
The following program contains mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
50 years of the Fifth Estate, and now a story from the files.
This is the desperate journey of inmate Ashley Smith. As co-host of the Fifth Estate for some 25 years, there are some stories that just stick with you. Ashley Smith was 19 years old in solitary confinement and on suicide watch, as 7 federal prison guards watched her commit suicide.
I never thought Ashley was gonna die in prison.
It all started when she was 14 years old and charged with pelting a postman with crab apples. She got 1 month, but that 1 month turned into 4 years. She was a difficult prisoner. She was constantly acting out, but she was never properly treated, except with pepper spray, a taser gun, and restraints. When Ashley turned 18, she was transferred from juvenile detention to an adult prison and yet another isolation cell. Here, her case had to be reviewed every 60 days. It's the law, but Corrections Canada got around that by just moving her to other facilities, thereby starting that 60-day clock all over again without a mandatory review. In the early hours of October the 19th, 2007, Guards observed Ashley tying ligatures around her neck, but they did not try to stop her.
She's trying to choke herself out.
Who gave the order, don't intervene, if she's still breathing?
There will be an inquest into the death of Ashley Smith. Corrections Canada refused any interviews about Ashley Smith's incarceration or her death. Grand Valley's deputy warden and warden lost their jobs. The big question is, has anything changed?
See more from the past 50 years on the Fifth Estate's YouTube channel.
I'm Joanna Rumeliotis. Next week on the Fifth Estate.
I lifted up my shirt and I said, look what they've done to me, look what they've done to me, I can't take this anymore.
We're in Alberta, on the trail of a global online network of sadistic predators, growing in Canada.
The only word I could come up with was it's just absolute evil.
Kids have committed suicide because of this group. Self-harm to the point where they need serious medical intervention.
They're going after vulnerable children.
The group called the 764 it targets minors,
pressuring them to kill pets and even their parents.
I would sleep with a kitchen knife under my pillow.
Our investigation uncovers the deepening danger on and offline. An escalating threat that police are only now beginning to understand.
Why wasn't this girl's case a priority?
I think that this is the greatest terror attack facing Western society.
That's next on the Fifth Estate. On this edition of the Fifth Estate.
Trump is definitely a wild card. We just don't know what's coming next.
Donald Trump's threatened tariff war has people on both sides of the border in a panic.
The golden age of America begins right now.
One day left! Look at this crowd!
But what is Trump's endgame?
The U.S. is dependent on much of what we produce in terms of the resources.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada.
Well, this is our sister city, Port Huron, Michigan. There's a big difference this time in the re-election of Trump.
President Trump's threats here, it's a bully tactic.
That 25% tariff is an existential threat.
Already, a distributor in Vermont is raising the prices in anticipation of there being a trade war with Canada.
Is there a bigger agenda at play?
You know, and I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it.
It was a lie.
It's Make America Great Again. You can't get your economic growth by being an economic colony of the United States.
I'm Joanna Rumeliotis. This is the Fifth Estate.
We won. We won. Thank you very much, everybody. What a good feeling. We like winning, don't we? Huh? We're going to make our country greater than ever before. Hello, Washington, and hello, America.
This is probably not the proper way to do this. And someone who works in makeup will see this and be like, that is absolutely doing nothing for you.
Katie Simpson is a senior foreign correspondent in Washington, D.C. for CBC News. She's covered American politics extensively.
So it is Inauguration Eve, January 19th. It is also, the Buffalo Bills are also playing today, so I will, in the office, wear my Bills jersey. It's a huge work day. So the Trump team is coming into D.C. There is going to be a big rally, so we're going to go talk with some Trump supporters. And it's going to be a busy couple of days. This is really going to be sort of the moment for Trump supporters to really celebrate. The security is definitely on high alert. There's lots of barricades around, and so, you know, it's kind of hard to get around, so everyone is walking everywhere. People who are really excited about Donald Trump's win and are really excited to see the changes that, if he's going to deliver on the changes that he said he would bring. And so the makeup doesn't move when we're running around outside. the Canada-US issue is such a pressing forefront kind of issue, particularly for our audience. So it's just like trying to get answers, trying to get information, trying to do our job as best we can. The new version of NAFTA, or CUSMA as we call it in Canada, that's up for renegotiation. They sort of re-examine it. And if the Americans want some changes to make it better for Americans, that could be a position for leverage. It could also be a position for leverage to get Canada to spend more on defense spending. That's been a problem not just for the Trump administration, but for administration after administration after administration. We're not going to bring the Bills jersey with us out to work. This is just an office excitement about the Buffalo Bills thing. Okay, I've got my pass. Thank you, Patrick. Okay.
All right.
I got an umbrella. Oh, it's not raining. Let's just see what's going on.
Inauguration is going to look very different this year, with Donald Trump ordering events inside because of the cold. Some things have been completely altered or scrapped, and you're not going to see those huge crowds out on the National Mall.
Hello, welcome, attendance.
We have a call to make, and it is a state call, and it is a projection that CBC News is ready to make a call for Donald Trump in the great state of Pennsylvania.
Trump was re-elected in November 2024. The Republicans won control of both the House and the Senate, giving Trump levers of power he didn't have in his first presidency. Trump's mantra that America is the victim of bad trade deals became louder than ever.
Since the election, President Trump has been playing the old songbook, really. We're going back to what we saw in 2016 around this concern that if a country has what President Trump would say is a trade deficit with another country, then that's some sort of subsidy and some sort of evil thing that needs to be eliminated. Now, a trade deficit with another country simply means that the U.S. purchases more goods from Canada in value terms. In other words, they spend more buying stuff from Canada than we purchase from the United States. We're selling product into the U.S. that is globally competitive, and the U.S. wants to buy our product. And it's not a negative for them.
It also seems that the rituals of Inauguration Day could possibly be overshadowed by all those executive orders.
Yeah, and there could be dozens of them. President-elect Trump is vowing to undo some of Joe Biden's agenda with these executive orders. And then, of course, everyone in Canada is holding their breath for any details on any information on tariffs.
A tariff is essentially a cost to the importer by the government of that country for bringing a product across the border. In some cases, tariffs are applied for essentially to build up a nascent industry, but in most cases, they're just because we don't want to buy too much of a good that's more competitive, more productive.
Trump had campaigned on a promise to put the American economy first.
Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
At the cost of its longtime trading partners.
Good evening. 3 nations, 3 economies, and 360 million people. Tonight, they share a powerful new bond, NAFTA.
Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. have long had a free trade agreement in place.
The agreement will eliminate quotas and tariffs on most goods and services traded between the 3 countries.
The original NAFTA agreement, North American Free Trade Agreement, was set up in the early 90s. In 2016, we had the threat of dissolving NAFTA. I think part of the political objective that President Trump in his first term was essentially to shake things up, create fear.
Shaking up NAFTA was what Trump promised in 2016, and he put tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, prompting Canada to impose tariffs of its own.
By the way, without tariffs, we wouldn't be talking about a deal. Just for those babies out there that keep talking about tariffs.
A trade war was averted when NAFTA was renegotiated. The deal was largely the same as NAFTA, but with a new name, USMCA.
Today, we're finally ending the NAFTA nightmare and signing into law the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Very special.
But when Trump returned to the White House, he attacked the very trade agreement he pushed for. The flip-flop became fodder for late-night host Jon Stewart.
He did explain today why we're going after Canada.
I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals that are so bad?
So bad. The trade deals with Canada, they're so bad. He's just looking and saying, who made these?
This morning, President Trump signed a new trade deal to replace NAFTA with the leaders of Mexico and Canada.
The best trade deal they say ever made.
Oh, this must be the entry point for security for Capital One. Why don't we see how far we can go this way? Yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll get out of the way.
One day left. Whoa, look at this crowd.
Yeah, I mean, we have never, at least in modern history, Adrian, experienced the kind of rhetoric and threats from our greatest trading partner that we have over the past number of months. Things that were thought to be jokes, turning us into the 51st state, quickly turned into language that was sort of shocking to many Canadians about economic annexation.
It's down now. I think we need to go down closer to that.
Shortly after his re-election, Trump started to frame the trade deficit with Canada as a subsidy. His solution? Canada should become the 51st state.
And tonight we're getting some new details about that Trump-Trudeau dinner from two people who were at the table. We are told that when Trudeau told President-elect Trump that new tariffs would kill the Canadian economy, Trump joked to him that if Canada can't survive without ripping off the U.S. to the tune of $100 billion a year, then maybe Canada should become the 51st state.
We can stand right over here. Let me know when you're ready, Johnny. Okay, tell me why you're here today.
Kamala wanted us to be socialists.
Is there one issue that stands out to you as to where you want to see the most change?
Housing prices, cost of living, it's just out of control. We're just looking forward to change and stop the wasteful spending.
I think that our freedoms and liberty have been under attack, and I think that Trump is going to save us.
The economy that Donald Trump is inheriting is in great shape. People's perception around having lost that purchasing power, and for some, it's very real.
His message to those folks who have really seen their standard of living decline is that I'm fighting for you, and when they come for me, they're coming for you.
But for most Americans, in fact, wages have caught up to inflation, and the outlook has been really quite positive. I think there's a lot of misinformation that's hitting folks south of the border.
Huge amounts of money are going in to shape the kinds of information or disinformation that the American public is exposed to, focusing on the culture wars like abortion or same-sex marriage and the like, and their sort of favorite culture war issues of the moment. But a lot of that just functions as shiny baubles to get the rank and file on board. If you can get people to vote on a single issue, or maybe 2 or 3 issues, you can control their vote.
Well, this is our sister city, Port Huron, Michigan. We do have a close relationship. That relationship has strained in the last couple of years with security and with Trump, and it's too bad.
Mike Bradley has been the mayor of Sarnia, Ontario, for more than 36 years. He says tariffs would have an impact on his border city.
You'll see behind me here, it's a constant flow of trucks back and forth between the two countries.
The threat of tariffs, it's really hard to get at how the thinking is evolving in the White House. Again, back to the economics books, free trade drives benefits for both parties. And it's been, essentially shown time and time again in the history books of how that's worked out. But President Trump doesn't seem to see it that way.
How does Trump see things? And where is his vision coming from? Coming up.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
It's now 6:59, so I have 1 minute to get out of the office, and then I'm gonna walk probably 3-4 kilometers up to our position. We are indoors on this very cool day after what's gonna be a very cold vlog. My purse is very heavy. This is gonna be the hardest part of my day, is just like figuring out where the roads are closed, where I can walk, and just getting to location. That will, honest to goodness, be the hardest part of today. We're going to go up to K Street. We're going to try and take an Uber. We're going to take it to Pearson, Massachusetts.
I'd quit my job if I had to make this.
Back in action, about to make America great again.
Are you for hire? Oh, taxi, we're getting in. Oh, you are a miracle. Hello, is this the Current? So we're up in a minute and a half. I'm a foreign correspondent in Washington covering an administration that's taken a rather hostile position against Canada. There are so many questions to be asked.
I'm Matt Galloway, and this is The Current. Katie Simpson is the CBC's Washington correspondent. What is it like in Washington, D.C. this morning?
The city is largely on lockdown, and that is expected for major events like this. I'm actually talking to you from the back of a cab, and we're trying our best to drive around the perimeter to try to get me to an entry point so that I can go into the actual Capitol for today's event. Donald Trump did make one mention of tariffs. As a Canadian reporter, you know, my ears always sort of are listening for, is there going to be a mention of tariffs? Because that could have such a huge impact on the Canadian economy. So many Canadians have family in the United States. I know growing up, my grandparents lived in Sarnia, and then across the river, my great aunt and uncle lived in Port Huron. You know, that's such an average Canadian story.
On the Canada-U.S. border, Sarnia, Ontario is a critical link in the North American energy sector.
We understand times are changing. We have 3 of the major refineries in Eastern Canada here. And all the product that comes from the West is refined here.
Trump's trade war could strike at the heart of Sarnia's economy.
Because we're so close to the markets, that's why it's here. We have about 60 plants, chemical plants between Sarnia and down the river.
In terms of the interconnection between the United States and the Canadian oil industries, they are functionally the same industry. Ontario gets the majority of its crude from Alberta and from Western Canada more broadly, but that travels through pipelines that are in the United States. Virtually all of Canada's oil travels through pipelines to the United States and is then refined by US refineries. This is really unique in the world global oil market because most major exporters, of which Canada is one of the top ones, they typically ship their crude to ports and then put it onto tankers, and those tankers travel flexibly around the world.
Whether it be the chemical industry, whether it be the auto industry, whether it be agriculture, anyone thinks that you could just shut it down and say, we're going to do it on our side of the river and you do your thing on your side of the river is foolish. It just isn't possible.
Even in the current context of the debate among kind of national government and subnational governments and premiers about potentially, throttling exports to the United States, it's more complicated than that because to do so would actually also throttle the very crude supply that Ontario relies on and that fuels Sarnia.
Western Canada is the main producer of oil and gas in this country. Alberta is by far the largest. Almost all of its crude oil exports go to the United States. It's why Trump's tariff threats have put energy-related companies here on edge. So we gotta get this on?
Yeah, we have to put our safety gear on.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'll follow your lead.
The risk of the tariffs that we've been dealing with for the past few weeks now, they impact the cost of the price of oil that Canadians sell to the U.S. Our customers, the oil and gas companies that produce the oil that we drill for, sell that oil into pipelines. 3.2 million barrels a day of Canadian oil flows into the U.S. right now. There is no immediate replacement for that anywhere. There's no question that it's working very efficiently right now. Any other solution will cost Americans more money than what we have today.
Most exporters of crude have a very diverse array of clients. Whereas in Canada's case, come hell or high water, we really do have this kind of lock-in to the US market, and particularly into the US Midwest market. 95+% of Canadian crude goes to one single customer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
The golden age of America begins right now. And we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. I was saved by God to make America great again. I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
When President Trump talks drill, baby, drill, and making, kind of that protectionism kind of policy, does that even make sense?
When I hear the political rhetoric around whether or not the U.S. needs oil or gas from Canada, it's political rhetoric.
I think overall, it's, drill, baby, drill is a catchy slogan.
The day he was sworn in, Trump made his intentions clear.
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada.
Certainly the uncertainty right now is a huge problem. When 2025 began, I would say that I had kind of fresh hopes for a new year and an administration in the U.S. that seemed to be focused on energy security. And when you layer in tariffs and impacting the Canadian industry, that seems to go against security for energy in North America. And it's just so hard to comprehend.
And it's not just oil and gas.
When we think about the energy sector, we have essentially hydroelectricity. This is a common grid.
The federal government says Canada exports enough electricity to the U.S. to power nearly 6 million homes, mostly on the American eastern seaboard.
It really doesn't matter at this point whether Trump goes through with his threat of 25%, tariffs charged against, as I said, one of our largest trading partners, certainly one of our closest friends, because we're already feeling the impacts in Vermont. I heard from a constituent this week. She had prepaid for home heating oil, and already her distributor in Vermont is raising the prices in anticipation of there being a trade war with Canada.
So why manufacture a trade crisis?
I think Donald Trump has some very clear economic objectives. What he is he's America first and make America great again.
Jeff Ferry was the chief economist for a Washington think tank that aligns with Trump's long-standing views on tariffs.
As I said, Donald Trump has believed this view about trade for at least 25 years. He wants to negotiate a deal with Canada and Mexico that will enable the U.S. economy to grow and to rebuild those industries that have been damaged by too much competition from Canada and Mexico.
Ferry's pro-tariff stance makes him an outlier among most economists. But like Trump, he says it's the way back to America's glory days.
Today, we have lots of young people coming out of high school and college without the same opportunities as their parents. Why are we so concerned with preserving jobs in China and Thailand and Europe and, yes, Canada, when we don't have good jobs for people growing up here in the U.S.? And so Donald Trump understands that, and he's basically giving them what they want, which is a more nationalistic economic and political policy.
Ferry is still consulting for the Coalition for a Prosperous America, one of more than 100 groups that contributed to a conservative manifesto called Project 2025.
Project 2025 is a 900-plus page document that was put together before the 2024 election. And it's really a plan for a new, what they call conservative presidency.
To some extent, the economics in Project 2025 are aligned with Donald Trump, yes.
How does Project 2025 play into President Trump's stand on tariffs?
I think it's really a red herring.
So what is the bigger agenda at play? Coming up.
And when I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
Before Trump won the 2024 election, when news of Project 2025 came out, he sort of disavowed it. He said, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it. He sort of, even though very many members of his first administration were authoring chapters, but it was a lie.
Donald Trump has fired the first shot in a trade war that is all but certain to bring economic misery to parts of North America. An economic crisis that could hit hard and fast and could see workers out of jobs and prices hiked in a matter of days. Canada's really in a state of limbo right now. Everyone's waiting to see if Donald Trump's going to actually make good on his tariff threats. He's written them down, put them in writing so people can make plans in case it does actually happen. This is where we voice. Come on in. But it's creating this environment of instability where businesses don't know if they're going to actually have to deal with this or not deal with this. It's been more than 4 years since Washington hosted a pro-Trump crowd of this size. The last big draw was Trump's January 6th speech, which took place hours before his supporters stormed the Capitol. He said there was going to be this blanket 25% tariff on Canadian goods and then 10% on Canadian energy. Canadian officials were sort of able to escape that and they reached some sort of resolution around border security.
Canadian officials arrived in Washington at the end of January to try to head off tariffs. They were in the middle of making their case when Trump announced he would impose 25% tariffs on Canadian imports starting February 1st, citing border security concerns. The next day, Canada hit back.
Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods.
Trump delayed those tariffs until March 4th. But days later, on the way to the Super Bowl, he announced he would impose additional tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum.
It'll be 25% for steel. It'll be 10% for aluminum.
The trade war was officially on.
So how to respond? You know, Canadian political leaders at least are getting a little more aligned now, essentially apply counter tariffs that are very specific. I mean, if we can't apply broad-based tariffs, that would just hurt our economy more than the U.S. But if we are looking at targeted tariffs on specific goods, then maybe we can hit at pain points and pinch points.
And it's not just about, okay, we're going to implement these changes to, try to bring manufacturing jobs back, try to scare companies into building their plants in the United States so in the long term we have more manufacturing jobs. We're going to use it as leverage. We're going to use it as a way to get what we want.
Chaos is part of the strategy of confusing people, separating them from the facts and making them easier to control. You know, if you can get people to believe a lot of little lies, you can get them to believe a big lie.
The general feeling is that things are very chaotic and confusing.
I think Project 2025 is actually the people who are going to make stuff happen in government. I mean, Trump is just a kind of chaos agent.
So what's behind the chaos? Is there a method to the apparent madness?
Canada has always been a very strong ally to the United States.
Are you Canadian television? Yes. Okay, here's what I would say. We love the people of Canada.
This is Peter Navarro, Trump's senior counselor for trade and manufacturing.
The people of Canada, please understand, it's like we need to protect and defend our aluminum industry. So when it comes time to put an F-35s up in the sky to protect Canada and us and others, we'll have access to those materials.
Navarro has been Trump's tariff whisperer since his first presidency. You might remember him for hurling insults at Trudeau after the Prime Minister pushed back at Trump over tariffs in 2018.
Chris, there's a special place in hell for any foreign leader that engages in bad faith diplomacy with President Donald J. Trump and then tries to stab him in the back on the way out the door.
It is obviously something that is going to be paid very close attention to in Canada and sort of speaks to how close he is to Donald Trump, that Donald Trump sent him out to go be an attack dog. So that's sort of where that relationship, where Peter Navarro sort of plays into the Canada equation. Remember, he went to jail because he would not testify before the January 6th committee because he is loyal to Donald Trump.
The Capitol insurrection on January 6 was an attempt to overturn Trump's election loss in 2020. Navarro was subpoenaed by the committee investigating the attack and has repeatedly promoted baseless claims of mass voter fraud.
I produced what would be an exhaustive 3-volume report. I went over tens of thousands of pages of documents and proved that the election was in all likelihood stolen through fraud and election irregularities.
He also took part in a scheme to overturn the election results in several battleground states.
Peter Navarro has long been an advocate of tariffs.
On tariffs, Navarro laid out his view that they will cure America's economic ills in a section of the conservative policy blueprint called Project 2025.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
Trump distanced himself from Project 2025 during the campaign, but the links are undeniable.
It was put together with the input of about 100 other think tanks and right-wing organizations. It's a sort of ideological backbone of the new Trump administration, and it includes chapters on almost every feature of government.
Of the 267 people who wrote parts of Project 2025, 144 worked in the previous Trump administration. Trump's new inner circle, from cabinet posts to special advisors, is again filled with Project 2025 authors. Among those in key positions are Russ Vought, regarded as the architect of Project 2025, who is now the director of the Office of Management and Budget; Brendan Carr, the head of the Federal Communications Commission; John Ratcliffe, the new director of the CIA; and Peter Navarro.
I know Peter Navarro. Peter and I are pretty much in agreement on every economic issue.
He's here, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand to your feet and greet my good friend and yours, Peter Navarro! Let's go, Miami! Let's go!
Some of Trump's most trusted allies participate in something called the Reawaken America Tour. Navarro has appeared. I've seen him at the Reawaken America Tour.
He's doing these Reawaken tours. Many of you have come to many of them. It's a really important way to reach the people of America, and this man is doing God's will here.
When you go to these events, you hear every conspiracy in the book. You hear that, you know, the Great Replacement, COVID was a plot to control people. It's all about, you know, the deep state and 666 and all this kind of crazy stuff. JFK is still alive.
Because this is what we need. The leaders that partnered with the Lord.
Navarro speaks at these events.
We're in a world where the information flows are controlled by a small handful of powerful media companies.
To try to find coherence in the policies of a movement that engages in such kind of flagrant lying, it's a fool's errand. I mean, what they really want is power for themselves.
When it comes to tariffs as a form of economic nationalism, Navarro's position,
Right and left-hand guys right there, folks. There it is.
echoes what Trump has said for decades.
The United States is, if it were a corporation, it would be bankrupt. It's losing $200 billion a year. For years now, it's been losing that. What right do we have to go out and defend? Why aren't these countries, these wealthy money machines, paying us for the defense of their freedom and their nations? Why aren't they paying us?
I also want to point out that Donald Trump has been tremendously consistent. To some extent, the economics in Project 2025 are aligned with Donald Trump, yes.
Make sure that we, as conservatives, are prepared to hit the ground running January 20th, 2025.
There are competing views on tariffs in Project 2025, but Navarro's is winning out, and other contradictory forces in the document are finding common ground.
You know, this movement includes a lot of different groups, and some of them have very different interests and agendas in mind, but they're all kind of, for now, rowing in the same boat, as it were. But there are some real fissures that I think we can start to see. So I think, for instance, a lot of the billionaires funding the movement, the tech bros and the like, they're not really motivated by the Christian nationalist stuff. Like, they're not really motivated so much by some of those culture war issues, and, you know, they don't particularly care about same-sex marriage and things like that, but they almost view it as the price of doing business. They recognize that those are the issues that get the rank and file to vote a certain way. They're like, okay, well, I guess we get those things, but we need that in order to get the economic policies that we want.
Coming up, Canada reacts.
What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. I do like the O Canada, right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it. for the 51st state. I call him Governor Trudeau. I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens.
So all the premiers just showed up. We thought they were going to show up at 4 p.m., and guess what? They're here now.
We recognize fentanyl's a problem. It's a problem for us, too, and we're doing everything we can to make sure we stamp it out in our communities.
We'd be very keen to hear from you guys after when you guys come on out. We want to hear all about it. So,
in a show of unity, Canada's premiers brought their appeal against tariffs to the White House. They spoke with staffers but left with no guarantees.
Canada will never be the 51st state. We don't want tariffs. Because we're so close together, it'll only raise prices.
Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew even tried to appeal directly to Americans in a TikTok video which has gone viral.
We know how to go for a beer together once the game is over.
Canada had already announced a $1.3 billion border plan to avert tariffs, but Trump recently announced he's going ahead with them anyway.
No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule.
But it's more than a looming trade war rattling Canadians. It's Trump's repeated threats to Canadian sovereignty.
Let's be very clear. Conversations around a 51st state are a non-starter. It's never going to happen.
I think it's really distressing Canadian officials, at least the ones I'm talking to. And it's really distressing Canadians as well. I think that Trump advisors keep saying you have to take Donald Trump at his word. But the thing is, does Canada want to be a part of the United States? Absolutely not. So what's it actually going to take for that to happen? Is Donald Trump going to, get ready and send the military north and try to seize Canada? No, no, that's not going to happen. But really, it's just making Canadians more and more angry. Look at the booing of the national anthem.
For the land of the free.
From booing the American anthem to canceling U.S. vacations and buying Canadian, Trump's threats have triggered an extraordinary wave of patriotism.
The Buy Canadian movement has become a huge force in the last week alone, changing how and where people shop.
And when Canada defeated the U.S. in the Four Nations Cup final, a moment of national catharsis. But what happens now?
Trump is definitely a wild card, and I think that's part of the the difficulty in dealing with this is that we just don't know what's coming next.
We have this business where we're managing the assets and owning the assets, capital intensive. We're in our mechanical repair shop, and behind the screen here we have the welder. I find myself looking at the news when I happen to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning to find out what might have been tweeted last night that might impact our industry. That keeps me awake.
I think in the case of Canada, I think it's a stunt. Because if he were serious, right, he wouldn't have made all of the bluster and the show. Vermonters are anxious about prices, and I fully expect that we're going to pivot onto something else. I hope that is the case, but we just don't know.
In America, the impossible is what we do best.
The aim of the government should be to create an economy which helps people's incomes rise and helps create millions of jobs for everybody.
Make it great again, great.
And as I said, it's make America great again. It's take the disadvantaged and make them better off.
Make America Great Again, or MAGA, is a slogan that Trump came up with to get the attention of the rank and file supporters. When was America great? Donald Trump is nostalgic for the 1950s and early 1960s. Part of the hearkening back to the good old days has to do with a longing for a more, I would say, regressive social order where there were clear hierarchies. The movement is very good at tapping into unexplored or unexamined prejudices. I think they're really nostalgic for a kind of version of the past that didn't exist in the way that they think it did.
And so how realistic is the theory that the tariffs will bring back jobs that Americans actually want to do?
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know for sure. The Americans have lost some of the work ethic that they had 50 years ago. And if your dad was able to buy the family a house when he was 28 years old on a small mortgage, you should be able to do the same. But instead, they're all living in their parents' houses, sitting on the sofa, and unable to get a job that pays much more than $500 a week. They feel extremely depressed and extremely unhappy. And we've lost millions of young men to their sofas and video games because we haven't been able to offer them productive jobs.
I think they don't really understand the economics of it. They don't understand that their lives are getting harder as a consequence of support for far-right politicians whose policies, whose economic policies, are really kind of more libertarian or billionaire serving.
Beyond the U.S.-Canada trade war, Trump has already enacted other policies from the Project 2025 playbook, from eliminating diversity initiatives to rejecting transgender identity and massive layoffs of federal employees.
In 3 days, the new Trump administration has already granted clemency to each and every January 6 convict and defendant and launched a purge of the FBI and the Justice Department.
They told us that they were going to destroy the institutions of our democracy and smash the administrative state, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The problem with our politicians is most of them come from upper middle class families. They went to some of the best schools, and they don't understand the struggles of people who are poor or working class.
And you think Trump, who's a billionaire, has a better insight into that?
Well, I think the election victory kind of proves it, right? The positions he has taken, he's taken them to win the election, and because he understands that the average voter cares about inflation, immigration, the cost of living, and making America great. I mean, that shows you the insight he has.
You know, Trump frames his policies as helping the little guy. But if you look at what the policies are actually doing, they're actually taking away the guardrails on unearned wealth. A real conservative organization would try to preserve institutions of value. They would want to preserve our most valued overseas alliances. But if you look at the larger agenda toward which they're working, I don't view it as remotely conservative. It is radical. It is absolutely radical.
But what does this mean for Canadian-U.S. relations?
Look, you are an ally. Politically and militarily, you are an ally. You can't get your economic growth by being an economic colony of the United States. Each country has to pursue its own economic welfare.
Watching the back and forth debate on tariffs and the ongoing negotiations and the uncertainty has been just unsettling.
But when you look at these young recruits and you consider the fact that they might be at risk because of these tariffs, what goes through your mind?
It's a really sad part of this industry where some outside factor, which is really unrelated to energy, could put their jobs at risk.
President Trump's threats here, it's a bully tactic.
It's like sleeping next to an elephant. Every time they move, we feel the impact. And that's what's happening here. And to have your biggest partner turn on you, it makes you very, very anxious for our future.
Here's the question, is it really going to work? I mean, as the cost of goods and services goes up as a result of these needless trade wars, as our government stops working, as people are unable to access services that they need or deserve, is this really going to make America better?
"50 years of the Fifth Estate, and now a story from the files."
It was one of Canada's most notorious murder trials ever.
The conviction of Guy Paul Morin for the murder of Christine Jessup was probably one of the most startling stories. Guy Paul Morin, who did nothing, lost 10 years of his life. Christine Jessup, who vanished from small-town Ontario on the afternoon of October 3rd, 1984. Guy Paul Morin was a neighbor of the Jessup family. He was a very quiet guy, and he played the clarinet.
From the start, police had labeled Guy Paul Morin weird and made him their prime suspect.
And I said, it's impossible. I have never touched that child, physically touched that child.
In his first trial, he was found not guilty. And in the second trial, he was found guilty. There was a lot of evidence that was just tossed aside, and there was a lot of evidence that was inflammatory, was torqued. It went on until he was unambiguously acquitted by DNA technology.
Today's a very good day. Thanks to Do It DNA.
For me, the biggest weakness in the police investigation and in the Crown's case was the exclusion from really early on in the investigation of potential other suspects. 36 years after the murder, DNA established beyond any doubt who committed the crime. He was a neighbor by the name of Calvin Hoover. The justice system is full of human frailties. The most egregious tragedy is that someone got away with murder.
See more from the past 50 years on the Fifth Estate's YouTube channel. I'm Mark Kelly. Next week on the Fifth Estate, they're victims of identity theft and tax fraud, and now they want their lives back.
Why all this information has been changed, who got in, how did they get in?
And just what is the Canada Revenue Agency doing to help?
The CRA is constantly assuring you that everything is secure and confidential. I feel now like I've been totally misled.
So how much money has been stolen recently from the public purse? CRA insiders break their silence.
What would your estimate be?
It's more than $100 million. It's like $500 million.
I think it's a free-for-all, essentially.
Free-for-all in what sense?
A free-for-all for them to steal identities of Canadians and exhaust every, benefit possible.
And we go on the hunt to find out who is stealing your money.
I would love to know who's responsible because I'd actually really love to know how to get my identity back.
I'm calling from the CBC program, The Fifth Estate. How are you?
And search for answers. Just how safe is your tax account?
She hung up.
That's next week on The Fifth Estate.
We're setting up a call center. But this is not your typical operation. These three are big-name scam busters with millions of followers online. Now, for the first time ever,
nice to meet you.
they're joining forces, giving us exclusive access to see them in action, infiltrating scammer networks so they can see their screens, hear their calls, and stop them in their tracks. Jim Browning is an icon among the world's good guy hackers, known as white hats.
How long have you been doing the scamming?
Sir, I'm not scamming you.
How many scam centers do you think you've intercepted?
2,000 or 3,000 scam call centers. Every single time I can hear a phone call, I imagine that's my mother, my father, my grandmother, my grandfather, and if I'm in a position to try to do something about it, absolutely, why wouldn't I do that?
Next, there's Kit Boga. Online, he's a crime-fighting comedian.
I really appreciate you calling, but I'm in the middle of something with Geek Squad, so could you call me back later?
I'm with the Geek Squad. Can you just click on those boxes, please?
How do you explain to people what you do?
I try to play the perfect victim, and the way I do that is pretend to be the perfect target and see what kind of information I can get from them.
Ben is our final scam buster. His YouTube handle is Pleasant Green.
So yesterday I got this weird text message that
He tries to convince bad guys there's a better way.
I like to look at scammers as human beings, and I think that a lot of them do what they do because they might be in parts of the world where they can't find better opportunities. And so if I can convince a scammer that there's a better way to make a living, then I'm going to give them that opportunity.
All three will use their skill sets to fight the fraudsters.
You're going to see things that will shock you.
3 experts.
You're going to see tactics used by these scammers that you didn't think were possible.
2 days.
Hopefully we can find ways to disrupt what they're doing.
And 1 mission: stop scammers from stealing your money.
So I just hope that together we can put our powers together and do something really incredible.
We're still setting up when these 3 jump into action.
Okay, so we are listening in to a scammer. He's targeting both Canadian and American citizens.
The victim is about to send money.
This woman is terrified. She thinks that she's in legal trouble. I have her phone number and I keep trying to call her, but she won't answer my call because the scammer is saying, oh, that guy calling you, you know, he's trying to steal your money.
Our team has just minutes to save her. And if we can't reach her, we're calling her bank.
My name is Ben, and I'm calling to alert you that one of your members is likely going to be coming into that branch today, and she's going to want to withdraw some money, but I believe she's a victim of an internet scam.
The bank flags the account for her protection. It's just the latest scam we've stopped. Something our team has been doing for nearly a decade.
110,000 altogether.
Almost $200,000.
These are real people who cannot afford to lose this money. You're taking it from them.
I'm calling to report what we believe is a fraud in progress.
The person you've been speaking with is a phone scammer. And I just want to make sure that you're not going to pay them any money.
Can the Public Safety Minister explain why Canadians have to depend on the CBC to unearth this scam and protect Canadians?
It certainly helped that CBC did their episode on Marketplace.
But the losses continue to grow. In 2024, Canadians report losing more than $630 million to cyber fraud. So you might ask, what authorities have been doing to protect us? Canada's Auditor General questions it too.
Canada needs to be better positioned to defend and protect Canadians.
Last year, Karen Hogan looks at how authorities are protecting us from cybercrime. Her report is a bombshell.
Well, what we found was that the organizations who are involved in fighting cybercrime or responding to it don't have the tools and the capacity that they need to properly enforce Canada's cybercrime legislation.
An alarm, warning of agencies not talking to each other, and tens of thousands of complaints from Canadian victims never being sent to the right investigators.
And they didn't forward it on to the one that was responsible, or an organization just didn't get back to an individual to let them know, you reported this to the wrong place, you should send it somewhere else.
It must be surprising to a lot of Canadians to think that when you report a cybercrime, sometimes it's not ending up in a place where it can be investigated.
And I think that speaks to the confusion, right? It stands to reason that there's so many parties involved in fighting cybercrime. So all of those parties need to work together and share information.
All those agencies involved in fighting cybercrime agree with the recommendations in her report and acknowledge more needs to be done. Next up, our fraud squad is taking on those posing as Best Buy's Geek Squad, offering tech support.
So this is a person in Montreal. Right now the victim is talking about this email. The scammer's saying, I need to cancel it from my side.
That's our cue to intervene. We try to reach the victim over and over, hoping she'll put the scammer on hold and take our warning call.
Oh, yes, hello. My name is David Common. I'm calling from CBC Marketplace. I believe what you've just hung up from was potentially a scam. Were they claiming to be Geek Squad?
Yes, Geek Squad.
Yeah.
Protection.
But it was not Geek Squad. Je vais parler en français. Oui, allez, c'était un scam. C'est pas un vrai numéro. OK? C'était un scam. Et est-ce que c'est un courriel ou un texto? Qu'est-ce qui se passe pour vous?
C'est un courriel qui est rentré.
OK, alors c'est pas un vrai courriel. It's not a real email.
Minutes later, we see more victims about to pay up.
And there's a new call on there.
And you can see that other people are calling in. So this
area code
like,
204, that's Manitoba. 506, that's New Brunswick.
Hello?
Yes, hello. My name is David Common. I'm calling from CBC Marketplace. You have been on the phone with somebody, and that is a scam.
No, I phoned,
Yeah, that you have called a scam center. So they are trying to get access to your computer from that.
How do I stop them?
Okay, don't call them back, and if they call you back, just hang up on them. Did they install anything on your computer? You give them access? They were trying to, right? Let me just.
I'm trying to cancel Geek Squad.
This came in. It's all fake. Everything is fake. They're trying to steal your money.
Thank you for letting me know.
Not at all. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Nice. Persistence.
Yeah, that was nicely done. That was great. Really cool. We've warned the targets. Now, it's time to flip the script on the scammer.
Oh, this one's yours now. Okay. I'll pass the ball to you.
That scammer uses the name Alina, and Kit is fighting back with one of his many fake personas. This time, it's Old Man Richard.
Hello, Alina. I'm calling to cancel my Geek Squad subscription.
Okay, first confirm me the ID.
Well, Kit Boga's wasting this scammer's time. Ben, over here, actually has the scammer's screen up.
I can hear her microphone. I can see her computer. I can see that she's giving him instructions to download some screen control software.
You have to confirm me the correct ID and the correct password so you can receive the cancellation form. You want to cancel the subscription,
Yeah, okay, the password.
The team loads a message onto their screens to throw the scammer off her game.
Oh, this is exciting. All three of us on the same scam.
When she asks for remote access, she sees this, a Geek Squad scam alert, leaving her totally confused.
From where you have received
I have
that?
no idea. Did you put that on my computer?
No.
Are you scamming me?
You haven't been connected to the cancellation server.
The cancellation server?
She hangs up in frustration. But now I'm calling her back. Hi, Alina. My name is David. I'm a journalist with a Canadian television program called Marketplace. I'm wondering why you scam. Why do you scam? And she hung up.
That was the sigh of defeat, and she hung up.
Time to up the ante. Jim rolls out a new weapon in his arsenal.
I've got what looks like a normal telephone keypad, but it's a very special sort of phone because what it does is it tracks phone calls from scammers. So I'm actually deliberately attracting real scam phone calls. And at the moment on this system, it's connected to 62 different scam call centers. And by me just hitting the green button on this telephone means that I am the next person that scammers call.
Wow.
And what I can do...
Running all sorts of different kinds of scams?
All sorts of different kinds of scams, and they will be targeting people in all sorts of countries, not just Canada, all over the world.
In just seconds, all kinds of scam calls start rolling in, including this one claiming to offer a loan.
Connecting.
May I speak to James?
Yes, this is he.
In reality, it's just an attempt to steal your personal info.
Hi, sir. This is Robin Jones from La Advance America Loan Company. Actually, this call regarding to loan, so please confirm me. Are you still looking for loan?
Time for Kit to use his superpower, switching back to his Old Man Richard voice.
Yes. Yes, I am.
How much loan amount are you looking for, sir?
17,000.
Okay, all right. And sir, how much amount can you afford pay your monthly installment?
I want $17,000 for $100 a month. That's all I can afford.
All right. So please confirm me, sir, why do you need this loan, sir? Which region?
I'm trying to make scarves for squirrels.
Please confirm your checking account number, sir, for transfer the fund.
One quick second.
How long of an account number do you think I can give this guy?
10 digits.
10? I'm thinking like 20.
Yeah?
I'm just gonna keep going.
Just keep going.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
It's 4, 6, 3, 5.
After 5 minutes of repeating the fake account number,
49849.
What are you saying?
463549. That's my account.
So sorry. All right, you're lying. Okay.
I would never lie. I would never lie.
I'm working like last 5 years. Okay.
The last you've been.
All right.
You've been scamming people for the last 5 years.
No, sir. I'm not scamming. Okay.
What is my account number?
God.
Oh. He said some not nice words at the end.
if seeing is believing, don't miss what's next.
I've actually got CCTV of this scam happening.
Is this live?
This is live, yeah.
We'll show you what it looks like at the center of a scam. That's coming up. So far, we've been hearing the fraudsters.
I've got something here. Ben, Kit, you might want to have a look at this.
Now, a scam buster named Scam Sandwich is helping Jim behind the scenes so we can see the scammers in real time.
I've actually got CCTV of this scam happening.
Is this live?
This is live, yeah. So this particular scam is in Pakistan, and they're pretending to be a US company called Xfinity.
Xfinity is one of the biggest telecom companies in the world.
So we're actually able to see and hear the scam happening.
The scammers get a PIN code sent to your phone, and if you share it with them,
what they can do then is really take over your account. They will reset your password. When they've got your personal information, they have done things like sign you up for a loan agreement, and they steal money that way. So this is a very, very cruel
like identity
scam.
theft, the whole thing.
The whole thing, yes.
while Jim does a deeper dive into the scam call center, Ben finds high-value items for sale on suspect sites.
These sites are a dime a dozen. There are so many of these sites that are selling classic cars and farm equipment, and there's just so many red flags. First and foremost being is that this site is less than a month old.
It claims to sell farm equipment.
This one's down in the States. When I look up the address, there actually is a TriStar truck equipment place. It doesn't look like they sell tractors, though. It looks like they just sell trucks. Oh, here we go.
My name is James from TriStar Truck and Equipment.
Yeah, I'm looking at your inventory. Is your website up to date?
Yes, I mean, everything that you see on the website is still available.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at this 2014 John Deere 610 5D. That's a great deal. What's the catch?
Not a single catch.
But the swindler only has one thing on his mind.
You're ready to make the payment today?
Yeah.
When exactly?
Well, I mean, as soon as you give me that invoice.
And it doesn't take long for him to send it over.
James, who's selling the tractor, has sent me the bill of sale, and he's addressed it to me. I said my name is Al Be Back.
Yes.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
You didn't notice?
No, we didn't. And so here it is. You can tell that that's just kind of a fake signature. Once he knows that I'm committed to buying this tractor, he's going to give me that wiring instructions.
Those details could help expose the scammer's account, and authorities could use it to shut him down.
I also thought it might be funny for you to call him up and you can say, Al told me to stop by and take a picture, make sure it looks good.
Verify the details.
That it's there, yep.
Hey, James, I think you've been talking to my cousin, Al Be Back.
Yep.
Okay, listen, can I meet you out front or anything like that?
Sir, I'm in the office.
No, my cousin, he's so excited. Did he tell you everything, all the trouble he's having at the farm? Because this is going to be a lifesaver for him.
I understand, not a problem, but look, one thing. The warehouse is like 15 miles from us, sir.
Yeah, I can meet you down there. You want to send me the address?
Let me call my mechanic so I can see if everything is right, so he can meet you up.
Okay, yeah, 15 miles. I got Dixie Chicks, the whole CD right in the car, like the collector's set, so I'll get right down there.
The tractor trickster says he'll get back to us to confirm the visit. A few minutes later, he calls back.
Okay, here he is.
Oh.
James.
Look, I discussed with the mechanics.
Yeah.
Got some pretty bad news.
What?
Now, the warehouse is closed, first of all, for the moment. And the second, the tractor was sold 3 days ago.
Not surprising. But Ben's happy because he's wasted the scammer's day.
This is a scam that might be posing as a legitimate business in the American South. I want to go, Jim, back to Pakistan, get an update from you on what's happening inside this call center you have eyes on.
Yeah. Through a process of elimination, I've worked out that the guy in the checked shirt here is the one I'm currently listening to. You can also see the files on his computer. And what I've been able to see is things like checks from victims of this scam. So they obviously want money.
Time for Kit to call up the very same scammer we're seeing on their own security cameras.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'd like to know my account balance because I'm not sure if I've paid my last statement or not.
So at the moment, he's talking to the guy in the shirt here with the loud headphones. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's the verification code for?
It's for verifying the phone number for your account.
You realize how bonkers this is, that he's scamming the scammer while we watch the scammer on the scammer's own video, which he doesn't know we're watching.
Correct.
What number is this? Is this how I call you if I get disconnected?
Yeah, that's my direct extension number from 266278.
266-278. I need 4 more digits. That's not enough digits for a phone number.
That's
he actually... I think they just hung up on me.
So, how to protect what's yours?
I want to share a couple tips that can help keep you and your family safe from scams.
Our Scam Busters will bust out some tips after the break. We've saved nearly a dozen potential victims from losing their life savings.
We're just trying to make sure people like you are protected.
All right, well, thank you.
Rerouting 62 active scam centers targeting people around the world back to us.
Let's face it, Austin James, you know that this is a scam.
Even tapped into a call center in Pakistan so we could see some scammers in action. In the near decade we've been investigating, everyone agrees public awareness is key. So we've created our own public service announcement with our anti-fraud squad.
Whether a scammer tells you that you're winning $1 million or they tell you that you owe $1 million because you're in trouble, they are always going to use a sense of urgency.
They're going to pressure you to just move quickly, and what you need to do when you're feeling pressured or overwhelmed is just to pause, take a breath.
As we talk to scammers, one thing we've learned is they hate dealing with questions. Always feel free to ask a lot of questions.
Have a look closely at the message you've been given. Is there bad spelling? Is the grammar not right?
Scammers are often known to be pretty sloppy, so you can look for typos or for pixelated graphics or things in the emails that just make it look a little off.
Scammers may ask to connect to your computer, and that's always a huge red flag.
Letting someone on your computer is basically like giving them the keys to your house. And so if you don't know them, if you don't trust them, there's really no reason that they should be on your computer.
And lastly, if you're in any doubt at all, just ask the person to put whatever it is they want in writing and hang up and do not engage them again.
Sometimes these times don't make a lot of sense.
A lot of social conflict in the world at the moment. When you can only wonder, what next?
It's tough times.
We've got the goods.
Well, it never had cholesterol and never will have cholesterol.
And we'll point out the bad. Are you a fugitive?
Whatever you're buying.
And wherever you're buying it. They're on sale 98% of the time.
Well, that's a nice marketing trick.
For you, but not without you.
So what is next? What should we be investigating?
How much we're going to be impacted from a financial perspective.
We want to know because
this is my marketplace.